Chapter 1. Collecting beasts. I actually crossed over in a messy room. Chu Mo sighed after absorbing the memories in his mind. He was not a native of this world, but came from Earth. In 2050, a meteorite struck the Earth, simultaneously spreading an unknown virus that turned the majority of the global population into zombies, leading to the sudden collapse of humanity's proud civilization. Zombies roamed freely, and order was destroyed. Chu Mo fell during a zombie wave in the 5th year of the outbreak, the last moment before his death, when countless zombies pounced on him and tore at his body, remained vividly clear in his mind. He could even vividly recall the pain of his flesh being bitten away by the zombies. Fortunately, I'm still alive. Looking down at this body, Chu Mo felt genuinely joyful. Through his memories, he learned that this was a boy sharing his name. However, this world was far more dangerous than the zombie-infested Earth in the year 2200 of the Blue Star era. Numerous spatial rifts appeared around the globe, unleashing countless powerful beasts. Faced with these creatures, humanity planned to use nuclear weapons, but discovered a mysterious substance in the air that could damage electronic devices, rendering powerful strategic weapons ineffective. Humanity could only rely on the most basic weapons to resist. But how could that possibly stand against the beasts? The powerful creatures could burn mountains and boil seas, their bodies incredibly hard, rendering bullets ineffective. In a short time, countless human cities fell in bloodshed. However, as time passed, some humans discovered they could absorb the mysterious substance in the air to transform themselves and gain extraordinary powers. This discovery sent humanity into a frenzy of joy. After relentless research by human scientists, they ultimately understood this mysterious substance and named it Qi. Absorbing Qi allowed humans to break the shackles of their physical bodies and gain extraordinary powers. Those who could do so were called martial artists. However, not everyone could absorb Qi. To embark on the path of a martial artist, one must possess talent. The higher the talent, the greater the potential and future growth. Those without talent could only remain ordinary their entire lives. Despite this, with the talents awakened in a small number of people, humanity gradually grew stronger, resisting the beasts and establishing survival bases in the Wasteland. What an unfortunate yet fortunate world, Chu Mo said softly in his world. Facing the zombie outbreak, humanity did not awaken any extraordinary abilities, and individual strength was incredibly insignificant against the terrifying zombies. In comparison, this world was much luckier. However, this body has no talent. Chu Mo looked down at his delicate palm, a serious expression crossing his face. In an era dominated by powerful beasts, danger lurked everywhere. Humanity could only survive by relying on martial artists. Even possessing the lowest level of talent could allow one to walk the path of a martial artist. But having no talent at all in such an era undoubtedly meant not even qualifying to survive. The original owner had given up on himself upon realizing he had no training talent, ultimately leading to his demise, allowing Chu Mo to occupy the body. Crack! Just as Chu Mo was reflecting on his memories, the sound of a door opening suddenly broke the silence. He then saw a graceful figure push the door open. Around 17 or 18 years old, tall and with a refined appearance, her hair flowed like clouds. Her simple home attire was distinctive, but the only drawback was her somewhat cold demeanor. Seeing Chu Mo, she merely said lightly, "I'm back," before placing the items she carried on the table and returning to her own room. During this time, she did not say anything else to Chu Mo, not even glancing at him again. Staring at the closed door, Chu Mo felt somewhat astonished. But soon, a memory surged in his mind. Chen Shiwei was the daughter of his original owner's parents' friends. Both families were martial artists, forming a deep bond during a beast tide, maintaining a friendship so strong that when Chu Mo and Chen Shiwei were just toddlers, a betrothal was arranged. However, 2 years ago, Chen Ziwei's parents invited the original owner's parents on an expedition, resulting in both couples perishing. This immense blow left the original owner unable to accept the reality, leading him to blame Chen Shiwei's parents for the deaths of his own, even harboring animosity toward Chen Shiwei herself. This animosity was somewhat unreasonable. Moreover, from the memories Chu Mo obtained, since both families' parents had perished, Chen Shiwei had moved into Chu Mo's home to take care of him. More importantly, when Chu Mo was tested and found to have no training talent, while Chen Shiwei possessed exceptional martial arts aptitude. She still did not give up. She even risked great danger multiple times, venturing out of the base to hunt beasts in hopes of finding a way to change Chu Mo's talent. Each time she returned, she brought back the meat of the hunted beasts, hoping to subtly improve his physique. Even if he ultimately couldn't train, at least he would be stronger than an ordinary person. But unfortunately, the original owner never appreciated her efforts. He even repeatedly cursed at Chen Shiwei, calling her the murderer of his parents, harboring great resentment toward her. This led to a situation where, although they lived together, there was no substantial progress in their relationship, and it even grew increasingly tense. Truly unaware of the blessings one has, recalling the complete memories, Chu Mo felt a sense of emotion. Coming from a post-apocalyptic wasteland, he understood the weight of loyalty and companionship in such an environment. Especially since Chen Shiwei was not only stunningly beautiful, but also had exceptional training talent, making her almost a world apart from the original owner. Of course, as an observer, he had no right to comment on others' lives. However, since I've taken over your body, I will be Chu Mo from now on. I will live well in your stead. He thought to himself. Even though this body had no training talent, life must go on. No matter what, being able to live again was a good thing. Feeling a bit hungry, Chu Mo decided to prepare some food. However, when his gaze swept over the beast corpse that Chen Shiwei had brought back, he suddenly froze. His pupils contracted sharply. Under his gaze, he saw a line of illusory text appear on the beast corpse. Target: Level 1 Intermediate Beast, Purple Lightning Weasel. Collection possible. Would you like to collect? Chapter 2, Absorbing Lightning Attribute Talent, 3,000 Gene of Strength. This is a golden finger or my hidden talent? Staring at the line of illusory text before him, Chu Mo did not panic, but calmly analyzed the situation. After struggling for 5 years in the apocalypse and experiencing a rebirth, he had long developed a calm mindset in the face of major events. Why did the text appear on this beast and not on Chen Shiwei before? Could it be effective only on beasts? Or could he looked at the corpse of the purple lightning weasel, his eyes narrowing as he muttered, "Is it only possible to collect from corpses?" With the information currently known being too limited, Chu Mo couldn't draw a definitive conclusion, and no matter what, the emergence of this talent or golden finger is always a good thing. Chu Mo still planned to conduct an experiment. Thinking of this, he directly approached the corpse of the purple lightning weasel, extended his hand, and silently chanted, "Collect." The moment his words fell, a golden glowing hand suddenly appeared above Chu Mo's hand, reaching towards the corpse of the purple lightning weasel. When he returned, he found a purple circular electric arc in the golden hand. Collection successful. Gained secondary lightning attribute talent. Do you want to fuse? It turned out to be a lightning attribute talent. Chu Mo immediately showed a look of surprise. Since humans discovered they could absorb the aura of heaven and earth to transform themselves, a complete system has already been established after years of exploration and development. Generally speaking, the physique that a martial artist can awaken does not possess any attributes. It is just categorized into weak, secondary, inferior, medium, and superior. In addition to physique, there are also talents. Talents, besides having the same effects as physique, also allow martial artists to have a natural affinity for certain attributes. For example, in addition to the basic 5 elemental attributes of earth, water, metal, fire, and wood, there are also talents like wind, lightning, and light. If one can master a certain talent, they can gain affinity for it, enhancing their attacks with the attribute of that talent. The earth attribute can greatly enhance defense and strength. The wind attribute undoubtedly bestows agility and swiftness. Moreover, if the attribute talent is strong enough, there is even a chance to awaken a talent treasure technique. Undoubtedly, being able to awaken a talent will make a martial artist's strength much greater than that of others of the same level with only physique. And the secondary lightning attribute talent that Chu Mo just collected will enable him to master the attribute of lightning. Fuse. Without any hesitation, Chu Mo chose to fuse. Boom! Like a thunderclap on a clear day, a bolt of lightning suddenly roared within him, quickly coursing throughout his body. Wherever it passed, his muscles and bones rumbled as if they were being shattered and reassembled. An immense pain surged in his heart. But Chu Mo gritted his teeth and endured, not uttering a word. Fortunately, The pain came quickly and left just as fast. After a moment, all the pain subsided like a tide, replaced by a feeling of comfort. The area around his heart emitted a booming sound like a drum. With each heartbeat, an immense surge of blood energy flowed to his limbs and bones. At the same time, his skin displayed faint purple electric arcs, coursing all over his body. After a while, all the unusual phenomena finally came to a stop. Once everything was over, Chu Mo immediately extended his palm. With a thought, a purple electric arc appeared above his palm. It worked. Chu Mo was drenched in sweat, but he couldn't hide the joy in his heart. Let's see how strong I am now. After fusing the lightning attribute talent, Chu Mo felt that his strength had undergone a tremendous change, and he couldn't wait to experience it. Chen Shiwei, being a martial artist, often needed to train, so there was a dedicated training room in the house. In the training room, aside from some training equipment, there was also a strength testing machine that resembled a stone tablet, about 2 meters tall, with a digital display screen on top. This was not an electronic device, but a machine powered by martial energy. It was quite valuable. Generally, only powerful martial artists could afford it. Chen Shiwei was highly regarded for her talent by the academy, so she was specially allocated a private one for her use. At this moment, there was still a line of numbers displayed on the strength testing machine. 8,365 pounds. This strength testing machine is of the initial level, with a maximum limit of 10,000 pounds, which is the average for newly entering the martial artist realm. Chen Shiwei can actually output over 8,000 pounds. She must be very close to the martial artist realm. Seeing this line of numbers, Chu Mo's expression tightened. No wonder Chen Shiwei was valued by the school and praised as a martial arts genius. Martial artists are classified into apprentice martial artists, martial masters, and grandmasters. To reach the martial artist realm before the age of 20 is already a testament to exceptional talent. And Chen Shiwei, at only 17, is almost touching the threshold of the martial artist realm. Truly remarkable talent. I wonder how much strength I can exert? Chu Mo thought, taking a deep breath. Then he clenched his fist and suddenly struck the machine in front of him. Boom! With a slight tremor, the machine suddenly lit up, and a line of numbers appeared. 1,527 pounds. Seeing this number, a look of surprise appeared on Chu Mo's face. This was merely the strength he had just awakened with just his physical body. He already had such power, which was terrifying. Next, let's test the effect of a lightning attribute enhancement. Chu Mo's gaze sharpened as he silently summoned the lightning power within him. Then, he raised his fist again and struck hard. Crack! As his fist was enveloped in a layer of purple electric arcs, it struck the machine fiercely. In an instant, the machine vibrated significantly, and the previous number skyrocketed, quickly surpassing 3,000. Then it finally stabilized. 3,089 pounds. Seeing this line of numbers, Chu Mo's eyes lit up. 3,000 pounds. This was already the strength of a mid-level apprentice martial artist. The lightning attribute talent is indeed terrifying. Just awakened, I reached 1,500 pounds, and after using the lightning power, almost doubled. This is just a secondary talent. If I could collect a lower or even medium-level talent, how powerful would that be? Chu Mo clenched his fists, feeling a bit excited. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered the corpse of the purple lightning weasel on the table. Let's see if I can collect again. Leaving the training room, Chu Mo approached the corpse of the purple lightning weasel, extended his palm once more, and silently chanted, "Collect!" As the golden hand appeared again and scooped over the corpse, it brought up a red small orb. Collection successful. Gained. Chapter 3. Beast Blood and Body Refinement Technique. Obtained purple lightning weasel beast blood. Beast blood. Upon seeing this, Chu Mo's eyes immediately narrowed. In martial arts cultivation, besides the body refinement technique that everyone masters to absorb vitality, there are other auxiliary means. Beast blood is one of them. Beast blood contains powerful energy. If consumed during the body refinement technique, it can accelerate the body's tempering speed. The beast essence blood is the essence of the beast's entire being. Its effects are far more powerful than ordinary beast blood. However, beast essence blood is not easy to condense, and only martial arts grandmasters can perform such feats. Therefore, every appearance of beast essence blood causes a scramble from the original owner's memories. It was learned that a Tier 3 beast essence blood had appeared at the Liang base 3 months ago, causing a stir throughout the base. Almost all major families participated in the bidding, ultimately fetching an astronomical sum. This sparked a wave of discussion. Now, such a treasure was in Chu Mo's hands. Although the beast essence blood he possessed was merely the lowest tier, Tier 1 beast essence blood, it was the most suitable for him at this moment. It was indeed a significant gain. Chu Mo found a bottle to store it. He then, full of anticipation, planned to continue gathering. But at that moment, he discovered that the gathering technique had no effect. Target resource depleted, unable to gather. At the same time, some information surfaced in his mind. It was about the usage of the gathering technique. The gathering technique can only be used on corpses, whether human or beast. The types gathered can vary widely, ranging from martial skills, talents, physiques, to even essence blood, all of which have a chance to be obtained. Once a target is selected, it can be gathered without limitation until it is completely exhausted. If one wishes to change targets, a month of cooldown is required. Now it makes sense. With this understanding, Chu Mo finally felt relieved. At this moment, feeling a bit hungry, he casually took some ingredients and prepared to go to the kitchen to cook. In the room, Chun Shiwei was performing a series of strange movements. These movements were the best body refinement techniques condensed by the powerful martial artists of humanity after numerous attempts. There were a total of 21 movements. As long as all were completed, the body could absorb the external vitality from heaven and earth, achieving the effect of body tempering. Soon, Chun Shiwei finished a set of body refinement techniques. Feeling the surging blood energy within her body, she couldn't help but sigh. I'm still not strong enough. With such strength, it would be impossible to hunt the two-headed python in the next academy hunt. The two-headed python is a Tier 2 intermediate beast. Only martial artists can compete with it. The reason Chun Shiwei wanted to hunt, it was that she heard that the gallbladder of the two-headed python has the effect of enhancing one's physique. She wanted to give it to Chu Mo to improve his physique. Otherwise, if this continues, Chu Mo will be expelled from the academy. Thinking this, Chun Shiwei couldn't help but clench her fists. At this moment, it was already dark. Chun Shiwei temporarily set aside her heavy thoughts and planned to cook. Chu Mo, due to the death of his parents and the lack of detected cultivation talent, had completely given up on himself. Therefore, after she moved here, she cooked every day and took care of Chu Mo. But he did not appreciate it. Every time she thought of Chu Mo's cold attitude towards her, Chun Shiwei sighed again. Stepping out the door, just as she was about to cook, she suddenly caught a whiff of a delicious aroma. Walking into the living room, she saw the table already filled with food. The color, aroma, and taste were all superb, making her mouth water. You're out? Wash your hands and sit down. Dinner is almost ready. In the open kitchen, Chu Mo turned around and set upon hearing the noise. This scene caused the usually cold Chun Shiwei to show a hint of surprise on her face. Did you make this? After hesitating for a moment, she finally asked. Who else could it be? Zu Montag smiedet. While speaking, he ladled the prepared soup into a bowl and brought it to the table. Let's eat. Chu Mo called out. Chun Shiwei looked at Chu Mo, who was serving the rice, with a complex expression. Her heart was filled with countless words, churning within her. Silently sitting at the table, she watched as Chu Mo placed the rice in front of her. She originally wanted to say something, but after opening her mouth, she ultimately said nothing. They ate in silence. Neither of them spoke. The entire living room was quiet. After a moment, Chu Mo put down his bowl. I'm done. You can wash the dishes later. After saying that, he directly walked towards his room. Chun Shiwei looked at Chu Mo, leaving in astonishment, until he entered his room and closed the door, the words she wanted to say, still unspoken. She could hardly believe what she had just witnessed. For 2 years, Chu Mo had been immersed in his own world, and no matter what she did, he would not show any gratitude. And doing something like cooking a meal was something that had never happened before. It felt like a dream, she murmured. Turning back, looking at the table full of dishes, a barely noticeable emotion flickered across her cold and delicate face. But I would rather never wake up from this dream. Inside the house, Chu Mo let out a sigh of relief. He knew that what he did would cause Chun Shiwei to feel puzzled. However, he had no intention of explaining. It takes more than a day to freeze 3 feet of ice. The original owner had continuously hurt Chun Shiwei's heart for 2 years, and she must be close to despair. At this time, explanations were meaningless. The only way was to make a change through action. Of course, the most important thing was to improve his own strength. Discarding all distractions, Chu Mo took a deep breath, took out the purple lightning weasel beast blood, and drank it in one gulp. In the next moment, a violent and powerful force immediately spread within him. Without hesitation, Chu Mo directly performed the body refinement technique to absorb the energy contained in the essence blood, tempering his body. A month later, bang! Chu Mo used the power of lightning and then suddenly punched the power testing machine, which immediately shook violently, displaying a clear number, 2,134 pounds. Not bad. Seeing this number, Chu Mo nodded in satisfaction. Over the past month, aside from eating and sleeping, Chu Mo had been diligently practicing hard. Although his second-tier lightning attribute cultivation talent was formidable, he also understood that above second-tier cultivation talent, there were even higher levels of talent. Those gifted individuals with these talents progressed at a speed beyond his imagination. Therefore, he could only keep working hard, and work even harder. A month of diligent training, combined with the boost from the Tier 1 purple lightning weasel beast blood, resulted in him gaining over 600 pounds of strength in just a month. If he used the lightning power, it would double, breaking the 4,000-pound barrier. Undoubtedly, such a growth rate was extremely gratifying. In fact, according to reason, Chu Mo's rate of strength growth shouldn't be this fast. The reason for this was the beast essence blood. Just the essence blood of the purple lightning weasel had given Chu Mo at least a 400-pound increase in strength. If there were a continuous supply of beast essence blood, I could ensure that I would reach the martial artist realm within half a year. Chu Montag mom uretzaftli. Counting the days, it had been exactly a month time for the second gathering. So Chu Mo took a break, took a shower, and planned to go out shopping. This time, he aimed to select a better collection target outside to allow his strength to grow more rapidly. Chapter 4. Level 3 Fierce Beast, Earth Dragon Beast. Intermédiate cultivation physique. On the street, people were coming and going, bustling with activity. Among the passers-by, apart from a majority of ordinary people, there were only a few warriors exuding powerful auras. Chu Mo kept walking and quickly arrived at a commercial street. Level 1 low-grade Fierce Beast, Soil-Eating Worm. Only one left. Level 1 high-grade Fierce Beast, Wind-Chasing Wolf. Only 3 million. Bronze-level martial skills, being sold cheaply. The shouts of street vendors on both sides of the road were deafening. Since the great change in the world, humanity has relied on warriors to establish bases, making warriors the backbone of society, which in turn has spawned many industries related to martial arts. For instance, the items sold in the commercial street were all related to fierce beasts. As Chu Mo walked along, his eyes scanned the fierce beast corpses sold by the vendors. But unfortunately, most of them were level 1 fierce beasts. The best one was only a level 2 low-grade fierce beast, equivalent to the strength of a warrior in the early stage. His collection technique could only select one target per month. This time, his goal was to obtain a higher-level talent or physique to enhance his cultivation speed. Therefore, he aimed to choose the corpses of powerful, fierce beasts. Although strong power did not necessarily mean strong talent or physique, at least the chances of encountering good talents will be much greater compared to weaker, fierce beasts. However, after walking around, Chu Mo did not see any more powerful, fierce beast corpses, which left him somewhat disappointed. Just as he was planning to settle for the level 2 fierce beast, a sudden exclamation came from not far away. The wind-chasing hunter squad has returned. They have slain a powerful level 3 fierce beast. Someone exclaimed, and instantly, the entire street erupted in commotion. The wind-chasing hunter squad? They actually killed a level 3 fierce beast. This was rare. Let us go take a look. In an instant, many people gathered to watch, eager to see the wind-chasing squad and the level 3 fierce beast they had slain. On the street, Chu Mo was also taken aback. He had heard of the reputation of the wind-chasing hunter squad. They were a powerful squad in the Liang base, led by a captain named Wind-Chasing, who was said to have awakened an intermediate wind-type talent and had already reached the martial master realm. Under him were more than a dozen warriors at the late stage, or even early martial master stage. They were considered a relatively strong force within the base. Of course, what Chu Mo was more concerned about was the level 3 fierce beast they had hunted. A level 3 fierce beast was already comparable to human martial masters and surely possessed extremely strong talents. Let's go take a look. Chu Mo immediately made up his mind and followed the crowd. Soon, he reached the street corner and saw a surge of people. The wind-chasing hunter squad was quite famous in the Liang base, and many people idolized them. At this moment, everyone had gathered around, partly to admire the squad members and partly to see what a level 3 fierce beast looked like. As soon as Chu Mo squeezed into the crowd, he heard waves of exclamations. It was actually the Earth Dragon Beast. This the fierce beast that has been rampaging in the northern part of the base. It was said to have already entered the intermediate level of level 3, and many warriors had fallen victim to it, with even martial masters being devoured. The wind-chasing squad managed to hunt it down. Captain Wind-chasing must have already entered the mid-stage of martial master. How terrifying! Chu Mo looked over and saw more than a dozen warriors standing on the street, exuding powerful auras. One warrior spoke up. Our wind-chasing hunter squad is powerful. Captain Wind has already reached the mid-stage of martial master. We can hunt level 3 fierce beasts, and we are now recruiting members, requiring late-stage warriors or above. If you have attribute talents, we can lower the requirement to early-stage warriors. Chu Mo didn't pay attention to what he was saying, but focused his gaze on what was in front of them. A huge fierce beast corpse was placed on the ground. It looked somewhat like a pangolin, but was much larger, about 5 zhang long, with sharp fangs gleaming coldly. Even in death, it still emanated a heavy, oppressive aura. Standing in front of it made one feel breathless. Chu Mo noticed someone was carefully touching the corpse of the Earth Dragon Beast, so he squeezed over, taking advantage of the crowd's distraction to secretly touch the corpse. Pretending to be curious. Target: Level 3 Intermediate Fierce Beast, Earth Dragon Beast. Collectible. Would you like to collect? Information appeared before his eyes. Chu Mo did not hesitate at all and silently thought. Collect. Collection successful. Obtained Intermediate Cultivation Physique. Would you like to fuse? Got it. Looking at the prompt, a hint of surprise appeared in Chu Mo's eyes. He did not fuse immediately, but secretly hid the physique in his hand and quietly withdrew. Although he could continue collecting, Chu Mo was afraid that if he extracted the blood essence of this Earth Dragon Beast, it would alert the wind-chasing squad. So he decided to stop in time. After all, he had already obtained what he needed most, and there was no need to be greedy and take risks. This series of actions was extremely quick, taking no more than 3 seconds. Moreover, since Chu Mo was very discreet, no one noticed his unusual behavior. After leaving the crowd, he could still hear the wind-chasing squad member recruiting people. However, at this moment, Chu Mo had already started on his way home. Back home, he locked himself in his room. Chu Mo took out the collected physique, and a smile of uncontrollable joy appeared on his face. Intermediate Cultivation Physique. This was a white spherical object, about the size of a glass bead, containing extremely profound rules. After admiring it for a moment, he silently thought, Fuse. As soon as he finished speaking, boom, a surge of violent, mysterious energy rushed into his body, rampaging through his limbs and bones. Under such power, Chu Mo could feel his muscles and bones being continuously shattered and restructured, a cycle of breaking and reforming. Intense pain surged again. Fortunately, he was prepared, so he gritted his teeth and remained silent. After about 10 seconds, the pain subsided. Chu Mo was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. With previous experience, he now understood that this was the result of the fusion being completed. Let us see what effect the newly acquired intermediate cultivation talent has. Chu Mo took a short break, then stood up and began to practice the 21 forms of body tempering technique. After a quarter of an hour, a complete set of body tempering technique was performed. The next moment, a powerful warm current surged into his body from all directions, slowly flowing through his limbs and bones, tempering his body. This warm current was at least 10 times stronger than when he practiced with a lightning attribute talent before. Terrifying. The intermediate cultivation physique was indeed powerful. Performing it once was equivalent to practicing 10 times before. If this continues, even without the enhancement of fierce beast blood essence. I can enter the warrior realm within half a year, and if I have the enhancement of fierce beast blood essence, I can ensure I enter the warrior realm within 3 months. Feeling this cultivation speed, Chu Mo broke into a smile. Chapter 5. Surround and Hunt Trial. A killing intent arises. In the training room, Chu Mo was sweating profusely. His fists continued to strike the machine, causing the power testing machine to shake violently. Flashing one number after another. 3,289, 3,321, 3,275, 3,306. Bang! Chu Mo's last punch, infused with the power of lightning, struck the machine with a thunderous sound. The number jumped again and finally stabilized. 6,643. The medium-level cultivation physique is indeed formidable. In just a month, my strength has increased by over 1,000 pounds, allowing my physical power to reach the mid-level of a martial apprentice, and my ability to wield lightning power can even rival those at the late stage of martial apprentices. If I could get assistance from the blood of fierce beasts, my strength would improve even faster. Such a pace of progress is something even a recognized genius like Chen Shiwei cannot achieve. In other words, Chu Mo stood still, slowly calming his breath. While watching the numbers on the machine, a glimmer of brightness appearing in his eyes. Now, I can truly be called a genius of the Luoyang base. Medium-level cultivation physique. Secondary lightning attribute talent. If such news were to spread, it would be enough for countless major forces in the Luoyang base to extend an olive branch to him. In the academy, he would be promoted to an elite class and nurtured with the treatment of a genius. But I cannot do that. Chu Mo shook his head. I previously did not detect any talent and was recognized as an ordinary person. If I were to reveal my talent and physique now, it would likely attract malicious probing or even speculation. Having survived for several years in the apocalypse in my previous life, he deeply understood that human nature cannot withstand any trials. Even if revealing my talent and physique could ensure that I would never lack any cultivation resources, he could not take that risk. I can only rely on my collection skills to continuously enhance my strength. Only when I reach the realm of a martial master or even a grandmaster can I not fear any probing. And by that time, I can grasp my own destiny and have more options. Thinking this way, Chu Mo suppressed his excitement. After wiping the sweat off his body, he walked out of the training room, took some previously cooked meat from the refrigerator, and began to eat. He finished 5 pounds in no time at all. Cultivation consumes a lot of energy, so one must eat more to replenish it. And the current martial apprentice realm is still nothing. Chu Mo heard that those martial artists and even martial masters could consume dozens of pounds of meat in one meal. Only upon reaching the Grandmaster realm can one directly absorb the world's vital energy without relying on food for nourishment. After eating, he took a shower, changed his clothes, and planned to go out. He had not been to the academy for 2 months. After the great changes in the world, students no longer study cultural knowledge after graduating from high school, but instead advance to martial arts academies for training. Initially, some scientists proposed that children should build a foundation from a young age. However, it was later verified that vital energy is quite mysterious. Only when one reaches the age of 15, when the foundation in the body has already taken shape, can one detect talent and physique and practice body strengthening methods. Otherwise, if one forces cultivation before reaching the appropriate age, it would only harm the foundation. In severe cases, it could even lead to reversed vital energy, resulting in loss of life. Therefore, it was decided that full martial arts courses would only begin after high school graduation. Moreover, because cultivation is a relatively private matter, the management of the academy is quite loose. Normally, students cultivate at home and only come to the academy when they encounter confusion in martial arts or when the academy organizes a hunting event. This time, Chu Mo went to the academy because his class was organizing a hunting trial today. It was required that everyone must attend. Chen Shiwei went out to buy meat, so Chu Mo didn't pay much attention, simply leaving a note and closing the door as he headed toward the school. Half an hour later, Chu Mo arrived at the entrance of Luoyang First Academy. The Liang base has several martial arts academies and martial halls teaching students martial arts. Among them, the first academy is the strongest in terms of strength and faculty. Chu Mo excelled in cultural subjects during high school, so he was promoted to the first academy. However, he was found to have no cultivation physique or talent. In fact, many students like him are admitted to martial arts academies every year. Generally, those who do not show any talent are arranged to study at the fifth academy, which ranks at the bottom. But because Chu Mo had the protection of the genius Qin Shi Wei, the academy considered various factors and ultimately decided to keep him. However, this made him the laughingstock of the entire first academy. Every time he went to the academy, many people mocked him, believing he was just a useless person living off others and had no right to stay in the first academy. The original owner's intense hatred for Qin Shi Wei was partly due to this. In the original owner's view, Qin Shi Wei's actions were not genuinely for his sake, but merely to watch him make a fool of himself. Such thoughts seemed quite childish to Chu Mo. The first academy is the strongest academy in the Liang base, and only by staying here could he possibly improve his cultivation physique. All of this was Qin Shi Wei's well-intentioned effort, but the original owner was only immersed in his own world, continuously harming the other party. Shaking his head, he dismissed these thoughts. He walked into the academy and found his classroom. As soon as he entered, he saw everyone gathered around a young man dressed extravagantly and looking proud, all smiling and flattering him. Zhou Qi is indeed the genius of our class, reaching the peak of the mid-level martial apprentice in such a short time. With 6,000 pounds of strength, an increase of 600 pounds in 2 months is truly terrifying. It is said that the rewards for this class trial are quite generous. Not only 3 vials of first-level fierce beast blood, but also a top-grade martial skill of ordinary level. If all goes well, Zhou Qi should be able to win first place in this competition. Once he receives these rewards, he will smoothly advance to the late stage of martial apprentices. Maybe when he comes back, he will be included in the elite class. How enviable. The crowd exchanged words, filled with admiration. The elite class is the genius class of the first academy, currently consisting of only 23 members. Each one is a top talent of the younger generation in the Liang base. If one can enter the elite class, their future prospects are limitless. Seeing that fellow classmate Zhou Qi is very likely to enter the elite class, who wouldn't he be envious? Who would he try to curry favor? At this moment, the crowd's adoration made Zhou Qi feel proud. Just then, he suddenly spotted the newly arrived Chu Mo, his eyes lighting up. Chu Mo, you useless leech, you actually dare to come? Upon hearing this, everyone in the class instinctively turned their heads, glancing at Chu Mo. Chu Mo is here too? This waste has no cultivation physique. What is he doing here? This is good. It is said that Zhou Qi has liked Qin Shi Wei for a long time and has made many advances, declaring he would definitely win her over. And Chu Mo, as Qin Shi Wei's fiancé, is just a useless leech. If he participates in this hunting trial, Zhou Qi will definitely not let him off easy. A good show is about to unfold. The crowd's words were filled with schadenfreude. Sure enough, Zhou Qi pushed his way through the crowd and came to Chu Mo's front. His eyes filled with disdain and contempt. I didn't expect you to have the guts to participate in the hunting trial. But just right, I'll take this opportunity to tell you solemnly. He leaned closer and whispered, aren't you clinging to Qin Shi Wei? Then I'll let you see with your own eyes how she moans under me. His voice was filled with arrogance. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo's eyes narrowed. A cold glint flashing. You're seeking death. What? Do you want to kill me? Zhou Qi seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, bursting into loud laughter. Then turned to his classmates and said, look, this is the rage of the incapable, the tragedy of the weak. After saying this, he turned back. Zhou Qi pretended to straighten Chu Mo's collar and said with a half-smile, I know you must be wishing for my immediate demise right now, but I advise you to think about whether you can walk out of this trial alive first. After finishing his words, Zhou Qi laughed heartily and turned away. Chapter 6. Wilderness. He wants to kill me. Chu Mo's heart sank. The struggles for survival during the apocalypse in his previous life had made him accustomed to slaughter and death. In that era, the only one you could trust was yourself. Those who weren't ruthless couldn't survive. Chu Mo managed to struggle for several years as an ordinary person and ultimately died under zombie tide. thanks to his cautiousness and decisive actions. As for Zhou Qi, he first insulted Chen Shiwei and then expressed his desire to kill him. Moreover, this person was a promising martial artist, and if he wasn't dealt with early, he would surely become a significant threat. Although Chu Mo did not seek trouble, he understood the principle of cutting the roots when faced with danger. Thinking this, a chilling murderous intent flashed in Chu Mo's gaze as he looked at Zhou Qi. You want to kill me? Then I'll kill you first. After waiting for a moment, the two teachers at the martial artist level arrived. After counting heads and confirming that everyone was present, without any unnecessary chatter, they instructed everyone to get on a vehicle. This vehicle was also powered by elemental energy. After the weather changed drastically, all electronic devices had failed, and the tools and vehicles people use daily were replaced by those powered by elemental energy or elemental stones. The vehicle drove on, heading toward the area outside the base. Seeing the direction the vehicle was heading, some students were curious and couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, where are we going?" "To the wilderness outside the base." "What?" Hearing this, all the students in the vehicle were shocked. The wilderness outside the base was extremely dangerous, filled with ferocious beasts. Only martial artists had some self-defense capability to go out hunting. However, even so, it was fraught with dangers. They were merely a group of martial apprentices, most of whom were at the early stage of martial arts. And going into the wild was almost equivalent to delivering themselves to death. "Don't worry too much." Seeing that the students were somewhat frightened, the teacher smiled and said, "This time, we're going to the north of the city, where a Tier 3 ferocious beast, the Earth Dragon Beast, was originally lurking, but it was hunted down by the wind-chasing squad a few days ago. Subsequently, the base summoned over 10 hunting teams to clear it out, killing all ferocious beasts above Tier 2, thus opening up a hunting area of about 20 square miles. Now, that area only has Tier 1 ferocious beasts, making it a suitable trial hunting ground for the Academy. Moreover, both I and Teacher Lin will accompany you for protection, so there won't be any uncontrolled situations." Upon hearing this, the students relaxed. With only Tier 1 ferocious beasts and 2 mid-level martial artist teachers accompanying them, their safety would be greatly increased. As they spoke, the vehicle soon left the base, and after traveling a distance, it stopped. "We've arrived at our destination." Everyone got off the vehicle, curiously looking at the scene in the wilderness. Chu Mo was the same. It was his first time in the wild. Looking around, he saw what looked like a wild and untamed land, filled with towering ancient trees and tangled vines. If he hadn't just come out of the base, he would have thought he had entered a primeval forest. Elemental energy not only allowed humans to master extraordinary abilities, but also enabled ferocious beasts and even plants to mutate and grow. Just like these trees and vines, if they were to grow to this size in the past, it would have taken hundreds or even thousands of years. But under the nourishment of elemental energy, it only took a few decades. Some of those ferocious beasts had crawled out of spatial rifts, while others had mutated due to the nourishment of elemental energy. Because of this, the wilderness was indeed very dangerous. But alongside danger often came opportunity. The wilderness was also home to many precious materials. Some could enhance one's strength when consumed, while others could even awaken talents. These were often worth a fortune and could be sold for a high price back at the base. Moreover, although ferocious beasts were dangerous, they were treasures in themselves, which led to many hunting teams operating in the wild, hunting ferocious beasts. This hunting trial adopted a point system, calculating points based on the strength and level of the ferocious beasts killed. The first place would receive 3 vials of Tier 2 ferocious beast blood as a reward from the Academy, along with a bronze-level martial skill. The second place would receive 2 vials of Tier 2 ferocious beast blood, and the third place would receive 1 vial. Those below third place would receive no rewards. This is a communication talisman. If danger occurs, crush it immediately, and Teacher Lin and I will receive the message and come and rescue you. Don't think that having a communication talisman means you can rest easy. There are countless dangers in the wild, so remember to be cautious. All right, everyone, enter the wilderness now. This hunting trial lasts for 5 days, and you won't be able to come out until it's over. Such rewards could not be considered meager, especially the bronze-level martial skill. It made all the students eager to try. Therefore, once the teacher finished explaining the rules, All the students took their communication talismans and hurriedly entered the wilderness one by one. Zhou Qi, being the top student in the class, naturally went in first. After getting the communication talisman, he glanced back at Chu Mo, revealing a hint of provocation in his eyes, then strode confidently into the wilderness. Chu Mo remained indifferent to this provocation, his expression unchanged. Soon it was his turn. Upon seeing Chu Mo, the teacher's face showed a complex expression. It seemed he wanted to say something, but ultimately sighed and said, "You don't have the physique for cultivation, so once you go in, just stay in one place and hide well." "Thank you, teacher." Chu Mo expressed his gratitude for the kind reminder, then took the communication talisman and walked into the wilderness. Behind him, the teacher couldn't help but shake his head. The vegetation here is so lush. Once in the dense forest, Chu Mo proceeded cautiously. He didn't immediately start hunting beasts, but planned to look for traces of others. More specifically, he was searching for Zhou Qi's whereabouts. This person had insulted Chen Shiwei and harbored murderous intent towards him. So Chu Mo naturally wanted to kill him at the first opportunity to eliminate future threats. Unfortunately, this was a primeval forest filled with trees and vines, obscuring visibility. The students ahead had only walked a few steps faster than him and were already lost from sight. Since he couldn't find them for the time being, he decided to start hunting ferocious beasts while also training his combat skills. There was still plenty of time, and the area was only 20 miles wide. He would surely encounter something. Thinking this, Chu Mo calmed himself down and carefully made his way through the dense forest, remaining alert for any potential threats that might arise. The wilderness was fraught with danger, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Although he had a lightning attribute talent, making his killing power among the top of the talents, he was ultimately only second-rate and not invincible, so he had to be cautious and on guard. As he advanced, about half an hour later, Chu Mo suddenly stopped. He fixed his gaze ahead. In his line of sight, not far away, behind the cover of the dense forest, he saw a pair of eerie blue eyes. Behind those eyes was a body about 2 meters long, roughly half a meter tall, with limbs planted on the ground, revealing sharp fangs, staring at Chu Mo Tier 1 low-level ferocious beast. Iron Spine Dog. Chu Mo's eyes narrowed, and images of the common ferocious beasts recorded in the academy flashed in his mind. Chapter 7. Rampaging Giant Bear. Elemental B liquid wolves and dogs have a similar structure, often referred to as having copper heads, iron bones, and tofu wastes. The Iron Spine Dog, as the name suggests, has a very hard spine. To deal with the Iron Spine Dog, one needs to be cautious of its pounces and bites. As long as you dodge a few pounces, the Iron Spine Dog will lose its stamina. At that moment, even ordinary martial artists, as long as they are slightly cautious, can deal with it. But there is no need. Just as these memories surfaced in Chu Mo's mind, the Iron Spine Dog suddenly pounced over with a whoosh. Chu Mo's eyes narrowed, and without dodging, he directly threw a punch. Boom! With a punch infused with thunder and lightning power, it slammed into the Iron Spine Dog's head. A sudden sound of bones cracking echoed. The Iron Spine Dog's skull shattered, and it flew backwards, falling to the ground without making a sound. Instant kill. Enhanced by the lightning power, Chu Mo's punch had over 6,000 pounds of strength, comparable to a late-stage martial artist. The mere Iron Spine Dog was no match at all. Chu Mo shook his head. He then stepped forward. Using a small knife, he carried to sever one of the Iron Spine Dog's front legs. This was a token to prove he had slain the Iron Spine Dog. After that, Chu Mo took out several small bottles from his pocket, cut open the Iron Spine Dog's heart, and poured its fresh blood into the bottles. Beast blood. Although it was only from a low-level beast, the blood produced by it still had the effect of increasing strength for martial artists. After handling everything, Chu Mo continued on with the front leg and the beast blood. Time passed quickly. Before he knew it, the sky gradually darkened. In the dense forest, Chu Mo killed a mid-level beast, the Silver Ring Viper, with a punch, then wiped the blood from his face and stood still, slowly calming his breathing. After a day of fighting, along with the Silver Ring Viper, Chu Mo had already slain 7 beasts, all of which were mid-level or low-level. This significantly increased his combat experience, and his aura became sharper and more restrained. By the end of this day's battles, it was dark, and it seemed necessary to find a safe place to rest. Looking at the sky, Chu Mo said softly. At night, it's the paradise of beasts. Many powerful beasts would awaken, making the wilderness even more dangerous. Therefore, even those hunting teams would seek a safe place to rest at night, waiting for dawn. Although this area had no powerful beasts, Chu Mo had already experienced several battles and was somewhat fatigued. Moreover, he had obtained quite a bit of beast blood, which was just enough for some training. With this in mind, Chu Mo took the viper's gallbladder, filled the blood into bottles, and then left the area. Moments later, the sun completely set and night enveloped the earth. Inside a large tree hole, which was a mid-level mutated squirrel's den that Chu Mo had previously killed. He naturally thought of this place to find shelter. First, he set up several warning traps at the entrance. If anyone triggered them, they would give a signal. Being in the wilderness, one must be exceptionally vigilant. During the day, Chu Mo had also seen occasional communication signals appearing throughout the dense forest, likely indicating that some students had encountered unforeseen dangers. Although teachers were dispatched for rescue, whether those students could hold on until help arrived was still uncertain. In other words, even on the very first day of the trial, many might have already lost their lives. This was still a wilderness that had been cleared, with dangers significantly reduced. The true wild areas were undoubtedly much more perilous. Only by diligently improving one's strength can one survive in such an era. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Chu Mo entered the cave and took out the collected beast blood. One bottle was only half full. The blood from 7 beasts should not be this little. However, the beast blood used for martial arts training is not ordinary blood, but the heart's blood from the beast, which is the essence. A single beast, naturally, does not have much heart's blood. After killing 7 beasts, this was all he obtained, about 5 portions. Chu Mo estimated and then pulled out the bottle cork, taking a big gulp. The surging energy immediately spread throughout his body. Chu Mo did not dare to be negligent and quickly used his body tempering technique to begin training. At night, the roars of beasts echoed in the dense forest, while Chu Mo focused on refining his body, striving to enhance his strength. The next morning, Chu Mo woke up feeling energetic. Drinking a portion of beast blood last night had increased his strength by nearly 100 pounds, although the effect was not extremely powerful. If he could continuously drink beast blood, the benefits would be immense. Generally, after drinking a portion of beast blood, an ordinary martial artist would need at least a month to digest it. During this period, if they continued to consume it, it could easily lead to chaotic energy. However, the digestion time also depends on talent. The stronger the talent and physique, the shorter the interval. With Chu Mo's moderate training physique, along with a secondary thunder attribute talent, the required digestion time was 3 days. This means the next time he could consume beast blood would be after 3 days. Following this pace, he could consume it 10 times in a month. Even if it was low-level beast blood, it could increase his strength by 1,000 pounds. Chu Mo was quite satisfied with this progress. At the same time, he understood why martial artists with high talent and physique progress rapidly, while those with poor talent and physique advance slowly. It is essentially due to the digestion speed of beast blood combined with different talents and physiques, which affect the amount of natural energy that can be communicated through the body tempering technique. The gap between the two is not just 10 or 100 times. After a simple wash, he performed a set of body tempering exercises to warm up, then took out a large piece of beast meat he had cut off the previous night and started to roast it on the spot. Half an hour later, feeling full, he packed all his things and continued deeper into the dense forest. Yesterday, he had been wandering at the periphery, and the beasts he killed were all low-level and mid-level, which posed no difficulty for him. Today, Chu Mo planned to try his hand at a high-level beast to see where his limits lay. However, after walking a short distance, Chu Mo faintly heard intense sounds of battle ahead. His expression changed, and he moved closer. Reaching a thicket, Chu Mo looked over and saw an open area about 100 meters away, where a martial artist was fighting a beast. The aftermath of the battle was incredibly fierce, knocking down all the surrounding trees. The beast was a giant bear, towering at 4 to 5 meters, with a massive build and a heavy presence. Every move it made produced a terrifying sound of air being torn apart. The overwhelming power left the martial artist unable to defend himself, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. This was a rampaging giant bear. Chu Mo immediately recognized the origin of this beast. The rampaging giant bear is a high-level beast, possessing immense strength that even martial artists find difficult to handle. The Academy has records about it. Wherever rampaging giant bears appear, there are bound to be spirit bee hives nearby. The spirit bees within the hives are not particularly powerful, but they can produce spirit bee liquid, which can increase the body tempering speed for martial artists and even assist in digesting beast blood. If he could obtain the assistance of spirit bee liquid, it would greatly shorten the digestion interval for consuming beast blood. Such a good thing cannot be missed. With this in mind, Chu Mo rushed forward directly. Chapter 8. Encountering Zhou Qi. Mu Ji was very anxious in his heart. He was originally searching for beasts in the dense forest, but unexpectedly stumbled into the territory of a rampaging giant bear. The rampaging giant bear is a high-level beast, its strength comparable to a late-stage martial artist. While he had just entered the mid-stage of martial arts with less than 4,000 pounds of strength, how could he be a match for the beast? Thus, he planned to escape. But who would have thought that the raging giant bear believed he had intruded into its territory to steal honey and actually chased him down to attack? Left with no choice, Mu Ji could only face the battle. However, the raging giant bear was extremely powerful, and he was no match for it. As soon as they clashed, he fell into a disadvantage. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he would be defeated and become the bear's food. As for crushing the communication talisman to seek help, even if he crushed it, not to mention whether the two teachers could arrive in time, the key was that once he crushed it, his training would have to be halted. Mu Ji really didn't want to miss such a good opportunity for training outside. Thus, he hesitated until now. Just at that moment, Mu Ji's peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure rapidly approaching, and he was immediately overjoyed. "Classmate, come help me kill this raging giant bear, and we can split the spirit honey afterward." Before he could finish his sentence, he clearly saw who was coming. Chu Mo, what use is this waste coming here? Isn't he just asking for death? Mu Ji was instantly disappointed, just as he was distracted by Chu Mo's arrival. The raging giant bear found an opportunity and slapped down. Mu Ji couldn't dodge in time and was directly sent flying, his chest instantly caving in, and he flew backward, spewing a large amount of blood. When he landed on the ground, there was no more movement. Seeing this scene, Chu Mo, who had just arrived, couldn't help but frown. "You beast, how dare you act fierce? Watch me slay you." With that, Chu Mo took a step forward, raising his hand as a layer of purple lightning immediately wrapped around his palm, carrying the might of thunder, and smashed down toward the giant bear like a mountain. Boom! The punch hit the giant bear, and the immense force caused the bear's body to cave in. At the same time, the violent power of lightning rapidly spread across the giant bear's body, instantly charring its fur, and a smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Just one strike injured the giant bear, but at the same time, it also enraged it completely. Roar! 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 With a roar, the giant bear went completely berserk, its eyes turning blood red, swinging its massive paws wildly. Each strike shook the ground. In this situation, even Chu Mo did not dare to take it head-on, and could only dodge while counterattacking. The two engaged in a fierce battle. The raging giant bear was a top-tier fierce beast, immensely powerful, and in terms of strength, Chu Mo was not its opponent. However, the bear's movements were not agile, so Chu Mo could completely evade. Moreover, with his lightning power, he ranked among the top in terms of lethality. Therefore, the giant bear couldn't hit him, and with every punch he landed, the lightning power attached to it could penetrate the giant bear's body, disrupting its bodily functions. At this moment, Chu Mo skillfully dodged while calmly saying, "You beast, after being continuously injured by my lightning power, you're already at your last gasp. Let's see how long you can hold on." Sure enough, a few minutes later, the giant bear's breath began to decline continuously, and soon it became sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, seeing this, Chu Mo's eyes flashed, and he stepped forward, raising his fist and smashing it down towards the giant bear's head. Boom! Accompanied by an astonishing dull roar. The giant bear's head suffered a heavy blow and finally couldn't hold on, crashing to the ground. After twitching a few times, it fell silent. Seeing this, Chu Mo couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Indeed, top-tier fierce beasts are formidable. Even though he had killed the raging giant bear quite easily, in reality, he was only taking advantage of its clumsiness. If he were to be hit by it, he would either die or be severely injured, with no power to fight back. It seemed that speed was also crucial in combat. If he could find a wind attribute talent to make up for his shortcomings, his combat power could reach a new level. Chu Mo took a moment to recover and then planned to move forward to collect the spoils. However, just then, he suddenly sensed something and looked ahead. In the distance, a figure was rapidly approaching. When it arrived and saw the situation in the field, it immediately laughed and said, "Finding you was effortless. Chu Mo, I'm glad I ran into you." The newcomer was none other than Zhou Qi. This time, he participated in the trial not only to win first place and receive the Academy's rewards, but also with an important task. Ever since that third-tier fierce beast, the Earth Dragon beast, was slain, the base had dispatched more than 10 hunting teams to clear the fierce beasts in this area. His father, as a late-stage warrior, was among them. By coincidence, he discovered a hidden treasure in the lair of the Earth Dragon beast. Zhou Cheng was overjoyed at the time and planned to take it out, but unfortunately, there were too many people around, making it difficult to act. Therefore, he could only record the location and return to the base. Later, upon learning that the First Academy was organizing a trial, Zhou Cheng told his son, Zhou Qi, to retrieve it. According to his father, that treasure was likely a 10,000-year spirit essence, and it might also hide other things. But he didn't have time to investigate further at that moment. Just this alone was enough to drive Zhou Qi crazy. The 10,000-year spirit essence is the most exquisite treasure. It is said that after warriors use it, they can enhance their talent and physique. Just based on this, once such a thing spreads, even grandmasters would fight for it. If he could obtain it, with the 10,000-year spirit essence and the Academy's rewards, he could rapidly enter the warrior realm, and in the future, he might even aspire to become a grandmaster or reach even higher realms. At that time, a mere Qin Shi Wei would be within his grasp. The treasure was precious, and to keep the news hidden, ever since he entered the wild area, he had dispersed the followers around him and went alone to the treasure's location. But unexpectedly, halfway there, he encountered Chu Mo. Zhou Qi had long harbored murderous intent toward this person. It was just that it was not suitable to act in the Academy. But now that they met in the wild, Zhou Qi had no qualms about killing him. Thinking this, Zhou Qi said directly, "Chu Mo, have you thought about how you're going to die? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the Academy for killing me?" Chu Mo's expression was calm as he replied softly, "The Academy strictly prohibits students from killing each other. Once discovered, their cultivation will be abolished. You should know this. Who will know it was me who killed you?" Zhou Qi laughed mockingly, glancing around, and said, "Besides, even if the Academy finds out, what can they do?" Mu Ji encountered the raging giant bear and fought it fiercely to ultimately kill it, while you took advantage of Mu Ji's weakness to sneak attack and harm a classmate. I, Zhou Qi, happened to pass by and witnessed your cruel actions, so I couldn't help but be furious and kill the traitor Chu Mo. In this way, the Academy will not only not blame me, but will reward me. And once you die, Qin Shi Wei can be taken into my room. It's a pity, though. I initially wanted you to see Qin Shi Wei pleasing me under me, but now you won't be able to." As he said this, a look of regret appeared on Zhou Qi's face. "In fact, you and I have no deep-seated hatred. Under normal circumstances, a person as high and mighty as me wouldn't even notice someone as lowly as you. But the mistake lies in the fact that you, as Qin Shi Wei's fiancé, are just a waste without any cultivation talent, while Qin Shi Wei is my forbidden fruit. Being able to become Qin Shi Wei's fiancé is your luck. But it is also your misfortune, the misfortune of being a weakling," Zhou Qi said with a sigh. "You're right," Chu Mo nodded. Hearing this, Zhou Qi was somewhat surprised. Then, as if realizing something, he suddenly understood. "You don't really think that facing death, I would want to echo your words in order to beg for my life, right? That's impossible. You've misunderstood my meaning." Chu Mo shook his head, interrupting Zhou Qi's words. "What I mean is that Qin Shi Wei is my forbidden fruit." So, he looked at Zhou Qi, his expression calm as he said, "I can only ask you to die." As soon as the words fell, a surge of power suddenly erupted from him. Chapter 9. Kill Zhou Qi, Fuse Wind Attribute Talent. Before Zhou Qi could react, he saw a fist shadow wrapped in purple arcs of electricity, crashing down like a wave hitting the shore. This scene instantly left Zhou Qi greatly shocked. But he reacted quickly, his figure flashing like a ghost, dodging aside while simultaneously drawing the long knife he carried and sweeping it out. The knife gleamed with a cold light, sweeping away like a ribbon. However, this terrifying slash had no effect against the fist shadow, being completely obliterated. What? Zhou Qi's face was filled with shock, almost unable to believe. You actually broke my void-breaking blade. You have the strength of a late-stage martial artist? And a lightning attribute talent. This is impossible. You're just a recognized and capable waste. How could this be possible? Zhou Qi couldn't believe what he was seeing and exclaimed in disbelief. What you see may not be real. Chu Mo snorted coldly, his aura rising without a hint of hesitation, directly throwing another punch. The overwhelming power erupted like a heavenly river rolling back. Even if you're a late-stage martial artist. So what? I have a wind attribute talent. You can't hit me at all. Zhou Qi regained his senses and dodged Chu Mo's attack. Then, with a greedy expression, he said, "You were originally just a waste, yet suddenly possess such strength. You must have had a great opportunity. Once I kill you, I can seize your fortune." After saying this, Zhou Qi relied on his speed and the knife techniques he had practiced to engage in a fierce battle with Chu Mo. Although Chu Mo was strong, he couldn't hit Zhou Qi at all. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi could constantly maneuver thanks to his speed. If this continued, Chu Mo would undoubtedly be defeated. Realizing this, Chu Mo frowned but showed no signs of panic. He had both hands wrapped in purple arcs of electricity, looking majestic like a deity, continuously throwing out fist shadows to deflect Zhou Qi's long knife. Suddenly, Chu Mo seized an opportunity and threw a thunderous punch. Seeing this, Zhou Qi planned to rely on his speed to evade, but just as he was about to pull away, he suddenly saw a ball of purple lightning rising from Chu Mo's body, shooting towards him in an instant. Although Zhou Qi was very fast, how could he outrun lightning? Crack! The arc of electricity raged like a dragon, enveloping Zhou Qi with terrifying destructive power, striking him hard. Suffering such a heavy blow, Zhou Qi immediately emitted smoke from his body, screaming as he flew backward. He flew more than 10 meters before crashing into a large tree and sliding down. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Zhou Qi's face turned pale, yet his eyes were wide with disbelief. This is impossible. How could I lose to a waste like you? Zhou Qi was greatly affected. As a quasi-genius from the first academy of Liang Base, with a father who was a late-stage martial artist, Zhou Qi had grown up accustomed to being invincible among his peers. In the entire Liang Base, apart from the true geniuses of the elite class, there was no one among the younger generation he considered worthy of his attention. But today, he was defeated head-on by someone he had always looked down upon, a waste. How could Zhou Qi accept this? Chu Mo said nothing, only slowly approached, calmly standing before Zhou Qi and raising his fist. On his fist, the purple arcs of electricity flickered, carrying terrifying destructive power. You want to kill me? Feeling this power, Zhou Qi, already severely injured, felt a chill run down his back. A hint of panic flashed across his face, but then it turned to a fierce expression as he threatened, "You can't kill me. My father is a late-stage martial artist. If you dare to kill me, he will never let you go. Spare me, and I can tell you where secret treasure is hidden." Enough. Chu Mo's expression remained unchanged as he directly brought his fist down. With a loud crash, Zhou Qi's head exploded like a watermelon. At this point, Zhou Qi was dead. Chu Mo let out a breath of relief, took a moment to rest, and then began to loot the belongings of Mu Ji and Zhou Qi. Afterward, he cut off a bear paw and collected the blood of the ferocious beast. First, he chopped off a bear paw, then took out his water bottle and punctured the heart of the furious giant bear, letting the blood flow into the bottle bit by bit. The water bottle, which was only half full, quickly filled up. Meanwhile, the heart's blood of the furious giant bear had already drained. Finally, he searched around and quickly found the location of the Yuanling beehive. Using a clean water bottle, he collected all the unknowingly liquid. After finishing all this, Chu Mo turned his attention back to Zhou Qi's body. This person's strength was not particularly high, but the wind attribute talent he possessed during their earlier battle had left a deep impression on Chu Mo. Clearly only a mid-stage martial artist, yet he could rely on speed to engage with him and even gain the upper hand. If it weren't for his own lightning attribute talent, he might have been defeated this time. Chu Mo's collection skill had refreshed and could continue to be used. However, he was momentarily uncertain whether to use the refreshed skill on Zhou Qi. Now that he had a medium-level cultivation physique, he didn't lack for a higher-level physique temporarily, and it wasn't something he could access in a short time. Also, he had a lightning attribute talent to enhance his combat power. The only thing he lacked was agility. If he could obtain the wind attribute talent, it would greatly boost his combat power. With this in mind, Chu Mo made up his mind. However, before collecting, he still needed to find a safe place. The commotion they had caused during the fight was significant, and someone might have noticed. To avoid exposure, he needed to leave this place first. Carrying the bodies of Mu Ji and Zhou Qi, Chu Mo quickly disappeared from the spot. In a tree hole, after burying Mu Ji's body, Chu Mo looked at Zhou Qi's corpse. In front of him appeared a line of text. Target, Zhou Qi collectible. Would you like to collect? Collect. Chu Mo did not hesitate at all and directly extended his hand. In an instant, a golden phantom hand rose from his palm, grabbing at Zhou Qi's corpse. When it reappeared, he had already captured a ball of white wind. Collection successful. Obtained inferior wind attribute talent. Would you like to fuse? Fuse. As Chu Mo's voice fell, the wind ball entered his body, beginning the fusion process. It still shattered blood vessels and bones for reorganization. But for some reason, perhaps because Chu Mo's strength had already grown strong, this time the pain was significantly lessened. Moments later, the fusion ended. Chu Mo immediately couldn't wait to test the newly acquired wind attribute talent. He moved his body, and in an instant he transformed into a fleeting shadow rushing out. After a while, although a bit tired, Chu Mo returned with great excitement. His body felt much lighter, and his speed had increased by at least 3 times. The wind attribute talent was indeed powerful. Chapter 10, Great Harvest. Chu Mo was very excited. At this speed, even those ordinary martial artists cannot compare. In other words, with his current strength, Chu Mo, who possesses both lightning and wind attribute talents, already has the ability to compete with and even defeat martial artists. And these 2 talents he possesses are only of the second tier. It's hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if his talents continue to improve. Let's see if there are any good items to collect from Zhou Qi. Slowly calming his excited heart, Chu Mo approached Zhou Qi again, planning to continue collecting. Although the collection technique can only target 1 object per month, it allows for unlimited collection from that target. Collection. Chu Mo silently recited in his heart. Collection successful. Obtain bronze-level martial skill. Void / He actually collected a skill book? Chu Mo looked at the blue book that appeared in his hand, somewhat surprised. Upon opening it, he discovered that the description matched exactly with the sword technique Zhou Qi had used earlier. Could it be that the collection technique can gather not only talents and physique, but also the skills learned by the deceased? Chu Mo became increasingly aware of the power of the collection technique. Although this void / didn't pose much of a threat in Zhou Qi's hands, it was still a martial skill. Martial skills are quite precious. Even the most ordinary bronze-level ones are expensive and difficult for martial artists to obtain. In this class trial, being able to secure first place only yielded a bronze-level martial skill, which highlights its value. Zhou Qi, despite only being at the mid-stage of a martial apprentice, possessed a bronze-level martial skill, likely learned from his father, who is at the late stage of a martial artist. That is certainly a good find. Chu Mo nodded slightly, and then tapped the martial skill against his forehead. In the next moment, the entire book shattered, transforming into countless streams of light that surged into Chu Mo's mind. He learned all the techniques regarding this martial skill. Void / has a total of 3 layers. If he learns the first layer, he can cover the blade with a layer of blade light, and by the 3rd layer, he can even slash out a blade light. Previously, he saw Zhou Qi merely adding some cold light to his blade, indicating that he hadn't truly mastered it yet. Chu Mo felt a bit fortunate. Fortunately, Zhou Qi had not yet mastered it. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult for him to kill him. Continue collecting. Chu Mo placed his hand over Zhou Qi again, silently reciting in his heart. Collection successful. Obtained a treasure map. A treasure map? Chu Mo looked at the yellowed scroll he had extracted, absorbing it. In an instant, a surge of information flooded into his mind. The location of the lair of a level 3 ferocious beast, the Earth Dragon, suspected to be the treasure of 10,000-year spirit marrow. So, Zhou Qi came here for this. A gleam of excitement appeared in Chu Mo's eyes. He had heard about the effects of 10,000-year spirit marrow. If this information is true, it is definitely worth investigating. The target's resources are exhausted. Collection is not possible. At that moment, just as Chu Mo was about to continue collecting after organizing his feelings, he saw this prompt. He reluctantly withdrew his hand. But soon, a smile appeared on his face. It must be said that although Zhou Qi is despicable, the resources he obtained from him are quite useful. Second tier wind, attribute talent. Bronze level martial skill void slash. The treasure location of 10,000-year spirit marrow that enhances talent and physique. Each of these is a valuable treasure. In addition, there is the blood of a level 1 superior ferocious beast, the rampaging giant bear, obtained from its kill, and half a pound of spirit bee liquid. Additionally, from Muji, he found some proof of ferocious beasts, which can be exchanged for points. There are also 4 additional portions of ferocious beast blood. Finally, there are the items on Zhou Qi. A battle knife of first-tier superior quality. It has a decent value, and if one wanted to buy it, it would cost 500 yuan stones. However, aside from this battle knife, Chu Mo checked Zhou Qi's entire body but found nothing else. Chu Mo couldn't help but frown. Zhou Qi couldn't have gone into the wild trial without killing a single prey. So, he must have ferocious beast blood and proof on him. Yet, he couldn't find any now. While thinking this, Chu Mo suddenly noticed a small bag hanging from Zhou Qi's waist, which looked somewhat like a sachet, but was quite rough on the outside. Could it be? A guess suddenly arose in his mind. He took the bag down, held it in his hand, and after carefully examining it, he revealed a look of surprise. It really is a storage bag. A storage bag. It is a type of spatial bag that can store items, functioning like the principle of the mustard seed in the mountains. It is made from the fur of a ferocious beast called the sky-swallowing rat. Although this beast is small, it contains spatial power. If one can kill it and process its fur, a storage bag can be made. However, because the sky-swallowing rat is quite rare, storage bags are very expensive, and even martial masters cannot afford them. Moreover, the Liang base is a small base with few large merchant groups, so it's rare to see anyone with a storage bag. Unexpectedly, Zhou Qi even had such a rare item. In amazement, Chu Mo was extremely delighted. His belongings had gradually increased, making it inconvenient to carry. Now, with the storage bag, it solved the problem. He quickly infused his vitality, and soon the storage bag opened. Inside, there was about 2 cubic meters of space, filled with some of Zhou Qi's miscellaneous items, as well as proof of ferocious beasts and ferocious beast blood. Notably, there was also a pile of yuan stones. Since the great change in the world, due to the nourishment of vitality, the earth has gradually improved, causing some areas rich in vitality to produce yuan stone veins. These yuan stone veins allow martial artists to absorb them during cultivation. Because of the energy they possess, they have become a currency for transactions among martial artists. 635 lower-grade yuan stones. 12 portions of ferocious beast blood, including 3 portions of level 2 ferocious beast blood. Zhou Qi truly is my little fortune bringer. Looking at the haul, Chu Mo was very pleased. He immediately placed all the items into the storage bag, then hid the storage bag in his clothing. Now, Chu Mo had 21 portions of ferocious beast blood on him, including 3 portions of level 2 ferocious beast blood, plus half a pound of spirit bee liquid, over 600 yuan stones, and a battle knife. His net worth was quite impressive. Satisfied, he patted the storage bag, let out a long breath, and looked at the sky. It was already afternoon. There were less than 2 hours left until sunset, and it would be too dangerous to go out at night. Tonight, he would focus on cultivation and early tomorrow morning, he would set out to find the treasure location. Chapter 11. 10,000-Year Spirit Marrow, Talent Enhancement. First, let's test the effect of the Spirit Bee liquid. After burying Zhou Qi's body, Chu Mo returned to the tree hole, took out the Spirit Bee liquid, and took a sip. Wow! The moment this substance entered his mouth, it instantly melted, transforming into a warm current that surged into his limbs. Where it passed, his blood surged, and his heart beat vigorously. The ferocious beast blood energy that had remained in his body was also being rapidly digested. Seeing this, Chu Mo didn't dare to be negligent and quickly performed the body tempering technique. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. After practicing 10 sets of body tempering techniques in one go, Chu Mo stopped, drenched in sweat. Although he was extremely tired, his eyes were exceptionally bright. In just a few hours, the effect of the Spirit Bee liquid had completely worn off. The ferocious beast blood energy that had not yet been fully digested in his body was also almost entirely absorbed. The effect was indeed terrifying. What originally required 3 days to digest could be consumed in just a few hours. If I could obtain a continuous supply of Spirit Bee nectar, I could endlessly consume the blood of ferocious beasts. In that case, I could step into the martial artist realm in less than a month. But unfortunately, there's only half a gene of Spirit Bee nectar, which can only support my training for 10 days at most. This is somewhat disappointing. However, Chu Mo did not dwell on it too much. Shaking his head to dispel this thought, he wiped the sweat off his body and took out a bottle of ferocious beast blood, drinking it in one gulp. Let's continue. The next morning, Chu Mo was ready to go, stepping out of the tree hole. A night of training had allowed him to drink down 4 bottles of ferocious beast blood. The effects were extremely significant. He had gained at least 500 pounds of strength overnight. This meant that his physical strength had already reached 3,900 pounds. And with the enhancement of his lightning attribute talent, it had even approached 8,000 pounds. No wonder the children of large families train and grow faster. With the supply of various rare herbs and treasures, the time for refining their bodies is greatly reduced, allowing them to step into the martial artist realm in a short time. As Chu Mo thought about this, the sky had completely brightened. He took a piece of ferocious beast meat from his storage bag, roasted it, and began to eat. Half an hour later, he set off. After organizing his belongings and extinguishing the fire, Chu Mo set off on the road to find the treasure location. Following the map's guidance, he moved through the dense forest. After an hour, he suddenly stopped. It's right here. Looking at the underground cave that had completely collapsed into ruins, Chu Mo murmured. This is the lair of the 3rd-level Earth Dragon Beast. Although the Wind Chaser hunting team would surely search the lair carefully after killing the Earth Dragon Beast, the treasure location is very secretive and hard to discover. Zhou had only found it by chance. At that moment, Chu Mo entered the cave. The underground cave was deep, winding downward. He didn't know how long he had walked, but he finally reached the end. It was a huge stalactite cave. The surrounding walls were made of stone, and there were no other paths to take, making it look very spacious. Chu Mo's expression remained unchanged as he walked straight to a rock wall, feeling around with his hand. After a moment, he found it. Chu Mo's eyes lit up as he felt a slightly raised section of the stone wall, which looked very unremarkable. But with a slight push, his palm sank completely into it, as if being swallowed by the stone wall. However, Chu Mo knew that this was not something strange. It was merely a layer of natural camouflage. Without hesitation, he squeezed his body in. It felt like passing through a layer of viscous slime, and everything went dark for a moment before suddenly opening up. Before him was a small space, about 10 meters in size. In the center of the area, there was a sunken pool in the ground, which had already gathered a considerable amount of milky white spiritual liquid. Chu Mo focused his gaze and smiled. This object was indeed a rare treasure nurtured by heaven and earth, the 10,000-year spirit essence. He did not act immediately, but shifted his gaze to another spot. In the corner of the stone wall, there was a jade pearl floating, emanating a golden light, looking quite extraordinary. It is said that where heavenly treasures are born, there are often accompanying spiritual items. Could this be the companion item of the 10,000-year spirit essence? Chu Mo observed carefully, but did not recognize what this was. After thinking for a moment, he took it down and placed it in his storage bag, planning to check for any related records when he returned to the base. The priority was to use the 10,000-year spirit essence to enhance his innate physique. Chu Mo focused on the pool. The 10,000-year spirit essence did not need to be swallowed. It only needed to be applied to the body. He took off his clothes, approached the edge of the pool, and smeared the milky white spiritual liquid all over himself. Hiss! When the 10,000-year spirit essence covered his entire body, not long after, Chu Mo felt a coolness flowing into his body. His whole body felt warm, accompanied by a slight tingling sensation. Chu Mo knew that this was a sign that the 10,000-year spirit essence was starting to take effect. Several hours later, the spiritual essence liquid on Chu Mo's body was completely absorbed. He stood up, eager to practice a set of body tempering techniques. The 21 moves were quickly completed. Subsequently, a wave of vitality surged into his body, flowing through his limbs and bones. The speed of communicating with the vitality had increased by at least 5 times. Moreover, he could feel that his lightning attribute talent and wind attribute talent had also been enhanced. He just didn't know if he could see his own talents. Chu Mo lowered his head, wanting to see if he could check his talents. Just as this thought arose in his mind, a prompt appeared before him. Target: Chu Mo, physique, high-level cultivation physique, talent, low-level lightning attribute talent, low-level wind attribute talent. He could indeed see his own information. Moreover, both his talent and physique had indeed been improved. Chu Mo's eyes brightened, filled with joy. His physique had been upgraded to high level, and his talents had all been upgraded to low level. Compared to before, it could be said that he had overall improved a level. In addition, he noticed that his skin had become much smoother, and even channeling his blood energy felt smoother. Truly worthy of the 10,000-year spirit essence. Chu Mo exclaimed in admiration. The 10,000-year spirit essence could only be used once by a person. The second time would have no effect. And in the pool, there was still a thin layer left, barely enough for one more person to use. After thinking for a moment, Chu Mo decided to collect the remaining essence. As for the pool, he did not destroy it. Leave a line for everything. He would leave this opportunity here for the next fated person. After doing all this, Chu Mo left the cave by retracing his steps. His talents and physique had been enhanced. Next, it was time to slay ferocious beasts and train with all his might. He aimed to elevate his strength before the end of the hunt. Chapter 12. Return 6,000 pounds of physical strength. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Today was the day to exit the wilderness area. One by one, the classmates emerged from the dense forest and arrived at the assembly area. 2 teachers were already waiting. They counted the number of students and tallied the scores. Mei Guangtao, 13 points. Yuan Hani, 6 points. Wei Ning, 21 points. Lu Chun, 19 points. As each student came out, those who saw their scores near the top showed joy, while those who saw their scores at the bottom displayed disappointment. However, regardless of who it was, they all believed they could not seize first place this time. After all, Zhou Qi, the strongest in the class, had not yet emerged. If things went as expected, when Zhou Qi came out, he would surely have the highest score. With such thoughts, the students focused their gazes on the exit. Even the teachers showed expressions of anticipation. However, as time passed and the designated assembly time was about to end, Zhou Qi still had not come out, and everyone's expressions began to change. What's going on? Why hasn't Zhou Qi come out yet? He would have impossible. Zhou Qi is the strongest martial apprentice in our class. There is no way anything could have happened. But the wilderness is dangerous. No one can say for sure. What if Zhou Qi was just unlucky? The students began to discuss among themselves. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged from the exit. Seeing this scene, everyone was instantly invigorated, thinking that it was Zhou Qi coming out. But when the figure stepped out, many students were greatly disappointed. It turned out to be Chu Mo. This waste actually managed to come out alive? Incredible. Chu Mo ignored the discussions around him and approached the teacher, placing the package he carried on his back down, saying, "Teacher, this is my harvest." The teacher opened the package and, after careful counting, said with some surprise, a total of 103 points. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students all wore faces of disbelief. 103 points, the highest score among all the students who came out. In other words, if Zhou Qi really couldn't make it out, then Chu Mo would be the first. But how could that be possible? Chu Mo was clearly a waste who couldn't cultivate. How could he have obtained so many beast materials, coupled with the fact that the strongest Zhou Qi still hadn't come out? The teacher paused for a moment and asked, Chu Mo, did you see Zhou Qi in the wild area? Of course. Chu Mo couldn't tell the truth and shook his head, saying, no, still not telling the truth. Teacher Li beside him said sternly, then where did all these beast materials come from? Of course, they were obtained by my own hard work, Chu Mo said calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone was incredulous. It was well known that Chu Mo couldn't cultivate and was an ordinary person. According to their speculation, the reason Chu Mo could obtain so many materials was perhaps that Zhou Qi encountered an accident in the wild area, and Chu Mo just happened to pick up the luck. It seems Zhou Qi really encountered danger in the wild and met with misfortune. The teacher who was counting the points couldn't help but sigh, feeling regret. Zhou Qi was a good seed, with hopes of becoming an elite student. But as a result, he fell in this wilderness trial, buried in the belly of a beast. No one doubted that Zhou Qi was killed by Chu Mo. After all, that was indeed unlikely. If the two really met, it would surely be Chu Mo who died. Teacher, is there anything else? Chu Mo asked. No, you could get on the vehicle first. The teacher waved his hand and paused before continuing to Chu Mo. According to the rules, since your points are the highest, you are first, and the Academy's reward will be given later. Chu Mo nodded and returned to the vehicle, waiting to go back. One by one, the students also got on the vehicle. Soon, the vehicle started heading toward the base. On the way there, the vehicle was packed with over 40 people, but on the way back, only 32 remained. In one trial, more than 10 people were lost. This is the wild, dangerous, and cruel. Chu Montak, it's best for you to stay in the base during this time. If there's nothing urgent, try not to go out after returning home. Chu Mo's mind was still recalling the teacher's words after he selected the cultivation method at the academy. He of course understood what this meant. Zhou Qi's father, Zhou Cheng, was a powerful warrior in the later stages. Seeing his son die in a wild, how could he let it go? And Chu Mo was intricately related to Zhou Qi's death. Zhou Cheng wouldn't dare to hold the academy accountable, but he might just focus on Chu Mo. The outcome of an ordinary person being targeted by a warrior was predictable. Warriors were not allowed to act against ordinary people in the base, which was why the teacher said this, hoping Zhou Cheng could restrain himself a bit. But now I have already undergone a transformation. Chu Mo sneered. Ever since he obtained the 10,000-year spirit marrow to enhance his talent, he had been refining his body and fighting beasts for the next 3 days. With the help of the unknowingly liquid, Chu Mo constantly drank the blood of fierce beasts, and in just 3 days, his strength had grown rapidly. Just his physical strength alone had increased by 2,000 pounds. Bang! Chu Mo punched the power testing machine in front of him, and there was a loud bang as the machine shook violently. At the very top, a line of numbers jumped out. 6,021, just based on physical strength. He had 6,000 pounds of power. He had directly stepped into the later stage of a martial artist. Not to mention that he also had the enhancement of lightning attribute talent. The original inferior lightning attribute talent had given him double the power. And after obtaining the 10,000-year spirit marrow to enhance to the lower level, he could receive 4 times the enhancement. In other words, now, when Chu Mo threw a punch, he had at least over 20,000 pounds of strength. Chu Mo didn't know how terrifying 20,000 pounds of power was. But on the last day, he had punched a massive stone 2 meters in size. Just one strike turned it into powder. Plus, with the lower-level wind attribute talent providing nearly 5 times the speed enhancement, even against a mid-stage warrior, he had the confidence to compete. At this moment, the unknowingly liquid on Chu Mo's body could still support him for 6 days. He had 6 portions of secondary fierce beast blood and 23 portions of primary fierce beast blood left. With these, along with his high-level cultivation physique, Chu Mo was confident he could step into the warrior realm within 10 days. By then, even facing Zhou Cheng, a late-stage warrior, he believed he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Cultivate. Step into the warrior realm in the shortest time possible. After making up his mind, Chu Mo began to enter seclusion. fully devoted to enhancing his strength. Chapter 13. Peak Martial Disciple Luo Yanbu in the Luyang base, in the inner city, in a standalone villa. A middle-aged man with a dignified appearance and a powerful aura had a gloomy expression, roaring, "My son is dead, and up till now, we still haven't found out who the murderer is. What good is it to keep you around?" Zhou Cheng was filled with rage. He had been waiting at home for his son to bring back good news, but instead he received the bad news. How would he accept this? Opposite him, Kun Yin, a warrior at the initial stage, was being scolded, his head lowered and submissive. After a scolding, Zhou Cheng's anger subsided a bit, and he said in a deep voice, "Although my son Zhou Qi's strength is not high, there was only a group of primary fierce beasts in the hunting area. How could they kill my son? Moreover, even if he encountered danger, with his wind attribute talent, he shouldn't have missed the chance to send a message. So he must have been ambushed. Investigate. Find out if my son has any enemies and who he has had conflicts with. Get it all checked out for me." Hearing this, Kun Yin felt a bit bitter inside. He knew very well what kind of person Zhou Qi was. Proud and overbearing, he must have countless enemies outside. Trying to find out the murderer this way was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, just at that moment, he suddenly thought of something and said, "Speaking of this, I remembered something while I was gathering information. I learned that the young master once liked a martial artist from the elite class named Chen Shiwei, and Chen Shiwei has a fiancé named Chu Mo. This person has no cultivation physique or talent, and is only at the first academy because of Chen Shiwei, and he is a classmate of the young master. The young master is very hostile towards him, and has humiliated him many times. Yet, at the end of the hunting trial, this Chu Mo obtained countless fierce beast materials and became the top of the class assessment." Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng's expression changed slightly. "Why didn't TU report such important news immediately? I just thought this person was an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate. So I didn't pay much attention," Kun Yin replied. "Foolish." Zhou Cheng's face was uncertain, and he said in a deep voice, "This person has no cultivation physique, yet can survive in the hunt and achieve first place. He must be intricately related to my son's death. Even if he didn't kill him, he definitely saw my son's belongings. Kun Yin, you go personally and bring this Chu Mo to me." Hearing this, Kun Yin hesitated and said, "My lord, martial artists are not allowed to recklessly attack ordinary people within the base, especially since Chu Mo is the fiancé of an elite class student from the first academy. If this is discovered, we might be in a very passive position. Who said anything about killing him?" Zhou Cheng said in a deep voice, "I only asked you to bring him to me. I will personally interrogate him. If he is not the murderer, then that is fine. But if he truly is the one who killed my son, I will never let him go. Moreover, can't you be more discreet? As long as no one sees and there is no evidence, even if the base suspects it, they can't just act against me for an ordinary person." Hearing this, Kun Yin nodded. "I understand. I will do it right away," she said, and seeing that Zhou Cheng had no further instructions, she left. Once she was gone, Zhou Cheng could no longer suppress the rage in his heart and slammed his fist down on the table. With a loud crash, the table turned to dust. Zhou Qi was dead. Once a person dies, they cannot come back to life. So after the initial sadness, he had to let it go. However, the news of that treasure was of great significance. He could not afford to be careless. Muttering the name, Chu Mo, a glimmer of killing intent appeared in Zhou Cheng's eyes. "I'm back." Chen Shiwei entered with a large bag of beast meat, pushing the door open. She immediately saw the table filled with food. Ever since that day, as long as Chu Mo was home, he would prepare a meal waiting for her return. After the initial surprise, Chen Shiwei had now become somewhat accustomed to it. In the past, every time she came home, she had to keep encouraging herself in her heart to step into what she felt was a cold house with no warmth. But now, she even looked forward to coming back. After putting down the meat, Chen Shiwei washed her hands and went to the dining table. The dishes had already been touched. She knew that Chu Mo had finished eating. There was still some steam rising from the dishes, indicating that Chu Mo started cooking just before she was about to arrive, so she could eat hot food upon returning. Chu Mo hadn't said this, but Chen Shiwei could feel it. This was the first time she felt Chu Mo's concern, and such a trivial thing made her heart leap with joy. After all, compared to before, Chu Mo had improved so much. Every time she thought about it, It felt like a dream she didn't want to wake up from. After finishing her meal, Chun Shiwei washed the dishes, rested for a moment, and then went to the training room to start her intensive training. There was less than a month left until the school-wide hunt. She had to improve her strength to the martial artist realm within this month. Only then could she confidently aim for first place. At the same time, she needed to have the courage to face the two-headed python and slay it. Otherwise, Chu Mo would be expelled from the academy. Right now, I only have 500 pounds of strength, still 500 pounds short. Qin Shiwei, you have to work hard. After secretly encouraging herself, she planned to start training. But just then, she suddenly noticed a strange value on the strength testing machine in the room. 9,900. Strange, how could such a value appear on the strength testing machine? Could it be broken? Qin Shiwei was somewhat surprised. Thinking this, she didn't pay too much attention and planned to ask someone to come over to repair it tomorrow. She then set aside these thoughts and continued her workout. After several days of hard training, she finally reached a physical strength of 900 pounds. Just one step away from the martial artist realm of 10,000 pounds. However, this last 100 pounds had not increased at all. It seemed she had reached the peak of the martial apprentice level and needed to break through the bottleneck to enter the martial artist realm. In the room, Chu Mo's eyes were bright as he pondered. He didn't know how to break through the bottleneck. From what he knew, many martial apprentices faced this barrier. Some passed it quickly, while others struggled with it their whole lives. It seemed entirely dependent on chance, with no patterns to follow. Thus, Chu Mo didn't feel too anxious. Since there were no leads for the time being, it would be better to practice some martial skills first. Chu Mo took out a manual, on the cover of which was clearly written, Luo Yin Step. This was the reward he received from the academy for achieving first place, a bronze-level movement technique. He had had it for several days, but he had been so focused on strengthening his body that he hadn't started learning it yet. Now that he faced a bottleneck, he thought it was time to get started. The room was too small to practice, and the movements would be too loud, so he decided to go outside to train. With that thought, Chu Mo planned to go outside. He had heard Chun Shiwei's voice returning, so he didn't take his keys, closed the door, and went out. Chapter 14. Slaying a martial artist in the initial stage. In the woods, Chu Mo was practicing his movement technique. As a bronze-level martial skill, Luo Yin Step was certainly not trivial. If mastered, it would allow for rapid movement in a small area with speed comparable to teleportation, making it hard to track. However, the only difference from teleportation was that during the movement, a series of phantoms would appear along the path, like smoke and mist. These phantoms could create a certain level of distraction for opponents, making it difficult to accurately capture the target. The effect was indeed powerful. However, because of this, the training conditions were also very strict, requiring rigorous control of the martial artist's breathing, blood flow, and body flexibility. But Chu Mo possessed a low-level wind attribute talent, which naturally complemented movement techniques. Therefore, he faced no obstacles in his training. At first, he stumbled a bit, but as time went on, his mastery of Luo Yin Step deepened. After several hours, a figure darted back and forth in the woods, moving extremely quickly, resembling smoke. Often, in the blink of an eye, it would disappear without a trace. As expected of a bronze-level movement technique, it was indeed powerful. Chu Mo stopped, gasping for breath. A bit of sweat on his forehead, but a smile appeared on his face. After his hard work, he had successfully grasped the basics of Luo Yin Step. Now, with both thunder and wind double attribute talents, plus the breaking void blade and Luo Yin Step both at the beginner level, he had the strength to fight against mid-level martial artists and even defeat them. Feeling his strength gradually increasing was certainly a cause for happiness. Looking at the time, it was already late at night. Chu Mo planned to go home. However, just as he reached a small alley not far from home, he suddenly frowned and glanced toward the dark corner of the left wall. There, an old man slowly walked out. What a perceptive young man, the old man praised, walking up to Chu Mo and asking in a deep voice, "You are Chu Mo, right? Why are you blocking my way?" Chu Mo frowned and said softly, "I am Kanyan. I have come this time under the orders of my lord to invite you to a banquet." "No need for that," Chu Mo replied. "I don't know your lord, nor do I want to get to know him. Please step aside and do not obstruct my way home." Upon hearing this, Kunyin's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of sharpness. My lord is Zhou Cheng, a late-stage martial artist with the potential to advance to a martial master in the future. He is a powerful figure in the entire Liang base. Are you really unwilling to give him this face? Hearing this, Chu Mo was suddenly shocked. Zhou Cheng had indeed set his sights on him. No wonder. After all, for Zhou Cheng, not only was his son's death suspicious, but it also involved a treasure of heaven and earth. Naturally, he would not take it lightly. This time, Zhou Cheng sent someone to invite him, which was nothing more than wanting to extract information from him. As long as Chu Mo went, regardless of the final outcome, he feared he would not escape calamity. With this thought, Chu Mo looked at Kunyin and said slowly, "If your master comes in person, I will naturally give some face, but as for you, what are you?" Upon hearing this, Kunyin's expression immediately changed. Although he was a subordinate of Zhou Cheng, he was also at the initial stage of a martial artist and was considered a strong individual in the entire Liang base. But now he was looked down upon by a well-known waste who could not cultivate. This was simply a slap in the face for him. Not wanting to be humiliated, he declared, "Since that is the case, I will personally capture you and bring you before my master." As he spoke, Kunyin's face darkened, his figure flashed, and his hand turned into a claw as he reached for Chu Mo. He was a powerful martial artist at the initial stage, while Chu Mo was just an ordinary person. Therefore, Kunyin thought that with this claw, he would surely be able to capture him effortlessly. However, just as he was about to grab Chu Mo, he saw the latter disappear, leaving only a puff of smoke that obscured his vision. What a mysterious movement technique! Kunyin was somewhat surprised and instinctively praised. But then, as if realizing something, he suddenly came to his senses and exclaimed, "You can actually cultivate? The outside world claims you are just a waste, but I didn't expect you to hide it from everyone." Chu Mo remained silent and simply took out the battle knife he obtained from Zhou Qi from his storage bag and slashed it at Kunyin. Upon seeing this battle knife, Kunyin was taken aback again. "So it turns out that young master Zhou Qi was indeed killed by you. Since you know, then I can only ask you to die." With a cold snort, Chu Mo activated the Luo Yin step and instantly appeared in front of Kunyin, bringing down the knife. Rip! In an instant, a flash of cold light struck Kunyin's arm, causing blood to burst forth. "You brat, you're seeking death." Kunyin's face twisted in rage. The earlier slash was as swift as lightning. Had he not dodged in a moment of panic, it would have decapitated him. A dignified martial artist was actually injured in front of a martial apprentice and almost lost his life. How could this not make him both shocked and furious? Although his left arm was severely injured, greatly reducing his strength, he was still a martial artist. In his rage, he charged at Chu Mo with overwhelming and unstoppable power. Unfortunately, Chu Mo thought to himself, that knife could have killed Kunyin, but his opponent had rich combat experience and instinctively dodged, thus avoiding this fatal blow. But that was all. Although Kunyin was a martial artist, his strength was not significantly different from Chu Mo's. With the enhancement of the thunder and wind attributes, Chu Mo had already surpassed him in both strength and speed. Coupled with the use of 2 entry-level bronze-level knife techniques and movement techniques, he was completely overpowering. Therefore, it was a delusion for Kunyin to think he could turn the tide. After a few moves, Chu Mo seized an opportunity, his figure flickering and transforming into a wisp of smoke. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Kunyin. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly struck down on Kunyin's head with a knife. This time, Kunyin could not dodge in time, and his head flew off, blood gushing forth. His body fell to the ground, never to move again. Having cleanly dealt with a martial artist, Chu Mo let out a long breath. A martial artist at the initial stage had no ability to resist before me. I believe my current strength should be comparable to that of a martial artist at the mid or even late stage. But if I encounter a seasoned martial artist at the late stage, I might be somewhat outmatched. Zhou Cheng has already set his sights on me, and now that the person he sent has been killed by me, he will surely not let it go easily. Next time he might come personally. He has been in the late stage of martial arts for several years. I am afraid I am still not his match. I must quickly raise my strength to the martial artist level. Chu Mo thought to himself. Right now, he was still a martial apprentice. And although he was only one step away from becoming a martial artist, that step was like a chasm. If he could get past it, his strength would surely undergo a tremendous transformation. At that time, he would no longer have to fear Zhou Cheng. I have heard that if a martial artist wants to break through the shackles of their realm, there is another method, that is to break through limits in combat. It seems necessary to venture into the wild. With this thought, Chu Mo secretly made up his mind. Chapter 15. Martial Artist Guild. Su Xiao early the next morning. Chu Mo arrived at the martial artist supply hall within a base. This was a place that martial artists from the Luoyang base had to visit before heading into the wild. Here, there are the largest number of big shops where martial artists could purchase the best weapons and equipment at reasonable prices and quality. Even beast materials could be bought and sold here. Additionally, martial artists could also accept tasks here. Some factions and individuals would post tasks, inviting martial artists to help complete them in the wild, and upon meeting the conditions, they would receive task rewards. Generally speaking, many hunting teams would casually take on a few tasks while going into the wild to earn some extra money. Simply put, it was similar to the nature of a martial artist guild. Chu Mo came here intending to buy some essentials for living in the wild. The hall was bustling with people, and after casually looking around, he entered a larger shop. "Sir, what do you need?" A shop assistant approached and respectfully said, "Our Jade Tower sells various items, healing and recovery pills, beast materials, etc., at fair prices, and we guarantee honesty. I plan to go into the wild and want to purchase some essential supplies for survival. Do you have any recommendations?" Chu Mo asked. The shop assistant smiled and said, "Then our wild survival pack is the top recommendation. It contains pills for healing, recovery of vitality, concealing aura, plus insect repellent, military tents, survival rations, compressed beast meat, and distress signal flares. Almost every martial artist will equip a set, and its sales are particularly good." Chu Mo looked at it and thought it was quite good. Without hesitation, he directly ordered a set. A survival pack cost 300 yuan stones, and Chu Mo also purchased some additional healing and recovery pills, totaling about 600 yuan stones. He then left the shop with the assistant's respectful gaze. Yuan stones are precious. Being able to take out 600 yuan stones and appearing calm without any sign of concern undoubtedly indicated that he was a powerful martial artist. The reason Chu Mo remained calm was mainly that all these yuan stones were obtained from Zhou Qi, a windfall. Even if he spent it, he wouldn't feel heartbroken. After storing the survival supplies in his storage bag, everything was ready, and Chu Mo planned to leave the hall and head into the wild. Just then, he suddenly heard voices coming from not far away. "Please, help me, I beg you." A thin little girl stood in front of a martial artist, pleading desperately. The young martial artist looked troubled and said, "It's not that I don't want to help you, but your task is too difficult. The two-headed python is a mid-level second-grade beast, and it requires at least mid-stage martial artist strength. I simply can't fight it. Moreover, your task reward is just a useless beast egg that can't even be hatched. I'm powerless, sorry." Saying this, he hurriedly walked away. Other martial artists also ignored the little girl, bypassing her from a distance. Seeing this situation, a warrior who was originally standing not far from Chu Mo's side. Speaking of which, this little girl is really unfortunate. She lost her parents at a young age and became an orphan. Later, she was adopted, but who would have thought that after a few years? Her adoptive mother would also fall seriously ill. Truly, when it rains, it pours. To save her adoptive mother, this little girl has been here for many days. But the tasks she posted have gone unanswered. The main reason is that the two-headed python is too powerful, and its whereabouts are secretive, making it difficult to track down. Hunting it is really too hard. How pitiful. By the way, the pet egg she is offering as a reward for the task is said to have been incubated by her since childhood, and it hasn't hatched for over a decade. It might have some significance. Do you really believe that? It's just an ordinary pet egg. If it were something good, how could the little girl have fallen to this state? That's true. Several nearby warriors whispered to each other. Chu Mo listened, his eyes flickering. After thinking for a moment, he stepped forward. Su Xiao was despairingly slumped on the ground. Her adoptive mother had fallen seriously ill, and the doctor said that only the heart of a two-headed python could cure her. However, the two-headed python is powerful, and ordinary warriors find it hard to deal with. She couldn't offer a substantial reward to invite strong warriors to hunt it down. So she could only take out the ferocious beast egg that she had carried with her since childhood, hoping someone would take notice and accept the task. But unfortunately, everyone thought this ferocious beast egg was a defective product that couldn't hatch, so for half a month, her posted task still attracted no attention. The doctor said her adoptive mother didn't have much time left, and if this continued, "Hello, is this task still available?" Just as Su Xiaoxiao was about to lose hope, a cool voice suddenly rang in her ears. Su Xiaoxiao instinctively looked up and saw a handsome young man standing in front of her. She was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, surprised and delighted as she said, "Yes, the task is still available." It was the first time in half a month that someone had inquired. This made Su Xiaoxiao feel hopeful, but fearing she might have misheard. She cautiously confirmed, You want to take this task?" "Yes." Chu Mo nodded. Coincidentally, the place he was going to was in the vicinity of where the two-headed python appeared, so it was on the way. Upon receiving Chu Mo's affirmation, Su Xiaoxiao was overjoyed and immediately said, "Thank you, warrior." "Thank you. No need to be polite," Chu Mo replied. Then, Su Xiaoxiao led Chu Mo to accept the task. After completing all this, Chu Mo left the hall. There really is someone who took this task? Is he not a fool? The two-headed python is a second-level ferocious beast. Not to mention the difficulty of killing it. The price of a snake heart is not low, and using it to exchange for an unhatchable ferocious beast egg is a total loss. Maybe he just simply wants to do a good deed? Su Xiaoxiao's task was quite well known in the supply hall. Now that the task had been accepted, it naturally sparked some discussion. At one side of the hall, a tall girl with a gentle demeanor, looking only 18 or 19, stopped in her tracks. "Miss, do you need me to stop that young man?" said an old woman beside her in a low voice. The old woman was dressed in a blue shirt, with 3 golden-green leaves embroidered on her chest. Those with keen eyes could recognize that the green leaves were the symbol of the powerful force in Luoyang Base, the Jade Merchant Alliance. 1 green leaf on the chest signifies a martial apprentice. 2 signify a martial artist. 3 golden green leaves represent a powerhouse on par with a martial master. At this moment, this martial master-level powerhouse was showing great respect to the girl beside her. It was hard to imagine what sort of identity this girl had. Hearing the old woman's words, the girl shook her head and said, "Since someone has already accepted it, we don't need to intervene." The old woman nodded. Then she added, "Speaking of which, this young man's character is quite good. This task is clearly thankless, yet he still chose to take it. In this era, that's rare." "Indeed," the girl nodded, her gaze following Chu Mo as he left, showing a hint of approval. Chapter 16, Mount Daju, Wind-Chasing Wolf. After leaving the warrior supply hall, Chu Mo headed straight for the outskirts of the city. The main reason he took this task was that the place he was going for his training was in the same direction as where the two-headed python appeared. He had some ideas about the two-headed python. The snake gallbladder of the two-headed python has the effect of enhancing a warrior's aptitude. Although the effect is very weak and varies from person to person, it is still a treasure. If he could kill it, he could use the snake gallbladder and wouldn't need the snake heart. He could easily take on this task and get it done. After all, that little girl is quite pitiful. Although Chu Mo cannot be considered kind-hearted, since he had seen it, helping her a little without affecting himself wouldn't hurt. Moreover, he was also curious about that ferocious beast egg that hadn't hatched for over a decade. Half an hour later, Chu Mo successfully walked out of the city gate and arrived outside the base. Although Luoyang Base is just a small base, it has a grandmaster of martial arts stationed there, and there are many hunting teams within the base, making the area within 20 miles of the base relatively safe. To hunt even more powerful ferocious beasts, one must go further away. Chu Mo was going to the wilderness this time to break through his limits and advance to a martial artist. Therefore, his target was Mount Daju, 100 miles away. 100 years ago, Mount Daju was just a small hill within Luoyang's jurisdiction. However, after the great changes in heaven and earth, Blue Star expanded hundreds of times, and Mount Daju became a large mountain range stretching over 1,000 miles. The mountains are filled with towering ancient trees and rampant ferocious beasts, extremely terrifying. It is said that deep within the mountains There are third-level ferocious beasts comparable to martial masters, as well as fourth-level ferocious beasts on par with grandmasters of martial arts. There are even rumors of traces of ferocious beasts above the fourth level, but these have not been verified. As Chu Mo traveled, he thought about this. Third-level and fourth-level ferocious beasts are extremely terrifying. Even if Chu Mo encountered them, there would be no chance of escape. So this time he went to Mount-de-Ju. He only wanted to kill some second-level ferocious beasts on the outskirts to hone himself. If he could encounter the two-headed python, that would naturally be even better. Just as he was thinking this, whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of breaking air echoed, and a shadow rushed towards Chu Mo with a bang. A second-level ferocious beast. Hearing the whistling sound of the sneak attack, Chu Mo instinctively tensed up and quickly analyzed that this was the aura of a second-level ferocious beast. He drew his battle knife. When he sensed that the ferocious beast was close, he suddenly activated his wind attribute talent and the martial skill re-in-step. His figure flickered and turned into smoke. When he reappeared, he was already at the side of the ferocious beast. Slash! He swung the knife, and the battle knife accurately struck the beast's neck. There was a tearing sound, and blood spurted out. The sneaking, ferocious beast didn't have time to make any sound before it was split in two and fell to the ground. Only then did Chu Mo see clearly what this ferocious beast was. It was a second-level low-tier ferocious beast, the iron wire mantis. The iron wire mantis is considered the weakest among second-level ferocious beasts. But that doesn't mean its strength is weak. The iron wire mantis got its name from being parasitized by the iron wireworm. After the revival of spiritual energy, the two coexisted and merged, allowing the iron wire mantis to have the ability to devour metal and iron, and even be unafraid of water and fire. Especially its pair of front limbs with sharp claws, which can break rocks with immense power. The key is that there is venom on its front limbs. Once caught, it could either be severely injured or die. Therefore, although the iron wire mantis is the weakest among the second-level ferocious beasts, the number of martial artists who die at its hands each year is not small. In short, in the wild, no ferocious beast should be underestimated. Collect the blood of ferocious beasts. Chu Mo crouched down, opened the heart of the mantis, and dripped the heart's blood into a bottle. He then removed the two forelimbs of the iron wire mantis, which are the most valuable materials from this beast, and he could sell them for a good amount of yuan stones when he returned to the base. After finishing all this, Chu Mo continued on his way. Along the way, he encountered several ferocious beasts. Some he easily killed, while others were very powerful third-level beasts. Knowing he couldn't withstand them, Chu Mo relied on his wind attribute talent to avoid them from a distance. In just 100 miles, he encountered no fewer than 4 ferocious beasts that he couldn't resist. This made him deeply understand how dangerous the wild is. No wonder martial artists go out to hunt ferocious beasts in groups. The dangers of the wild make it easy for a lone person to fall to the attacks of these beasts. Chu Mo thought to himself. 2 hours later, he finally arrived at the outskirts of Mount-de-Ju. Once here, the number of ferocious beasts increased sharply, and the danger greatly heightened. Chu Mo became more cautious in his actions. Although he had the wind attribute talent and the Luo Yin step, which made his speed more terrifying than ordinary martial artists. There are always stronger opponents out there. If he carelessly provoked a more powerful ferocious beast, even he couldn't be sure he could escape. Since he had reached Mount-de-Ju, he could settle down to fight and cultivate. He aimed to step into the martial artist realm in the shortest time possible. At the same time, he wanted to master both his movement technique and swordsmanship. After setting his goals, Chu Mo began to look for ferocious beast targets to fight at the outskirts of Mount-de-Ju. The number of ferocious beasts here was abundant. It wasn't long before he encountered a suitable target, a wolf with a size of 3 meters, covered in dark green fur, with flowing hair and his sharp teeth glinting with a cold light. This was a second-level low-grade ferocious beast, the wind chaser wolf. A serious expression appeared in Chu Mo's eyes. Although it was also a second-level low-grade beast like the iron wire mantis, their combat power was not on the same level. At this moment, the wind chaser wolf had already caught the scent of Chu Mo and immediately howled before charging at him with a roar. Howl! The wind chaser wolf galloped with lightning speed, pouncing towards Chu Mo like a sharp sword. Luo Yin step. Chu Mo activated his movement technique and wind attribute talent, and in an instant, he floated several meters away. Then, he unleashed the breaking air blade, which shimmered with a layer of cold light, reflecting dazzling brilliance as it slashed towards the wolf's head. Bang! The battle knife fell with unstoppable force, but the wind chaser wolf was also very fast, swiping a paw at him. At the moment of collision, Chu Mo's body staggered back a few steps, while the wind chaser wolf was sent flying. It fell to the ground but quickly got back up, lowly growling. However, Chu Mo keenly noticed that the paw that had just made contact with his battle knife was trembling continuously, even seeping some blood. It broke through its defense. Its strength is not greater than mine. Seeing this, Chu Mo felt a sense of relief. Although he was just a martial apprentice with a physical strength of 900 gene, under the enhancement of his low-grade lightning attribute talent, his strength was comparable to 50,000 gene. In terms of strength, he could easily crush the wind chaser wolf. Kill. With his confidence greatly boosted, Chu Mo once again used his movement technique to rush towards the wind chaser wolf with incredible speed. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, the man and the wolf had exchanged blows more than 10 times. After a moment, the wind chaser wolf, having taken several hits, finally weakened, giving Chu Mo the opportunity to strike down with a single blow, sending its vicious head flying. The wind chaser wolf was dead. Chapter 17 Dual City Assessment. Chun Shiwei steps into the martial artist realm. As time passed, night gradually fell. In the wild, there were numerous dangers, especially at night when many powerful and dangerous ferocious beasts became active. Experienced martial artists usually prepare hiding places in advance. On a tree with a trunk about a meter thick, Chu Mo carved out a hollow and laid down a thick layer of leaves to create a shelter. Sitting in the hollow, Chu Mo began to calculate his gains for the day. Although there were many ferocious beasts in Mount Deju and many dangers, his breaking air blade had already reached the first layer, allowing him to cover the blade with a layer of blade light, greatly increasing its power. And if he encountered fast ferocious beasts, he could rely on his wind attribute talent, and Luo Yin stepped to engage with them. Thus, by the end of the day, he had achieved significant results. He had killed as many as 8 second-level ferocious beasts, obtained 10 portions of second-level ferocious beast blood, in addition to some precious second-level ferocious beast materials. Altogether, these were worth at least several thousand yuan stones. For an ordinary person, this was wealth that could take decades to earn, but for a martial artist, it only took a day. This is the difference. After sorting all the materials into categories, Chu Mo took out a bottle of ferocious beast blood and drank it in one gulp. The violent energy rampaged through his body. Chu Mo didn't hesitate, activating the 21 forms of body tempering technique to slowly absorb it. Although his strength had already reached the limit of a martial apprentice, and he could only grow by breaking the shackles, he still didn't give up and continued to refine his cultivation bit by bit. In the following period, Chu Mo would fight ferocious beasts during the day to hone his martial skills, and at night, drink ferocious beast blood to enhance his strength. Although his power had not increased, he noticed that his physique was gradually strengthening, and his talent was being increasingly refined. Hunting, cultivating, and then hunting again, day after day. Chu Mo's swordsmanship and movement technique were rapidly improving. Just as Chu Mo was immersed in his training at the first academy of the Luoyang base, all the students had gathered to prepare for this year's school-wide hunt. The academy square was filled with a dense crowd of students. In front, an old man stood on a high platform. Although he looked old, he stood tall and straight, exuding a vigorous aura, like a spear ready to pierce the sky. This man was Shun Jin, the principal of the first martial arts academy of the Luoyang base, and also one of the 5 pillars of the base. Having reached the realm of a grand master in martial arts, students, this year's academy hunt will be different from previous years. This year, our Luoyang base will join forces with the Changfeng base for a dual city trial. In other words, Shun Jin said solemnly, this time, the hunting trial will not only include students from our first academy, but also students from other academies and martial arts halls within the base. as well as all martial arts academy students from the Changfeng base. What? Dual city trial? With the participation of all academies and martial arts halls from both bases. The scale of this trial is going to be huge. Hearing Shun Jin's words, all the students present changed their expressions. Both the Luoyang base and the Changfeng base were small bases. Because they were close together, there were occasional joint trials in previous years. Generally speaking, such trials would have more abundant rewards, but correspondingly, the dangers would also increase significantly. For a moment, many felt a bit uneasy. On the platform, Shen Jin observed the expressions of all the students and said loudly, "I know what you are worried about. Just as you think. This trial assessment will take place at the outskirts of Mount Dezhu, and its danger level is something I don't need to elaborate on. You all understand. Therefore, in this assessment, students are allowed to form their own teams freely, and they can also choose to forego the exam. Of course, along with danger comes opportunity. Both major bases are offering generous rewards for this assessment, with the top 10 teams or individuals potentially receiving rewards including, but not limited to storage bags, martial arts techniques, beast blood, and elemental stones. At this moment, all the students changed their expressions. Although they anticipated that this assessment would be very dangerous, they never expected it to take place on the outskirts of Mount Shu. There are quite a number of level 3 and even level 4 fierce beasts in that area. For a time, many students who considered themselves weak began to back down. However, some students were eager to try. Among them, especially the 20 or so individuals standing at the front of all the students. They are the elite class students of Luoyang First Martial Arts Academy. Only 23 of them, but each one can be called the pride of the Luoyang base. In the elite class lineup, Chun Shui noticed that Chu Mo was not among the crowd and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This assessment trial is too dangerous. She could barely take care of herself, and since Chu Mo has no cultivation, if he participated, he could easily encounter an accident. Now that she saw he didn't sign up for the assessment, Chen Shiwei felt relieved but also couldn't help but sigh slightly in her heart. Who wouldn't want their loved ones to be a genius? 3 days ago, I successfully stepped into the warrior realm, and my strength has greatly increased. This trial must secure a spot in the top 10 and slay the two-headed python. Only then can I exchange a chance to change Chu Mo's talent. Feeling the vigorous and powerful blood energy within her body, Chen Shiwei couldn't help but clench her fist secretly. "Shiwei, let's team up." At this moment, a young man with a long sword on his back and a graceful demeanor approached Chen Shiwei, revealing a gentle smile as he spoke softly. He looked at Chen Shiwei, and his eyes unabashedly showed a hint of admiration. Guokun, a genius from the elite class of the First Martial Arts Academy. At just 19 years old, he has already reached the early stage of a warrior. It is said that he not only has a medium-level cultivation talent, but has also awakened a medium-level swordsmanship talent. In terms of combat power and talent, he is among the best in the entire Luoyang base. Moreover, Guokun is also quite good-looking, enjoying high popularity within the academy. However, many were heartbroken because Guokun, apart from his cultivation, does not show much interest in outsiders, only harboring affection for Chen Shiwei. Now that Guokun came to invite Chen Shiwei to team up, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, feeling the gaze of many around her and seeing Guokun's passionate look, Chen Shiwei subtly frowned. "I appreciate the kind offer, but I don't plan to team up." Chen Shiwei shook her head and said, Chen Shiwei actually rejected him? Guokun personally invited her, and she actually turned him down? My goodness. Many students were stunned to see Chen Shiwei refuse. In fact, many within the academy were quite optimistic about the pairing of Chen Shiwei and Guokun. After all, both were strikingly good-looking and had extraordinary talents, destined to climb to greater heights together in the future. But who would have thought that Chen Shiwei would stubbornly cling to her useless fiancé, showing no interest in outsiders at all? Even to Guokun, she would not give any extra attention. This left many feeling quite regretful. Well then, if that's the case, remember to be careful. Guokun's face showed a hint of disappointment, but he did not press the issue further. He simply offered a word of caution before returning to his own team. It's almost time. Everyone, please board the vehicle in an orderly manner. We will depart in 5 minutes. With the headmaster, Shinjin, finishing his speech, all the students boarded the elemental, stone-powered vehicles. Soon, the vehicle started and headed towards the wilderness. Chapter 18. Advancing to Warrior. Rejected? On the vehicle, a young warrior sitting next to Gwakun smiled and said, "Yeah." Gwakun nodded and said, "It's okay. I've been rejected many times already. Just keep pushing forward." The warrior, also from the elite class, patted Gwakun on the shoulder to comfort him. Gwakun nodded in agreement, saying earnestly, "In this dual city assessment, I will strive for a spot in the top 3 or even first. I want Shinshue to know that I am worthy to stand beside her." As he said this, his expression was resolute. The convoy traveled through the wilderness. Along the way, they occasionally encountered some fierce beasts observing them, but the vast majority, upon seeing such a large convoy, showed fear and quietly retreated. After all, in this era, although humanity has stepped down from the position of the ruler of all beings, they are by no means pushovers. Human warriors possess extraordinary strength as well. A century of fighting has made many fierce beasts deeply understand human bloodiness and cruelty. Of course, there are also some fierce beasts that still want to charge forward. However, the convoy was accompanied by strong individuals dispatched by the academy and base, including several martial masters. Under their escort, these fierce beasts were quickly frightened away. Those that did not retreat had mostly met their demise. By noon, the convoy finally arrived at the outskirts of Mount Shu. As they arrived, the competing students sent by Changfeng Base also began to arrive one after another. Notably, among the students sent by Changfeng Base, the first one, who looked to be around 18 or 19 years old upon arrival, displayed an arrogant demeanor as he scanned the entire venue. He then disdainfully curled his lips and said, "Liang Base is really becoming more and more pathetic. They don't even have a single capable fighter." As soon as these words were spoken, the students from Liang Base looked over in shock. "What did you say? How dare you say such arrogant words? You really don't know what you're talking about. Are you looking for a fight?" They couldn't believe someone would underestimate them like that. "Just wait until the trial begins. You'll know what it means to suffer from your own words," the warriors from Liang Base said indignantly. However, their words were met with laughter from the students of Changfeng Base. "Save it. Do you really think you could defeat Su Guang? That's just laughable. Su Guang is our strongest genius from Changfeng Base, with a high-level swordsmanship talent. He is already at the mid-stage of a warrior and has great hopes of stepping into the Grandmaster realm in the future. I heard your strongest fighter is just a warrior with medium-level swordsmanship talent. What do you think you can use to compete with Su Guang? It's truly laughable. By the time we reach the wilderness, you probably won't even be able to withstand a single blow from Su Guang." Ha ha ha. The students from Changfeng Base were quite arrogant. Hearing this, all the warriors from Liang Base clenched their fists, filled with anger. But at the same time, they were also filled with shock. High-level swordsmanship talent. That truly qualifies as a real genius. In Liang Base, they couldn't even find a single young person with high-level cultivation talent. Therefore, although they were furious, they knew they were no match for Changfeng Base and could only forcefully swallow their anger. Seeing the scene, the proud young man named Su Guang from Changfeng Base sneered disdainfully, "A bunch of ants. The first place in this dual city assessment is mine for sure." Before long, the month-long dual city assessment officially began. After the teachers read out the rules and rewards, they announced the assessment officially begins. As the words fell, all the students entered the forest separately. "Shiwei, let's go in together." A petite girl came to Chen Shiwei and invited her. Chen Shiwei thought for a moment and nodded. The two then entered the dense forest together, quickly disappearing from sight. Chu Mo was unaware of the events surrounding the dual city assessment. During this time, he had been fully immersed in his cultivation, constantly fighting, constantly training. The results are quite gratifying. His void-breaking blade and Luo Yin's step have reached the second layer of mastery in combat, and both his strength and agility have undergone a tremendous transformation compared to before. Although his power seems the same, Chu Mo can now easily defeat his former self. This is growth. In the tree hole, Chu Mo slowly completed a set of body-refining techniques, compressing the absorbed vital energy again and again. Only when this energy completely merged into his body did he let out a long breath. Initially, he planned to go out as usual to hunt fierce beasts for their blood, but unexpectedly, boom, at that moment, he suddenly felt a jolt throughout his body. his hair standing on end, and a series of thunderous sounds echoing from his bones. The sound was continuous and resonant. Hair standing on end. Thunderous sounds. Could it be? Chu Mo's expression changed, and without time to think, he hurriedly drank another mouthful of second-tier fierce beast blood, then directly executed the body, refining technique again. Over and over, Chu Mo lost track of how many times he practiced the body refining technique, or how much time had passed. When he finally came to his senses, he found himself covered in a layer of black grime, emitting a foul odor. Inside his body, a powerful force surged, constantly circulating through his limbs and bones. He could feel that a certain shackle within him had been invisibly broken. The I Ching washing marrow. Thunderous sounds. Indeed, he had advanced to the martial artist realm. Clenching his fists and feeling the vigorous power of his blood, a smile appeared on Chu Mo's face. He had come out here to reach the martial artist realm, and now that goal had been achieved, it was quite fulfilling. Not far away, there was a pond. After scanning the area and finding no fierce beasts lying in ambush, he jumped into the pond. The water was cool, continuously washing his pores and cleansing the filth. After bathing, Chu Mo took a nap. The next morning, he woke up feeling refreshed. With his battle knife, he began searching for fierce beasts to fight. After advancing to the martial artist realm, his strength had significantly increased. First, his physical strength had broken through the 10,000 gene limit. Secondly, his absorption of vital energy, recovery ability, and 5 senses had all been enhanced. Even the boost from his talent had seen some growth. After breaking through the 10,000 gene strength, the addition of lightning attribute power allowed him to compete with mid-level martial artists using just his physical strength. However, he still had some gap to cover compared to late-stage martial artists. But this gap could be completely compensated by the speed boost from his wind attribute talent. This also meant Chu Mo sliced the second-tier medium fierce beast in front of him in half with a single strike. Standing still as his gaze became sharp, murmuring, "I am no longer afraid of Zhou Cheng." It seems it was time to return to the base. Coincidentally, after advancing to the martial artist realm, his original body refining technique could no longer keep up with his training progress, and he needed to switch to a more advanced body refining technique, which he could buy at the base's large shop. With this in mind, after collecting the materials and blood from the fierce beast, Chu Mo planned to leave. However, before leaving, Chu Mo had one more thing to do. Chapter 19. Killing the Two-Headed Python. In a secluded valley, ancient trees towered high, their canopies large, with light filtering through the leaves, casting a mottled and dim glow. Chu Mo held his battle knife, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he sensed something, and his expression changed as he stopped in his tracks. His gaze fixed on a certain spot ahead. On a sturdy tree, 2 large heads peeked out from the dense canopy, for cold eyes staring at him, exuding a chilling aura. Behind the heads was a massive body, coiled around the trunk, roughly 30 meters long. It was a python. Moreover, it was a 2-headed python. The python before him was entirely green, its skin glistening with a cold sheen, giving off an indomitable feeling. This aura clearly indicated it had reached the level of a high-tier, second-tier, fierce beast. A serious expression appeared in Chu Mo's eyes. High-tier, second-tier fierce beasts were comparable to late-stage human martial artists. The 2-headed python could be considered one of the most troublesome fierce beasts, not only due to its hard body that was difficult to injure with blades, but also because it was highly venomous, deadly to those who encountered it. Even several late-stage martial artists of the same level would find it hard to contend with. At this moment, the 2-headed python looked down at Chu Mo, its cold eyes glimmering with malice. To it, anyone daring to trespass into its territory would become its prey. Chu Mo was also observing the 2-headed python before him, his blood energy surging. The 2-headed python wanted to swallow him, and he wanted to slay the 2-headed python to obtain its snake gall and heart. Hiss! Suddenly, the 2-headed python let out a roar, then abruptly lunged forward, one of its heads pouncing down, its massive jaws wide open, as if it intended to swallow Chu Mo whole. A foul wind rushed towards him, mixed with a nauseating toxic mist that threatened to make him vomit. Such speed! Chu Mo was startled. Although the two-headed python was large, its speed was incredibly swift. As its head descended, it almost surpassed the speed of sound, creating a series of explosive sounds in the air. Chu Mo immediately activated his talent, and the Luo Yin step was also engaged, his body floating backward, retreating over 10 meters in an instant to avoid the python's attack. But at that moment, the other head suddenly struck down as well, accompanied by a whistling sound as if a massive rock were crashing down like waves against the shore. The force was so terrifying that even the air screamed. Undoubtedly, if struck by such a head, one would be turned to dust in an instant. In the face of such power and speed, even another seasoned late-stage martial artist would not dare to confront it head-on and could only desperately dodge. However, at that instant, Chu Mo slightly bent his body. His battle knife pointed diagonally at the ground. He gazed at the descending head of the two-headed python, his eyes sharp, and with a sudden spring-like leap, he transformed into a streak of black light, rushing toward the giant python. Clang! A faint sound of a knife echoed in the silent forest. A glimmer of light appeared on the battle knife, followed by a flash of cold radiance, carrying an unstoppable force as it sliced toward the python's head. Bronze-level martial skill. Void-breaking blade. Puchi. This strike was so stunning that although Chu Mo had struck later, it seemed to possess a sense of striking first. As the long knife fell, a splash of red blossomed from the python's neck, then spread out like a blooming plum blossom. In the next moment, the plum blossom burst apart, exploding like fireworks. The head of the two-headed python shattered and fell into the grass. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The two-headed python let out a shrill cry as one of its heads was severed, causing it to roar in agony. At the same time, its remaining head glowed with a hint of crimson, clearly driven to madness. As expected, the remaining head of the two-headed python raised itself and spat out a thick stream of green liquid at Chu Mo. This was the python's venom. Seeing this, Chu Mo hurriedly used the Luo Yin step to dodge. Zizizi, the venom splashed onto a patch of ground, and the terrifying toxin immediately corroded a large area, creating a pit. This poison was indeed horrifying. Chu Mo was secretly shocked, and then he dared not be negligent, fully unleashing the Luo Yin step, and in an instant arrived in front of the two-headed python, taking advantage of the opponent just spitting venom and not having time to catch its breath. He continuously swung his battle knife. As his long knife fell, deep wounds that exposed the bone appeared on the body of the two-headed python. The intense pain twisted the giant body of the python in the jungle, and its immense strength destroyed countless trees. The area within 100 feet was in ruins. However, Chu Mo relied on his speed talent, constantly dodging back and forth, and did not suffer any harm at all. After a moment, Chu Mo sensed the aura of the two-headed python beginning to decline and immediately understood that it was starting to struggle. Sure enough, with a hiss, the python spat out venom again, let out a shriek, and then turned to escape. Want to escape? Seeing this, Chu Mo immediately chased after it, channeling his internal energy to the utmost, and the battle knife was covered with a dazzling cold light, slashing down at an angle. With one slash, the brilliant knife light tore through the void and heavily landed on the remaining head of the two-headed python. With a muffled sound, the ferocious python head soared into the sky, spraying a large amount of blood, which then fell like heavy rain. That huge head crashed heavily to the ground. Until death, there is still a trace of fear and confusion in its eyes, as if it had never expected to die here. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. This battle with the two-headed python seemed short in time, but actually consumed a lot of his internal energy. If it weren't for just advancing to a martial artist, he probably wouldn't have been able to take it down so easily. However, regardless of anything, he still won. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. Chu Mo smiled slightly and walked to the corpse of the two-headed python, first digging out its gallbladder and heart and storing them in a prepared bottle. In addition, he also removed the poison sac. The venom of the two-headed python was extremely toxic. Even a martial master would undoubtedly die if touched by it, making it the most valuable material on this python. He could sell it for a good amount of money back at the base. After finishing all this, Chu Mo tidied up and prepared to leave Mount Daxu. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly sensed something and looked up, his gaze directed into the distance, faintly hearing some noises. What was that sound? Chapter 20. From high above to a world apart in the dense forest. A petite girl was frantically fleeing. Behind her, several wind-chasing wolves were in hot pursuit. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, they wouldn't have died. Du Jing ran for her life, recalling what had happened not long ago, her eyes filled with regret. Originally, she had teamed up with Chen Shiwei to hunt level 2 ferocious beasts on the outskirts of Mount Daxu, but unexpectedly discovered dozens of wind spirit herbs. This was a type of spiritual herb that grew after the great change of heaven and earth, capable of bearing a fruit called wind spirit fruit, which, when consumed, could enhance a martial artist's comprehension of wind attribute talent. She possessed a weak wind attribute talent, so she wanted to collect some to improve her abilities. However, they unexpectedly encountered students from Changfeng Base. The other party wanted to snatch them, and Du Jing naturally refused, leading to a fight. During the battle, students from Liang Base and Changfeng Base continuously joined in, escalating the conflict. Eventually, even Guo Kun from Liang Base and Su Guang from Changfeng Base joined in, turning it into a large melee. Due to the huge commotion, it attracted the attention of the guardian ferocious beasts of the wind spirit herbs, a large pack of wind-chasing wolves. Although these martial artists were elites, only a handful were actual martial artists, while the rest were merely martial apprentices. Faced with dozens of level 2 ferocious wind-chasing wolves, and even a level 3 wind-chasing wolf king that was already half a step into the 3rd level, they were naturally no match. With such a large disparity in strength, they quickly fell to the wolf pack. By the time she escaped, more than a dozen martial artists from Liang Base had already died, and she was about to follow in their footsteps to be devoured by the wolves. Feeling the power within her gradually depleting, Du Jing became increasingly desperate. She didn't want to die, but she was about to die. At that moment, ahead of her, a figure suddenly burst out from a thick tree and charged towards her. This figure looked somewhat familiar. Is it Chu Mo? Why is he here? Du Jing widened her eyes in disbelief. As one of Chen Shiwei's few friends, Du Jing naturally knew Chen Shiwei's fiancé, Chu Mo, and had met him a few times. In fact, she had even advised Chen Shiwei to leave Chu Mo as soon as possible. After all, in her view, these two people were not from the same world. Wasn't Chu Mo not participating in this trial? How could he be here? This thought flashed through Du Jing's mind. In the next moment, she saw Chu Mo holding a battle knife, like lightning, crossing over her and charging toward the few wind-chasing wolves behind her. Chu Mo, are you crazy? That is a level 2 ferocious beast. Du Jing instinctively shouted. However, before she could finish her words, they were abruptly cut off. Her pupils constricted sharply. Under her gaze, she saw Chu Mo swing his knife, and a fiercely charging wind-chasing wolf was cut in half. At the same time, 2 other wind-chasing wolves had already pounced over. But Chu Mo's figure flickered, suddenly appearing several meters away. Then he swung his long knife, and with a flash of cold light, 2 dull thuds sounded in succession. 2 savage wolf heads soared into the sky. The bodies fell to the ground, no longer moving. Du Jing's eyes went wide. She stood there in a daze, her mind completely blank. The 3 level 2 wind-chasing wolves that had chased her to a dead end were just killed like that. How is this possible? Moreover, wasn't Chu Mo just an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate? Why did he have such formidable strength? One slash killed a low-level wind-chasing wolf, and it was so effortless. This indicated that Chu Mo's strength was at least at the mid-level of a martial artist. He might even be at the late stage of a martial artist. What did he become so powerful? Or was it that he had been hiding his strength all along? After killing the 3 wind-chasing wolves, Chu Mo began collecting the ferocious beast blood. A moment later, he turned around and saw that the elite class student was still standing there in a daze, looking lost. Zu Montag Faunet. Is this what elite class students are like? In the wild, surrounded by ferocious beasts, yet they dare to stand there in a daze. Isn't that asking for death? Du Jing didn't realize that her evaluation in Chu Mo's mind had dropped considerably. At this moment, noticing Chu Mo's gaze, she finally came to her senses. Chu Mo, Thank you for saving me. She looked at Chu Mo with complex eyes, feeling gratitude, but more with shock. After witnessing this scene, Du Jing finally realized that Chu Mo was not an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate. On the contrary, he was very powerful. Although she didn't know why Chu Mo chose to hide his strength, Du Jing wisely did not ask. She understood that everyone has their own secrets. If one wants to live long, it's best not to be too curious. No need to be so polite, Chu Mo said. He was quite satisfied that Du Jing didn't ask anything else. Then he curiously asked, "By the way, how did you end up here?" Du Jing then roughly explained the situation. As she spoke, Du Jing finally recalled what had happened earlier, a look of anxiety appearing on her face. Right? At that time when we were in a melee with the warriors from Changfeng base, both Guokun and Qin Shiwei were injured by Su Guang. Later, when we encountered a pack of wolves, I got separated from Qin Shiwei while escaping in a hurry. I have no idea how she is doing now. What? Upon hearing this, Chu Mo's pupils contracted. He never expected that Qin Shiwei had been injured. Moreover, she had encountered a pack of wind-chasing wolves. Escaping would surely not be easy. No, I need to go check on her. With this thought, Chu Mo dared not stay any longer. After saying a few more words to Du Jing and confirming the direction, he activated his wind attribute talent and quickly left. Behind him, Du Jing looked in the direction Chu Mo had departed, a complex expression in her eyes. In the past, Chu Mo had excellent academic performance, a gentle personality, and top-notch appearance and demeanor. When she first developed feelings, she admired him. However, later, upon discovering her own good martial arts talent, while Chu Mo was just an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate, she gradually distanced herself from him, cutting off her feelings. We are from two different worlds. At that time, she told herself this in her heart. Now, Du Jing gave a bitter smile. They were still from two different worlds. The difference was that back then she was high and mighty, considering herself extraordinary, looking down on Chu Mo as if he were an ant. But now she had fallen into the dust, while Chu Mo was like the wind and moon in the sky, pure and clean. She could only look up to him, even finding it hard to catch up. It was like the difference between clouds and mud. Forget it, she sighed, cutting off the last unrealistic fantasy in her heart. Shaking her head, Du Jing turned and walked toward the exit. Having been injured and facing such a crisis, she had lost the courage to continue the trial and could only choose to retreat. Chapter 21. Fist Shakes the Proud. On the other side, Chu Mo followed the direction given by Du Jing and searched ahead. After a moment, he vaguely heard a commotion coming from the front. He immediately held his breath and moved closer. Not far away, in a broken clearing, a woman dressed in white, with a graceful appearance and unparalleled beauty, stood there holding a long sword. At this moment, this fairy-like woman had a cold expression, her gaze indifferent as she looked ahead. In front of her stood a proud young man with an arrogant demeanor. What a beautiful girl, and what's more difficult is her decent talent. I am Su Guang, the genius of the First Academy of Changfeng Base, endowed with high-level swordsmanship talent. My future is limitless. If you are willing to serve me as a servant, you will have a bright future. How about it? Su Guang stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the woman with a glint of desire in his eyes. The woman was none other than Qin Shiwei. She did not speak, merely pointing the long sword in her hand at Su Guang. Her eyes became resolute at this moment. This action undoubtedly expressed her determination. Stubborn. Seeing this, Su Guang's eyes suddenly flashed, and his expression darkened. Daring to defy me is seeking death. You have no one to blame. With these words, he said no more, and his whole body suddenly charged forward. In midair, his aura surged violently, crushing forward like a raging river. The mid-stage warrior's cultivation was unleashed without reservation at this moment. Faced with such overwhelming force, Qin Shiwei did not take a step back. She merely pursed her lips and held her long sword in response. Although she had entered the warrior realm and possessed decent talent, she was still only at the initial stage of a warrior. Under such pressure, she was like a small boat amid stormy waves, on the brink of capsizing at any moment. Sure enough, within just a few moves, Qin Shiwei was sent flying, spitting out a large mouthful of blood mid-air before crashing to the ground. She tried to prop herself up to stand, but suddenly tasted blood in her mouth again and coughed up another mouthful. Look at how weak you are now. Truly pitiful. Su Guang stepped forward slowly, looking at Chen Shiwei's frail appearance, shaking his head in disdain. Then he added, I will give you one last chance. Will you submit to me? Chen Shiwei still had a cold gaze, her expression showing no fluctuations at all. It was as if she was not the one seriously injured. She did not speak, but her attitude clearly expressed her feelings. Watching this scene, Su Guang's face grew more sinister. As a peerless genius of Changfeng base, ever since he revealed his talent, even grandmasters of martial arts had rushed to take him as a disciple, and no one in the entire base dared to defy him. He could have whatever he wanted. How long had it been? How long had it been since he encountered a woman who was so unyielding? At this moment, Su Guang also felt impatient. Since you refused to submit, even at the cost of your life, then I will grant your wish and send you on your way. With those words, Su Guang raised his long knife and aimed a slash at Chen Shiwei. Feeling the cold glint from the knife, Chen Shiwei's heart trembled, and she slowly closed her eyes. She could feel the breath of death approaching, yet she felt no fear. All that remained in her heart was regret. She had not seen more scenery, nor traversed more mountains and rivers. More importantly, she had not helped Chu Mo find a way to make up for his talent. I'm sorry, I ultimately couldn't help you, she thought to herself, silently sighing. Su Guang's battle knife was about to fall, just as it seemed Chen Shiwei would die here. A loud shout rang out from not far away. How dare you? When the voice sounded, the person was still at a distance. But by the time the voice fell, he had instantaneously reached Su Guang's side. At that moment, both the injured Chen Shiwei and Su Guang felt an overwhelming pressure, like waves crashing against the shore, sweeping in. Chen Shiwei was taken aback. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. She opened her eyes to see who had come, but could only vaguely see a young man in black rushing over, holding a battle knife, enveloped in purple arcs of electricity, charging forward rapidly. She wanted to see clearly, but suddenly felt a wave of emptiness within her. The next moment, her vision went dark, and she fainted. Who dares meddle in my affairs? At this time, Su Guang also reacted, feeling a gust of wind coming from behind, instinctively startled. Just then, he saw a handsome young man racing toward him. This person was none other than Chu Mo. Hearing the commotion, he rushed over, just in time to see Su Guang about to attack Chen Shiwei. How could he endure that? He immediately unleashed his full strength, activating his lightning attribute talent, causing his vital energy and blood to boil like a volcanic eruption. The Luo Yin step was also activated at this moment. In that instant, Chu Mo was surrounded by a thick layer of purple arcs of electricity, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction, as if it came from the heavens above. Feeling this aura, Su Guang's expression changed drastically. Who are you? You talk too much. Chu Mo said nothing further, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. He raised his hand and suddenly smashed a fist towards Su Guang. Boom! The sound of breaking air suddenly rang out, like thunder erupting from the ground, akin to a giant wave crashing on the shore. A massive shockwave rippled out within a radius of dozens of meters. Lightning attribute talent activated, with his 10,000 gene strength, multiplied by 5 times, a force exceeding 50,000 genes. It came crashing down. Su Guang's expression changed instantly, seeing that this punch was about to smash down. At this critical moment, he hurriedly activated his energy and drew his knife to block. In an instant, fists and blades collided. Almost at the same time, Su Guang felt a cracking sound from the hand holding the knife at the tiger's mouth, while a tremendous force surged from the long knife, immediately sending him flying out, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood in midair. With a thud, he fell to the ground like a broken sack. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chu Mo, wanting to speak, but coughed up another mouthful of blood. With just one punch, he, a mid-level martial artist, was severely injured. How could this be possible? How could you have such immense strength? How could I be defeated by you? Su Guang's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. As the top talent of Changfeng base, endowed with a high-level knife technique talent, he was already used to being invincible among his peers. But now, he had been defeated by an unknown martial artist. His face was filled with disbelief. Yet, What followed was endless fear. Now that he was heavily injured, the person before him exuded such overwhelming power, with an aura that suggested he would not stop until Su Guang was dead. The enemy was strong, and he was weak. If this continued, wouldn't he die here? No. As a genius, I still have a bright future ahead. How can I die at the hands of such a nameless nobody? Escape. In that moment, the thought flashed through Su Guang's mind. Just as the thought emerged, he quickly retreated, trying to flee. But escaping? It wasn't that easy. Chapter 22. High-level knife technique talent, silver-level martial skill. Seeing Su Guang retreating, wanting to escape, Chu Mo's eyes sparkled with light, and with a step, he executed the Luo Yin step, instantly catching up to Su Guang. He continued to circulate his vital energy, his body flashing with lightning. With a punch in an instant, purple lightning surged like a long snake. An immense force like a volcanic eruption descended upon Su Guang. Although Su Guang tried to escape with all his might, how could his speed compare to lightning? Don't let me go. I beg for mercy. I don't want to. Su Guang's face turned pale and bloodless, still wanting to plead for mercy. But before he could finish his sentence, Chu Mo expressionlessly brought down his fist. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed. Su Guang's body was struck by such a massive force of lightning. His organs were instantly destroyed, and he couldn't even let out a scream before it abruptly stopped. His body fell to the ground like a broken sack, completely silent. At this point, Su Guang was dead. When everything settled, Chu Mo slowly calmed his internal breath, first checking on Chen Shiwei, discovering that she had merely fainted due to serious injuries. He then took out some healing pills from his storage bag. After helping her take the pills and feeling the vital energy within her gradually becoming active, he finally sighed in relief. With the healing pills, there should be no major issues. Chu Mo relaxed. Turning around, he looked at Su Guang's corpse. According to Du Jing, this person was supposed to be a top talent from Changfeng base, Su Guang, who possessed a high-level knife technique talent. High-level knife technique talent. Although he hadn't seen Su Guang utilize it during their brief fight, it was reasonable to assume that such a talent must be incredibly powerful. Not to mention anything else. On the path of killing, it must be top-notch. Now that Su Guang was dead, his collection skill had also refreshed after a month, so he could collect it without hesitation. With this thought, Chu Mo reached out his hand without hesitation, silently murmuring, "Collect. Collection successful. Obtained high-level knife technique talent. Would you like to fuse it?" As the prompt appeared, a small white sphere appeared in Chu Mo's hand. Inside the sphere emerged an illusory knife, exuding an extremely sharp aura. Without any hesitation, he fused it. Boom! The extremely sharp aura surged into his body. Chu Mo felt as if his entire being was being sliced apart, flesh, bones, and meridians being severed inch by inch. The pain from the depths of his soul was almost unbearable, and he nearly cried out. Fortunately, this pain came quickly and left just as fast. After a few breaths, the pain disappeared. At this moment, Chu Mo felt warm all over. His limbs and bones seemed to have undergone some change. He looked at his information. Target, Chu Mo, Constitution, High-Level Cultivation Constitution, Talent, High-Level Knife Technique Cultivation Talent, Low-Level Lightning Attribute Talent, Low-Level Wind Attribute Talent, High-Level Knife Technique Cultivation Talent. Chu Mo picked up the battle knife and instantly felt a connection with it. He could sense the knife's breath, rhythm, and even its aura. It was as if this object, which appeared to be a mere artificial creation to outsiders, had been infused with life in his hands. The knife was alive. He casually swung it. Countless insights into knife techniques surged into his mind. Even the void-breaking knife, which he had previously cultivated to a considerable level, gained new insights. So Montauk was confident. If he were to use the void-breaking knife again at this moment, its lethality would at least double. This made Chu Mo very satisfied. Continuing to collect. Putting away the long knife, Chu Mo continued to collect. Collection successful. Obtained silver-level martial skill, Storm Thunderblade. Silver-level martial skill. Looking at the skill book that had appeared in his hand, even Chu Mo couldn't help but take a breath. Martial skills were precious and scarce. In Liang base, even a bronze-level martial skill, once it appeared, would cause a scramble among martial artists and fetch a high price. Therefore, Many martial artists found it difficult to obtain a bronze-level martial skill. The value of a silver-level martial skill was naturally beyond words. Truly worthy of being the top talent of Changfeng base, he actually had such a treasure. Chu Mo was ecstatic. Without hesitation, he directly slapped it against his head. In the next instant, the entire book shattered with a loud bang, transforming into countless streams of light that surged into his mind. All the techniques of this martial skill were thus learned by him. After doing all this, Chu Mo's gaze fell back on Su Guang, only to find that there was nothing left to collect. He had no choice but to stop. He turned his gaze to Su Guang's waist, where a storage bag was hanging. Just by looking at its exterior, it was identical to the storage bag he had obtained from Zhou Qi. He took it down and opened it, discovering that it also had a space of about 2 cubic meters. Inside, it was densely packed with numerous essence stones, roughly estimated to be at least 10,000 pieces. In addition, there were some beast materials and precious beast blood, along with various miscellaneous items, all of considerable value. It was truly a great harvest. Chu Mo put away the storage bag, a smile appearing on his face. After looting the corpse, it was time to deal with the aftermath. Looking at Su Guang's body, Chu Mo stood in place, pondering. This person was a top talent from Changfeng base. If his corpse were discovered, it would surely cause an uproar and possibly lead to some trouble. The safest method would be to destroy the body and erase all traces. With this in mind, Chu Mo directly threw a punch, with lightning power swirling around it, smashing down on Su Guang's corpse like a mountain pressing down. Struck by such a terrifying punch, Su Guang's body instantly exploded, releasing a cloud of blood mist that scattered in a fine powder. Thus, all traces of Su Guang's presence here vanished completely. After doing all this, Chu Mo quickly left with Chen Shiwei. In a tree hollow carved out by human hands on a tall trunk, Chen Shiwei slowly awakened. Am I still alive? She raised her eyes and looked around at the unfamiliar environment, murmuring. In her memory, she clearly remembered being severely injured by Su Guang and was about to fall under his knife. In the last moment before her consciousness faded, she heard a loud shout and vaguely saw a familiar figure rushing over. Was that person the one who saved me? His voice sounds so familiar. At that time, Chen Shiwei couldn't see clearly, but she felt that the voice and figure were extraordinarily familiar, causing a figure to appear in her mind. But as soon as it surfaced, she dismissed it. Impossible. He can't cultivate yet. There's no way he could come here. Chen Shiwei denied this thought. Just then, she suddenly saw a storage bag beside her, picked it up, and opened it to find a considerable amount of beast materials inside. Just with ease, she could secure a top 10 or even top 3 position in this trial. This is Su Guang's storage bag. So does that mean Su Guang is dead? Did the person who saved me leave this behind? Why did he save me? One question after another appeared in Chen Shiwei's mind. But she couldn't figure any of this out. Since she couldn't, she decided not to think too much about it for now. After tidying up, Chen Shiwei took the storage bag and then loudly addressed the surrounding dense forest. If you do not wish to show yourself, Chen Shiwei will not force you. But this life-saving grace, Chen Shiwei will remember in her heart and will surely repay it in the future. After speaking, Chen Shiwei jumped out of the tree hole and left the place. However, as she departed, the familiar figure that rushed to her aid during her time of danger kept appearing in her mind. Could it be him? Chapter 23, Returning to the Base. Completing the task after Chen Shiwei left, a figure slowly emerged from behind a large tree nearby. It was Chu Mo. He had placed Chen Shiwei nearby, but did not leave, instead keeping a watchful eye on her from the shadows. In fact, Chu Mo had considered revealing himself, but ultimately decided against it. The timing wasn't right for honesty, and explaining things would be quite troublesome. After all, in Chen Shiwei's mind, he was just an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate. If he were to reveal his strength now, it might have a significant impact on her. It was better to keep it hidden for now and reveal the truth when the time was right. Now that she was safe, and with the beast materials he had left for her, along with her own innate talent, she would surely rank among the top 3 in this trial. That way, I can return to the base. With this thought in mind, Chu Mo packed up his things and turned towards the base. Counting the days, he realized he had been out for a month. During this month, he had been immersed in battles, almost forgetting life back at the base. That afternoon, at the Luyang base at the city gate, Chu Mo stepped inside. After spending a whole month surviving in the wild, he was dirty and his clothes were tattered, looking quite disheveled. However, the guards at the gate did not stop him. Instead, they respectfully greeted him with a bow. After the great change in the world, being able to survive in the wild for such a long time was a sign of a powerful warrior. It was precisely because of so many similar warriors that humanity's base could survive and gradually expand its living space among the myriad races. Thus, every warrior who fought beasts in the wild deserved heartfelt respect from every human. Chu Mo was regarded as one of those warriors. Upon entering the base, Chu Mo went straight home. He took a shower and rested well. The next morning, he headed directly to the warrior supply hall. In the task hall, Su Xiao was intently watching the entrance. Every time a warrior walked in, her eyes would light up. But when she realized it wasn't the person she was waiting for, the spark in her eyes quickly faded. Xiao, stop waiting. He won't come back. It's been a month. If he really killed the two-headed python, he would have returned by now. I think he must have died in the wild. The two-headed python is a mid-level second-tier beast. If it were that easy to kill, he would still be alive. Some warriors nearby, unable to watch her sadness, comforted her. For a month, Su Xiao had been waiting here, hoping Chu Mo would return with the heart of the two-headed python. But the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. As time passed, her adoptive mother's illness worsened, and the person she was waiting for still hadn't appeared. Had he really forgotten? Or had he already died in the wild? This thought crossed Su Xiao's mind. No. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with determination. He will definitely come back alive. He will definitely bring back the heart. Around her, seeing Su Xiao's expression, the warriors couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Su Xiao was unwilling to believe the reality, but as warriors, they understood very well. Since that person took the task, it had already been a month, and he still hadn't returned to complete it. There were only two possibilities. Either he had died in the wild, or he simply didn't care about it all. She could wait like this, but she wouldn't bring any change. How could Su Xiao not understand this reasoning? Yet, she ultimately was unwilling to accept this fact. Hello, I'm here to turn in a task. Just as Su Xiao was feeling sad, a voice suddenly rang out beside her. She instinctively looked up and was stunned. In front of her stood the boy who had taken the task, holding a small bottle containing beast organs. Why, you really did it? Su Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. I have fulfilled my promise. Chu Mo smiled slightly and said softly, this is the heart of the two-headed python you wanted. You can verify it. The beast organ had a very special aura. Even without identification, an experienced person could recognize its origin at a glance. After verifying, Su Xiao found that it indeed was the heart of the two-headed python, and it was from a python that had already reached the upper second-tier realm. A smile suddenly appeared on her face. She then came to her senses, marked the task as complete, and took out the reward, a beast egg. Thank you. This is the reward you should receive according to the agreement, Su Xiao said softly. Chu Mo took it, glanced at it carefully, and found that the beast egg was about the size of a basketball, with a light red exterior. Touching it with his palm, he could feel a slight warmth. He didn't understand beast eggs, so he just took a casual look before putting it away. With the task completed, the two no longer had any ties. Chu Mo nodded at Su Xiao and intended to leave. Wait. At that moment, Su Xiao called out to Chu Mo again. What is it? Is there something else? Chu Mo turned back and frowned, asking. Su Xiao cautiously inquired. When you took the task, you must have heard the rumors that this beast egg cannot hatch. Why did you still accept this task? She asked curiously. Chu Mo replied indifferently. It was within my capabilities. After saying this, he stepped away. On the spot, Su Xiao was momentarily stunned by this response. Since the great change in the world and the invasion of beasts, human civilization collapsed, and social order was destroyed. Trust between people had vanished. The phrase within my capabilities had rarely been heard from anyone's mouth. Suddenly hearing this phrase again made Su Xiao feel disoriented, and she couldn't control her emotions for a moment. Ever since Aunt Yang, who adopted her, fell seriously ill, Su Xiao had been holding on. But now she could no longer suppress her feelings and unconsciously shed tears. Is this within my capabilities? She murmured. Under her gaze, that gradually receding figure seemed to grow taller. In the hall, Other martial artists also looked at Chu Mo with reverence on their faces. Killing a second-level superior beast. The two-headed python in the wild undoubtedly meant that Chu Mo was at least a late-stage martial artist. Anyone would feel awe towards a strong person. Chapter 24. Suyu Building. Mo Shanshan. The martial artist supply hall was spacious, with 8 floors in total, each about the size of a soccer field, densely scattered with various shops and stores. Many martial artists were walking around and browsing. Rather than calling it a hall, it felt more like a gigantic shopping mall. After leaving the task release area, Chu Mo walked around here. Besides submitting tasks, he also wanted to sell the beast materials he had previously obtained and buy a cultivation method for martial artists. Soon, Chu Mo arrived at what appeared to be the largest shop in the entire hall, Suyu Building. Chu Mo had heard of this name. It was said that Suyu Building was an enterprise under the Suyu Merchant Alliance. The Suyu Merchant Alliance had extensive influence, spread throughout the entire base, with many martial artists and masters serving under it. Even the martial arts grandmasters in the base showed it some deference. There were even rumors that the Suyu Merchant Alliance was not a local force in Liang Base, but a branch of a larger power developing in Liang Base. However, this was just a rumor, and no one knew the truth. But from a glimpse, one could see that the strength behind the Suyu Merchant Alliance was certainly not simple. This, however, had nothing to do with Chu Mo. As he stepped inside, a young and beautiful shop assistant approached him with a harmonious smile and said respectfully, "Esteemed martial artist, may I ask what you need? Our Suyu Building sells a variety of goods, everything you could want, at fair prices with no deception." Upon seeing her, Chu Mo realized that this female assistant was actually a martial apprentice. The fact that even the hired staff were like this showed the depth of their background. Thinking this, Chu Mo spoke, "I plan to sell a batch of beast materials first, then buy some things I need for cultivation." Upon hearing this, the shop assistant's smile widened, and she quickly said, "In that case, please follow me." She led Chu Mo to a resting area to sit down. Shortly after, an elder came over and said, "Sir, I am the appraiser of this shop. After inspecting the quality of the beast materials you wish to sell, I will provide an estimate." "Thank you, sir," Chu Mo nodded, then took out his storage bag and directly pulled out all the materials he intended to sell. First was a large amount of first-level beast blood. After entering the martial artist realm, the usefulness of this first-level beast blood to him had become minimal. Additionally, there were the many beast materials he had previously hunted, as well as some medicinal herbs he had collected in the wild. Notably, he also took out the battle knives he had obtained from Zhou Qi and Su Guang to sell. Both of these knives were stolen goods. Given Su Guang's background, using his knife could easily cause trouble if seen by martial artists from Changfeng Base. As for Zhou Qi's knife, it had already become somewhat outdated for him. Along with some miscellaneous items, they piled up into a small mountain. Looking at these materials, both the shop assistant and the appraiser were somewhat surprised. They had seen many second-level beast materials, but to see such a collection come from a young and inexperienced boy was quite astonishing. How old is this boy to possess such strength? The two exchanged glances, but did not say much. The appraiser immediately began to assess. After a moment, he provided an estimate. "After my assessment, these materials are valued at approximately 156,000 low-grade spirit stones. Would you be willing to sell them?" Hearing this, Chu Mo nodded slightly. Although he did not understand the market price of beast materials, Suyu Building had a good reputation outside, so he believed the price was relatively fair. He nodded in agreement. "That's fine, but I also plan to choose some items I need for cultivation from your store," Chu Mo said. The shop assistant was even more delighted upon hearing this. As a staff member, she would earn a commission from the sale of materials, and selling goods would also earn her a commission. Thus, she could receive quite a bit of reward from both sides. She immediately brought over the sales list from the shop. Chu Mo opened it to find a list of many items: beast blood, beast materials, healing medicines, martial skills, weapons, treasures, and so on. Chu Mo even saw beast essence on the list. However, the price was too high, far beyond what Chu Mo could afford. He had just obtained over 150,000 spirit stones from selling these materials, thinking he had a small fortune, only to realize after looking at these items that he was still not wealthy. After browsing, Chu Mo ultimately chose only 3 items he needed the most: a third-level alloy battle knife, a cultivation method for martial artists, and a common beast encyclopedia. As for the others, it wasn't that he didn't want them. He simply couldn't afford them. The shop assistant looked at the items Chu Mo was purchasing and smiled. The third-level alloy battle knife is 100,000 spirit stones. The martial artist cultivation method is 60,000 spirit stones, and the common beast encyclopedia is 12,000 spirit stones, totaling 172,000 spirit stones. Sir, you need to pay an additional 16,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo felt a bit pained. He had less than 20,000 spirit stones left in his storage bag, all of which were obtained from Suguan. Spending this money would leave him with very little savings. Just as he was about to pay, a shop assistant suddenly came down from upstairs and whispered something to the female assistant. After hearing this, the female assistant looked at Chu Mo with an expression of surprise. Esteemed martial artist, our manager would like to invite you upstairs for a discussion. Manager? Chu Mo furrowed his brow. Could it be that Suyu Building saw that his cultivation was low, but that he had such spirit stones and wanted to swallow him up? The thought just arose, and he shook his head. It couldn't be. Suyu Building, being under the Suyu Merchant Alliance, had industries spanning various sectors in the base, with daily transactions amounting to hundreds of thousands or even millions of spirit stones. A mere 20,000 spirit stones was insignificant. But if it wasn't that, why would they want to see him? Chu Mo was puzzled. After thinking for a moment, he spoke, then please lead the way. The shop assistant nodded and led Chu Mo upstairs. He found himself in a small room. The furnishings were not extravagant, but appeared simple and elegant, exuding a restrained aura. Inside, there were two people. Chu Mo glanced at them, and his pupils suddenly constricted. The first was a girl sitting in a chair, dressed in a long skirt, with a beautiful appearance, rivaling Chen Shiwei. The other was an elderly woman. She seemed unremarkable in appearance, but she emanated a deep and profound aura, wearing a green shirt with 3 golden green leaves embroidered on her chest. In the Tzu Merchant Alliance, having 3 golden green leaves clearly represented a martial master. At this moment, the elderly woman was standing respectfully to the side. A martial artist would treat a girl like this. She is probably not just an ordinary shop manager. Chu Mo thought to himself, "Hello, I am Mo Shanshan from the Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance." Just as Chu Mo was pondering, the girl stood up and smiled, saying, "I apologize for the sudden invitation, and if there is any offense, I hope you can forgive me." Chapter 25. Recruitment. Miss Mo is being too polite. Chu Mo nodded slightly and got straight to the point. "But I wonder why you, Miss Mo, wanted to see me?" "Naturally, I am inviting Mr. Chu to join our Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance," Mo Shanshan said. "Mr. Chu, I have done some research on you. Please don't misunderstand. This is not a malicious investigation, but simply because I noticed you helping a little girl in the Warrior Supply Hall, which piqued my interest. Through my research, I learned that you have a genius fiancé, and I also know that your reputation outside is not good, as everyone thinks you are just an ordinary person who cannot cultivate." At this point, a look of surprise appeared on Mo Shanshan's face as she continued. "But it seems that Mr. Chu's cultivation has likely reached the warrior level, and you possess considerable strength. Your talent must be quite impressive. Of course, this is not the main focus of our interest, although I do not know why you are hiding your cultivation, and I will not pry into it. Your willingness to help a stranger shows that your character is not bad. With a kind heart, exceptional talent, and considerable strength, no matter how you look at it, Mr. Chu is a genius. The Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance has always sought to recruit geniuses," Mo Shanshan said earnestly. Hearing Mo Shanshan's words, Chu Mo frowned slightly and said directly, "Thank you for your appreciation, Miss Mo, but I am used to being free and do not wish to be constrained. So I have no intention of joining any forces at this time." Chu Mo rejected her outright. He had a talent for gathering resources and could steadily increase his strength. Joining a major force would not be very useful for him. Instead, it would make him lose some freedom. "Don't be so quick to refuse." It seemed Mo Shanshan had anticipated this. She was not surprised by Chu Mo's response. "Mr. Chu, why don't you let me finish speaking?" Mo Shanshan paused and asked. "Our Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance is a top force in the Luyang base. Even grandmasters in martial arts must show us some respect. Do you know why? Chu Mo showed a curious expression. Because our Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance is not a local force in the Luoyang base. Mo Shanshan said loudly. The headquarters of the Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance is in the Jinling base, which is thousands of miles away from the Luoyang base. As expected, Chu Mo's expression turned to one of understanding. The Emerald Jade building here in Luoyang base was actually just a branch of the alliance, which is currently under my control. Our Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance has two main ways to attract geniuses. The first is to join our alliance, enjoy generous treatment, and serve the alliance, but correspondingly, you will also be bound by the alliance. However, since Mr. Chu is unwilling to accept that, we have another option to offer you. That is cooperation. Chu Mo's heart stirred, and he asked, "What kind of cooperation do you have in mind?" Mr. Chu would become a guest elder of our Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance. Not subject to alliance regulations, but the alliance will provide a fixed monthly offering of yuan stones, as well as some protection. Additionally, if our Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance comes across any rare treasures or hidden locations, we will invite you to purchase and explore them in advance. Furthermore, in the future, when Mr. Chu purchases resources from any shop under our Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance, you will enjoy a 20% discount. And no matter what Mr. Chu does in his daily life, the alliance will not interfere. However, Mr. Chu must help the alliance with at least one task each year. This task will not be forcibly assigned, and you have the right to refuse and change the task. At this point, Mo Shanshan looked at Chu Mo with bright eyes. "Mr. Chu, what do you think of this?" Listening to Mo Shanshan's explanation, Chu Mo suddenly understood. In simple terms, it was just a way to affiliate. The Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance, relying on its powerful influence, recruits geniuses for its use. Even if the geniuses are unwilling to pledge allegiance, they can still form good relations through these benefits. As for such treatment, to be honest, Chu Mo was tempted. The fixed monthly offering of yuan stones and protection aside, the internal purchase and exploration privileges were extremely valuable. Many truly rare treasures are not released to the public by the Alliance, as they are often internally consumed. As a major force spanning multiple bases, the Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance must possess many precious treasures. Just the internal purchasing privilege is incredibly valuable. Not to mention the opportunity to explore hidden treasure locations, which, although often dangerous, also comes with immense potential. The 20% discount is also a significant benefit. Chu Mo was indeed somewhat tempted. However, he did not agree immediately. Instead, he thought for a moment and said, "I must admit that the benefits you offered, Miss Mo, are indeed enticing. However, this is not a small matter, so I hope you can allow me to consider it. Regardless, I will definitely give you a response by tomorrow. How about that?" Mo Shanshan smiled and said, "Of course." After a pause, she added, "As a meeting gift, your expenses at our store this time will be waived." This was indeed a generous offer. Even Chu Mo couldn't help but be taken aback, exclaiming, "Miss Mo is so generous. Are you not afraid that after I take this benefit, I will refuse to affiliate tomorrow? Even if it's less than 200,000 yuan stones, giving it to Mr. Chu is no problem. Our Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance can afford it." Moreover, Mo Shanshan smiled and said, "I believe Mr. Chu will make the right choice." Upon hearing this, Chu Mo nodded inwardly. Although he had not known Mo Shanshan for long, the demeanor and breadth she displayed made him deeply admire her. He then said, "In that case, thank you." After chatting for a while, seeing that it was getting late, Chu Mo proposed to take his leave. After he left in the loft, the elderly woman who had been silent until now spoke up. "Miss, although this Chu Mo has a good character and his strength is acceptable, he is ultimately just a genius from a small base. Why are you expending so much effort to recruit him, even going so far as to offer a guest elder position?" She was quite puzzled. Although she appreciated Chu Mo, she didn't think he was worth such attention. "Senior Zhou, although you are a strong warrior, you still can't see the uniqueness in Chu Mo." Mo Shanshan stood up and said softly, "You know, I awaken dual talents. One is a swordsmanship talent, and the other is a special auxiliary talent. From the moment Chu Mo entered the store today, I sensed him, which is why I invited him. Do you know why?" She walked slowly to the window and looked at Chu Mo's departing figure, softly saying, "I sensed a familiar aura from him. In other words, he and I are kindred spirits." Her voice was soft, but to the elderly woman named Zhou, it was like a thunderclap, shocking her into speechlessness. Chapter 26. Yuan Power Body Forging Method. Joining the Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance. Inside the room, 3 items brought back from the Emerald Jade building were placed before Chu Mo: a book, a long knife, and a scroll. The book was Common Beast Encyclopedia, which documented the most common beast information and illustrations from around the world. Although he had studied it in the Martial Arts Academy, that was just a censor version with incomplete information. This book not only recorded the most comprehensive common beasts, but also included common spirit herbs and plants. This is of great significance for warriors venturing out for adventures and training. Almost every martial artist, as long as they are not short on money, will buy a copy and read it carefully. After all, the knowledge recorded in this book might save your life at a critical moment. Even when encountering rare herbs and treasures in the wild, they won't miss them due to ignorance. The long sword is a 3rd-tier alloy battle knife. This type of battle knife uses a special compressed alloy, weighing hundreds or even thousands of pounds. The higher the tier, the better the quality. Generally, 3rd-tier battle knives can only be used by martial masters. However, Chu Mo possesses a high-level swordsmanship talent and is proficient in knife techniques. So he chose a better quality 3rd-tier alloy battle knife. Lastly, there's the martial artist recorded in the scroll that can be practiced at the martial apprentice level. However, the 21 styles of practice at the martial apprentice level can only be considered basic. Its purpose is to tap into human potential to refine the body and enhance strength. But once a martial apprentice breaks through the limit of human potential to achieve the strength of 50,000 pounds and becomes a true martial artist, the benefits of this basic become minimal. At this point is needed. The so-called is essentially to help martial artists absorb from the world, continuously compress it within their bodies to achieve the effect of refining their bodies. In fact, when Chu Mo was trapped in a bottleneck, he also tried to compress. But the benefits brought by the basic were still too small, and the effects were negligible. Therefore, the gains were not significant. However, is different. Absorb, compress, store, and refine. Under this entire process, it allows martial artists at this level to complete the transformation and sublimation of bone tempering, blood refining, and, in the early stages, martial artists refine their bones. In the mid-stages, they cultivate and in the later stages, they nurture. If they can complete bone tempering, they can reach a strength of 50,000 pounds, marking the mid-stage of a martial artist, indicated by the resonance of bones and tendons. After cultivating, they can possess a strength of 100,000 pounds, making their like mercury. And if they can nurture, it can double a martial artist's strength, allowing them to unleash punches with several 100,000 pounds of force, rivaling dragons and elephants. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Mo couldn't wait to try out the wonders of. He began his training. Without much hesitation, Chu Mo directly started practicing according to the method recorded in. As soon as he set his stance, he felt the surrounding world surge into his body through his pores, then flow into his bones. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, accompanied by a warmth. He knew that was refining his bones. As his bones were nourished by, he could feel his strength gradually increasing. Half an hour passed. When Chu Mo completed the last move, he felt a series of cracking sounds throughout his body. It seemed like an auditory hallucination, yet felt real. The sounds resonated one after another. Each time they sounded, heat would emanate from the surface of his body, along with a large amount of gray-black impurities being expelled. Gradually, his skin began to exude dirt, releasing a foul and pungent odor. As time passed, he couldn't tell how long it had been, but the sounds finally ceased. Chu Mo clenched his fist and felt that his strength had noticeably increased. After practicing, his training speed was more than 5 times faster than with the basic. At this rate, with his current talent and physique, he would surely enter the martial master realm within 3 years. But it was too slow. This speed would be astonishing for others, but for Chu Mo, it was still somewhat too slow. If he could have the aid of fierce beast blood, the training speed would be even faster. However, Second-tier Fierce Beast Blood had minimal benefits. Only third-tier Fierce Beast Blood, or even the essence blood of Fierce Beasts, could allow him to make rapid progress. Chu Mo murmured to himself. However, this would inevitably require a large amount to support his training. But with the savings he had, it was simply insufficient. It seems that he still needed to join the Tsuyu Tower. Chu Mo thought to himself. Fortunately, the constraints of the Tsuyu Tower were not too strict, and it was quite free. Even if he joined, it wouldn't have much impact on him, and he could even gain many benefits. It was a case of benefits outweighing drawbacks. Since he had made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. The next morning, Chu Mo went directly to the Tsuyu Tower and met Mo Shanshan. "How's it going? Have you made a decision?" Mo Shanshan asked. "I've made my decision. I accept your invitation to become a guest elder of the Tsuyu Merchant Alliance." Chu Mo nodded, but then added, "However, I still need to train regularly, so I can't assist for long periods. You don't need to worry about that." Upon receiving Chu Mo's agreement, Mo Shanshan was very pleased and smiled, saying, "If we need your help, we will notify you in advance. If you're willing to take on the task, just respond, and you need to arrive quickly when needed. You will have your freedom most of the time. In that case, thank you very much." Zu Montag nodded in satisfaction. Mo Shanshan was also very happy. She then took out the prepared guest elder identification and handed it to Chu Mo, saying, "This is the identification of a guest elder of the Tsuyu Merchant Alliance. With this, you can enjoy all the benefits and resources available in any store under the Tsuyu Merchant Alliance. In critical moments, you can also mobilize our Tsuyu Merchant Alliance's intelligence and gain protection." Mo Shanshan carefully explained the benefits of being a guest elder again, and Chu Mo listened attentively. That afternoon, they had a meal together, and it wasn't until later that he left. In the following period, Chu Mo drank a portion of Fierce Beast blood every day to continue his training. His strength continued to grow over time. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Mount-Deju, the Grand Dual City Joint Trial, lasting half a month, finally came to an end. Today was the day the hunting trial concluded. At this moment, at the outskirts of Mount-Deju, students emerged from the depths of the dense forest, submitting the Fierce Beast materials they had obtained during these 2 weeks to determine their rankings. Chapter 27. Chun Shiwei first, cultivating the Gale Thunder Knife. Soon, the rankings were confirmed. Chun Shiwei, an elite class student from the 1st Martial Arts Academy of the Liang base, achieved first place in this dual city hunting trial with a score of 836 points. This result shocked everyone. Although Chun Shiwei was considered a genius at the Liang base, her displayed talents were not the top tier. Before her, there was still Wukun. Not to mention that in this dual city trial, Su Guang from the Changfeng base was well known as a true prodigy. How could Chun Shiwei take first place in front of these two? Everyone found it hard to believe, but soon they understood what had happened. Wukun was injured by Su Guang during the trial, severely wounded, and could not continue high-intensity hunting, so he could only rely on his previous accumulation, settling for 5th place. As for Su Guang, he died during the trial, and even his body could not be found. Once the news broke, the expressions of the warriors from the two bases varied. This is what they call the #1 prodigy? How ridiculous! I remember at the beginning, Su Guang arrogantly said we were all ants, right? Now we came out alive, but he died. He even dared to ambush our Liang base warriors during the trial. And now look what happened. He got what he deserved. Undeniably, Su Guang was indeed a prodigy, but a prodigy who did not grow ultimately remains just a prodigy. People should not be too proud. Otherwise, one day they will surely fall into the gutter. TSK. The trainees from Liang base took the opportunity to mock. Half a month ago during the trial, Su Guang had insulted them arrogantly, and they all remembered it. At that time, they indeed lacked the skills, and even if they were angry, they could only hold it in. But now, with Su Guang dead, and the fact that during the trial, Su Guang had ambushed them with the warriors from Changfeng base, even injuring Wukun, such grievances naturally had to be vented. At this moment, the warriors from Changfeng base listened to these sarcastic remarks with grim faces. How could Su Guang, with his high-level swordsmanship talent and exceptional cultivation, possibly die in the trial? It was impossible. He must still be alive. Perhaps he just forgot the time to come out. They had to find him, no matter what. Alive. They wanted to see him. Dead. They wanted to see his body. The high-ranking officials leading Changfeng base were furious and ordered their subordinates to enter the dense forest to search for Su Guang's body. However, their wishes were doomed to be shattered. The warriors from Changfeng base rushed into the dense forest, searched for a long time without finding anything, and finally had to helplessly choose to give up. On the other hand, all the warriors from Luoyang base gathered around Chen Shiwei, congratulating her on becoming first. Their words were filled with admiration and envy. Chen Shiwei had won first place in this assessment, and she would surely receive more resources from the base as a result. Her future prospects would undoubtedly be brighter. At this moment, it was natural to befriend her. However, under everyone's gaze, Chen Shiwei appeared somewhat distracted. The reason she could achieve first place was mainly due to the person who saved her, leaving her Su Guang storage bag. Otherwise, relying solely on herself, she could have only ranked in the top 3 at most. And that person, why did he save her? Why did he help her? Recalling the vague yet familiar figure she saw while unconscious, Chen Shiwei felt a mess in her heart. She scanned the crowd, trying to find that familiar figure. But until the teacher instructed the students to get on the bus and prepare to leave, she still did not find him. For a moment, she felt a bit lost. But after a moment, she suddenly smiled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps I really am overthinking it. The bus started, carrying all the students towards Luoyang base. Although Su Guang's death caused quite a stir, the rewards for the double city trial were still distributed as originally planned. After returning to the base, in the square of the academy, under everyone's gaze, Dean Xinjin personally awarded Chen Shiwei. She could choose 2 bronze-level martial arts from the martial pavilion, 10 portions of level 3 ferocious beast blood, 100,000 low-grade yuan stones, and various weapons and equipment. The richness of the rewards left everyone in awe. But that wasn't the main point. The most important thing was that with Chen Shiwei winning first place in this competition, Dean Xinjin publicly announced that he would personally teach her, and the resources she received for cultivation each month would also increase. The personal guidance of a grandmaster of martial arts was a treatment that others could only envy. For a time, Chen Shiwei became the most prominent figure in the academy. Even within the base, countless people valued her, giving her the title of Heavenly Prodigy and holding high expectations for her. On the other side, in a small grove somewhere in the base, Chu Mo was practicing the newly acquired sword technique. In the quiet woods, faint cold lights occasionally flashed, causing the surrounding temperature to drop slightly. The Wind Fury Thunderblade, as a silver-level martial art, was more exquisite and powerful than bronze-level martial arts. The essence of this blade lay in one word: fury. Like a torrential storm, each strike was faster and more ferocious than the last, sweeping everything away like a gale, leaving opponents defenseless and ultimately revealing flaws for a single fatal strike. As the key points of the Wind Fury Thunderblade flashed through his mind, the long knife in Chu Mo's hand became faster and faster, until it was like the wind, the traces of the blade becoming indistinguishable. Only a flash of cold light could be seen. As the speed of the blade increased, dust began to rise from the ground of the grove. Suddenly, Chu Mo let out a low roar, and with a sweep of the long knife, boundless killing intent surged forth, and a faint sound of breaking air could be heard in the void. He then swung forcefully forward. A single strike unleashed a tremendous force, cutting through the air like a whirlwind, landing on the ground. There was a loud crash as the large tree in front of him exploded, with chips flying everywhere, creating a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, a trench about a foot deep and several feet long appeared in the area he struck. The area where the trench opened up was smooth and shiny, despite being dirt. Looking at the destruction he had caused, Chu Mo sheathed his battle knife and slowly calmed his internal energy. He had mastered the Wind Fury Thunderblade, and the breaking air blade had finally reached perfection, allowing him to unleash blade light. Just this alone could increase the power of his killing techniques by at least double. If he encountered Su Guang now, he was confident he could kill him with a single strike. But this was still not enough. Chu Mo's eyes flashed, and he said solemnly, the breaking air blade was completely perfected, which meant that Chu Mo's sword technique could be considered a great success. But for some reason, he felt that his sword technique still had some lingering sense of incompleteness. It was as if there was still some strength left. Sheathing his sword, Chu Mo furrowed his brows, carefully savoring the essence of the sword technique in his mind, pondering quietly. Chapter 28. Testing your back? At night, when Chu Mo returned home, he heard a gentle and pleasant voice. It was Chun Shiwei. She was setting the dishes on the table, and, upon seeing Chu Mo return, immediately called out, "Come sit, dinner is ready." Chu Mo responded and then washed his hands, sitting at the dining table. Chun Shiwei served him a bowl of rice and casually asked, "I didn't see you when I came back. Where have you been lately?" "Where else could I go? Just wandering around the base or reading in the academy," Chu Mo replied with a smile. Hearing this answer, Chun Shiwei nodded and didn't say anything more. The two of them held their bowls and ate in silence, and for a while, the entire room fell into silence. After an unknown period, Chun Shiwei suddenly spoke. "During the hunting trial organized by the academy this time, I was ambushed by warriors from Changfeng base, seriously injured and almost died." As she said this, Chun Shiwei stared intently at Chu Mo, seemingly trying to see some abnormal reaction from him. But to her disappointment, Chu Mo only showed a look of surprise and shock before asking with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Chun Shiwei didn't see any abnormality on Chu Mo's face and, still unconvinced, continued, "At a critical moment, a mysterious person appeared and saved me, leaving me with a lot of materials from ferocious beasts, allowing me to win first place in this trial. Then I have to congratulate you on winning first place. The academy rewarded you with a lot of good things, right?" Chu Mo smiled and congratulated her. Chun Shiwei nodded. She originally wanted to say something to test him, but looking at Chu Mo's smiling face, she suddenly didn't know how to start. At that moment, Chu Mo put down his bowl and said, "I'm full. You can wash the dishes today. I'm going back to my room." With that, he stood up and headed back to his room. "Wait." Chun Shiwei suddenly called out to Chu Mo. Chu Mo turned around, revealing a look of curiosity. "When I was in the Daxam Mountain trial this time, I originally wanted to find that two-headed snake to kill it and bring you the snake gall, but for some reason, when I went, the two-headed snake was already dead, and both the snake gall and the snake heart were gone." As she said this, she paused and added, "But don't worry, I will continue to find a way to help you compensate for your lack of talent and physique." Chu Mo nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. Actually, there's no need to rush, just go with the flow." After saying this, he walked into the room and closed the door. In the dining room, Chun Shiwei sighed silently as she looked at Chu Mo's tightly closed house. She had always suspected that the person who saved her was Chu Mo. Although this matter was too bizarre, for some reason, she always had this speculation in her heart. Her previous question was also meant to test and see if Chu Mo would reveal any flaws. However, she did not notice anything unusual. Could it really not be him? In the room, Chu Mo frowned as he thought about what Chun Shiwei had said in the dining room. Did she discover something? He hesitated. In fact, whether or not to hide his strength wasn't very important. It wouldn't hurt to tell Chun Shiwei. It was just that Chu Mo didn't know how to explain it to her at the moment. Forget it. Let things unfold naturally, Chu Mo thought to himself. He pushed these chaotic thoughts out of his mind and was about to take out a bottle of second-level beast blood. After drinking it, he intended to start cultivating. However, as soon as he opened his storage bag, he saw an oval-shaped egg inside, about the size of a basketball. It was the beast egg he obtained from Su Xiao Xiao. Feeling the aura from the beast egg, it was still the same as when he first got it. Holding it in his hand, it still had a warm touch. According to rumors, this beast egg was a defective product that could not hatch, but Su Xiao Xiao firmly stated otherwise. Could it be that this beast egg has some secrets? Thinking of this, a hint of intrigue flashed in Chu Mo's eyes. Since he got the beast egg, he hadn't studied it carefully. Now that he had some free time, he decided to see if there was anything unusual about it. However, no matter how many methods he thought of and tried, such as infusing vital energy, dripping blood to recognize the master, carving it with a knife, soaking it in water, or roasting it over fire, there was still no reaction. Of course, if this beast egg were so easy to experiment with, it wouldn't have ended up in my hands. Chu Mo gave up on the research. He put the pet egg back in the storage bag and then took out a bottle of second-level beast blood and drank it in one gulp. Afterward, he calmed his thoughts and began to practice the body refining technique, just as Chu Mo was practicing at the Luyang base in the inner city, in a standalone villa. "Master, we have discovered Chu Mo's whereabouts." a servant reported tremblingly. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Cheng immediately stood up and asked. He appeared. Where is he now? At home. The servant replied. Good. A fierce glint flashed in Zhou Cheng's eyes as he said in a deep voice, have someone monitor him closely. As soon as this Chu Mo leaves the house, send someone to report to me immediately. I want to take action personally and kill him. Yes. The servant nodded and respectfully withdrew. After he left, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but take a deep breath. It had been over a month since the last time he sent Kenyin to quietly bring Chu Mo back, but a few days later, he still hadn't seen Kenyin return. At that time, he thought Kenyin was just incompetent. Who knew a few days later, he received the news of Kenyin's death. Zhou Cheng knew that the situation must have been exposed, and Kenyin was killed by Chu Mo. Chu Mo must have obtained that treasure from the world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone from being an incapable waste to having the strength to kill Kenyin in such a short time. After learning this, Zhou Cheng planned to take action himself, but he found that Chu Mo had disappeared. Zhou Cheng did not give up. Instead, he had his subordinates keep watch in the dark. Heaven does not disappoint those who have ambitions. After such a long time, they finally found Chu Mo's trace. After running for a month, you finally showed yourself, Zhou Cheng said fiercely. Just thinking about how Chu Mo had killed his son and robbed him of his chance made Zhou Cheng very angry. But fortunately, once he killed Chu Mo, he could reclaim that opportunity. By then, Zhou Cheng might even hope to step into the realm of martial masters or even grandmasters. As for whether he could kill Chu Mo, he didn't worry about that at all. The early stage of a warrior and the late stage of a warrior are completely different realms. Although Chu Mo could kill Kenyin a month ago, he definitely couldn't grow to the point where he could compete with him in just 1 month. Therefore, Chu Mo must die without a doubt. Chapter 29, Blade Momentum. In the inner city of the Luyang base, at the Martial Arts Building. The Martial Arts Building is a place specially set up by the base for warriors to cultivate. It is equipped with vital energy formations that can accelerate the cultivation speed inside. Even the cheapest quiet room can increase the cultivation speed by 20, costing 10 vital stones per hour. As for the top rooms, they can double the cultivation speed, but the price is also extremely high, requiring 100 vital stones per hour. At this moment, Chu Mo was cultivating in the best room. Of course, he didn't have to pay because this was an industry under the Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance. As a guest elder, Chu Mo had 3 free days of cultivation time each month, and if he purchased extra time, he could enjoy a 20 discount. In the spacious, quiet room, Chu Mo was practicing his knife technique. Although it was called a knife technique, it was actually very simple: a chop, a slash, a sweep. Just 3 very simple moves. However, simple as they were, they contained an incredibly domineering momentum. As Chu Mo swung his knife, a sharp, whistling sound filled the air, as if the atmosphere was crying out. The Storm Thunderblade, a silver-level martial skill collected from Su Guang's corpse, powerful and fierce, pursuing a deadly strike. This knife technique did not have fixed moves. It emphasized spontaneity. However, each strike aimed at the enemy's vital points, with a strong killing intent that made people fearful. While practicing, Chu Mo was also carefully experiencing the subtlety of this knife technique. The so-called Storm Thunderblade didn't have many intricate moves, but the reason it was a silver-level martial skill and had such great power was simply because it contained unparalleled killing intent. When facing an enemy, the killing intent would surge, one strike after another, cycling through strikes like a violent storm, sweeping everything away. This made the enemy exhausted in defense, ultimately leading to their demise. At this moment, he had a realization. When a swordsman strikes, there must be an unstoppable momentum, regardless of the obstacles ahead. I will cut through them with a single stroke. Abandoning defense, only the strike remains. In my heart, there are no distractions, only one enemy, to the death. There are countless paths, but only the blade is invincible. With this thought, Chu Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. If there were anyone present at this moment, they would notice that Chu Mo was filled with a fierce killing intent, a dazzling sharpness brewing within him. It was like a knife that had just been drawn, its blade 3 inches out, radiating sharpness. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Chu Mo suddenly opened his eyes, which looked like two willow leaf knives, exuding a sharp brilliance. At the same time, clang, a sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out in the space. As the sound arose, the long knife in Chu Mo's hand suddenly swung out, and a whip-like blade energy burst forth. In an instant, the entire room was filled with a cold light, and then countless blade shadows filled the space, giving a sense of inevitability. Chu Mo was fully focused on his cultivation, with nothing else in his eyes, only the knife in his hand. All that could be heard was the sound of the blade cutting through the air, creating a swishing sound. A chilling aura spreading throughout the room. Chu Mo only felt his soul trembling. While practicing his sword technique, he experienced a wonderful feeling of merging with heaven and earth. In this sensation, his body was no longer just flesh and blood. It seemed to transform into a blade. A person is a blade, and a blade is a person. A chill enveloped the small room. Outside, it was still a hot summer evening, but inside the room, it was bone-chilling cold. If someone were to walk in at that moment, they would immediately feel their hair stand on end. Yet, Chu Mo was unaware of all this. He was immersed in the process of practicing the sword technique, and unconsciously his essence, energy, and spirit were gradually changing. It was like a metamorphosis akin to a rebirth. It seemed even heaven and earth felt it. The noisy insect sounds of the summer outside seemed to weaken at that moment, until there was silence. A day quietly passed. The next morning, with a creak, Chu Mo pushed the door open. Although he hadn't slept all night, he was full of energy. His eyes sparkled with sharpness, and his demeanor exuded a chilling, blade-like aura. However, this sharpness was gradually retracting. In no time, it completely disappeared. At that moment, he appeared to be just an ordinary martial artist. But as he stepped out of the quiet room and into the courtyard, a hissing sound suddenly came from the luxurious training room behind him. Then, with a loud bang, the beams and pillars of the house broke, the walls collapsed. An invisible sword energy exploded, turning the entire room into ruins. A day's practice with the sword had accumulated enough sword energy to erupt at this moment. This commotion also attracted the attention of the martial artists stationed in the martial arts building. They heard a flurry of whooshing sounds as figures flew out from various parts of the building, accompanied by bursts of chilling sounds. Who dared to cause trouble under the banner of the Jade Merchant Alliance? Did they eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Surround them, if they dare to resist. Kill them without mercy. More than 10 martial artists reacted quickly and surrounded the area in an instant. Each wielded battle knives and long swords, exuding a cold, murderous intent that enveloped the scene. Their cold, fierce gazes were locked onto Chu Mo. Meanwhile, two figures quickly arrived. The first one exuded an overwhelming aura, as if facing a mountain and sea, making it hard to breathe. The second was a young girl. When they arrived, they were about to speak, but upon seeing Chu Mo, they suddenly froze. Chu-kaching? The girl was Mo Shanshan. She looked around at the environment, initially intending to ask Chu Mo what had happened. But just a glance made her pupils suddenly constrict. This is sword intent? You actually practice sword intent? Feeling the remaining sword energy in the surroundings, Mo Shanshan couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. The elderly woman beside her, surnamed Zhou, widened her eyes in shock. To cultivate sword intent at such a young age was simply unimaginable. Sword intent? Hearing Mo Shanshan's words, Chu Mo was somewhat puzzled. May I ask, Miss Mo, what is sword intent? You actually don't know what sword intent is. Hearing Chu Mo's words, Mo Shanshan was left speechless. She found it hard to imagine that a peerless genius who had cultivated sword intent didn't know about the realm of the sword. But she quickly regained her composure. Temporarily suppressing her shock, she spoke. If a martial artist possesses talents related to swords and blades, they can cultivate corresponding realms. For swords, as far as I know, there are 3 realms. The first realm is the sword light realm, where the sword emits light, strength is full, and the killing intent is chilling. The second realm is sword intent, with countless sword shadows unstoppable. The third realm is sword will, where the sword's intent envelopes the surroundings, making it impossible to evade. An ordinary swordsman can't even draw their swords in the face of sword will. Chu Mo nodded slightly. He hadn't known that swords had such a division of realms. However, it seemed that his ability to cultivate sword intent was likely due to his high-level sword technique cultivation talent, combined with his practice of the Gale Thunderblade. Keeping this in mind, Chu Mo looked at the surroundings and apologetically said, "I truly apologize for accidentally damaging this place due to my immersion in practice. If it helps you comprehend sword intent, I wouldn't mind destroying a room, let alone the entire martial arts building." Upon hearing this, Imo Shanshan waved her hand, unconcerned, and said, "It's no problem at all." Then, she excitedly added, "Chu Kiching, now that you've comprehended sword intent, why don't we discuss our insights? As for this place..." Chu Mo hesitated a bit. It could be cleaned up by others. Imo Shanshan invited, "Chu Kiching, please come with me. Let's talk inside." "Since that's the case, I will humbly accept." Chu Mo smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Chapter 30. No overnight killings inside the room. Chu Mo and Imo Shanshan exchanged martial arts insights. Through their conversation, Chu Mo discovered that Imo Shanshan had a deep understanding of sword techniques, and in certain aspects, she was not at all inferior to him. Imo Shanshan must have also comprehended sword intent. This meant that she at least possessed high-level sword technique cultivation talent. Although Imo Shanshan had not revealed her sword technique cultivation, it led Chu Mo to some speculation. Their exchange deepened Chu Mo's understanding of martial arts, and he greatly benefited from it. Imo Shanshan also felt she gained a lot from the discussion. The stones from other mountains could be used to polish jade. Although the paths they comprehended were different, the way is myriad, and different routes lead to the same goal. Until evening, as the sky darkened, Chu Mo finally suggested taking his leave. Imo Shanshan personally escorted him to the door, and they agreed to meet again when there was time. On the way back, Chu Mo was savoring the sword intent he had just comprehended when suddenly he felt a change in expression and frowned. But the next moment, he returned to normal, still calmly walking ahead. Behind him, on the street, two ordinary-looking martial apprentices followed him from a distance. However, after turning a corner, they suddenly found that their target had disappeared, and they exchanged glances. "Are you looking for me?" At that moment, a voice appeared behind them. "Not good. We've been discovered. Run." The two martial apprentices' expressions changed instantly, and without any hesitation, they immediately fled in different directions. They already knew that Kun Yin had died at Chu Mo's hands, so they had no intention of confronting him. However, even though their reactions were quick, it was still of no use. Luo Yanbu. Chu Mo's figure turned into a shadow, reaching one of the martial apprentices at an extraordinary speed. He struck out with a palm, and the latter's body immediately caved in, falling to the ground like a rag doll, motionless. The other martial apprentice was also quickly caught up by Chu Mo, who grabbed him by the throat. "Tell me, who sent you to follow me?" Chu Mo said in a deep voice. The martial apprentice, with his throat locked, felt it increasingly difficult to breathe. The shadow of death loomed closer, sending shivers down his spine as he struggled to say, "It's Zhou Chum. Cough, spare me, spare." Before he could finish, his voice abruptly cut off. With a forceful grip, Chu Mo snapped the neck of the latter. Zhou Chum, casually tossing him aside. Chu Mo muttered this name, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Zhou Qi had harbored murderous intent toward him back then, and even wanted to insult Qin Shi Wei. So Chu Mo had to kill him. Later, when Zhou Cheng wanted to kill him, Chu Mo was not his match at the time, so he could only kill the subordinates he sent, and then flee to the wilds to increase his strength. And now, he hadn't even sought out Zhou Cheng. Yet the other party took the initiative to send someone over. Just in time, taking this opportunity, he could directly eliminate Zhou Cheng, this future threat. No overnight killings. Upon realizing this, Chu Mo did not hesitate at all and immediately activated his speed talent, heading towards Zhou Cheng's residence. At this moment, Zhou Cheng was pacing back and forth in his villa, waiting for his subordinates to report back to him. However, just then, a piercing scream came from outside. Zhou Cheng's expression changed drastically, knowing something was wrong, and he hurriedly ran outside. As soon as he stepped out of the hall, he was met with a scene that made his eyes go bloodshot. The courtyard was in complete disarray. Numerous corpses lay in pools of blood on the ground. In the open space, a very young man dressed in tight clothing was continuously slaughtering his subordinates. Zhou Cheng's heart surged with infinite rage, and he shouted loudly, "Stop it!" His voice contained a surge of energy, resonating far and wide, shaking the entire villa area. "Who are you? Why are you killing my subordinates?" He looked at the scene before him, his heart bleeding. Although these subordinates were weak, they were the forces he had gathered bit by bit since becoming a martial artist. It was with their help that he was able to hold a position in the Luoyang base. Now that these people were all dead, he was left as a solitary figure, his power greatly diminished. How could this not infuriate him? But besides that, Zhou Cheng was also puzzled about who this person was. He couldn't remember provoking such a strong opponent. Although he had made many enemies in his youth, he would definitely remember someone so young, yet so imposing if he had encountered him. Moreover, despite having countless enemies, they were all perceptive enough. Someone with such an aura as the man before him would surely be someone he would choose to befriend, not turn against. What was more critical was that this person was young, yet exuded an aura that even made him tremble with fear. This made Zhou Cheng's heart sink even further. Could he be a disciple trained by some great martial arts master? "You must be Zhou Cheng," Chu Mo said, slashing down an enemy in front of him. Then looking at Zhou Cheng with a smile, "I have to say, you really have quite the aura. You want to kill me, but don't even know who I am. Well, since you don't recognize me, then let me introduce myself. I am Chu Mo, the one you want to kill." "What?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is this possible? You are actually Chu Mo? How could your cultivation have improved so quickly? This is impossible. What is impossible about it?" Chu Mo coldly replied, "There are all kinds of wonders in this world. With your limited knowledge, how could you understand the vastness of the universe?" Hearing Chu Mo's words, Zhou Cheng's heart stirred with tumultuous waves. A month ago, he had sent Kun Yin to investigate. At that time, although Chu Mo had killed Kun Yin, he had seen the corpse and knew that Chu Mo had not killed him instantly. This meant that although Chu Mo had the strength of a martial artist at that time, it was still limited. But now, the aura emanating from Chu Mo was actually on par with his own, perhaps even surpassing it. What kind of incredible opportunity could allow someone who originally could not cultivate to gain a cultivation talent in such a short time, and then continue to break through to match his current realm? Outside the base, there was that treasure location. Zhou Cheng immediately thought of it. Yes, it must be that celestial treasure I discovered earlier that could have such terrifying effects. How infuriating! Had I known this, I should not have just sent Kun Yin there, but should have gone personally to kill him. Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng felt immense regret. But now it was too late to regret. Both sides had already established a deep-seated blood feud. It was impossible to end it without completely annihilating the other. Therefore, Zhou Cheng's expression turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "I thought you were just a little ant that I could easily crush. But I didn't expect you to grow to the point where I have to take you seriously. But it's good, since you've come to me. I will crush you. I will seize that opportunity that should have belonged to me and help me step into the realm of martial masters, and even great masters." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Cheng launched a fierce attack. Chapter 31. The Death of Zhou Cheng, Rooting Out the Weeds. In that moment, Zhou Cheng's aura surged, his internal energy boiling, and he spun like the wind. Charging towards Chu Mo halfway through, a battle knife was swung out repeatedly, unleashing terrifying power containing the strength of a late-stage martial artist towards Chu Mo. This was Zhou Cheng's signature skill, the Void-Breaking Blade. This sword technique was a bronze-level martial skill with 3 layers. When fully mastered, it could unleash brilliant blade light with boundless power. Although Zhou Qi had learned this martial skill, its power was average since he hadn't truly grasped it. But in Zhou Cheng's hands, it was entirely different. Zhou Cheng enveloped himself in a terrifying killing intent. The power was so overwhelming that even the void emitted a piercing screech, pressing down towards Chu Mo. Although it hadn't reached Chu Mo yet, the sharp blade energy had already made the skin tingle painfully. At this moment, Zhou Cheng was using his most powerful ultimate skill. He was determined to kill Chu Mo in one strike. However, facing this terrifying blow, Chu Mo remained calm and composed. Not the least bit flustered. With the talent of gathering, Chu Mo had already acquired 3 types of talents. The low-level wind attribute talent gave him speed far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists, even martial masters. The lightning attribute talent could also enhance his strength several times. The high-level blade technique cultivation talent allowed Chu Mo to comprehend the blade's momentum, coupled with the already perfected bronze-level martial skill, the void-breaking blade, and the entry-level, silver-level martial skill, the storm thunderblade. Chu Mo's current strength couldn't be said to be invincible among the same rank. But ordinary martial artists were definitely no match for him. As for Zhou Cheng before him, he would serve as a verification of how much my strength has increased. Why doesn't he dodge? What is he doing? Zhou Cheng's attention was entirely on Chu Mo. However, what puzzled him was that since he had unleashed his full power with the blade, this person had stood still as if in a daze. And now, with his blade about to land on the man's head, this person was still unmoving. Could it be that he was scared silly? It doesn't matter, regardless of what he was doing, as long as my blade lands on him. Even if this person has reached the martial master realm, he will undoubtedly die. Thinking this, Zhou Cheng's eyes grew even fiercer. His determination to kill Chu Mo also became more resolute. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The dust under Chu Mo's feet suddenly rose up, swirling with countless waves of air and dust. His clothes fluttered without wind, making a loud sound. Even more terrifying was that the blade in Chu Mo's hand suddenly began to tremble. Buzz! A faint vibrating sound emerged. It started slowly, then suddenly quickened. Zhou Cheng's eyelids twitched violently, and a sense of fear arose in his heart. An unprecedented unease spread from the depths of his heart. Clang! At that critical moment, a sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out in the field. Chu Mo's long knife suddenly burst from its sheath and instantly swung out. The blade energy, like a swift horse, burst forth, reaching Zhou Cheng with incredible speed. In an instant, Zhou Cheng saw a flash of cold light slicing straight towards him. As this blade came out, an icy chill immediately surrounded the area. This was a blade filled with vigor, a blade overflowing with killing intent. Moreover, it was an unstoppable blade. Crack! Crack! Under this blade, Zhou Cheng's blade energy instantly crumbled and dissolved completely. Not good. Quick retreat. Listening to this sound, Zhou Cheng was horrified and wanted to withdraw. However, before he could retract his hand, the long knife in his hand snapped into dozens of pieces with a clatter. The knife energy surged forward like a bamboo being split, and in his incredulous gaze, it struck him. It was as if cutting gold and jade. Like a wall collapsing and a beam falling, the knife energy flashed by. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. After a long while, the sound of the knife being sheathed slowly broke the silence. With a single stroke, Chu Mo did not even glance at Zhou Cheng and directly walked past him. Behind him, Zhou Cheng fell to his knees with a thud, his eyes glazed over. A blood-red mark spread from his left neck to his right, slowly blooming. Thin lines of blood spurted out. I will not accept this. Feeling the temperature and blood energy rapidly draining from his body, Zhou Cheng used all his remaining strength to say 4 words with great difficulty. As his voice fell, accompanied by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, Zhou Cheng's body completely collapsed to the ground. He was no longer moving. All his future and ambitions vanished into thin air. Thus, Zhou Cheng was dead. After killing Zhou Cheng, it was time to collect his assets. Chu Mo searched around the villa and quickly found a storage room containing several safes. He directly used knife energy to cut them open and saw them filled to the brim with essence stones and various materials from fierce beasts. Roughly calculated, there were at least hundreds of thousands worth of essence stones. The materials from fierce beasts piled up like mountains and were extremely valuable. No horse can get fat without night grass. This was indeed a windfall. Seeing this, Chu Mo's eyes lit up. Zhou Cheng, as a powerful figure in the base with considerable influence, had been in the martial artist realm for over 10 years, so his accumulated wealth was naturally substantial. But now, all of this belonged to him. Without hesitation, he directly stored everything into his storage bag. After carefully searching again to ensure nothing was missed, Chu Mo planned to leave. Although the fight with Zhou Cheng was brief, it had caused quite a commotion and likely attracted a lot of attention. The law enforcement team might have already arrived. Home. Chu Mo decisively turned and left. Just a short while after he left, the law enforcement team of the base quickly arrived. When they saw the bodies scattered all over the ground, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. They were all dead, including Zhou Cheng, who was in the late martial artist realm. After checking, a martial artist from the law enforcement team reported back. The team leader felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Although Zhou Cheng's strength was not particularly strong, he was still a significant force within the base. Now, with the entire faction nearly wiped out, this was no small matter. From the wounds, it appeared that they were killed by a formidable swordsman. And Zhou Cheng didn't even have the strength to resist, being struck directly in a vital spot. It seemed that it was Zhou Cheng's enemy seeking revenge. After investigating the cause of death, the law enforcement captain said with a grave expression, "This is a powerful swordsman. It is beyond our capability to handle. Immediately gather the information and report this to the higher-ups for a decision." Upon hearing this, his subordinates responded in unison, "Understood." The law enforcement team began to handle the aftermath. Meanwhile, Chu Mo had already returned home and started counting his gains. Chapter 32. Mid-level martial artist. 5 times the speed of sound. Comparable to martial master strength. 460,000 low-grade essence stones. 35 portions of second-level fierce beast blood. For portions of third-level fierce beast blood. Plus a large number of second-level fierce beast materials and precious medicinal herbs. The total value exceeded 1 million essence stones. After counting the harvest from killing Zhou Cheng, even Chu Mo was stunned by such terrifying wealth. Truly worthy of being a seasoned martial artist. Decades of accumulation indeed amounted to a vast fortune. After calming down, Chu Montag smiedet. With this wealth, he could support his cultivation to the late martial artist realm, or even step into the martial master realm. Cultivation. Next, he focused entirely on cultivation, striving to quickly raise his realm to the martial master level. Only in this way could he have the strength to control his own destiny in the Luoyang base. Chu Mo thought to himself. He organized all the essence stones and fierce beast materials neatly, then took out a spirit fruit. Wind spirit fruit, produced from wind spirit grass. Initially discovered by Du Jing on the outskirts of Mount Daxu, but was unexpectedly snatched by Su Guang. This incident led to a series of subsequent events. After Su Guang was killed by him, the wind spirit fruit naturally fell into Chu Mo's hands. It was said that this fruit could allow martial artists with wind attribute talent to gain insights, potentially enhancing their talent. Perhaps it was worth a try. Now, Chu Mo's wind attribute talent was only low level, but when fully activated, it could bring him nearly 10 times the speed. If he could elevate his wind attribute talent to medium level, how terrifying would that be? It was estimated that even seasoned martial masters would be left in the dust. With this in mind, Chu Mo immediately washed the wind spirit fruit clean and began to eat it. It was sweet and crisp. As soon as it entered his mouth, it transformed into a pure energy that merged into his body. His flesh seemed to become lighter. Vaguely, he felt a closer connection to the surrounding winds. It worked. Chu Mo's spirit lifted, and he continued eating. In no time, he had consumed more than half of the wind spirit fruit. Just then, Chu Mo suddenly felt a warm current surge through his limbs, as if his body was being massaged by a pair of soft hands, providing immense comfort. After a moment, this warm current dissipated, and Chu Mo stretched his fists and feet, feeling significantly lighter, as if his marrow had been cleansed. He glanced at his personal information. Target: Chu Mo, physique, high-level cultivation physique, talent, high-level swordsmanship cultivation talent, medium wind attribute talent, low thunder attribute talent. Looking at the now medium-level wind attribute talent. A smile appeared on Chu Mo's face. It really upgraded. Let's test the speed after the transformation. It was already night, but Chu Mo was a bit impatient. He directly opened the window, jumped out, and arrived on the street. The streets were deserted and quiet. Chu Mo activated his wind attribute talent without any reservations, exerting all his strength. Boom! Suddenly, a sound of air breaking echoed, and in an instant, Chu Mo had crossed a distance of 100 meters. In the void, Chu Mo felt as if he had broken through some boundary. The speed of sound. This thought flashed through his mind. Sound travels at 340 meters per second in the air, and Chu Mo's speed had undoubtedly surpassed the speed of sound at this moment. After several tests, Chu Mo finally arrived at an approximate value. With medium wind a tribute talent, the speed increase reached about 15 times. At full speed, he was close to 5 times the speed of sound. This was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying speed. Ordinary martial artists could at most achieve 100 meters per second. Only martial masters could reach supersonic speeds. Chu Mo had heard that even at the peak of the martial master realm, the maximum speed could only reach 5 to 10 times the speed of sound. This meant that now I was roughly comparable to the speed of a peak martial master. This result greatly excited Chu Mo. In the world of martial arts, only speed can break the impossible. This might be a bit too absolute, but being fast can indeed break many impossibilities. Just like now, Chu Mo was only at the early martial artist realm, but relying on 5 times the speed of sound. He had the qualification to fight against martial master experts, even without falling behind. Of course, Chu Mo would not become arrogant because of this. Speed is merely a qualification to not fall behind. However, to defeat a martial artist, one needs matching strength. Otherwise, no matter how fast you are, if your strength cannot break through the opponent's defense, what is the point? Improve your realm and increase your strength. Chu Mo thought to himself. With that in mind, he took out a bottle of 3rd-level ferocious beast blood from his storage bag, opened the bottle, and a surge of pure blood energy immediately rushed out. The vital energy in Chu Mo's body was also stirred up, seemingly craving something. Without hesitation, he gulped it down. Boom! As soon as it entered his mouth, the violent energy instantly rampaged within his body. The energy from the 3rd-level ferocious beast blood indeed far exceeded that of the 2nd level. Even Chu Mo felt the blood energy within him stirring, as if it were somewhat uncontrollable. Not daring to be careless, he immediately performed the vital energy refinement technique, slowly absorbing the violent energy within his body. For the next few days, Chu Mo went out during the day to the martial training building to rent a training room to improve his cultivation. The reason for not practicing at home was mainly that the space was too small and he couldn't fully unleash his power. A slight carelessness would damage the furniture. In the evenings, he would return early to cook for Chen Shiwei. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. One afternoon, after Chu Mo drank another portion of 3rd-level ferocious beast blood and began to use the refining technique to absorb energy, half an hour later, after completing a set of the vital energy refinement technique, Chu Mo suddenly felt the blood energy within him surging wildly, and his entire body felt as if it was boiling, as if being scorched by fire. With a thought, he felt all the blood energy in his body being mobilized. Every inch of bone and muscle was stimulated, resonating together, causing Chu Mo's body to emit bursts of thunderous sounds, like summer thunder. The bones resonated together, achieving mastery in body refinement. This was the sign that Chu Mo had perfected his bone refinement and stepped into the mid-stage of a martial artist. In the mid-stage of a martial artist, the bones resonate, possessing a strength of 50,000 pounds. Chu Mo's eyes lit up, and he stepped over to the strength testing machine beside the training room. This was a high-level strength testing machine that could measure up to 1,000,000 pounds of strength, equipped only in high-level quiet rooms. Standing in front of it, Chu Mo took a deep breath, then mobilized all his strength and punched out. Boom! The terrifying punch force erupted, shaking the void and producing a sharp whistling sound. When it landed on the machine, it immediately made a loud noise, causing the machine to shake violently. At the very top, a line of numbers jumped out. 50,021. Indeed, it was 50,000 pounds of strength. Next, let's try the effect after enhancing with lightning attributes. Chu Mo's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he directly mobilized the thunderous power within him, raised his fist, and struck hard forward. Crack! Accompanied by a layer of purple arcs of electricity wrapping around his fist, it slammed down onto the machine. In an instant, the machine shook violently, and the original number began to climb rapidly, soon breaking through 6 digits. Then, the momentum didn't decrease and continued to rise. After a moment, it finally stopped. 202,891. Over 200,000 pounds of strength. The low-level lightning attribute talent provided a fourfold increase in strength, allowing him to unleash over 200,000 pounds with a single punch. This already surpassed the strength of a late-stage martial artist. Moreover, this does not even account for the sword intent that Chu Mo has now comprehended. If he were to unleash the sword intent, even a martial master would likely not be a match for him. Chapter 33. Mo Shanshan's Request. Unicorn Jade, Liquid One Day. Chu Mo was still training in the training room. Although he had already reached the mid-stage of a martial artist and his strength had greatly increased, the path of cultivation is like rowing upstream. Not advancing is retreating. With his current cultivation, it was far from the time to relax. After a round of training, it was only in the afternoon that Chu Mo ended, drenched in sweat. After reaching the mid-stage of a martial artist, he needed to cultivate his vital energy. Compared to the initial stage of bone marrow refining, the mid-stage vital energy refining was much slower. It had already been several days since he stepped into the mid-stage, and Chu Mo noticed that his growth in strength had slowed down considerably compared to before. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. He was merely entering a period of gradual growth. Although it seemed slow, he was still steadily progressing. Compared to other martial artists, Chu Mo's growth in strength was still extremely rapid. However, Chu Mo himself was not satisfied. It is said that there are many medicinal liquids in this world that can accelerate the refining of vital energy. As a major force spanning numerous bases, the Emerald Jade Tower should have such treasures. Chu Mo thought, planning to go to the Emerald Jade Tower to take a look. Something that could accelerate the refining of vital energy would undoubtedly be a valuable treasure. If it were before, Chu Mo wouldn't have had the confidence to buy it. But now he had 1,000,000 worth of elemental stones, and as a guest elder of the Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance, he could get discounts. His confidence was much stronger. After taking a shower, Chu Mo prepared to head to the Emerald Jade Tower. Just as he stepped out, he saw a young martial artist standing at the door. This person, upon seeing Chu Mo, immediately approached and respectfully saluted. "I'm a martial artist of the Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance. Greetings, Chu Guest Elder. I have come here at the behest of Manager Mo to invite you to the Emerald Jade Tower. Mo Shanshan wants to see me?" Chu Mo was quite surprised. He was just about to go to the Emerald Jade Tower, but unexpectedly Mo Shanshan had come to find him. Since joining the Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance, apart from the last time at the Martial Training Building, due to comprehending the sword intent and damaging the room, he had not seen her since. This sudden request to meet him, could something have happened? Thinking of this, Chu Mo said, "Since it is Manager Mo's invitation, I shall go with you. Please lead the way. Chu Guest Elder is too polite, please follow me." The martial artist let out a sigh of relief upon hearing Chu Mo's agreement, then led him towards the Emerald Jade Tower. Half an hour later, Chu Mo met Mo Shanshan in the Emerald Jade Tower. Upon seeing Chu Mo Shanshan was about to speak, but suddenly seemed to sense something and exclaimed in shock. "Chu Guest Elder's strength seems to have increased again. I've been focusing on cultivation lately and have made some small progress," Chu Mo humbly replied. However, Mo Shanshan was indeed shocked. Ever since she got to know Chu Mo, she could feel his strength increasing significantly every time they met. Such talent and speed of cultivation were simply unbelievable. If it weren't for Mo Shanshan's own good talent and her background from a large base, having seen many prodigies, she would have been thoroughly overwhelmed by Chu Mo. But even so, it was enough to leave her astonished. "But may I ask why Manager Mo is looking for me?" At this moment, Chu Mo inquired. This question brought Mo Shanshan back to reality from her shock. After all, coming from a major force, she quickly calmed down and stated the main point. "The reason I asked you here is that I have a matter to ask for your help. I wonder if you're interested?" Upon hearing this, Chu Mo understood that this was a task from the Merchant Alliance. However, he did not immediately express his stance, but calmly said, "Please elaborate, Manager Mo." "It's like this. Our Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance comes from a large base and has industries in over a dozen small bases nearby. This time, the Emerald Jade Tower in Chongfeng base accidentally obtained a treasure that I really need, so I want someone to deliver this item to Liang base. However, the Emerald Jade Tower in Changfeng Base has suffered considerable losses in manpower to obtain this treasure and is temporarily unable to escort it. We cannot trust outsiders, so we can only send someone from our Luoyang base to retrieve it. Hearing this, Chu Mo understood. In simple terms, it was equivalent to a bodyguard mission. However, from Luoyang base to Changfeng base, there are thousands of miles apart, which is quite far. Along the way, there are many gathering places of fierce beasts, and wanting to pass through safely is indeed too dangerous. Mo Shanshan obviously understands this principle as well. Therefore, she immediately said, to ensure safety, we from the Tsuyu Tower will send several martial masters to lead the team, and they will be the main force. Although there is still a risk, the rewards are considerable if Chu Keqing is interested. At this point, Mo Shanshan revealed a smile and said, after the mission is accomplished, you can receive 5 portions of the unicorn jade liquid from the unicorn rhinoceros. As soon as these words came out, the previously calm Chu Mo immediately showed a glint in his eyes. The unicorn rhinoceros. It is a 3rd-tier fierce beast. Its strength is not particularly terrifying, but its power is extremely formidable. It is said that the horn on its head can break stones and is very hard. Even a 3rd-tier alloy combat knife would find it difficult to cut through. The jade liquid produced by the horn of the unicorn rhinoceros is said to have remarkable effects on refining vital energy and blood. It is said to accelerate the speed of a martial artist's blood refining by 10 times. Because of this effect, the unicorn rhinoceros is considered the most perfect treasure for martial artists during the blood refining process. However, the unicorn rhinoceros does not usually appear near Luoyang base, making it hard to find. Chu Mo never expected that Mo Shanshan could directly offer 5 portions. He had to admit that he was tempted. After thinking for a moment, Chu Mo nodded and said, I am willing to participate in this mission. Although Mo Shanshan can offer 5 portions of unicorn jade liquid as a reward, it shows the importance of this mission. Even the Tsuyu Chamber of Commerce, no matter how wealthy, cannot engage in a losing deal. But the unicorn jade liquid is very important to him. Having these 5 portions would greatly shorten the time needed for refining his blood. Moreover, he had just made progress in his cultivation and was at a perfect time for action, making this an excellent opportunity to hone his abilities and gain experience by going to Changfeng base with the team. Most importantly, he had speed comparable to the peak of martial masters, and even if he encountered danger, as long as he did not face a grandmaster-level opponent, he could easily escape. For this reason, he agreed. Great. Hearing Chu Mo's words, Mo Shanshan smiled and said, with Chu Keqing's assistance, this mission will surely go more smoothly. Miss Mo is being too polite. I'll do my best. Chu Mo nodded and then chatted with Mo Shanshan for a while. As the sky was getting late, he finally took his leave. Before leaving, Mo Shanshan also informed Chu Mo of the departure time, which would be set for 5 days later, advising him to prepare well in the meantime. Zu Montag Natur Eli Komplett. Chapter 34, I disagree. This mission to Changfeng base to escort the treasure. Mo Shanshan is willing to pay such a high price, indicating that this treasure is absolutely precious. On the way back, Chu Mo pondered silently. Whether the treasure is valuable or not is not his main concern. No matter how rare it is, he would not develop any greedy thoughts. Although Chu Mo cannot be considered a particularly merciful person, he believes he still has some principles. Mo Shanshan treated him well, showed him respect, and answered many of his cultivation questions, making her a good friend. Naturally, Chu Mo would not betray her without reason. However, the round trip of nearly 10,000 miles certainly carries significant risks. He still needs to make thorough preparations. With this in mind, Chu Mo decided to visit the supply hall the next day. The next day, Chu Mo strolled around the martial artist supply hall, purchasing some healing and recovery potions, as well as items necessary for survival in the wilderness. In the following days, he focused on cultivation at home, waiting for the time to approach. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Chu Mo arrived at the agreed location. He saw that Mo Shanshan was already waiting there. And besides her, 7 or 8 martial artists had also arrived, all participants in this escort mission. Chu Mo observed and found that their cultivation levels were all at the late or peak martial artist level, and a few were martial masters. They were all unfamiliar faces. Among them, one elder had a deep aura, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, rivaling that of the old lady martial master, surnamed Zhou, who followed Mo Shanshan. As Chu Mo was observing, Mo Shanshan also noticed him and immediately came over to greet him. After a brief chat, more people started to arrive. Before long, discussion broke out not far away. Zhang Xian is here. Manager Zhang actually came? Hello, Manager Zhang. A group of people greeted him. Zhang Xian? Chu Mo raised an eyebrow and looked over. He saw a young martial artist striding over with an arrogant expression, clearly looking down on everyone present, only slightly softening his attitude when facing the elder martial master. This is Zhang Xian, a manager recruited by the Chamber of Commerce at Liang Base. He possesses moderate swordsmanship talent and low-level metal attribute talent, making him a relatively rare dual attribute martial artist. At just 20 years old, he has already reached the peak martial artist level and is not far from becoming a martial master, considered a rare genius. Mo Shanshan introduced him. At this moment, Zhang Xian also saw Mo Shanshan and immediately walked over. Shanshan. Zhang Xian greeted her, his eyes filled with heat. But then he noticed Chu Mo standing beside Mo Shanshan. And especially upon seeing Chu Mo's impressive appearance and demeanor, he unconsciously frowned. Shanshan, who is this? Manager Zhang, let me introduce you. This is Chu Mo, a guest elder recently recruited by the Chamber of Commerce. Mo Shanshan introduced. Guest elder? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's eyes flashed, and he looked at Chu Mo with a scrutinizing gaze, sizing him up before turning to Mo Shanshan and saying with deep meaning, Shanshan, not just anyone can be a guest elder. Be careful not to be deceived. Hearing this, Chu Mo frowned. Zhang Xian seemed to harbor some hostility towards him. Mo Shanshan, upon hearing this, also showed displeasure on her face. Just as she was about to speak, a voice rang out in the crowd. Everyone, please be quiet. The elder martial master stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. I am Qian Yuan, one of the managers of the Tzu Chamber of Commerce, and I currently possess the late martial master level of strength. Thanks to Manager Mo's favor, I will be the leader of this mission. Many of you present have participated in several missions with me before, while others are newcomers, so before we start, I would like to lay down some rules. He cleared his throat and said solemnly, in my team, first, no one is allowed to cause trouble. Second, this journey is quite long, nearly 10,000 miles round trip, and the route has already been set. No one is allowed to leave the team at will. Even if something happens, you must first report to me. Third, everyone must follow orders and act uniformly, and must not casually interact with outsiders. If you cannot adhere to the above 3 points, feel free to leave now. Once the team departs, if you break the rules, don't blame me for being merciless. This martial master Qian Yuan clearly has rich experience in survival and combat in the wild and immediately laid down a series of rules. Chu Mo listened to Qian Yuan's words, maintaining a calm expression, but internally he understood and recognized them quite well. Survival in the wild leaves no room for carelessness. Although these rules seem strict, they can minimize risks to the greatest extent. At this time, among the more than 10 martial artists present, upon hearing this, they all expressed their agreement. Seeing the rules established, Qian Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Then it was time for everyone to report their strengths, so that everyone would know the overall strength of their team. Wang Kai, early stage martial artist, skilled with a knife. Honan, peak martial artist, skilled with a sword. Xian Yongsheng, peak martial artist, skilled with a dagger, has a weak wind attribute talent, capable of assassination and reconnaissance. Wu Hao, early stage martial artist, skilled with a shield and hammer, has a secondary earth attribute talent, strong defensive capability. One by one, the martial artists reported their specialties and abilities. Soon it was Zhang Xian's turn. He stood with his hands behind his back and proudly said, Zhang Xian, peak martial artist, skilled with a sword, has medium swordsmanship talent and low-level gold attribute talent. After speaking, he provocatively glanced at Chu Mo. I heard you are a guest elder of the Merchant Alliance, but I wonder what your current strength is? Hearing this, Chu Mo glanced at Zhang Xian and casually said, Chu Mo, mid-stage martial artist, skilled with a knife. Mid-stage martial artist? Isn't this a joke? A mid-stage martial artist can become a guest elder of the Merchant Alliance? The key is that this mission is too dangerous. Having a mid-stage martial artist join us is just a burden, right? As soon as Chu Mo spoke, the people present began to discuss among themselves. A mid-stage martial artist is not weak within the base, but in this team, he can only be at the bottom. Moreover, this mission is extremely perilous. What use can a mid-stage martial artist be? Everyone, although Chu Guest Elder is only a mid-stage martial artist, since he can become a guest elder, he must have extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, having Chu Guest Elder join us will not affect our rewards. Don't you think that makes sense? At this moment, a martial artist who had not spoken before said. Once this was said, others also felt it made sense. Although Chu Mo's strength is at the bottom, having one less person is worse than having one more. Moreover, Chu Mo is still a guest elder of the Merchant Alliance. In terms of status, among the people present, apart from Mo Shanshan, his status is the highest. This also gives Chu Mo some face. Thinking about this, everyone no longer hesitated and prepared to set off. They thought the matter would end here, but unexpectedly, at this moment, a harsh voice rang out. No. Everyone instinctively looked towards the sound. Zhang Xian stood up and said in a deep voice, I disagree. Chapter 35. This is my confidence. Let us not even mention your mere mid-stage martial artist realm. How did you become a guest elder? Let us talk about the present. Our trip is to cross 2 bases, and the journey is long. If we encounter a powerful, ferocious beast, with your mere mid-stage martial artist strength, if you get into danger due to your own strength, will we save you or not? If we don't save you, that would be to watch you die. If we do save you, wouldn't that become our burden? Zhang Xian stepped forward, looking at Chu Mo with a cold smile. Originally, he was somewhat wary when he heard that Chu Mo was a guest elder. Who would have thought he was only a mid-stage martial artist, which immediately made Zhang Xian feel much more relaxed. But soon after, jealousy followed. How could a mere mid-stage martial artist become a guest elder? The guest elders of the TU Merchant Alliance enjoy excellent benefits and have a high degree of freedom, holding significant power within the alliance. Each base S branch can have at most 2 guest elder positions. He didn't even have that qualification. How could Chu Mo have it? Most importantly, he had long coveted Mo Shanshan and had already regarded her as his possession in his heart. And Mo Shanshan actually smiled and joked with Chu Mo, showing a smile he had never seen before, looking very close, which naturally made him very unhappy. For this reason, Zhang Xian planned to publicly embarrass Chu Mo and teach him a lesson. When this was said, the surrounding martial artists did not rashly speak in agreement. Everyone could see that Zhang Xian's words were clearly hostile towards Chu Mo. And Chu Mo was a guest elder of the Merchant Alliance. His status was not ordinary. Everyone present was experienced, so they naturally would not easily interject. The best course of action was to stay out of it. As for Chu Mo, he was already feeling displeased. He knew he had no enmity with Zhang Xian, and today was just their first meeting, yet the other party repeatedly provoked him. Originally, Chu Mo wanted to ignore it for Mo Shanshan's sake, but even a clay figurine has some temper. Since that is the case, Chu Mo would no longer hesitate. He raised his eyes and looked at Zhang Xian, saying solemnly, What do you mean by that? Simple. Defeat me or gain my approval. Otherwise, I will not agree to you participating in this mission. Zhang Xian crossed his arms and said coldly. As soon as these words came out, Mo Shanshan's expression changed, and she angrily said, Zhang Xian, do you know what you're saying? How dare you be so disrespectful to Chu Guest Elder? Hurry up and step back. I'm just speaking the truth. Zhang Xian crossed his arms and said coldly, Besides, this person has such low cultivation and still became a guest elder. I'm just afraid you, Shanshan, will be deceived. After saying this, he looked at Chu Mo and provocatively said, So, do you have the guts to step up? All right. Chu Mo looked at Zhang Xian and said calmly. At this moment, Mo Shanshan wanted to say something, but looking at Chu Mo's calm face, she ultimately said nothing. She could only sigh silently at Zhang Xian, who still looked proud. Although Zhang Xian seemed to have a higher realm and dual talents compared to Chu Mo, who had already comprehended the knife intent, he was still not enough. The only outcome for him would be a crushing defeat. The space here was large. Everyone dispersed. giving Chu Mo and Zhang Xian an open area to fight. Zhang Xian drew his weapon, which was a metal-long sword, looking sharp and gleaming. Additionally, he exuded a sharp aura. Just one look made one's eyes hurt. Zhang Xian had medium swordsmanship talent, and his swordsmanship was quite impressive, enhanced by his gold attribute talent, making his sword even sharper and greatly increasing its power, akin to adding wings to a tiger. Moreover, it was said that not long ago, Zhang Xian had reached the sword light realm. With a single sword strike, the sword energy rampaged, and even ordinary martial artists would not dare to approach its edge. Chu Guest Elder was only a mid-stage martial artist. It was likely that the surrounding martial artists were discussing. They had little hope that Chu Mo could defeat Zhang Xian. This was not because they were mindlessly mocking Chu Mo. They mainly understood Zhang Xian better and knew what cards and strengths he had. As for Chu Mo, they were not familiar with him and could only guess based on the strength he had shown so far. Kid, I don't know where you got the confidence to accept my challenge, but today you will undoubtedly lose. Hearing the discussions around him, Zhang Xian was quite proud. After saying this, his expression suddenly hardened, and he said in a deep voice, "Take this." As his voice fell, Zhang Xian quickly moved, holding the long sword, charging towards Chu Mo. The sword energy was formidable, and the cold light flickered, accompanied by a whistling sound that seemed capable of cutting through the air. Upon seeing this sword strike, the surrounding martial artists changed their expression slightly, just based on the might of this sword. Even a mid-stage martial artist would not dare to take it head-on, only able to dodge. However, facing such terrifying power, Chu Mo, who was the first to bear the brunt, remained completely motionless. It was as if he was completely stunned. What is he doing? Why isn't he moving? If he doesn't dodge, he will die under this sword strike. The onlooking martial artist watched Chu Mo not making any move and couldn't help but exclaim. As for Zhang Xian, who was charging towards Chu Mo, seeing him not moving at all, a hint of killing intent appeared in the corners of his eyes. You want to seek death? Then don't blame me. Thinking this, Zhang Xian gritted his teeth, and the sword energy in his hand surged again, seemingly ready to slay Chu Mo with a single strike. This all happened in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the sword was just 3 feet away from him. Just as it seemed that Chu Mo was about to die under the sword, he finally moved. To everyone's disbelief, he did not dodge or draw his own weapon. Instead, he reached out his right hand and grabbed Zhang Xian's incoming long sword with his bare flesh. With flesh and blood, he forcefully seized the sword's edge. Break! A low shout erupted, producing a terrifying shockwave like a dragon's roar, splitting the air apart. In that instant, Chu Mo's entire body resonated, and a layer of purple arcs of electricity swirled around his palm. He seemed to transform into an ancient thunder god, an unstoppable force bursting forth from his body, coursing into his spine and driving his entire being forward like crashing waves. Crack! The crisp sound echoed in the ears of everyone present. To their disbelief, Zhang Xian's alloy longsword was actually crushed in his grip, shattering into countless pieces that shot out everywhere. You ask me where my confidence comes from? Chu Mo looked up, a smirk on his lips. This is my confidence. Silence. A deathly silence. Beneath that silence was Zhang Xian's frozen smile. This frozen smile gradually faded, replaced by sheer horror. You. Zhang Xian wanted to say something, but just as the words were on his lips, he suddenly saw the alloy long knife hanging at Chu Mo's waist abruptly unsheathing half an inch. In an instant, a powerful blade, aura, surged forth. Zhang Xian had no means of defense and was sent flying backward. In midair, all one could hear were the sounds of Pu Qi as blade energy sliced through his body, leaving gashes everywhere. By the time he crashed to the ground, he had already turned into a bloody mess. A mere low-level cultivation, truly ignorant, Chu Mo said, stroking the knife handle lightly. In the distance, Zhang Xian, severely injured by the blade aura, wanted to say something, but upon hearing these words, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his breath hitched, and he fainted. This outcome completely shocked everyone. Chapter 36. A warrior cannot be humiliated, breaking the void white weasel. His meridians were severed, and he had become a waste. Afterward, Medical personnel came forward to treat Zhang Xian, and after a detailed examination, they found that his entire body had been attacked by blade energy, leaving his meridians severed and rendering him a cripple. In battles between warriors, injuries are inevitable. Moreover, Zhang Xian repeatedly provoked Chu Mo, even attempting to kill him during the match, which had already crossed the line. A warrior cannot be humiliated, and since Chu Mo did not kill him, but merely crippled his cultivation, it was already showing mercy. Therefore, upon learning this outcome, everyone felt no sympathy for Zhang Xian, only regret. As for Chu Mo, they expressed admiration and respect. Respect for the strong. In the previous battle, Chu Mo had only struck twice with lightning speed, but that fleeting glimpse left a lasting impression. The first time, he had seized the sword's edge with his flesh and blood, directly crushing the alloy longsword. The second time, he had drawn the knife half an inch, unleashing a terrifying blade aura that severely injured Zhang Xian. The power contained in those two strikes was comparable to that of an early-stage martial artist. How could they not be shocked and filled with respect? No wonder he could be recognized as a guest elder at the mid-stage of martial arts. He was truly not an ordinary person. Everyone thought to themselves. At this moment, Mo Shanshan also stepped forward, expressing her apologies to Chu Mo for Zhang Xian's provocation. Chu Mo naturally would not dwell on the matter any longer. As for Zhang Xian, he had already been taken away by medical personnel for treatment. He wouldn't die, but if nothing unexpected happened, he would likely remain an ordinary person for the rest of his life. This was merely a small interlude. Half an hour later, everyone was ready to set off, and under Mo Shanshan's escort, they headed towards a base. The group consisted of 15 people, including 4 martial artists, 1 late-stage martial artist, and 3 early-stage martial artists. Among the rest, everyone except Chu Mo was either at the late stage or peak level of martial arts. Chu Mo followed the team as they moved forward. However, no one dared to underestimate him. Instead, they treated him as a powerful martial artist. The team's pace was not slow, and they quickly left the Luyang base behind. As they followed along, Chu Mo looked around. It was now noon. The sunlight poured down, illuminating the ground. Countless tall trees and twisting vines grew everywhere, making one feel as if they were in a primeval forest. The proud civilization and massive cities people relied on had been completely covered. Other than what could still be seen at the base, there were no traces to be found in the wild. This was the might of nature. Even Chu Mo, upon seeing this, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Soon it became night. Before the night fell, the team set up a camp to rest. It was worth mentioning that Xian Yuan's experience in the wild was indeed rich. Under his leadership, the team had encountered no dangers throughout the day, even managing to avoid any beasts gathering ahead before they could sense them. If they couldn't avoid them, with the strength of their team, they could still slay any beasts blocking their path. Although their travel time was slower, covering just over 1,000 miles in a day, safety was paramount. The next morning, they set off quickly before dawn. Then, as night approached, they camped in place, repeating this for several days. Soon, it was already the 4th day. At this point, they were less than a day's journey from the Chongfeng base, and they would arrive the next day. Perhaps it was the anticipation of reaching their destination or the prolonged calm that made everyone somewhat relaxed. Suddenly, Pooh, a martial artist, fell slightly behind and not far away. A gust of wind suddenly howled past. The martial artist could only manage a muffled grunt, then his body trembled, and the next moment, he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. This commotion attracted everyone's attention. What happened? How did Ho Nan suddenly die? He was at the peak level of martial arts. How could he just die like this? What on earth was going on? I seemed to have seen a white shadow swiftly dart by, but before I could react, I saw that shadow collide with Ho Nan's body, and then a martial artist trembled all over, not knowing if it was from fear or regret for not being able to save him in time. Chu Mo's expression also became serious as he gripped the knife handle tightly, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Calm down. Stay alert. At this moment, Qian Yuan loudly called for everyone to calm down. Then he stood solemnly in place, first glancing at where Ho Nan had been standing, then carefully sniffing the air. Suddenly, his expression changed. Not good. It's a breaking void white weasel. Just as his words fell, Another scream came from the other side. A martial artist, caught off guard, suddenly trembled and then exploded. This time, everyone was on high alert, and with a quick glance, they finally saw that it was a beast entirely white in color. This creature had a slender body, short limbs, a long narrow head, and was not very large, only about a meter long, but its tail was long, and its two front paws resembled human hands, with 5 fingers, and its claws were extremely sharp and shiny like metal. When discovered, this ferocious beast had half of its body suspended in midair, while the other half seemed to have vanished, as if it had slipped into the void. In fact, that was exactly the case. The void-piercing white weasel is a mid-level tier 3 ferocious beast. Its strength isn't particularly formidable, but the key lies in its extreme speed and ability to traverse space, wielding a thread of spatial power. It can be described as elusive and unpredictable. Once it sets its sights on someone, there is absolutely no chance of escaping. Even a martial arts master would find it extremely troublesome if they encountered it. And now, their team had actually been targeted by the void-piercing white weasel, causing all members to turn pale, devoid of color. "Calm down," Qian Yuan shouted loudly, then said, "It's just a mid-level tier 3 ferocious beast. As long as we don't expose any weaknesses and take it down one by one, we still have a chance. Everyone, listen to my orders and gather together. If you see the void-piercing white weasel appear, charge at it immediately without holding back." Upon hearing Qian Yuan's command, everyone quickly huddled together, backing each other up, nervously staring into the emptiness before them. Whoosh! After a short while, another sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. The void-piercing white weasel reappeared, this time right in front of a martial artist in their team. Its claws shot out, aiming to kill him. The martial artist swung his long knife at it, but his speed was still much too slow. He couldn't even touch the void-piercing white weasel, which instead directly clawed at the martial artist's chest, effortlessly pulling out a bloody heart. At that moment, the other martial artists finally reacted and swung their knives at it together. However, after landing a hit, the white weasel swiftly evaded again, disappearing into the void. Chapter 37. Toying with Us 1/. The tense atmosphere hung over everyone's hearts. The void-piercing white weasel was elusive, with each appearance resulting in the death of a martial artist. In a short amount of time, 6 people had already died. Among these 6, some were peak martial artists, while others were early-stage martial artists. All were formidable in the base, yet here, they had no power to resist, only able to die in frustration. They couldn't even see what the killer looked like. Everyone was filled with dread, unable to suppress their heavy breathing, which sounded exceptionally clear in such an environment. I can't take it anymore. One martial artist could no longer bear the oppressive atmosphere and screamed as he charged out of the crowd, wildly swinging his long knife while shouting, "Come out! Show yourself! Su Hao, don't be impulsive! Come back!" A martial artist's face changed dramatically as he shouted. But it was too late. A white shadow suddenly appeared out of thin air, charging straight towards Su Hao. The white claws pierced through his body in an instant. Su Hao's body stiffened, and he fell to the ground, motionless. He was clearly dead. However, the expression on his face showed relief. It's like a cat playing with a mouse. It wants to toy with us until we die. Qian Yuan's face darkened as he spoke solemnly. The void-piercing white weasel was not quickly killing them one by one, but rather killing someone at intervals, undoubtedly wanting them to experience the arrival of death and fear. Understanding this, everyone's mood became exceptionally heavy. Chu Mo was also shocked. This void-piercing white weasel moved like lightning, extremely fast. Even he could only catch a glimpse of its shadow. He wondered if he could capture and kill it with his speed. Chu Mo thought to himself. At that moment, everyone instinctively held their breath. Outside, only the faint sound of the wind could be heard, but in such a situation, it felt eerily silent. The silence was so profound that everyone could hear their own heartbeat. Time passed, and suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out again. Everyone saw a white shadow shooting towards them, crashing into the crowd. "Be careful. That ferocious beast is coming again," Qian Yuan shouted loudly. While speaking, he looked over and saw that the beast had pounced into the crowd, targeting one martial artist. And that person was Chu Mo. The speed of the white weasel was so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Chu Mo was the first to bear the brunt. Under his gaze, he could clearly see the white weasel's claws stretching out like lightning, about to pierce his heart. Luoyan's step. Chu Mo activated his wind attribute talent, instantly boosting his speed by 15 times and executing the Luoyan step. At the critical moment, he narrowly dodged out of the way. At the same time, clang, a sudden clash of metal rang out, piercing everyone's eardrums. Chu Mo's alloy battle knife was suddenly drawn, and a sweeping blade aura shot out at an incredible speed. In an instant, an overwhelming blade force filled the surroundings, and a bright cold light surged into everyone's view. The swaying shadows of the trees, the gentle breeze, the shining sunlight, the shouts of the surrounding people, the sound of the void-piercing white weasel breaking through the air, all of it paled in comparison to the brilliance of this one slash. The blade aura surged, carrying an unmatched might. When this slash was unleashed, all the martial artist battle knives in the area emitted a humming sound. Accompanied by the sound of a long knife piercing flesh, this slash accurately struck the body of the void-piercing white weasel. It was injured. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Chu Mo could even see the once playful expression in the void-piercing white weasel's eyes abruptly freeze, replaced by shock and fear, as if it were wondering how this human could capture its speed and unleash such a rapid slash. Because of this confusion, it momentarily lost focus. Although the time it was dazed was less than a second, it was already enough. Chu Mo maintained a blank expression, exerting force with his hand, and the long knife sliced down along the weasel's body. Splash! A torrent of blood poured out like a torrential rain. The body of the void-piercing white weasel fell to the ground. It seemed to want to struggle for a moment, but with a large wound cut into its body and the ferocious blade aura rushing into its interior, its life was thoroughly shattered. Moments later, it finally breathed its last. A mid-level tier 3 ferocious beast, the void-piercing white weasel, is dead. It is dead? Even a martial arts master would find it quite troublesome to deal with the white weasel, and yet it just died like this? Looking at the corpse of the white weasel, everyone found it hard to believe. Just a moment ago, they were engulfed in despair, like mice being toyed with by the void-piercing white weasel, waiting for death to arrive. In the next second, this ferocious beast had already become a corpse. Such a stark contrast made everyone feel an overwhelming sense of unreality, as if they were in a dream. It wasn't until a long time later that they regained their senses and believed what they were seeing. But then, they recalled Chu Mo, who had slain the white weasel. And for a moment, everyone's gaze turned to Chu Mo, revealing expressions of respect and fear. That incredible slash from Chu Mo had left everyone in a daze. Even reflecting on it now, they could still feel the unmatched might contained within that slash. It was domineering, unstoppable, invincible, and hard to look directly at. No words could describe the horror of that slash. No words could praise the brilliance of that slash. All they felt in their hearts was shock, nothing more. Previously, Chu Mo had cleanly and efficiently defeated Zhang Xian, merely showing them that Chu Mo's strength was not as lowly as it appeared, worthy of his position as a guest elder. But no one had expected. Chu Mo's strength is surprisingly formidable. It's truly terrifying. With such a strike, if I were to encounter it, many people instinctively place themselves in the position of the void white weasel, only to horrifiedly realize that they simply couldn't withstand it. Even Qian Yuan, after pondering for a moment, revealed a serious expression. He didn't dare to confront this strike head-on and could only evade its edge. But how terrifying is this? A mid-stage martial artist can pose a threat to a late-stage martial master. If this were to be spoken of, everyone would think it's simply a fantasy. But the facts are right in front of them. Thank you, Lord Chu Mo, for saving our lives. The martial artists respectfully expressed their gratitude. Even Qian Yuan walked over, formally calling out Chu Kiching with an extremely respectful attitude, not only because Chu Mo saved their lives, but also because Chu Mo's strength was impressive enough to earn their admiration. Previously, when Chu Mo had only displayed the strength of an early-stage martial master, they could still call him brother. But now, seeing Chu Mo's terrifying strength, his future must be limitless, so they naturally felt more constrained. Everyone, there's no need to be so formal. Seeing that everyone was a bit stiff, Chu Mo smiled and said, "We've gone through a crisis together. It's a bond of life and death, so there's no need for this. Since that's the case, I'll dare to call you Chu Laodi, as I am older than you." Hearing this, Qian Yuan laughed, and the others, seeing that Chu Mo was still the same as before, gradually relaxed. Chapter 38. Fusion of Space Talent. With the death of the Void White Weasel, the crisis of the team was resolved. Everyone worked together to bury their tragically deceased companions. If the bodies disappeared, they would set up a simple tombstone and offer a drink in respect, and then after some rest, the group continued on their journey. As for the corpse of the Void White Weasel, it naturally belonged to Chu Mo. This Void White Weasel possessed spatial talent, and Chu Mo wanted to collect it. However, since they needed to hurry, he temporarily stored it in his storage bag, planning to deal with it after settling down. As the team moved forward, perhaps due to the previous crisis, everyone was relatively silent, and their vigilance increased significantly. Fortunately, they did not encounter any more dangers on the ensuing journey. That evening, just before nightfall, they finally arrived at their destination, the Chongfeng base. Finally here, the moment they stepped into the base, everyone, including Chu Mo, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Manager Qian, you finally made it." At this time, several martial artists at the city gate saw Qian Yuan and immediately came up to greet him. These individuals were from the Tsuyu building at Chongfeng base. "It's old son. It's been years. You've become a martial master?" Qian Yuan was very happy to see the leading martial artist and greeted him warmly. "I was lucky to break through. I guess I'll only reach the martial master level in this lifetime." The martial artist surnamed Sun humbly replied, though a hint of happiness was hard to conceal on his face. After some mutual pleasantries, the martial master surnamed Sun asked, "Did you encounter any dangers on the way?" Upon hearing this, Qian Yuan sighed, "Don't mention it. We ran into a Void White Weasel, and several brothers died, but fortunately we survived. Old son, quickly arrange a place for us to stay. We're exhausted from the journey." Qian Yuan vaguely brushed it off and did not elaborate. Chu Mo listened from the side and understood that Qian Yuan was keeping things confidential for him. He was only a mid-stage martial artist, yet he could kill a level 3 intermediate beast with spatial talent, the Void White Weasel. If this were to get out, it would certainly bring him fame, but also attract many people's scrutiny and jealousy. Someone might even take action against Chu Mo in private. Even if the possibility was minuscule, it was still necessary to be cautious. Qian Yuan, being an old hand at this, naturally understood this principle. This was Qian Yuan's protection for him, and Chu Mo felt very grateful. The martial master surnamed Sun was also shocked upon hearing this. However, seeing that Qian Yuan did not want to elaborate, he did not press further and immediately took them back to the Tsuyu building, arranging for them to stay in the rooms that had long been prepared. That night, after everyone washed up in their rooms, they went to attend the banquet arranged by Martial Master Sunday. At the dining table, everyone raised their glasses, enjoying the rare, peaceful time. Chu Mo quietly ate, and after a while, feeling full, he said a few words to everyone and was the first to leave the banquet. Martial Master Sun thought Chu Mo was just an ordinary martial artist, so he didn't pay much attention. Back in his own room, Chu Mo washed his face and took out the corpse of the Void White Weasel from his storage bag. This was a beast with spatial talent. When they encountered it in the wild, the opponent relied on its ability to traverse space, making it seem elusive and leaving a deep impression on Chu Mo. If he hadn't possessed 5 times the speed of sound and comprehended the knife momentum to catch and kill the White Weasel, they would have all died there. Undoubtedly, this was an extremely heaven-defying talent. If Chu Mo could obtain this talent through collection, his strength would surely see a significant increase. Just as the cooldown time for the talent collection was over, he could proceed with the collection. Thinking of this, even Chu Mo couldn't help but feel excited. Without any hesitation, he reached out his palm towards the corpse of the Void White Weasel, silently chanting in his heart, "Collect." In the next moment, a golden hand appeared out of thin air, scooping over the corpse. When it returned, there was an additional golden sphere. The sphere was only the size of a quail egg, containing an extremely mysterious and special aura. At first glance, It seemed to directly face the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, making one feel dizzy and their brain heavy. Collection successful. Obtained inferior spatial talent. Would you like to fuse? It worked. Seeing this line of prompts, Chu Mo's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Fusion, he said without hesitation. As his words fell, boom, the golden sphere shattered, turning into specks of light that surged into Chu Mo's mind. In an instant, intense pain erupted all over his body. The pain was so severe that it was even more terrifying than when Chu Mo fused with the advanced knife technique talent. It was so horrific that Chu Mo almost fainted instantly. It was impossible to describe in words. If it had to be compared, it felt like a bundle of steel wires was continuously rubbing against Chu Mo's soul, cutting and tearing it into pieces. His whole body trembled. Cold sweat poured out. Drops of sweat flowed down his body, soaking his clothes, and even the floor beneath him became wet, as if he had just emerged from water. This fusion took a long time. So long that Chu Mo had forgotten the passage of time. He had no idea how much time had passed. The pain finally began to slowly subside, and the fusion gradually came to an end. Soon, all the negative effects completely retreated. Huff! Chu Mo directly slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. He had no strength left to stand up. It was terrifying, truly deserving of being one of the two supreme talents alongside time talent, the spatial talent. Just the fusion of an inferior level talent was enough to make me feel like I could not bear it. Nearly impossible to hold on, Chu Mo thought with lingering fear. After a full half an hour, Chu Mo finally felt some strength returning and forced himself to stand up. He immediately checked his information. Target, Chu Mo, Physique, Advanced Cultivation Physique, Talent, Advanced Swordsmanship Talent, Intermediate Wind Attribute Talent, Low-Level Thunder Attribute Talent, Secondary Space Talent. Finally got it. Looking at the new talents that appeared in the talent list, Chu Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead. His suffering was not in vain. All of this is worth it. He was eager to experience the abilities of the space talent. After merging with the space talent, Chu Mo already knew the abilities he could master. There are mainly two. One is the ability of spatial perception. Within a certain range, he can perceive the situation around him. Any movement, even the flow of energy or the breathing of plants, can be keenly captured by him, and it is very discreet, so it won't be noticed by others. The second is to break through the void. His body can enter the void and appear in any area he can perceive. To put it simply, it is teleportation. Chapter 39. The strange long-phone base, Chu Mo activated his space talent. In an instant, he felt as if his consciousness had broken free from his body, and the area within a 50-meter radius seemed to project into his mind lake. He could sense the fluctuations of any spatial node in this area. It seemed that everything was under his control. Chu Mo knew that this was the spatial perception ability he obtained after mastering the space talent. With such perception, Chu Mo could move his body through the void to any place within his perception range with a thought. With this in mind, Chu Mo marked a location in his mind. The next moment, his body instantly disappeared, and almost simultaneously, he appeared in another place. The speed was so fast that even Chu Mo himself did not react in time. Indeed, as expected of the space talent, it was truly powerful. After personally experiencing it, a smile appeared on Chu Mo's face. He was still not very familiar with teleportation and spatial perception abilities, but he understood how significant these two abilities were for a martial artist. First of all, spatial perception. Everything within a 50-meter radius was under his control. This meant that from now on, no movement would escape his perception. Even a sneak attack, as long as it entered this range, would be detected by him, allowing him to easily dodge it. As for breaking through the void, it was the best choice for escape. If he encountered an enemy that was difficult to resist, he could completely hide in the void and defend himself. At the same time, he could appear behind the enemy in an instant to counterattack. It could be said to be an unbeatable position. Just thinking about using the space talent against enemies made Chu Mo gasp in awe. This was only a secondary space talent. How powerful would it be if he could master a higher-level space talent? As for the time talent, one of the two supreme talents, it was said to be even more against the heavens than the space talent. What kind of terrifying abilities would it have? Chu Mo thought curiously. However, for now, he had not seen anyone who could master the space talent in the Liang base. As for the time talent, It was even more unheard of. The next morning, Qian Yuan followed Master Sun Wu to the Emerald Tower to take back the treasures needed for this trip. Chu Mo didn't have to worry about this and was happy to be free. So he greeted them and went out on his own, planning to see the local customs and culture. Before the great change in the world, Liang and Longfeng were actually quite close, only about 100 miles apart. But with the expansion of Blue Star by hundreds of times, the distance between the two places continued to increase, and the straight-line distance had already reached thousands of miles, with mountains and forests separating them along the way. This was also the current situation of many bases. If it weren't for powerful martial artists, many people would spend their entire lives in their own bases. However, after wandering around the street, Chu Mo discovered something very strange. The Longfeng base had a larger population and slightly stronger strength than the Liang base. Logically speaking, the Longfeng base should be safer. Yet, throughout his journey, Chu Mo noticed that the residents here all had panic-stricken expressions. Even the martial artists looked hurried and serious. The entire base seemed to be enveloped in an atmosphere of unease. Chu Mo felt puzzled and was about to investigate. Just then, there was a beast. A ferocious beast has broken in. Run, run. In the streets ahead, many ordinary people were screaming in terror, desperately running outside. Because there were too many people, and due to the panic, a stampede occurred. Many people fell to the ground, and before they could get up, they were trampled by the fleeing crowd. Behind the crowd, a massive ferocious beast was rampaging through the street, casually smashing buildings, causing countless ordinary people to die or be injured under its attacks. Some martial artists tried to resist, but this beast was powerful, exuding the aura of a level 3 ferocious beast. Ordinary martial artists were completely ineffective against it and were instead killed one after another. Seeing this situation, Chu Mo was stunned. He then flashed and rushed forward. Mommy! A little girl sat on the ground, calling out and looking around, trying to find her mother. Unbeknownst to her, the ferocious beast had already pounced over, its face twisted in a savage expression, ready to crush her. Just as the little girl was about to lose her life under the beast's attack, in this critical moment, damn beast, a cold light suddenly emerged, seeming to be a blade that tore through the sky, directly striking the ferocious beast. The once imposing beast, after this attack, was sent flying backward, and when it hit the ground, its aura had already weakened, letting out a mournful cry. Chu Mo landed on the ground and stepped forward with his knife. The beast watched Chu Mo advance, continuously retreating, but it still issued threatening roars. Finally, when it saw that it could not scare Chu Mo, it turned to flee. But how could Chu Mo let it escape? Activating his wind attribute talent, he instantly arrived in front of the ferocious beast and then decisively swung his knife down. Puffed. Blood splattered. The beast had no strength to resist and died instantly. The crisis was resolved. Chu Mo approached the little girl and was about to comfort her. Yuan Yuan, my Yuan Yuan. At this moment, a panicked woman rushed over, saw the little girl, and immediately pounced on her, hugging her tightly. Yuan Yuan, you scare me to death. Are you hurt? Mom, I'm fine. The little girl stopped crying and said in a baby voice, "It was this brother who saved me." Hearing this, the woman finally noticed Chu Mo and quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, martial artist. Thank you for saving my Yuan Yuan. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would have done. It was just a small effort. Chu Mo waved his hand and said, "It's still quite chaotic here. You should take the child home." Yes, we will go back right away. The woman nodded repeatedly, then thanked him again before hurriedly leaving with the little girl. Goodbye, brother. The little girl waved to Chu Mo as she left. Chu Mo also smiled back. However, once he turned around, his smile gradually faded. By this time, security teams had arrived, handling the aftermath and treating the injured. Chu Mo did not interact with them. He just collected materials and the blood of the ferocious beast before leaving. On the way back, a question kept surfacing in Chu Mo's mind. What on earth happened in the Longfeng base? First, there was an uneasy atmosphere lingering throughout the entire base. Then, fierce beasts broke in. Various signs indicated that this place was unusual. Since the great change in the world, humanity had gradually established various survival bases with the help of martial artists. After so many years of development, although their overall strength was still inferior to the fierce beasts. They were no longer pushovers. No fierce beast above level 2 would appear within 10 miles of any survival base, and no level 3 or higher fierce beasts would appear within 50 miles. Once discovered, they would be cleared out instantly. The base also had tall and sturdy walls, plus patrol teams made up of martial artists guarding it. It could be said that as long as the base was still functioning normally, fierce beasts were absolutely unable to break in. But now, there were actually fierce beasts wreaking havoc inside Changfeng base. This was simply unbelievable. What on earth had happened? Chu Mo thought to himself. Chapter 40. Upon returning to Tsuyu building, Chu Mo happened to see Qian Yuan and Master Sun talking. Chu Mo, you're back. Qian Yuan greeted him with a smile, his attitude very warm. Master Sun observed this and secretly pondered. This young man, Chu Mo, probably didn't have very strong abilities. Yet Qian Yuan treated him so kindly. Could it be that Chu Mo was a relative of Brother Qian? Thinking this, Master Sun couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuan was both amused and speechless. Brother Sun, you're overestimating me. If I had such a relative, I would probably wake up laughing in my dreams. This left Master Sun puzzled. Fortunately, Qian Yuan didn't keep him in suspense and directly explained. It's my fault for not introducing him to you. This is actually our guest elder at Tsuyu building in Liang base, Chu Mo. Don't be fooled by his youth. He already possesses mid-level martial artist strength. A true genius. His words were filled with admiration. So he is a guest elder. Master Sun showed respect. He didn't know how strong Chu Mo really was. But just hearing that Chu Mo could become a guest elder indicated that he was extraordinary. As an old member of Tsuyu building, Master Sun understood very well how strict the requirements were to become a guest elder in the Tsuyu Business Alliance. One either had to be powerful, at least at the master level, or possess extraordinary talent with a bright future ahead. The fact that Chu Mo could become a guest elder at mid-level martial artist strength showed how exceptional his talent was. Brother Qian, you flatter me too much. I truly don't deserve it. Chu Mo replied with a smile. After that, he greeted Master Sun and exchanged a few pleasantries. Seeing that Chu Mo had no airs about him, Master Sun also began to think about befriending him. Thus, the three of them quickly became more at ease with one another. During their conversation, Chu Mo recalled the unusual situation at Changfeng base and thought that since Master Sun had lived here for so many years, he should know some information. So he asked about his concerns. Is there really such a thing? Qian Yuan was also surprised and asked, Brother Sun, what is going on? This is a long story. Master Sun, who had been smiling, couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. He then began to explain the situation. A month ago, the fierce beasts near Changfeng base suddenly became unusually active for some unknown reason. Many fierce beasts that originally lived in the dense forest also frequently surfaced and even invaded the area near the base multiple times. Such changes drew the attention of the higher-ups at Changfeng base. To investigate what was happening, the base sent martial artists several times to probe and uncover the source of the fierce beast's unusual movements. However, many of the dispatched martial artists basically did not return after going out. Those who did return were unable to provide any useful information. As time passed, the unusual movements of the fierce beasts became more frequent, making all the high-ranking officials of the base uneasy, believing they could no longer wait passively. They then decided to deploy martial artists en masse to investigate and quickly figure out the cause, so they could develop countermeasures. At this point, Master Sun shook his head and sighed. Because of this, the high-end combat power in the base has been drawn out. Originally, there were 6 Grand Masters. Now only one remains stationed in the base, while the other 5 have gone out. As for the martial masters and martial artists, most of them have been withdrawn, leading to a severe shortage of martial artists in Changfeng base. Coupled with the frequent appearances of fierce beasts, they often breach the lockdown areas and enter the base. Listening to this explanation, Qian Yuan finally realized and sighed. I hope we can find out the reason soon. Who says it's not? If this continues, even the martial artists won't dare to go out hunting. Master Sun echoed. Chu Mo did not speak. For some reason, he felt a heaviness in his heart. Although Changfeng base seemed normal at the moment, Chu Mo had keenly sensed something was off. After struggling to survive for so long in the apocalypse in his past life, Chu Mo knew very well that there must be something fishy when things seemed abnormal. The sudden increased activity of these fierce beasts must indicate that something significant was about to happen. Moreover, once it occurred, it would definitely be a big deal. Chu Mo could see this point, and he didn't believe that the higher-ups in the base couldn't see it. Perhaps it was precisely because the higher-ups had anticipated the seriousness of the situation that they sent out 5 grandmasters and most of the martial artists in the base to investigate. It seemed that Changfeng base might already be somewhat unsafe. Chu Mo thought to himself. Fortunately, they would be returning to Luoyang base today. That place was still relatively safe. However, even though Luoyang base was thousands of miles away from Changfeng base, it was not absolutely safe and might still be affected. Strength. The most important thing is still strength. He must quickly improve his own strength. Only in this way could he have the power to protect himself in the face of any danger. Once he returned to Luoyang base, he would immediately enter seclusion and strive to reach the martial master realm in the shortest time possible. In the afternoon, Qian Yuan prepared to return with the treasures to be escorted. Master Sun personally sent them to the gate of the base, watching as they left. On the way back, they still followed the original route. Compared to the journey there, the return trip was much smoother. They did not encounter the void-breaking white weasel, and the team suffered no casualties. A few days later, the team finally returned to the vicinity of Luoyang base. In the jungle, they could occasionally see some martial artists hunting outside. Everyone's mood lightened considerably, no longer as tense as when they had just started their return. Soon, the team entered the base and returned to the U building. Mo Shanshan had been waiting for them. After Qian Yuan delivered the escorted treasures, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone had worked hard on this trip to Changfeng base. I already know about the situation. Please rest assured, those who were injured or killed will receive compensation, and your rewards will also be increased. Mo Shanshan comforted them. Hearing this, everyone felt a little uplifted and said, "Thank you, Manager Mo." After completing the task, the team disbanded on their own. These martial artists were all affiliated with the Tsuyu Business Alliance, so there would naturally be people coming to distribute their rewards. As for Chu Mo, he also received his reward from Mo Shanshan. 10 portions of unicorn jade liquid, 5 more than originally promised. This surprised Chu Mo. "Miss Mo, what is this?" Chu guest elder. "I have learned from Manager Qian that the reason everyone was able to return safely is largely due to your contributions, which is why the extra 5 portions of unicorn jade liquid are rightfully yours." Upon hearing this, Chu Mo pondered for a moment and then nodded. "If that's the case, then thank you very much." After chatting a bit more with Mo Shanshan, Chu Mo decided to take his leave. After he left inside the room, Mo Shanshan couldn't help but take a deep breath. "I thought I had given enough importance to Chu Kaching, but he once again shattered my perception." Recalling the words Qian Yuan had said about Chu Mo slaying the void white weasel, her mood remained unsettled. The void white weasel, as a tier 3 ferocious beast, it possessed the ability to traverse the void. Encountering it would be quite troublesome even for a master. But Chu Mo, however, had managed to slay it. How long had it been? He had already grown to such a level. Such talent is simply astonishing. Perhaps I could invite Chu Mo to participate in that matter. After witnessing Chu Mo's astonishing talent, a thought began to form in Mo Shanshan's mind. Chapter 41. The Effect of the Unicorn Jade Liquid, the Secret Realm. Upon returning home, Chu Mo discovered that Chen Shiwei had not yet returned. Ever since she won first place in the Twin Cities trial competition, she had been valued by the Academy's director, Master Shun Jing, who took her on as a disciple and personally taught her. It was said that she often had to go out to fight in the wild, which is why she frequently wasn't home. However, even though Chen Shiwei couldn't come back often, she was very attentive to Chu Mo. Every 3 days, she would send someone to deliver a pile of ferocious beast meat to nourish Chu Mo's body. Fortunately, she couldn't return often otherwise. With Chu Mo going out frequently and disappearing for days, it might have raised Chen Shiwei's suspicions. But with so much ferocious beast meat, when would he ever finish it? Looking at the mountain of ferocious beast meat piled up in the room, Chu Mo couldn't help but show a helpless expression. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought from his mind. After taking a shower, Chu Mo went straight to the training room. time to test the effect of the unicorn jade liquid. Taking out a crescent-shaped black unicorn horn from his storage bag, a hint of anticipation appeared on his face. He used his battle knife to make a cut on the unicorn horn, and in an instant, drops of jade liquid emitting a faint fragrance began to fall. It was rumored that the jade liquid from the unicorn rhinoceros contained immense energy, capable of accelerating a martial artist's blood refining speed by 10 times. Now, as the jade liquid appeared, even before he swallowed it, just by inhaling its scent, Chu Mo felt the blood in his body starting to become active. Gulp! Without hesitation, he raised his head and took a sip of the jade liquid. It was cool and heavy. The moment the jade liquid entered his mouth, it transformed into a liquid that coursed through his veins, bringing a sense of heaviness and coldness, making the flow of his blood seem much heavier. Feeling this unusual change, Chu Mo wasted no time and directly performed the unknowingly body refining method, guiding the energy of the jade liquid to circulate in his veins, refining his blood. In the mid-stage of martial arts, one needed to refine their blood. If the blood became heavy, reaching the level of mercury, it would be a sign of perfect blood refinement. At that time, he would possess a strength of 100,000 pounds, and each move would carry the power to split mountains and shatter rocks, which could be described as terrifying. An hour later, Chu Mo had completely absorbed the first mouthful of jade liquid, and he felt that his blood seemed to have thickened a bit. He swung his fist a few times, feeling the surging blood, and a bright glint appeared in his eyes. Indeed, it was worth it to have the best treasure for blood refining. Just one sip of jade liquid had increased his blood refining and boosted his strength by at least 200 pounds. A smile appeared on Chu Mo's lips, his voice tinged with surprise. Let's continue. After resting for a moment, he took another sip of the jade liquid. Time flowed by, and before he knew it, a night had passed. As the sun rose, Chu Mo opened his eyes, and a flash of brilliance flickered in them. After a night of cultivation, he had completely absorbed the jade liquid contained in one unicorn horn, and the benefits it brought him were incredibly terrifying. 2,100 pounds of strength. A normal martial artist would need at least a year and a half to gain such strength. However, with the help of the unicorn jade liquid, Chu Mo had achieved it in just one night. Such a rate of progress was truly astonishing. The effects of blood refining were also quite evident. He could clearly feel that his blood was much thicker than it had been yesterday. After consuming one portion of the unicorn jade liquid tonight, he still had 9 portions left. Let's continue cultivating. Chu Mo silently encouraged himself. In the following days, Chu Mo remained shut in his home, tirelessly absorbing the jade liquid, refining his blood, and honing his body. After 10 days, he had completely absorbed all 10 portions of the unicorn jade liquid, and his physical strength had surged by over 20,000 pounds. Additionally, during the time he spent in the mid-stage of martial arts with the team at the Changfeng base, he had been persistently practicing. Therefore, his foundational physical strength had reached 76,000 pounds. He was less than half away from the 100,000 pounds of strength required for the late stage of martial arts. However, the unicorn jade liquid had already been used up. Chu Mo sighed. Although with his talent for cultivation, he could ensure he would fully refine his remaining blood and enter the late stage of martial arts within 6 months, even without the unicorn jade liquid. That still felt too slow. For some reason, ever since he returned from the Changfeng base, Chu Mo had felt a sense of urgency in his heart, always wanting to enhance his strength as quickly as possible. He didn't know where this unease came from, but he took it very seriously and dared not be careless. He decided to make a trip to the Emerald Jade Tower to purchase some treasures that could accelerate blood refining. Also, he wanted to ask Mo Shanshan if she had any unicorn jade liquid left. If she did, he would try to buy some. Chu Mo made up his mind. He took a shower and then set out for the Emerald Jade Tower. He still had over 1 million worth of yuan stones and ferocious beast materials. Rather than leaving them to gather dust in a storage bag, he might as well exchange them for cultivation resources to enhance his strength. After half an hour of travel, he arrived at the Emerald Jade Tower. Hello, Chukaching. As soon as he entered, a female shop assistant approached him, and upon recognizing Chu Mo, she hurriedly bowed. Chu Mo nodded slightly and asked, "Is Manager Mo available?" "Yes, Would you like to see Manager Mo? Please wait a moment. I'll go inform her. The shop assistant inquired. After receiving Chu Mo's response, she turned and went upstairs. In a little while, she came back down. Chu Kaching, Manager Mo invites you upstairs. Thank you. Chu Mo nodded and stepped upstairs. On the second floor, Chu Mo saw Mo Shanshan reading a book. Dressed in a red and blue long dress that accentuated her snow-white skin, making her quite eye-catching. Chu Mo, what brings you here? Mo Shanshan asked curiously as she poured him a pot of tea. She could sense that Chu Mo's strength had surged significantly again. But she had seen such things happen with him too many times, so she was somewhat unfazed. I've come to buy some unicorn jade liquid for blood refining. Do you have any left? Chu Mo said. The 10 portions I gave you before were my last stock. I don't have any more now. Mo Shanshan shook her head. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo showed a hint of disappointment. But at that moment, Mo Shanshan added, however, you came at just the right time. Although we have no unicorn jade liquid left, the Merchant Alliance has just received some blood refining pills from other bases. They were originally intended for the auction in 10 days, but if you want them, you can purchase them at the internal price. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo's eyes brightened immediately. Blood refining pills, as the name implies, have the effect of refining blood. Although their effect cannot compare to the 10-fold increase of the unicorn jade liquid, they can still provide a maximum increase of 3 times, and if the absorption is good, they can reach an increase of 5 times as well. They are indeed a rare treasure for blood refining. This truly is a case of losing something in the East, but gaining something in the West. Without any hesitation, Chu Mo decided to make the purchase. 3 bottles of blood refining pills, a total of 30 pills. Even with an internal price discount of 20 as a guest elder, Chu Mo still spent nearly 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. The price was astonishingly high, but Chu Mo felt no pain in his heart. Instead, he was quite satisfied. 3 bottles of blood refining pills were enough to support him until he completed the refining of his blood and qi. After achieving his goal, Chu Mo was eager to return home. However, just as he was about to take his leave, he heard Mo Shanshan say, Chu Mo, there is a secret realm. Would you be willing to go? Chapter 42, Blood Refining Achieved. A secret realm? Chu Mo's heart stirred. He had certainly heard of secret realms. Since the great changes in the world, small worlds occasionally appeared throughout Blue Star. These small worlds, being attached to Blue Star and generally very hidden, were referred to as secret realms. Some secret realms were rich in resources, with mountains, rivers, and life, even producing fierce beasts and various heavenly materials and treasures, while others were extremely barren, with no plants growing at all. Nonetheless, whenever a secret realm appeared, it would attract fierce competition and even lead to bloodshed. Many of the major powers or large bases currently standing strong on Blue Star owe their stability to having their own large secret realms. These realms are rich in spiritual energy and resources, forming the foundation of great powers and bases. Such a precious secret realm. And Mo Shanshan actually asked if he was willing to go. Could it be that she held the key to a secret realm? Seemingly aware of Chu Mo's thoughts, Mo Shanshan nodded slightly and said, indeed, I do have a secret realm in my possession. To be honest, the treasure you escorted back from the Changfeng base was the key to opening this secret realm. Chu Mo nodded, but then he asked, since the secret realm is so precious, why invite me? Aren't you afraid I might do something like kill and take treasures in the secret realm? As he spoke, he looked at Mo Shanshan with a probing gaze. This secret realm was a very small space, with extremely fragile spatial barriers, capable of collapsing even with the breath of a martial master. So only martial artists below that level could enter. Mo Shanshan said helplessly, moreover, such secret realms often come with great dangers. Although you are at the mid-level of martial artists, your strength can rival a martial master. If you help us, it would greatly increase our chances of exploration. As for killing and taking treasures, Mo Shanshan paused and then continued. In the time we've spent together, I believe I have some understanding of people. I can be certain that you, Chu Mo, are not that kind of person. Besides, I only need the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow from the secret realm. Everything else in the secret realm can belong to you. After speaking, Mo Shanshan's gaze fell on Chu Mo, her eyes clear. So, would you be willing to go with me? Chu Mo let out a long breath. He had to admit that the temptation of a secret realm was indeed too great. Even he found it hard to resist. Moreover, the conditions Mo Shanshan offered were also very generous. Everything he obtained would belong to him. The treasures a secret realm could produce were incredibly abundant, something nearly every knowledgeable martial artist understood. Mo Shanshan's promise showed her immense sincerity. After thinking for a moment, Chu Mo nodded and said, "I am willing to enter." As soon as he said this, a smile appeared on Mo Shanshan's face. According to my estimation, there are still 20 days until the secret realm opens. During this time, you can prepare well and be ready to leave at any time. After saying this, Mo Shanshan stood up, her smile bright. "I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation." "Hopefully so," Chu Mo replied with a smile. After chatting for a while longer, he finally proposed to take his leave. Mo Shanshan personally saw him to the door. Just as the two were about to part ways, Chu Mo suddenly paused, turned around, and curiously asked, "By the way, I still don't know what level of strength you currently have." "Miss Mo? Peak martial artist." Montauk Shansan replied truthfully. This statement truly shocked Chu Mo. After all, he knew that Mo Shanshan was a year younger than him, only 17 this year. In other words, she had only been cultivating for 2 years to reach the peak martial artist level. But then, Chu Mo felt it was somewhat expected. Mo Shanshan was so young, yet could control a base branch of the Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance, indicating her extraordinary background. Even within the headquarters of the Merchant Alliance, she was undoubtedly among the top tier. With countless resources from the Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance, combined with her top-tier cultivation talent, it was reasonable for Mo Shanshan to achieve such accomplishments. Moreover, Chu Mo's own cultivation speed was not weak either. Strictly speaking, he had only cultivated for less than half a year, and in such a short time, he was about to step into the late martial artist stage. With fighting strength that could rival martial masters and even match grandmasters, his progress was indeed astonishing. As he thought about this on the way home, he quickly returned home. There were still 20 days until the secret realm opened. Taking advantage of this time, he planned to work hard on his cultivation and fully elevate his realm to the late martial artist stage. With this in mind, Chu Mo took out the blood refining pills he had purchased at a high price. He poured one out and directly put it into his mouth. As soon as the pill entered, it rolled into his abdomen, and immediately the rich medicinal power emanated, merging into his blood vessels. Absorb, refine the blood. Chu Mo immediately utilized the Yuan force body refining technique, guiding the energy to circulate in his blood vessels, refining his blood and qi. As the blood and qi continuously flowed, there was a violent crashing sound from his blood vessels, like a surging sea, roaring rivers, flowing endlessly, constantly washing through. For the following period, Chu Mo focused intently, practicing day and night. Each time, the medicinal power of the blood refining pills was fully digested, he would immediately swallow another one, repeating this cycle. After more than 10 days, Chu Mo swallowed another blood refining pill, just as he had done before, using the body refining technique to refine his blood and qi. Suddenly, the blood and qi within him surged violently, as if a torrential flood had become uncontrollable. However, Chu Mo was not at all flustered. Instead, he showed a hint of delight. He directly ended the body refining technique, then took out a metal combat knife. And with a flash of the blade, he pricked his finger. A drop of bright red blood was squeezed out under the light. It was clear to see that this drop of blood was thick and heavy, and when it was dropped on the ground, it made a sound like a steel ball hitting the floor. Blood and qi like mercury, solid and unscattered. This was undoubtedly the mark of achieving blood refinement perfection. A bright light shone in Chu Mo's eyes. A martial artist is a transformative realm. Bone tempering, blood refining, and qi gathering are all step-by-step processes of transformation. Now that he has achieved blood refinement perfection, a drop of his blood, if infused into an ordinary person's body, would cause the ordinary person's blood vessels to burst and die instantly. In the early martial artist stage, refining all bones, when walking and acting produces the sound of tigers and leopards, That is the sign of achieving bone tempering and stepping into the mid-level of martial artists. In the mid-level of blood refining, using a large amount of nutrients to supplement blood and qi, in the continuous consumption and replenishment, the blood and qi become denser, ultimately achieving blood refinement perfection. After that, one can cultivate vigorous blood and open up the inner dantian to nurture a breath of yuan qi. Now that I have achieved blood refinement perfection, I should take this opportunity to step into the late martial artist realm. With this thought, without any hesitation, Chu Mo directly mobilized all his blood and qi, preparing to open up his inner dantian. Chapter 43. Late martial artist, 80,000 gene of strength. At this moment, Chu Mo's skeleton radiated a shimmering glow, his blood and energy boiling like a rushing river, exuding a terrifying aura. Every bone in his body emitted crackling sounds, and every pulse of qi and blood surged within him. The muscles beneath his skin, covered by clothing, suddenly bulged, turning red all over, and sweat poured down like rain. Every muscle in his body began to tremble uncontrollably, and a severe pain shot through his bones as if they were shattering. This pain crashed over Chu Mo's soul in waves. It was the trembling of his muscles and bones, the boiling of his qi and blood. To open the dantian within, one needed to mobilize all the strength of the body, merging one's essence, energy, and spirit into one, while at the same time guiding the external primordial energy into the body through one's innate physical attributes. Only then could one successfully open the dantian. Many martial artists, due to their innate talents and insufficient physiques, even after reaching the pinnacle of blood refinement, still needed to slowly accumulate primordial energy to open their dantian. But Chu Mo was different. With a high-level cultivation physique and advanced swordsmanship talent, along with moderate wind attribute, low-level thunder attribute talent, and secondary space talent, his multitude of talents allowed him to absorb primordial energy as if it were an ocean. He was never lacking. Therefore, there was no need for painstaking accumulation of primordial energy. At this moment, Chu Mo felt all his qi and blood, along with his essence, flowing towards his abdomen, while a vast amount of primordial energy surged into him from the heavens and earth through his pores. Boom! A series of rumblings echoed inside him. Although no sound was emitted, Chu Mo could feel it vividly. Under this rumble, his muscles, bones, and qi and blood were undergoing earth-shattering changes. He didn't know how long had passed. Suddenly, Chu Mo felt the originally dim space in his abdomen open up a small area. At the same time, a faint warm current suddenly emerged from thin air. The dantian was opened, and primordial energy was born. Late-stage martial artist. He did it. A smile appeared on Chu Mo's face. Having just condensed his primordial energy made him unable to contain his excitement and eager to test his strength. At this moment, he was in the advanced quiet room of the Kangwu building, where there was a high-level power testing machine. He walked up to it, took a deep breath, and then mobilized all his strength to throw a punch. Boom! The terrifying punch sent ripples through the surrounding void. Due to the incredible speed and power, even the air let out a sharp whistle. When the punch landed on the machine, it emitted a loud noise. At the top, a line of numbers jumped up. 100,132. Late-stage martial artist. A terrifying force of 100,000 pounds. Next, let's test the effect of the enhancement from primordial energy and the amplification of the thunder attribute. Chu Mo's gaze sharpened as he silently activated the primordial energy he had just generated, then raised his fist again and struck hard. Crack! Accompanied by the amplification of primordial energy, this punch was even more terrifying than the previous one. The numbers jumped again. 200,000 pounds of force. Utilizing the power of the thunder attribute enhancement. With a punch, under a fourfold amplification, it reached a staggering 800,000 pounds. Terrifying. Looking at the number he had just produced, even Chu Mo couldn't help but feel a chill of astonishment. 800,000 pounds of strength. How terrifying is that? It is enough to crush mountains and split rivers. An ordinary martial artist at the peak can only reach a maximum of 200,000 pounds of physical strength. This is already the limit. Even with the enhancement from primordial energy, at most it would be 400 pounds. And I possess the Thunder attribute talent, which, combined with the enhancement and the primordial energy boost, allows me to reach 800 pounds. Just based on strength, I have completely surpassed the peak level of martial artists. Coupled with my various talents and martial skills, it would be hard to find an opponent even among martial masters. With this thought, Chu Mo's eyes gradually brightened. In other words, my current strength might already be comparable to that of an ordinary master. Of course, this is just Chu Mo's conjecture. He wasn't very clear about the strength of a master, but as long as it wasn't too outrageous with his space talent, he was confident he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. The days until the secret realm opened were few. Therefore, Chu Mo didn't enter seclusion to cultivate, but instead absorbed the primordial energy from the heavens and earth in a regular manner to strengthen the primordial energy in his dantian. The martial artist realm's mastery and application of primordial energy remained at a very superficial level, mainly reflected in the enhancement of strength, generally around double. The initial entry into late-stage martial artist and senior late-stage martial artist mainly reflected the amount of primordial energy within them. The more primordial energy one had, the longer the enhancement time for strength. For example, two martial artists who had both opened their dantian had a basic physical strength of 100 pounds. If one of them had more primordial energy during a fight, if one person's primordial energy was completely exhausted, their strength would naturally drop back to 100 pounds. Meanwhile, the other senior martial artist would still maintain a level of 200 pounds. Comparing the two, the differences in strength would naturally emerge. In these past few days, relying on his powerful talents and physique, Chu Mo had accumulated quite a bit of primordial energy in his dantian. Although it couldn't match those senior martial artists, it could still support a high-intensity battle. Time flew by. Soon, 20 days had passed. On this day, while Chu Mo was in the midst of his training, he suddenly opened his eyes. Through his spatial perception, he could clearly see a martial artist standing outside the door, preparing to knock. This person was dressed in the attire of the Emerald Jade Tower. It was indeed one of Mo Shanshan's subordinates, sent to invite Chu Mo. The time to enter the secret realm had come. This thought flashed through his mind. Chu Mo stood up and walked straight to the door. Creak. Outside, just as the Emerald Jade Tower martial artist was about to knock, he suddenly saw the door swing open. Immediately, he saw Chu Mo walking out with an expression of calmness. His aura was heavy like a mountain, making the martial artist feel a sense of awe. The martial artist was momentarily stunned, and the words he intended to say got stuck in his throat. I know your purpose for coming. Let me there. Chu Mo glanced at him and said calmly, Yes. Upon hearing this, the martial artist quickly collected his thoughts and then led the way ahead. Half an hour later, Chu Mo arrived outside the base, in a clearing within a dense forest, where he met Mo Shanshan. At this moment, there were already 30 to 40 martial artists present. Chu Mo glanced around and found that each of these martial artists was at the peak of the martial artist realm. No wonder they were from the large base. The Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance's strength was indeed formidable. Chu Mo's heart sank. Although he knew that the Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance had a huge influence, it was still astonishing to gather nearly 40 peak martial artists so quickly. Moreover, the secret realm was of great importance and could not be known to outsiders. So these 40 peak martial artists were certainly trustworthy. A glimpse of the leopard reveals the whole picture. The power of the Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance was truly frightening. Chapter 44. Entering the Secret Realm, Encountering Treasure. You have arrived. Seeing Chu Mo, Mo Shanshan stepped forward to greet him. I'm here. Chu Mo nodded lightly. At this moment, the other martial artists also turned their attention towards him. Let me introduce everyone. This is Chu Mo, a powerful assistant I specially invited. His combat strength is formidable, even comparable to mine. This time, the secret realm exploration is fraught with countless unknown dangers, so you all must be cautious. Follow the instructions of Mo and Chu throughout all actions. Anyone who goes against this will not be spared. At this time, a martial master surnamed Zhou, following behind Mo Shanshan, spoke sternly. Hearing this, all the martial artists present shouted in unison, "We understand." Very good. The martial artist with the surname Zhou nodded in satisfaction, checked the time, and then said, "The time for the secret realm is approaching. Everyone, be prepared to enter at any moment." The group of martial artists looked solemn and waited quietly. Chu Mo stood in place, observing his surroundings while waiting for the secret realm to open. After a moment, Chu Mo suddenly felt a shift in his expression, sensing an unusual fluctuation in the space before him. Almost simultaneously, the moment had arrived. Mo Shanshan said urgently. At this moment, her expression was serious as she looked at the void in front of her. Suddenly, a delicate jade plate appeared in her hand, about the size of a palm. After infusing it with yuan power, the jade plate immediately emitted a dazzling light. Mo Shanshan directed the reflection of the jade plate towards the void in front of her. Buzz! The light illuminated the air, producing a sharp sound that made one's teeth ache, and cracks began to form, as if the mirror was shattering, revealing some chaotic currents and black gas within. Moments later, accompanied by a sound like fabric tearing, a pitch-black entrance finally appeared. It was about 3 meters wide and tall, forming a portal shape, reflecting golden light and spinning endlessly, quite spectacular. Once the portal was stabilized, Mo Shanshan shouted, "This secret realm can last for up to 1 month. If you exceed 1 month and cannot come out, you may never be able to leave again. Additionally, entering the secret realm may result in random teleportation, and everyone's position may vary. All of you must remember, after entering, you must send out communication signals as soon as it is safe, and everyone should gather towards me for unified action. Do you all understand?" "Rest assured, miss, we understand," the martial artists replied one after another. Mo Shanshan nodded in satisfaction. "Everyone, enter the secret realm in order." At this moment, the elderly woman with the surname Zhou urged loudly. The prepared martial artists silently entered the passage, either alone or in groups, flying in batch after batch. Soon, only Chu Mo and Mo Shanshan were left. Just before they were about to enter the portal, Mo Shanshan suddenly turned to Chu Mo and said, "Chu Kaching, after entering, be sure to send the signal quickly and meet up with me." "I understand," Chu Mo nodded. After receiving Chu Mo's response, Mo Shanshan felt relieved, then stepped in first. Chu Mo followed closely behind and stepped inside. The moment he stepped in, he felt a daze, followed by the world spinning around him as if he had crossed a thin membrane. When he opened his eyes again, the world had changed completely. Inside the secret realm, in a mountainous area, there was initially no one around. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the air, and some swirling spatial power could be faintly seen. Soon the crack swelled, as if something was about to emerge. Pop! Accompanied by a sound like something breaking, a figure was expelled from the crack. It was none other than Chu Mo. He landed on the ground, slightly easing the dizziness caused by crossing space, then began to look around. His spatial perception ability quickly swept the surroundings, and within a radius of 50 meters, everything fell into his mind. There was no danger for the moment. Confirming his safety, Chu Mo secretly felt relieved. He knew little about the secret realm, mostly from Mo Shanshan's descriptions. Moreover, the records in the texts of this world rarely mentioned secret realms, and even when they did, they were vague and incomplete. At first, Chu Mo found it strange why the records in the texts were so scarce regarding secret realms. But he soon understood that secret realms were precious. Only major powers could possess them, and how could those powers allow ordinary martial artists to know the details? Therefore, Chu Mo could only rely on Mo Shanshan's narrative and combine it with his own imagination to speculate. However, there was no doubt that any secret realm with life could potentially be dangerous, especially in such a vibrant and energetic place. Chu Mo looked up and carefully examined his surroundings. Surrounded by mountains, towering giants blocked the sunlight. Looking around, any tree appeared extraordinarily sturdy, requiring several people to embrace. The ground was filled with countless lush grasses and vines. In addition, taking a deep breath, Chu Mo inhaled deeply and then exhaled slowly. With each breath, he could feel the yuan power in his dantian becoming more active, as if some kind of shackles had been lifted, Even without operating the body tempering technique, he could sense a growth in his strength. The vitality here was so rich, and with such abundant yuan energy, it was impossible for fierce beasts not to be born. Chu Mo thought to himself. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly saw a burst of bright light in the sky in the distance, dazzling like fireworks. Chu Mo knew this was a communication signal. It seemed they had confirmed their safety and began to gather. Without delay, I should hurry over. Chu Mo headed towards the direction of the signal. He did not move quickly, but continuously activated his spatial talent to monitor the surrounding environment, on guard against potential dangers. However, after walking a short distance, he did not encounter any danger, but rather stumbled upon an opportunity. Not far away, a 5-colored petal orchid was growing alone, surrounded by rich yuan energy and vitality. A 500-year-old, 5-colored mysterious orchid. Chu Mo recognized at a glance that this was a rare spiritual herb recorded in the bestiary of common fierce beasts. In the Liang base, even a 100-year-old 5-color mysterious orchid could be sold for 100,000 lower-grade yuan stones. And a 500-year-old 5-color mysterious orchid would be worth at least 1 million yuan stones. In other words, Chu Mo had only been in the secret realm for a few minutes, and had already obtained the equivalent of what an ordinary martial artist would earn in a lifetime of hard work. The secret realm truly was resource-rich. No wonder the emergence of any secret realm would trigger fierce competition and battles among major powers. The profits involved were simply too great. Chu Mo couldn't help but exclaim. As he spoke, he dug up the 5-colored mysterious orchid, placed it in a jade box for preservation, and then stored it in his storage bag. Chapter 45. Reunion continuing to approach the direction of a signal. Along the way, he occasionally encountered some good items, which he would harvest. In just over an hour since entering the secret realm, Chu Mo had already collected a considerable amount of spiritual herbs. Besides the initial surprise, he had now calmed down, his expression serene. He squatted down in front of an 800-year-old ginseng and carefully began to harvest it, gently clearing the soil from the roots. He took out a jade box from his storage bag and carefully placed the complete ginseng with dense roots inside. After finishing all this, just as he was about to continue on his way, he suddenly felt a shift in his expression and looked toward a certain direction. Not far away, several large wolves with bared teeth were slowly surrounding him. They emanated a fierce aura, their eyes glinting with a greenish hue, looking at Chu Mo with a glimmer of greed. Second-tier, top fierce beasts. Green-backed demon wolves. Chu Mo's gaze sharpened, and his hand instinctively moved to his alloy combat knife. Just then, a wolf. The wolves charged at him from different directions, trying to surround Chu Mo. Seeing this, clang. The combat knife was suddenly unsheathed. Chu Mo's gaze was sharp, his figure like lightning, swiftly dodging the wolves' attacks, and then his blood surged as he directly slashed at the few demon wolves. The cold light of the blade carried an infinite chill, slicing through the air. Crack! Crack! Chu Mo slowly sheathed his sword. Before him, several magic wolves froze for a moment. Then their bodies fell apart, crashing to the ground. Having cleanly and efficiently slain them, Chu Mo stepped over their corpses and headed straight in the predetermined direction. Another hour passed. He finally arrived at the meeting point, where over 10 martial artists had gathered, including Mo Shanshan. However, they were currently facing some trouble. Hundreds of ferocious beasts surrounded them, and a chaotic battle was underway. Although all these beasts were second-level ferocious beasts, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The martial artists, numbering only a little over 10, despite being at the pinnacle of martial prowess and working together efficiently, had quickly slain a dozen beasts. But soon after, more beasts charged in, making them gradually unable to hold on, and some martial artists had even sustained injuries. Seeing this situation, Chu Mo revealed himself. The wind attribute talent activated, his whole being enveloped in a fierce blade aura, moving as swiftly as the wind. He plunged into the midst of the ferocious beasts. The Gale Thunderblade. Each strike was faster and more ruthless than the last. Like a sudden storm, it poured down, as if a fierce wind swept through, engulfing everything. Wherever he passed, the blade light soared. Each strike unleashed a torrent of blood, and with every swing, a ferocious beast met its demise. This slaughter as if in an uninhabited realm, drew the attention of everyone present. It was Chu Kaching. Mo Shanshan exclaimed in surprise. Chu Kaching has come to help. Everyone must hold on. The martial artists felt invigorated upon hearing this. As for those ferocious beasts, seeing Chu Mo's terrifying presence, they all turned their focus towards him, clearly regarding him as the greatest threat and wanting to eliminate him first. However, their plans were destined to fail. Chu Mo moved like lightning, and these beasts could not catch sight of him, while the long knife in his hand kept falling, each strike taking a ferocious beast's life. Additionally, with Chu Mo's arrival, a large number of beasts were distracted, significantly reducing the pressure on the martial artists, who quickly regained their spirits. With their cooperation, in no time, they managed to slay all the ferocious beasts, leaving a pile of corpses. Everyone quickly cleaned the battlefield and restored their strength. After the battle, Mo Shanshan instructed, and the martial artists began to clean up the battlefield and collect the heart blood of these ferocious beasts. Mo Shanshan then approached Chu Mo, expressing her gratitude. Chu Mo, it's all thanks to you this time. As she spoke, there was a hint of disbelief in her gaze towards Chu Mo. Although she had seen Chu Mo in action before and even heard Qian Yuan talk about his prowess, she still did not have a clear concept of Chu Mo's strength. The combat power he displayed when he used his martial skills and body techniques to charge into the group of ferocious beasts exceeded her imagination, giving her a whole new understanding of Chu Mo's abilities. Not just Mo Shanshan, the other martial artists cleaning the battlefield occasionally glanced over, their eyes filled with respect and awe. Before entering the secret realm, when Mo Shanshan mentioned Chu Mo's strength, they still had some doubts. How strong could he really be? But now they clearly saw it. Chu Mo's strength was enough to crush any one of them. In fact, even if they all banded together, they wouldn't be a match for Chu Mo. We don't need to be so polite with each other. Chu Mo waved his hand, then looked at the surrounding corpses of the ferocious beasts, puzzled, and asked, how did you encounter so many ferocious beasts? Over 100 second-level ferocious beasts. This was almost a massive beast horde. Hearing this, Mo Shanshan showed a hint of helplessness. I saw a rare medicinal herb on the way, and after picking it, I happened to run into the guardian ferocious beast returning, so I casually killed it. But this beast let out a howl before dying, and I didn't pay attention at the time, just walked away. Who knew this beast was the leader of a beast horde? After hearing its howl, over 100 ferocious beasts chased after us, surrounding us, leading to a fierce battle. By the end, Mo Shanshan's face displayed a trace of frustration. Chu Mo, upon hearing this, was also left speechless. It was no wonder Mo Shanshan felt so frustrated. Encountering such a situation was indeed unfortunate. So what should we do next? Chu Mo asked. Mo Shanshan replied, this is a small secret realm, and the space isn't very large. We should wait here for everyone to gather, and then explore together. Hearing this, Chu Mo nodded. He was not familiar with this secret realm, so he naturally followed Mo Shanshan's arrangements. Randomly wandering without purpose was certainly not as effective as a targeted approach. With that in mind, Chu Mo found a clean spot, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to rest. Time flowed slowly. One by one, martial artists gradually gathered. By evening, everyone had arrived. At this point, Mo Shanshan sent someone to call Chu Mo over to discuss the exploration of the secret realm. Hearing the martial artist's report, Chu Mo opened his eyes, jumped down from the tree, and walked towards the temporarily constructed camp not far away. Chapter 46. Hidden Killers in the Camp. By the campfire, Chu Mo was chatting with Mo Shanshan. Chu Mo, according to our earlier agreement, after entering the secret realm, you will help me obtain the Qian Yuan Jade Marrow. Do you remember? Mo Shanshan said. I remember. Chu Mo nodded. Aren't you curious about what the Qian Yuan Jade Marrow actually is? Montak Shansan Smidet. If you want to say it, you will naturally say it, and I have already promised that this item belongs to you. Even if I know, what difference does it make? Chu Mo replied. Moreover, if this treasure is truly too precious, not knowing might actually be a good thing. That way, I want to develop any greedy thoughts. Hearing this, Mo Shanshan couldn't help but show a look of appreciation. Then she became serious and said frankly, To be honest, the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow is actually a rare treasure of heaven and earth, capable of allowing martial artists to break through the limits of their realms and have a more solid foundation. For example, a martial artist at the pinnacle of their realm can only possess a maximum of 200,000 pounds of physical strength, but with the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow, they can break through the limit of 200,000 pounds, achieving 300,000 pounds or even 400,000 pounds of physical strength. This represents a future potential for greater growth. As she spoke, a look of longing appeared on Mo Shanshan's face. Breaking through the limits of the realm? Chu Mo, listening to Mo Shanshan's words, couldn't help but focus. According to Mo Shanshan, the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow could break the physical limits of martial artists. This meant that once he obtained the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow, he would possess over 200,000 pounds of physical strength at the martial artist level, making his early accumulation much stronger than other martial artists. And thus his future growth potential would naturally be higher. Since Chu Mo had many talents enhancing his abilities, the stronger his base strength, the stronger his power after enhancement. Just imagine, if Chu Mo could possess 400,000 pounds of strength at the martial artist level, once he received the boost of Yuan power and talent enhancements. How terrifying would his strength reach? With Yuan power enhancement, a punch could hit 800,000 pounds. With lightning attribute talent enhancement, a full powered strike could exceed 200,000 pounds. A martial artist level with over 3 million pounds of strength. How terrifying would that be? Chu Mo was instantly moved. However, he quickly dispelled this greed. In life, one must know what to pursue and what to refrain from. Since he had already promised not to seize this treasure, he needed to stick to his word. Moreover, Chu Mo had a talent for gathering, and in the future, he might be able to break through his own strength limits. Why should he turn against someone who could be considered a friend, like Mo Shanshan, for a momentary benefit? Just as Chu Mo was thinking this, he heard Mo Shanshan continue to speak. I didn't explain before entering the secret realm because I wasn't sure what was inside. However, once we entered, I found that the key to this secret realm transmitted a lot of information to me. At the same time, I can vaguely sense the direction of the earth veins and the Qi nexus through the jade plate. The Xian Yuan Jade Marrow grows at the nexus of the earth veins, where Qi converges. And there happens to be a place in this secret realm that meets these conditions, which will definitely produce Xian Yuan Jade Marrow. Such places often have a large number of fierce beasts gathering, and I can also feel that this secret realm is not as simple as it seems on the surface. I'm afraid my strength alone is too weak, so I need your help. If we can obtain the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow, I can share half of it with you. What do you think? Mo Shanshan said with a serious expression. Hearing this, Chu Mo frowned and couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean when you say this secret realm is not as simple as it seems?" "I'm not sure." Mo Shanshan shook her head and said, "The information from the jade plate is intermittent and incomplete, but I vaguely feel that this secret realm seems a bit unusual and might be even more dangerous than I previously thought." Upon hearing this, Chu Mo stood still, lost in thought. After a moment, he raised his head and said, "I had already promised to help you obtain the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow, so I will naturally keep my word. However, this item is also of great use to me. Since you are willing to give me half, I will no longer pretend to decline." "I agree. As for the dangers here, you don't need to worry too much." At this point, Chu Mo paused for a moment, then suddenly shifted his tone. Speaking with boundless confidence, he smiled and said, "No matter how dangerous it is, the space of this secret realm is weak, which limits the realm to below martial masters. As long as we stay within this range, I am confident I can protect your safety." This statement was indeed quite imposing. Upon hearing this, Mo Shanshan's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. But she quickly regained her composure, her smile radiant, and said, "If that's the case, then I will rely on you. Don't worry, I will take care of everything." Chu Mo nodded slightly. It was already evening, so they did not set off. The team camped here for the night, waiting to depart early the next morning. The camp was preparing food, and after eating, everyone rested. Meanwhile, not far from them, in a valley, over 100 fierce beasts were kneeling respectfully on the ground. Though they were called fierce beasts, in reality, they all had some human characteristics. Some were clearly birds, but had human feet, while others had human upper bodies and wolf lower bodies, each varying in form. At this moment, in front of these half-human, half-beast creatures, there stood a massive, golden-winged rock over 10 meters long, with a human face, perched on a tall rock, enjoying the worship of all. Suddenly, the golden-winged rock opened its eyes, a terrifying gleam flashing in its eyes, and murmured, "I can feel it. After 500 years, I finally sensed the aura of the Wan Hua plate." As it spoke the words Wan Hua plate, a look of excitement appeared on its face. Originally, they were a group of fierce beasts that had lived in this place, called the Wan Hua Secret Realm, for so long that they had gradually developed intelligence as their strength increased. Unfortunately, due to restrictions within the Secret Realm, their maximum strength could not exceed that of a second-level demon beast. Therefore, even though these fierce beasts had trained in the Secret Realm for hundreds or even thousands of years, and would be considered at least 5th level or higher in the outside world, they remained trapped here, afraid to advance. However, they did not waste the hundreds of years of training. Having developed intelligence, they already knew that this was a small world, and this small world had a core, which was the key to opening this space. As long as they could obtain this key, they would find a way out. But they had searched the entire Secret Realm and found nothing. Now, they felt the aura of the Wan Hua plate. However, the golden-winged rock frowned and said, "In addition to the Wan Hua plate, I also smell some unfamiliar outsiders. I command you to kill those annoying outsiders and retrieve the Wan Hua plate. This is our only chance to escape, and we cannot afford to lose it." Upon hearing this, all the half-human, half-beast creatures below shouted in unison, "Understood." After the command, they each took action and left the area. Chapter 47. The terrifying fierce beasts. As dawn broke, the team was already prepared to set off. Mo Shanshan used the jade plate to guide the way, while the other martial artists guarded around her, remaining vigilant. Their pace was not slow. After half a day, the team had crossed a long distance and encountered many fierce beasts along the way, even small groups of beasts. However, with the protection of 30 or 40 peak martial artists, along with Chu Mo's extraordinary strength, any fierce beast that came before them met a swift end. Thus, it was a journey with more excitement than danger. The Secret Realm is indeed perilous. Fortunately, with you protecting us along the way, otherwise, I wouldn't dare to hope for obtaining the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow in this Secret Realm, Mo Shanshan remarked to Chu Mo on the road. Hearing this, Chu Mo simply smiled and said nothing. If he took Mo Shanshan's words seriously, it would be too naive. After all, Mo Shanshan was a high-ranking member of the Emerald Jade Trading Alliance, and she had become a peak martial artist within 2 years, indicating her exceptional talent. Chu Mo didn't believe she lacked any means of self-preservation. Moreover, she had also comprehended sword intent, and her understanding of it was even deeper than his. Even if her strength was slightly inferior to his, she was not an ordinary martial artist. As they were talking and traveling, the team arrived at the entrance of a valley. The valley was narrow, surrounded by towering cliffs, making the terrain extremely dangerous. Everyone couldn't help but quicken their pace, wanting to pass through this area quickly. Suddenly, a series of sharp whistling sounds pierced the air, accompanied by terrifying killing intent and power, rushing toward them. Several martial artists who were slower in action were directly attacked, not even having time to scream before they perished. Only then did they see clearly that the attackers were actually a dozen small-sized raccoon-like creatures. Golden-winged poison raccoon. The golden-winged poison raccoon is a second-level fierce beast, known for its wings that can shoot out fine feathers, which, if they hit a target, can produce extremely terrifying toxins that kill the opponent in an instant. However, in their impression, the golden-winged poison raccoon was not particularly strong. An ordinary martial artist could easily defend against its feather attacks with some caution. But why were these poison raccoons so fast? As they closely observed these poison raccoons, each one showed a shocked expression, fear evident on their faces. What kind of monster is this? Under their gaze, they saw that this group of golden-winged poison raccoons had limbs that resembled human limbs, and certain areas of their necks and bodies also exhibited human traits. The claws on the limbs were sharp and pointed, resembling steel blades. making one feel a chill run down their spine. Is this really the golden-winged poison marten? All the martial artists felt cold sweat breaking out all over their bodies, a chill rushing up from their souls, and for a moment, their minds were in chaos. At that moment, more than a dozen bizarre, golden-winged poison martens charged in, and in the blink of an eye, several dazed martial artists were killed. Seeing this, the martial artists quickly suppressed their fear and began to fight these strange beasts. The scene turned chaotic. However, as time passed, their fear only intensified. The golden-winged poison martens outside were not very strong. Even mid-stage martial artists could contend with them. Yet the more than a dozen poison martens before them were all incredibly powerful. Not only were they surprisingly fast, but their defenses were also terrifying. The swords and blades struck against these poison martens without even breaking the skin, only producing a sound of metal clashing. This led to the situation where the more than a dozen golden-winged poison martens faced 30 to 40 peak martial artists without appearing to be at a disadvantage. And they even forced the martial artists to retreat step by step. Chu Mo, seeing this situation, Empress Shanshan immediately cried out anxiously. Without her calling, almost the moment these bizarre golden-winged poison martens broke in a crowd, Chu Mo had already placed his hand on the alloy war knife. Clang! Accompanied by the sudden sound of the blade being drawn, the wind attribute talent was activated, amplifying his speed by 15 times, making Chu Mo's body dart into the beasts like lightning. Breaking Void Blade, a blade light of extreme sharpness, slashed out, instantly crossing over 10 zhong to arrive in front of one fierce beast. Before the beast could react, it was immediately pierced through. The dull sound of flesh tearing echoed. The beast's body stiffened, and then it exploded with a bang. Killing a golden-winged poison marten in one strike shocked the other beasts greatly. However, while the beasts were shocked, Chu Mo remained unfazed, his mind still calm. He did not stop. Instead, he rapidly changed his stance, the blood and energy within him boiling wildly, and the surging blood energy enveloped the knife, causing the alloy war knife to be covered with a layer of dazzling light. He swung the knife forward, the cold light flashing crazily, and in an instant, it reached the top of another beast's head. This beast felt surrounded by a dense array of blade lights, giving it an overwhelming sense of inevitability. Moreover, an invisible pressure weighed heavily on its heart. What is this? Why is his blade so powerful? This beast, which seemed to be the leader, anxiously exclaimed in human language. Its eyes, which had originally emitted a cruel and vicious light, now widened in shock, its heart trembling with fear. This strike was incredibly fast. With the enhancement of elemental force, its power was terrifying. Coupled with the momentum of the blade, this beast simply had no way to evade. The blade light flashed and instantly pierced through its head. The seemingly tough body of the golden-winged poison marten was easily pierced like tofu. After killing this beast, Chu Mo's expression remained unchanged. Wind attribute talent, Gale Thunderblade, Luo Yin Step, Blade Momentum. Various martial techniques and talents were stacked and unleashed. He moved like a ghost among these beasts, each strike representing a beast being slain. His speed was so fast that everyone could hardly see his figure. Chu Mo's speed was too fast. It had already surpassed 5 times the speed of sound, approaching that of a top master. He was merely a martial artist, yet possessed such speed. Could he also have wind attribute talent? Nearby, Empress Shanshan was deeply shocked, unable to help but exclaim in admiration, just as Empress Shanshan was astonished. With Chu Mo's actions, in just a short time, the more than a dozen attacking beasts had all been killed by Chu Mo. The scene fell completely silent. Gulp. Someone suddenly swallowed hard, and the sound was so clear at that moment. Looking around, they found that the martial artists had all become dazed, staring blankly at Chu Mo, their eyes filled with astonishment. They thought they had a clear understanding of Chu Mo's strength, but until now, they realized they had underestimated him. These more than a dozen bizarre beasts, each with incredibly strong power, had caused dozens of peak martial artists to retreat in defeat. Yet Chu Mo was able to single-handedly slay them all. Such strength was truly unbelievable. Chapter 48. Finding the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow and the Origin Stone. What on earth are these beasts? After the battle, Chu Mo and Mo Shanshan examined the corpses of these beasts. They found that each of these beasts had incredibly strong bodies, exceeding the limits of second-level beasts. Moreover, during the previous fight, these beasts could even speak human language. In the outside world, being able to speak human language at least represented a fifth-level beast. But this was simply impossible. If they were truly facing fifth-level beasts, they would have had no chance to resist at all. Moreover, in this secret realm, due to the weak spatial barrier, all beasts could not exceed the limits of second level. Otherwise, the surrounding space would shatter, leading to annihilation by spatial turbulence. But the facts were clearly before them, causing them to show grave expressions. It seems that there are indeed many secrets in this secret realm. Mo Shanshan, we must be more cautious moving forward. The urgent matter is to quickly obtain the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow, and then decide whether to stay or leave based on the situation. After thinking for a moment, Chu Mo spoke. Upon hearing this, Mo Shanshan nodded in agreement. Although the secret realm was good, one must have their life to explore it. Now that they had discovered the terrifying dangers present in this secret realm, the best choice was to leave as soon as possible. With this in mind, Mo Shanshan said, "We need to recover from our injuries quickly and speed up, striving to obtain the items in the shortest time possible." Yes, the martial artists responded one after another. At this time, after the attack of more than a dozen beasts, the originally more than 40 peak martial artists had lost quite a few, leaving less than 30. Having gone through this ordeal, they were all somewhat fearful and eager to leave this place as soon as possible. After a brief rest, they continued onward. However, this time everyone was more vigilant, cautiously surveying their surroundings to prevent those strange beasts from appearing again. Although they were cautious, their speed did not slow. An hour later, they arrived at a cliff. The cliff was thousands of feet high, a sheer wall that was quite steep. But facing the cliff, they quickly noticed a cave that was recessed into the wall. "It should be here," Mo Shanshan said softly, looking at the dark entrance below. Chu Mo also looked over. The entrance appeared bottomless, completely indiscernible. "You all wait here. I and Chu will go in and take a look." At this moment, Mo Shanshan instructed. The cave was likely the location of the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow. Such a heavenly treasure was indeed too precious. Although these subordinates were trusted members of the Merchant Alliance, caution was still necessary. After all, human hearts are the hardest to gauge. The other martial artists did not know what Mo Shanshan was thinking, but upon hearing this, they all nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Mo Shanshan glanced at Chu Mo, and the two entered the recessed cave in the cliff one after the other. The cave was quite winding and narrow. After walking for a long time, covering about 10 miles, they suddenly saw a vast space ahead. A huge cave appeared before them, with an area of several thousand square feet, resembling a jade mine. Clear water droplets dripped slowly from the top of the cave, and there was a sunken pool on the ground that had already gathered a considerable amount of jade liquid. Upon seeing this jade liquid, Chu Mo's eyes narrowed. "Xian Yuan Jade Marrow," Mo Shanshan exclaimed, her face showing joy. "Are you sure?" Chu Mo asked. "I can confirm. There are records of my family. Xian Yuan Jade Marrow can only be condensed in secret realms." She explained. "This substance looks like clear water, but it is produced from the earth's veins, pure and flawless, containing mysterious properties that can improve a person's constitution. When illuminated, it refracts colorful light, hence the name Xian Yuan." As she spoke, excitement appeared on her face. It is said that Xian Yuan Jade Marrow is extremely rare. Even in secret realms that can produce it, there is very little output. But there is so much here. We can at least divide it into 10 portions. Chu Mo, we've struck it rich. Listening to Mo Shanshan's excited words, Chu Mo's gaze turned to the Jade Marrow, and a smile appeared on his face. 10 portions of Xian Yuan Jade Marrow would mean he could have 5. Besides using it for himself, he could also give it to his family or even sell it for cultivation resources. Chu Mo, the preservation of Xian Yuan Jade Marrow requires special jade bottles. I'll collect these first and then share them with you. What do you think? Mo Shanshan suggested instead of immediately collecting it, to avoid any misunderstandings from Chu Mo. Since Chu Mo didn't have any bottles for preserving Xian Yuan Jade Marrow, he naturally agreed with Mo Shanshan's proposal. Mo Shanshan then took out several special jade bottles from her storage bag to collect the jade marrow. While she was collecting, Chu Mo looked around, surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a wall, and his expression froze. He noticed something odd and slowly approached it. When his hand touched it, he felt as if he had touched a recessed area. Sure enough, a knowing look appeared on Chu Mo's face. He remembered a treasure location he had learned from Zhou Qi outside the Luyang base, which also had a layer of natural camouflage. After entering the barrier, he obtained the 10,000-year spiritual marrow, which enhanced his innate physique by an entire level. Now, when he saw these stone walls, he instinctively recalled this event and decided to give it a try. To his surprise, it was just as he thought. At that moment, Mo Shanshan had also finished collecting the Xian Yuan jade marrow and happened to see this scene. Chu Mo, what is this? She asked curiously. There must be something significant behind here. Let's go in and take a look. After saying that, Chu Mo took the lead and walked in. Mo Shanshan followed without hesitation, squeezing in beside him. At first, it was dark, but then it opened up to a small space of about 10 meters. In the center of the area was a fist-sized crystal. Surrounding the crystal, the space appeared to be slightly distorted, with a terrifying aura of chaotic void currents swirling around. What is this? Looking at the crystal, Mo Shanshan's face changed drastically, and she instinctively exclaimed, "This is actually a realm source stone." What is a realm source stone? Chu Mo asked. The realm source stone is naturally formed. Whenever a small world is born or destroyed, a realm source stone will appear. This object contains the essence of the world and can help one comprehend the changes in space. If absorbed, it can even allow a person to gain insights into spatial talents. Mo Shanshan said excitedly. Hearing this, Chu Mo also showed a touched expression. Unfortunately, there's only this one realm source stone, although it is still very precious. Relying on just one to gain insights into spatial talent is incredibly difficult unless one already possesses spatial talent. Perhaps it could enhance one's talent further. Mo Shanshan expressed her regret. She then looked at Chu Mo and said, "I don't have spatial talent, so it would be useless for me. Moreover, according to our agreement, this should belong to you. However, I suggest you don't absorb it yourself. Without spatial talent, it's hard to gain insights from the realm source stone. Rather than waste it, it will be better to sell it for a high price when we reach a big base. That way, we can maximize our benefits." Montak Shansan at visit. But Chu Mo disagreed internally. If he didn't have spatial talent, he might consider her advice. However, he now possessed a secondary spatial talent. And if he could use the realm source stone to elevate his spatial talent by 1 or 2 levels, his strength would significantly improve. After all, these were 2 supreme talents. The stronger his spatial talent, the greater the benefits for his future growth. Therefore, Chu Mo would never miss an opportunity to enhance his spatial talent. As for selling it, while it might allow him to exchange for countless source stones, many treasures are far beyond what source stones can buy. Treasures like the realm source stone, which can only be found in secret realm small worlds, are rare and invaluable. Exchanging it for source stones would be the most foolish act. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Mo took the realm source stone and placed it in his storage bag. "Thank you, Miss Mo, for your generosity." Chu Mo expressed his gratitude for Mo Shanshan's big-heartedness. "No need to thank me. This was our agreement, and this item is indeed of no use to me." Mo Shanshan shook her head. Hearing this, Chu Mo smiled. At that moment, Mo Shanshan took out 5 portions of the collected Xian Yuan jade marrow and gave them to Chu Mo. Then said, "Chu Mo, I plan to swallow the Xian Yuan jade marrow here. Can you protect me?" "Of course. You just take it, and no matter what happens, I won't disturb you." Chu Mo replied without hesitation. "Thank you," Mo Shanshan said gratefully. She then walked to the side, sat cross-legged, glanced at Chu Mo, nodded slightly, and took out a portion of Xian Yuan jade marrow, swallowing it directly. In an instant, through his spatial perception ability, Chu Mo noticed a mysterious energy from the heavens and earth flowing towards Mo Shanshan, gradually transforming her body. As time passed, he could feel Mo Shanshan's physical strength continuously increasing. Chu Mo glanced at her and then withdrew his gaze, taking out the realm source stone, holding it in his hand. and carefully contemplating it. The realm source stone contained terrifying spatial energy, causing the surrounding space to slightly distort. Chu Mo closed his eyes, slowly mobilizing his spatial talent within, and began to perceive the mysteries of the spatial power within the realm source stone. Soon, he felt the spatial power from the realm source stone converging towards him, which he then absorbed. As time passed, the amount of spatial power he absorbed increased, and he gradually saw the flow of spatial power, becoming immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Mo was still comprehending the spatial power, but at this moment, if someone were to see him, they would find that he gave off an ethereal feeling. Although Chu Mo was sitting in place, it felt as if he were not there, appearing extremely eerie. Half an hour later, Chu Mo opened his eyes, unable to suppress a long sigh of relief, excitement evident on his face. My spatial talent seems to have grown quite a bit. He checked his information. Target, Chu Mo, physique, high-level cultivation physique, talent, high-level swordsmanship cultivation talent, medium wind attribute talent, low thunder attribute talent, low spatial talent. The spatial talent has already been upgraded to low level. Chu Mo was very happy. He couldn't wait to comprehend the spatial abilities he had gained with this upgrade. First, his spatial perception ability had been significantly enhanced, expanding from about 50 meters to a range of 100 meters now. The distance for teleportation had also increased accordingly. In addition, he discovered he had gained a new ability, to open up space. This was not about creating a small world or secret realm, which he might be able to do in the future, but he was far from that level now. The space he could open was actually just a personal space, more like a portable storage backpack. He left a spatial imprint on himself, then infused spatial energy into it, squeezing out a small space, which he could then gradually expand. It was like blowing up a balloon. The size of the personal space he could open was also related to Chu Mo's strength and the level of his spatial talent. Let's get started. Chu Mo placed a spatial imprint on his palm and then infused spatial power into it. As the spatial power surged in, the imprint on his palm began to swell, eventually forming a small black dot. The dot continued to expand. After a moment, when Chu Mo sensed it had reached its limit, he stopped. At that moment, Chu Mo discovered that the personal space he had opened was actually 20 cubic meters. Although it was still not particularly large, it was already much bigger than his storage bag. Moreover, the personal space could continue to expand as his strength increased. This meant that after opening the personal space, he would no longer need a storage bag. I never expected I could achieve such a feat. With this thought, Chu Mo couldn't help but smile. He moved all the items from his storage bag into the personal space. Just after completing this, Chu Mo noticed some fluctuations coming from Mozhan Shan. He immediately focused his gaze. He saw a powerful force erupting from Mozhan Shan, sweeping away the surrounding dust. However, this caused no harm to Chu Mo. Once the dust settled, he found that Mozhan Shan had awakened. Chu Mo, I've broken through the physical limits of a martial artist. Upon seeing Chu Mo, Mozhan Shan immediately said excitedly, now I feel like I can increase my physical strength by another 100,000 pounds, which will allow me to step into the martial master realm with 300,000 pounds of physical strength, solidifying my foundation and raising my future limits. Congratulations. Hearing this, Chu Mo sincerely offered his blessings. And thank you. Without you, I would never have obtained the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow, and might have even died under the attacks of those strange, ferocious beasts. Mozhan Shan expressed her gratitude. Chapter 50. The Wolf King the two were still exchanging thanks when suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from a distance, accompanied by the sounds of intense fighting, powerful enough that they could feel the tremors of the earth even while in the cave. Not good. The people above are under attack. Chu Mo's expression changed as he sensed the disturbance. Mozhan Shan's face also grew serious. Could it be that strange, ferocious beasts are launching a sneak attack? Chu Mo, let's hurry up and take a look. All right. The two exchanged no further words and quickly retraced their steps. Upon returning to the cave entrance, they witnessed a brutal battle unfolding on the cliff. On one side were nearly 100 half-human, half-beast ferocious beasts, while on the other side were the martial artists led by Mozhan Shan, who were being pushed back under the assault of these beasts. We need help. Seeing this scene, Chu Mo made a quick decision and swiftly activated his wind attribute talent, rushing towards the battlefield. These intruding humans are really weak. They could be crushed so easily. What a bunch of trash. Not far away, several ferocious beasts with human-like features were watching the fight. One of them, a centaur-like beast, said triumphantly. Hearing this, a giant wolf covered in silver fur beside it snorted coldly, a savage look in its eyes, and said, "Isn't it better if they are weak? Once we kill all these intruding humans and obtain the Wanhua disc to leave this place, we'll no longer be suppressed in our realms. At that time, with our strength, we're in this vast world, can't we go? Those humans will become our food." As it spoke, a glint of greed shone in the giant wolf's eyes. "That's right. We must raise these humans and eat 10 a day. I want to eat 100. I want to eat 100 too." The surrounding ferocious beasts all fantasized as they listened to the giant wolf. However, just as they were lost in their fantasies, a roar came from below the cliff. "Kill!" Immediately, a figure as swift as the wind, wielding a battle knife, charged towards them. "What courage! How dare you come for me? Who is willing to step up and kill this human martial artist?" The giant wolf's eyes flashed with brutality as it coldly snorted. As soon as it finished speaking, a ferocious beast jumped out from behind it and shouted, "I am willing to step up and capture this human," offering him to the Wolf King. "Go!" The giant wolf nodded slightly. This ferocious beast was a large lizard with some human features. At that moment, upon receiving the order, it roared and charged out towards a figure. When Chu Mo arrived at the cave entrance and saw the battle on the cliff, he wanted to rush in. However, halfway there, he noticed several ferocious beasts watching from the side, seemingly of a different status. With the thought of capturing the leader first, he charged forward with his knife. Unexpectedly, just as he reached halfway, a large lizard came rushing toward him. Its skin reflected a cold sheen, looking extremely hard. However, seeking death, Chu Mo's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly activated his wind attribute talent, using the smoke step to instantly create a cloud of mist. By the time he saw Chu Mo's figure again, he was already in front of the lizard. Stormblade. The sound of the battle knife being unsheathed rang out sharply as he slashed down, unleashing an infinite wave of blade energy towards the lizard. However, the lizard did not simply sit back and wait for death. Although it was slightly shocked by Chu Mo's speed, it quickly regained its composure and swung its tail at him. With a crack, the tail whipped through the air like a long whip, howling towards him. The power was so great that it seemed even the void couldn't bear it, making a sound as if it were about to shatter. But when this terrifying power faced the battle knife, it stirred not a single ripple, directly being crushed by the blade energy. The blade then followed through and struck the lizard's body. With a hiss, the blade, infused with boundless energy, sliced the lizard's body in two. It didn't even have the chance to let out a scream. In front of Chu Mo, it had perished after just one exchange. Is this the blade momentum? The Wolf King watched this scene, no longer the calm it had before, its pupils shrinking in shock. Although it was also a ferocious beast, it had obtained a treasure in the secret realm and, by chance, returned to its ancestral lineage, gaining the inheritance of the Howling Moon Sky Wolf clan. From distant memories, it had learned of the existence of this blade momentum, in the inheritance of the Howling Moon Sky Wolves. Anyone who understands the existence of the knife's momentum is difficult to deal with. Human, your cultivation is not bad. If you are willing to surrender now and become my servant, I can spare you from death. The Wolf King had a great appreciation for Chu Mo's strength and couldn't help but feel a desire to recruit him. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo immediately sneered. A mere beast with fur and horns thinks it can earn my loyalty? How ridiculous! Human, you are quite bold. Hearing Chu Mo's words, the fierce beasts were immediately enraged. Although they were indeed born as beasts, since awakening their intelligence, they felt they had left their original clans and become superior beings. In the past, when facing their own kind, they looked down upon those ignorant beings who had not yet awakened their intelligence. However, today, this human shamelessly referred to them as mere beasts in front of them, which was simply an insult. Truly arrogant. Wolf King, what are you waiting for? Kill this human. Kill him and let him know our power. The fierce beasts behind the Wolf King shouted in unison, their killing intent boiling. With a single command from the Wolf King, they all pounced together, ready to slay Chu Mo. At this moment, the Wolf King was also filled with rage. Human, you are asking for trouble. Since you seek death, don't blame me. All beasts, obey my command and surround and kill this human. Once he is dead, the remaining human warriors will be nothing to fear. The Wolf King roared fiercely, his voice filled with killing intent. As his words fell, a group of fierce beasts charged forward. An endless wave of killing intent sweeping toward Chu Mo. Trivial tricks. Chu Mo, holding his battle knife, looked at the charging fierce beasts with a cold smile. As he spoke, the blood and energy within him surged like rivers and seas. Buzz. The wind attribute talent activated, and his figure suddenly flashed, instantly crossing dozens of feet, directly charging into the beast horde. The Gale Thunder Knife was unleashed. Streams of powerful blade energy swept toward a fierce beast. Now, Chu Mo possessed a strength of 100,000 pounds. With the enhancement of his elemental power, he had 200,000 pounds. With the fourfold amplification of his lightning attribute talent, he had a terrifying strength of 800,000 pounds. Such terrifying power could not even be resisted by a martial artist, let alone these mere second-level fierce beasts. Even if they had cultivated for hundreds of years and awakened their intelligence, if they left this secret realm, their strength could rapidly recover to the 4th or even 5th level. But here, they ultimately could not make a qualitative leap. Thus, facing Chu Mo's overwhelming killing moves, the fierce beasts simply could not withstand them. With every slash of the battle knife, a fierce beast was cleaved in two, blood spraying everywhere. Chapter 51, All Slaughtered. Ready to strike back. Swish, swish, swish. Countless fierce beasts pounced, but with the display of Chu Mo's Gale Thunder Knife, all the fierce beasts quickly fell to the ground. It must be said that the Gale Thunder Knife that Chu Mo cultivated showed its power in group battles. Each strike was faster and more ferocious than the last. Swift as the wind, layer upon layer, like a storm sweeping through, it gave the enemy no chance to defend or breathe. Coupled with Chu Mo's speed, wherever he passed, almost no fierce beast could resist. It could be said that they died upon contact or were severely injured just by touching him. Chu Mo advanced step by step, leaving behind a ground covered with fierce beast corpses and countless blood. Altogether, kill this human. The Wolf King was also stunned. He never expected Chu Mo's strength to be so abnormal, completely on a different level from other human martial artists. If Chu Mo continued to kill like this, his subordinates would likely be wiped out by him alone. Kill this human. Kill him. In an instant, the fierce beasts that were originally surrounding the other martial artists split off a large portion and charged toward Chu Mo, dozens of them, from all directions. Locked down all of Chu Mo's escape routes, wanting to trap and kill him. Faced with this situation, Chu Mo remained unafraid. In the face of absolute power, the so-called numbers were completely insignificant. With a cold smile in his heart, he raised the knife without any hesitation, continuously lifting and striking down. The blood and energy within him were surging wildly, and the elemental power in his dantian was operating at its peak. At this moment, countless thin yet sharp blade energies pervaded around Chu Mo, seemingly forming a curtain of blades. Any fierce beast that touched the curtain would be directly sliced into countless pieces. As time passed, numerous fierce beast corpses had already piled up around Chu Mo, with severed limbs and blood everywhere, turning the ground red. On the other side, due to Chu Mo's appearance, the majority of the fierce beast's attention was drawn to him. The martial artists also breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, with Mo Shanshan joining the battle, they had gained some counterattack power. These martial artists, although suppressed, were ultimately the carefully cultivated warriors of the Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance, and their strength was still somewhat stronger than their peers. At this moment, they began to showcase their abilities. Swords, guns, blades, and halberds, various weapons emerged, and even pure fists and palms exploded with sound, echoing continuously. The entire battlefield was filled with brilliance. The ground was even dented, and countless trees collapsed, leveling the surroundings. Among them, Mo Shanshan's performance was particularly eye-catching. She was surrounded by sword energy like a rainbow, and her speed was extremely fast. Every time her figure flashed, she would appear before a fierce beast, stabbing it with a sword, instantly slaying it. If Chu Mo's method of slaughtering fierce beasts was grand and vigorous, then Mo Shanshan's style could be described as light, sharp, graceful, and elegant. Often, a single sword thrust appeared to have no smoke of battle, but in reality, it was immensely powerful. With the cooperation of the two, the battle situation instantly tilted in favor of the human warriors. The fierce beasts fell one after another. In a short while, they suffered heavy casualties, leaving only a dozen fierce beasts still struggling, but they had already been surrounded by human warriors. Looking at the situation, defeat was only a matter of time. How infuriating! I never expected you to turn the tables. I underestimated you. However, even if you are powerful, thinking you can defeat the golden-winged Rock King is a delusion. You will never leave here alive. Seeing the situation had turned against him, the Wolf King had already developed a desire to retreat. Especially Chu Mo's terrifying strength filled him with fear, afraid of perishing here. Thus, after speaking, he turned to escape. Want to escape? Did I say you could leave? Chu Mo's expression hardened. He directly activated his space talent, and in that instant his figure vanished, appearing right in front of the Wolf King almost simultaneously. Damn it! How is your speed so fast? Get away from me! The Wolf King, furious, swiped down with a claw, wanting to push Chu Mo back to escape safely. However, his thoughts were destined to be in vain. Lightning attribute talent amplification. Breaking void slash. The talent and martial skill were unleashed simultaneously. The fourfold power amplification surrounded Chu Mo with a layer of terrifying purple electric arcs, carrying seemingly world-destroying power, and slashed down toward the Wolf King. Crack! At the moment the knife met the wolf's claw, a sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks could faintly be seen flying. But in the next moment, boom, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. The purple electric light spread rapidly along the battle knife, quickly enveloping the body of the Wolf King. The Wolf King's body immediately stiffened, losing control for a moment. Although he recovered almost instantly, that brief moment was enough to determine life and death. No, the Wolf King sensed the aura of death approaching and let out a roar while retreating. But it was too late. With a piercing sound, the sharp blade struck down on the Wolf King's neck, accompanied by the sound of the blade piercing flesh. A large head shot up into the sky, mixed with splattering blood. The Wolf King was dead. With the death of the Wolf King, the other ferocious beasts could no longer pose a threat. In just a moment, the remaining ferocious beasts were either slain or captured by the martial artists. Thus, this battle finally came to an end. However, although they had won, their losses were extremely heavy. Originally, there were 30 martial artists, but now there were fewer than 10 left. This was still thanks to Chu Mo and Mo Shanshan arriving in time. If they had arrived any later, these martial artists would likely have been completely wiped out. All the martial artists silently cleaned the battlefield, placing their companions' bodies into storage bags to take back when they left the secret realm. Regardless of the circumstances, they had to return the fallen to their roots. Meanwhile, Chu Mo was chatting with Mo Shanshan. Before dying, the giant wolf mentioned a ferocious beast called the golden-winged Rock King, and from its words, it seemed that this golden-winged Rock King was their leader. Chu Mo murmured, a hint of killing intent in his voice. Hearing this, Mo Shanshan was taken aback for a moment. Then she reacted, incredulously saying, Chu Mo, do you want to take the initiative and kill that golden-winged Rock King? Chu Mo's eyes revealed a murderous intent as he said in a deep voice, this secret realm is filled with countless rare treasures. We haven't had a chance to explore yet. How can we be forced to leave because of the existence of this ferocious beast? Even if its strength is stronger than ordinary second-level ferocious beasts, it still hasn't exceeded the limit. Rather than being watched by them, it's better to find these ferocious beasts and kill them all at once. That way, we won't have any worries. Chapter 52. One Person, One Knife. Plunging into the beast horde. In the Wanhua secret realm, in an unnamed wilderness mountain range, the terrain was undulating and the lush greenery appeared vibrant. However, upon closer inspection, One could find broken white bones scattered throughout the mountains in various shapes. Some ferocious beasts with human features roamed casually, either in groups or hunting alone, and the entire valley was filled with a savage, bloody atmosphere. Suddenly, a wind picked up and light rain began to fall, chilling Chu Mo to the bone. He could hear the howling wind, the heavy clouds in the sky, and faint thunder rumbling in the distance. The ground was pitch black, with no light to be seen, exuding an indescribable sense of desolation and coldness. After deciding to hunt down these ferocious beasts, Chu Mo forced those that still had a breath left to reveal their hideouts. In truth, it wasn't much of an interrogation, as they readily divulged the information when he asked. Perhaps they thought that Chu Mo coming to them was akin to seeking death, something they naturally desired. After obtaining the precise location, Chu Mo rushed over, taking about an hour to arrive. Upon reaching the mountain range, he didn't rush, but instead walked slowly, immersed in the fierce wind and rain. The raindrops fell on him, but did not soak his clothes. They slipped right off. At the late stage of martial arts, one could let their vital energy envelop their entire body, making ordinary water and fire unable to approach. Lost in thought amidst the wind and rain, Chu Mo reflected. Logically, after obtaining the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow, he could have left the secret realm with Mo Shanshan without risking danger to find these ferocious beasts. However, he still felt a sense of unwillingness. The secret realm was filled with rare treasures. If he could gather them all, it would greatly enhance his strength. How could he shrink back just because of the presence of these ferocious beasts? The path of martial arts is like rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they will retreat. Although he had the talent to gather resources that others could only dream of, even progressing step by step, reaching heights that others could hardly aspire to, it still lacked the true essence of martial arts, the heart of progress. If he retreated today in fear of the ferocious beasts in the secret realm, tomorrow he would retreat again when faced with provocations from enemies elsewhere. Retreating a step leads to retreating further. Over time, how could one cultivate the heart of a martial artist? How could one reach the peak? Of course, if it truly became unbearable, he would naturally flee as far as possible and wouldn't seek death. As the saying goes, one must tread as if on thin ice, yet act with courage and determination. Facing these ferocious beasts of the same realm, Chu Mo was confident. With his strength, exterminating these ferocious beasts would be more than enough. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Mo's heart was ablaze. At that moment, his meridians were filled with surging vital energy, circulating like a roaring river, and his blood was vigorously surging through his veins. The thunder attribute talent was already activated. Arcs of purple electricity revolved around him, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction. After a moment, Chu Mo's spirit and energy were adjusted to their peak state. Taking a deep breath to calm his slightly agitated emotions, he finally settled down and looked at the distant mountains, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Then, he took a step forward. On the outskirts of the mountain range, guarding ferocious beasts were lazily resting under a large rock. The Wolf King had led over 100 beastkin to hunt down those intruders and warned them to be cautious, lest they be caught off guard by the outsiders. However, these ferocious beasts paid no heed. They had cultivated in this secret realm for hundreds of years, and the entire realm was filled with their offspring. Those ferocious beasts that had not awakened their intelligence naturally dared not act recklessly here. As for the human intruders, their only fate was to perish under the Wolf King's hunt. Even if they didn't die, they would have to flee for their lives. Otherwise, would they dare to come here? Wasn't that seeking death? Thus, these ferocious beasts were very lazy. At that moment, a giant wolf beast was lying on the ground, eyes closed in a feigned sleep. Suddenly, it felt a gentle breeze brushing by and lazily stretched. However, it soon sensed something was off. In that breeze, there seemed to be a hint of blood. Instinctively, it opened its eyes and saw the corpses of 3 companions around it. Before it could react, it suddenly heard a faint sound of a blade cutting through the air. Immediately, the giant wolf saw a vast blade aura rushing towards it at an indescribable speed, quickly filling its vision. With a piercing sound, the giant wolf felt a chill in its neck, and the life within it began to drain rapidly. Humans! It widened its eyes in disbelief, wanting to say something, but before it could finish a word, darkness enveloped it, and it was no more. After killing these 4 ferocious beasts, Chu Mo didn't look back and simply walked past them. He strode confidently through the dense forest, slowly making his way deeper into the mountains while admiring the scenery along the path. Beside the mountain path, there was a small stream flowing downwards, exceptionally clear. Chu Mo watched with great interest, taking a leisurely stroll. After walking for a while, he suddenly encountered several fierce beasts. When they saw Chu Mo, they were momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting a human to appear in this place. But soon, they regained their composure. "Human, you have such guts to dare come here. You're truly looking for death." Before they could finish their words, Chu Mo frowned. So noisy. With a slash of his knife, the blood and energy within him surged wildly, and a fierce blade aura rushed towards the fierce beasts. Faced with such overwhelming power, the beasts had no chance to resist. They were instantly sliced in half, not even able to let out a scream. Not only that, the ground where they stood bore a huge scar from the blade, extending several meters away. Who dares to cause trouble here? The commotion immediately alerted the beasts in the mountains. As roars echoed, fierce gazes turned towards Chu Mo, and terrifying auras surged forth, quickly approaching him. However, before they could get close, Chu Mo struck fiercely. Clang! With a single slash, countless blade shadows filled the sky, densely packed, saturating the surrounding space. The sheer sharpness caused even the air to seem overwhelmed, emitting a shrill sound. The fierce beasts that rushed in were met with his blade aura, and their previously aggressive momentum instantly dissipated, replaced by cries of agony. Swoosh! 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 Endless blade energy sliced through the air, inflicting wounds all over the beast bodies, leaving them drenched in blood. Soon they were all cut into pieces, falling to the ground. Blood rained down like a storm. In just one slash, at least dozens of fierce beasts were slain. Such terrifying killing power immediately instilled fear in the remaining beasts. Some of the beasts that had intended to charge forward also halted, hesitating with expressions of shock. Chapter 53. The Fury of the Golden-Winged Rock King. These were dozens of their kind, each with strength comparable to theirs. Yet, facing this human, they found themselves utterly powerless. Who exactly is he? Why has he suddenly come here to slaughter? All the fierce beasts were stunned, even momentarily lost in thought. But Chu Mo did not pause. He directly flashed into the midst of the beast horde, amplifying his lightning attribute power, unleashing the Gale Thunderblade. A terrifying aura that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell immediately spread out. Buzz! 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 The blood and energy within him boiled madly, and Chu Mo showed no mercy, his battle knife slashing continuously. The terrifying blade energy surged forth, and the beasts had no power to resist, one after another being killed. In an instant, dozens more beasts were dead or injured. It was only then, sensing the strong smell of blood filling the air, that the other beasts reacted, roaring loudly. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! This human has gone mad. Kill him, quickly kill him. Let's all attack together and kill him. The murderous cries echoed throughout the mountains. Countless fierce beasts roared as they charged towards Chu Mo. Their auras merged into one, causing even the weather to be affected. The previously slightly calmed wind and rain began to sway again. The howling wind and pouring rain darkened the sky even further. The terrifying might was enough to chill the heart and soul. However, Chu Mo showed no fear, though there were many fierce beasts, and most had awakened their intelligence. To Chu Mo, they still seemed like a disorganized mob. Throughout his journey, with numerous talents at his disposal, he would dare to draw his blade, even in front of a master. How could mere beasts, restricted by the secret realm in their realms and powers, intimidate him? As the saying goes, as long as there is no qualitative change, quantity is useless. Especially with the Gale Thunderblade he practiced, it was most suitable for group battles. And against these beasts, he would find the slaughter even more enjoyable. Chu Mo did not waste words. At the moment of contact, he directly used his movement technique. Raising his battle knife, and immediately unleashed the Gale Thunderblade. It swept through like a raging storm, leaving a trail of blood. At this moment, a flash of blade light appeared, and the nearest fierce beasts were sent flying, blood gushing out, mixing with the rain, splattering onto the ground. Chu Mo did not pause at all. Having struck successfully, he charged again, and for a time, wherever he went, corpses lay scattered, blood splattered everywhere. Unknowingly, 7 or 8 fierce beasts charged together, all with ferocious expressions. Chu Mo's face remained unchanged. With a twist of his body, the bright, cold light of his knife flashed, and they were all sent flying. They fell to the ground, lifeless. Boom! A thunderclap rang out, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. Deep in the mountains, the golden-winged Rock King stood atop the peak, listening to the thunder, feeling an inexplicable unease arise in his heart. Is the Wolf King not back yet? With this thought, he could not help but ask. Not yet. A massive beast beside him responded. I have already sent someone out to search, but they have not returned. So the Wolf King was currently out of contact? The golden-winged Rock King frowned and asked. Yes. The massive beast nodded. Suddenly, a cold chill surged in, making the golden-winged Rock King shudder involuntarily. The bloodline of the golden-winged rock gave him a keen sense of smell. This sudden chill immediately alerted him that something was amiss. The Wolf King had taken over 100 beasts to encircle those intruding humans, and the distance was not particularly far, with his strength. Excluding the time for back-and-forth travel, it should take no more than half a day to deal with those humans. Even if some unexpected delay occurred, it should not take long. Yet now, the Wolf King had been gone for a day without any news. This was very unusual. The expression on the golden-winged Rock King's face was fluctuating. Just then, a lightning bolt split the sky, followed by a series of thunderclaps. As if heaven and earth were roaring, the surrounding beasts fell silent, stunned by the thunder and rain. At this moment, even the dullest among them realized the situation was strange. The golden-winged Rock King could almost confirm that something had happened to the Wolf King. Just as this thought arose in his mind, a panicked beast rushed over, its face filled with fear, shouting, my king, there are humans attacking outside. Upon hearing this, the golden-winged Rock King's expression changed drastically. He finally understood where his unease had come from. Immediately, he spread his wings, which spanned over 10 zhong, and flew towards the outside of the mountain. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, lightning flashed, and the wind and rain swirled. Chu Mo charged through, blood mingling with the rain, the ground beneath him stained red. Countless fierce beasts fell under Chu Mo's knife, most of their bodies sliced into pieces, severed limbs scattered everywhere. It was a horrific sight. At this moment, Chu Mo flashed again, arriving deeper into the mountains, where over 100 hesitant fierce beasts were gathered. He swung his long knife, and countless blade energies swept out, interweaving like a net. Any beast caught within had no power to resist, and their heads were swiftly severed. In an instant, cries of agony erupted continuously. After killing, Chu Mo did not pause and once again used the Luo Yin step to change positions. If viewed from above, one could see a figure surrounded by a fierce curtain of blades swiftly traversing the entire mountain range. Wherever he went, a bloody storm would arise, and countless powerful, ferocious beasts would fall to the ground. In a short amount of time, Chu Mo had already washed the blood of the ferocious beasts in this area, causing the once numerous beasts to lose more than half of their numbers. Although some ferocious beasts survived, they were already terrified. Human, you shall die. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from deep within the mountains. The voice was still quite distant when it first sounded. As the voice fell, a golden-winged rock came howling in. Its wings spread wide, blocking out the sun. Upon arrival, it looked at the corpses strewn across the ground, and its sharp eyes instantly turned blood red. The golden-winged Rock King was heartbroken. The hundreds of ferocious beasts under its command had all awakened their intelligence. If they could come out of the secret realm, each could quickly rise to level 4 or even 5. With these subordinates, it could seize a large territory in the outside world and live freely. But now, they had all been buried by a sudden human. I will kill you. I want to kill you. If I do not flay your skin and pull out your tendons, I cannot relieve the hatred in my heart. The golden-winged Rock King shouted with bloodshot eyes. Chapter 54. An overbearing and exceptional strike. Accompanied by a command from the golden-winged Rock King, the sounds of killing once again erupted from all directions. However, this time it seemed much sparser. After all, the ferocious beasts had already been bloodily washed by Chu Mo, and there were not many left. Come on. Facing the attack of these ferocious beasts, Chu Mo was not afraid at all. Instead, he let out a long howl, his face showing a look of delight. Such exhilarating combat was rapidly increasing Chu Mo's experience in killing. He wielded his long knife, charging back and forth, occasionally waving his left hand, summoning lightning that struck the beasts, leaving them charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Coupled with such knife techniques, wherever he passed, large numbers of corpses fell. Such slaughter would have terrified and collapsed any ordinary martial artist. However, ferocious beasts were inherently fierce, even though they had awakened their intelligence and thoughts. They lived in a world of the survival of the fittest, facing slaughter daily. Moreover, under the supervision of the golden-winged Rock King, instead of feeling fear in the face of Chu Mo's killing, they were spurred onto bravery, their eyes turning red as they continued to charge over the corpses of their kind. In an instant, blood splattered, severed limbs littered the ground, mixing with rainwater to form torrents of bright red blood, a sight that was shocking to behold. A sharp claw reached out, and Chu Mo used the Luo Yin step to instantly shift several feet away, the claw brushing past him. Before the opponent could retract it, Chu Mo raised his long knife and struck down. Crack! The claw was severed with a sound. Chu Mo's blade did not lose momentum. He transformed the chop into a slice and smoothly slashed forward. With a thud, the beast that had transformed from a tiger became stiff, and the next moment, its head rolled off its neck. Blood sprayed, and the body collapsed. Tiger King. Several ferocious beasts shouted in shock. Seeing Chu Mo kill the Tiger King with just one move instantly made them feel a chill in their hearts. Although they were fierce and unafraid of death, they ultimately did not want to die meaninglessly. This human martial artist was so powerful that even the Tiger King could not withstand a single strike. How could they cope? At this moment, they began to feel the urge to retreat. However, the urging from the golden-winged Rock King behind them forced these ferocious beasts to suppress their fear and continue charging forward. Such reckless bravery was truly alarming. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Chu Mo swallowed a pill to restore his vitality and slightly recovered some strength before charging forward again. Heavy rain poured down. The rainwater on the ground had already reached his ankles, and due to the blood, although the water flowed, it was all blood red. The strong smell of blood, even with the wind and rain washing over it, was difficult to dissipate for a while. After casually killing a dozen ferocious beasts that charged at him, Chu Mo looked up and saw that the ferocious beasts in the mountains had already thinned out significantly, leaving only a few dozen. At the back, a golden-feathered rock was eyeing him with a fierce gaze, not blinking at all. It seemed this was the golden-winged Rock King. It wanted to find my flaw and kill me in one strike. However, it wanted to kill me, and I wanted to kill it too. Chu Mo's eyes narrowed, and then his figure flashed as he disregarded the surrounding ferocious beasts and charged directly at the golden-winged Rock King. Bold human, I haven't sought you out, yet you dare to. Watch as I subdue you and flay your bones to relieve my hatred. The golden-winged rock screeched in fury, suddenly calling out and spreading its wings to charge at Chu Mo. Its gaze was sharp and fierce, its beak glinting with a cold light. As it flapped its wings, its speed was incredibly fast, creating a whistling sound as it approached, distorting the air that could not bear the force. There was no doubt that if struck, Chu Mo would surely be torn to pieces. Even such might would likely terrify a martial arts master, causing them to dodge and not dare to face its edge. However, Chu Mo remained unmoved. He faced the golden-winged rock directly, not retreating or dodging, taking a step forward. The energy and blood within him surged, and his elemental power surged forth, with his lightning attribute talent roaring into action. Boom! The violent lightning power erupted from his body, and the terrifying and overwhelming force flowed into his knife as he struck down, breaking the void knife. The void crackled as the world's elemental power gathered, forming an incredibly bright light, like a silken thread, slicing down towards the golden-winged rock. Faced with such might, the golden-winged rock unexpectedly extended its claws, which were enveloped in golden light, directly reaching for the knife's aura. Accompanied by a crisp sound, this terrifying knife aura was actually shattered by the golden-winged rock. Seeing this, Chu Mo was slightly moved. This was a divine ability. Chu Mo then understood why the golden-winged rock could become the leader of so many ferocious beasts. It had awakened a divine ability due to some fortuitous encounter. This was truly remarkable. If given time to escape from this secret realm, with its talent and strength, it would likely become another great demon king in the outside world. Thinking of this, Chu Mo's resolve hardened even more. Today, he must slay it to eliminate future troubles. Little human, now you see the might of this king. The golden-winged rock king, having gained the upper hand with one strike, could not help but feel pleased and shouted, I originally wanted to slay you to vent my hatred, but this king values talent. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I can spare your life. Who will die is still uncertain. Zu Montag snorted coldly. You're still unrepentant. Since that's the case, don't blame this king for being rude. Seeing Chu Mo unwilling to submit, the golden-winged rock king coldly snorted, preparing to finish its harsh words before attacking. However, before it could finish, it was interrupted. Clang! A high-pitched sound of a blade rang out, resounding abruptly throughout the mountains. At the same time, an overwhelmingly dominant and invisible knife aura stirred the winds and clouds. Howling out, in a radius of several dozen feet, the remaining surviving plants instantly turned to powder. The surrounding soil and stone fragments suddenly exploded, turning into flying debris. At this moment, a flash of blade light suddenly burst into the sight of all the onlookers, as if a ray of light splitting the heavens had erupted. At this time, the wind slowed slightly, the rain also eased, the wind howled, and the rain fell sparsely. Even the thunder seemed to have disappeared, leaving only dark clouds pressing down, obscuring everyone's vision. Darkness enveloped the earth, faced with a blade light that seemed capable of seizing the power of heaven and earth. The golden-winged Great Pung King suddenly showed a look of shock on his face. He instinctively raised his two sharp claws, wanting to crush this blade energy just like before. But how could such a domineering and unparalleled blade energy, carrying boundless might and containing the killing intent to shatter everything, be crushed by just his pair of claws? It couldn't be stopped. For some reason, a thought suddenly emerged in the mind of the golden-winged Great Pung. As a golden-winged Great Pung, having awakened his innate abilities, he had always been very confident in his claws. Even if it were heavenly iron from outside the sky, he believed he could break it. But at this moment, facing this blade, he instinctively thought he couldn't block it. How could this be possible? There was no time to be surprised, let alone to think. The blade light had already rushed in front of him, invading all of his pupils. In the face of such brilliance, the golden-winged Great Pung instinctively closed his eyes. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to look, but that he didn't dare to look, not to mention him. Even the other ferocious beasts watching at this moment were shaken in spirit and instinctively closed their eyes. Chapter 55. The golden-winged Great Pung submits. Who? There was no earth-shattering roar as imagined. It was merely a faint exhalation, as if a gentle breeze lifted the door curtain, or like water rippling on a lotus leaf. The blade fell just like that. Chu Mo held the blade at an angle, standing still for a moment, then turned and walked slowly towards the golden-winged Great Pung King. The golden-winged Great Pung King spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, collapsing in a pool of blood, and with great difficulty raised his head to look at the slowly approaching Chu Mo, saying word by word, "What kind of sword technique is this?" Chu Mo thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Just a casual slash. It doesn't have a name." Upon hearing this, the golden-winged Great Pung King's face instantly flushed red, as if he wanted to say something, but at that moment, he spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. Then, his breathing stalled, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, staring at the slightly dim moon in the sky. Unbeknownst to him, the dark clouds dissipated. The wind and rain stopped. Light once again fell upon the earth. The golden-winged great Peng King lay on the ground, his body heavily injured by Chu Mo. But because of the vigorous energy and blood within him, he was barely holding on to life. Blood continued to pour from his mouth, and he felt a chill all over his body, a feeling he hadn't experienced for a long time as a ferocious beast. So long that even he had forgotten the passing of time. In his long life, he had forgotten many things, but at this moment, memories of forgotten things flashed through his mind. In his childhood, ignorant and naive, he accidentally consumed heavenly materials and earthly treasures, thus awakening his intelligence and embarking on the path of cultivation. The cultivation of ferocious beasts is exceptionally difficult. He had fought against other ferocious beasts and against heaven and earth, gradually raising his strength. Later on, various encounters and short memories flooded in. Laughter, anger, boasting, grievances, and feelings of comfort, each distinct, each with its own spirit. Gradually, these laughter and anger, these boastful and comforting emotions transformed into scenes that flashed in his heart. The joy of accidentally obtaining heavenly materials and earthly treasures while out. The anger in competing for territory with other ferocious beasts. The pride of awakening innate abilities and having no rivals in the secret realm. The ambition of leading hundreds of ferocious beasts and hoping to emerge from the secret realm to dominate a territory. All these images flashed by like lightning, yet he saw them clearly and remembered them distinctly. For a moment, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. He didn't know how long it had been, but the scene before him gradually blurred, gradually darkened, and he knew he was about to die. At this moment, however, another image suddenly emerged in his mind, and it was frozen right there. It was when he had not yet awakened his intelligence, still young, spreading his wings and soaring freely in the sky. He still remembered that at that time, the sunlight was so gentle, shining down on him, making him feel comfortable all over. The wind in the sky was also so free, allowing him to soar at will, flying as he pleased. Sighing softly, the golden-winged great Peng King felt his eyes gradually blur, yet he still forced himself to look up at the sky, then glanced at the already broken mountains, and finally saw the bloodstains beneath him. "I really want to fly in the sky one more time," he murmured, and just as this thought arose in his heart, for some reason, a sudden surge of desire to live flooded his mind. An intense desire. Because of this desire, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind, one he had never considered before. "I want to live." Upon realizing this, he struggled to rise, bowing his head to Chu Mo, expressing his intention to submit. Seeing this action from the golden-winged great Peng King, Chu Mo showed a look of surprise. "Are you expressing submission to me?" Chu Mo asked. "Yes, I am willing to take you as my master. Please spare my life." The golden-winged great Peng King nodded and said, "I have heard that ferocious beasts are very proud. Aside from those that have not yet hatched and can recognize their master with blood, it is very difficult for grown ferocious beasts to submit. And you possess the bloodline of the golden-winged great Peng, which is extremely noble. Why would you want to take me as your master?" Chu Mo asked with great interest. "You have only shown extraordinary power at your current level. Your talent must be quite remarkable, and you will surely become a powerful warrior in the future. Moreover, you defeated me. Even if I swear allegiance to you, it does not tarnish the pride of the golden-winged great Peng tribe. Of course, the most important reason is that I want to live." The golden-winged great Peng replied honestly. "You're very honest." Listening to the golden-winged great Peng's reply, Chu Mo nodded, then continued, "However, if you want to become my beast pet, you naturally need to show some sincerity." "Of course." The golden-winged great Peng nodded, and then suddenly a shadow appeared above his head, floating towards Chu Mo, hovering in front of him. Upon seeing the shadow, Chu Mo was immediately moved. This is a fragment of the golden-winged great Peng's soul. Presenting it now signifies a desire to sign a soul contract with Chu Mo. Once Chu Mo accepts, from then on, the life and death of the golden-winged great Peng will be in Chu Mo's hands. He can, with a single thought, cause the golden-winged great Peng to perish, even erasing its soul along with it. Moreover, if Chu Mo were to die, the golden-winged great Peng would also die. But if he died, Chu Mo would be unaffected. This is the most stringent beast pet contract, as far as Chu Mo knew. Even those powerful warriors only had their beast pets recognize them with blood. The relationship was merely that of master and servant, and no ferocious beast would voluntarily offer its soul. Undoubtedly, the sincerity displayed by the golden-winged Great Pung was quite substantial. However, Chu Mo hesitated for a moment. The innate abilities of the golden-winged Great Pung intrigued him, and he thought about killing it to collect them. But upon reflection, if he could take it as a beast pet, the benefits it would bring him would be even greater. After all, it possessed the bloodline of the golden-winged Great Pung, had awakened innate abilities, and had cultivated in this secret realm for many years, even awakening its intelligence. Its foundation was incredibly solid. If it became his beast pet, once they left the secret realm, it would quickly grow to level 3, 4, or even 5 ferocious beast. It could become a very capable assistant under his command. Killing it would only mean that even if he were to acquire the talent from the golden winged rock, at best he would just get a skill, and it might not even suit him. Therefore, it wouldn't significantly benefit his future strength growth. With this in mind, Chu Mo had made a decision. Since you sincerely submit, I will give you a chance and take you as my beast pet. Saying this, Chu Mo merged the soul shadow into his mind. In an instant, he felt a connection with the golden-winged rock. He could even crush this soul and extinguish the life of the golden-winged rock. Upon seeing Chu Mo accept him, the golden-winged rock let out a sigh of relief, quickly prostrated on the ground, and respectfully said, "Thank you, Master, for sparing my life. Please bestow a name upon me." Chapter 56, Incredible Harvest, Thunderpool Body Refinement. You are born of the golden-winged rock, so I will name you Tianpeng, hoping you can regain the might of the golden-winged rock. As for me, I will call you Little Jean in daily life. After thinking for a moment, Chu Mo spoke. "Yes, thank you for the name, Master." The golden-winged rock nodded. "Master, I have lived in the Wanhua secret realm and have hidden many treasures. I also know of places with rare treasures. Let me take you there." Now that he had become Chu Mo's beast pet, the golden-winged rock adjusted its mindset and immediately began to show its usefulness. Chu Mo was very satisfied with Tianpeng's attitude. If that's the case, then lead the way. But first, treat your injuries. At this moment, the golden-winged rock was still in a seriously injured state, and its body was already eroded by his blade aura, with the wounds continuously worsening. Therefore, Chu Mo first dispersed the blade aura and then took out some healing pills from his personal space for it to swallow. The golden-winged rock's physique was quite robust, and under the recovery of the healing pills, the wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. Within a couple of hours, it had recovered significantly. At this time, it revealed its majestic state again. Next, Tianpeng led Chu Mo to its treasure hiding place. In a cave, Chu Mo looked at the densely packed treasures on the ground, and even though he was prepared, he was still shocked and speechless. Although the Wanhua secret realm was the smallest secret realm, it was still a small world. Naturally, the treasures of a world were not few. Tianpeng had lived here for thousands of years, and the accumulated treasures were an extremely terrifying number. Just a rough glance allowed Chu Mo to see many ginseng, polygonatum, snow lotus, and other items with over 1,000 years of age, and even some extremely rare cultivation resources from the outside world. There was no doubt that if these treasures were sold, they would be worth at least hundreds of millions of low-grade elemental stones. However, at this moment, these treasures were all benefiting Chu Mo. Thinking of this, Chu Mo directly stored all these treasures into his personal space. Fortunately, he had the spatial talent and had opened up a personal space, allowing him to store more items. But even so, it was still not enough. There was no choice. Chu Mo had to put some higher-value cultivation resources into an empty storage bag. Until the storage bag was nearly full, he finally cleared the place out. Chu Mo roughly counted and found that the total value of the gains this time was at least over 100 million low-grade elemental stones. The reason for this was that there were still many treasures he did not recognize, so he could not give an estimate. In fact, according to Chu Mo's estimation, the true value of these treasures was probably no less than 1 billion elemental stones. There was no doubt that this was an incredibly terrifying harvest. Even those masters would never be able to earn so many elemental stones in their lifetime. With these resources, Chu Mo would not have to worry about cultivation resources for a long time to come. A huge harvest. An unprecedented huge harvest. Chu Mo said with an excited face. After a long while, Chu Mo finally calmed down. He had only been in this secret realm for a few days, and there were still more than 20 days until the month-long departure date. The vitality here was rich, making it the perfect opportunity to cultivate. Chu Mo planned to enter seclusion to enhance his strength. He instructed Tianpeng to send a fierce beast to inform Mo Shanshan and the others not to worry about him. And then Chu Mo intended to find a cave to cultivate in. Just as he was about to enter seclusion, he heard Tianpeng ask, "Master, are you planning to cultivate?" "Yes, I want to cultivate for a while and plan to enter seclusion to enhance my strength. Please protect me." Chu Mo nodded. Hearing this, Tianpeng thought for a moment and said, "Master, I noticed the lightning arc surrounding you earlier, so you should have a lightning attribute talent, right? I know there's a thunder pool in the secret realm, filled with thunder. I wonder if Master needs it? Thunder pool?" Upon hearing this, Chu Mo was momentarily stunned, and then a look of excitement appeared on his face. "Really?" Little Jean wouldn't dare lie. Tianpeng hurriedly said, "That place isn't large, but the pool is filled with concentrated thunder. Many years ago, I went there to refine my body using the thunder pool, but unfortunately, the power of the thunder was too strong for me to withstand." Listening to Tianpeng's description, Chu Mo could completely confirm that it must be a thunder pool. The so-called thunder pool is a rare treasure born from the gathering of heavenly thunder. If a martial artist can refine their body with the thunder liquid from the thunder pool, it can make their physical body extremely powerful. And there is even a chance to comprehend or enhance their lightning attribute talent. "Tianpeng, take me there immediately," Chu Mo commanded without hesitation. "Yes." The golden-winged rock directly took Chu Mo and flew towards the location of the thunder pool. The thunder pool was far from here, but with the speed of the golden-winged rock, they would arrive quickly. In no time, Chu Mo arrived at a wild area, surrounded by desolation, but in the center, there was a pond several meters in size, filled with purple water. The purple lake was exceptionally calm. However, above the water, there were flashes of purple thunder, like true dragons, seemingly carrying destructive power, as if they could annihilate all things in the world. At this moment, these purple thunders were rolling and roaring in the air, with thick and fierce lightning crashing down. Dark clouds pressed down, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A terrifying aura spread to the outside world. It truly was a thunder pool formed by the gathering of thunder. Chu Mo revealed an excited expression. "Tianpeng, wait for me here. I'll go to cultivate in the thunder pool." After giving the instruction, Chu Mo stepped towards the thunder pool. Boom! As Chu Mo approached, the thunders seemed to have consciousness and suddenly began to rage. The fierce lightning struck down wildly, seemingly wanting to reduce this human who dared to step into the thunder pool to dust. But Chu Mo did not hesitate at all and continued to walk slowly and firmly toward the thunder pool. The thunder pool in front of him was the liquidization of thunder, belonging to the place where the heavenly thunder converged, containing terrifying lightning attribute power. For ordinary people, entering it would mean certain death. However, he possessed a lightning attribute talent, had some immunity to thunder, and could even control lightning. As long as he could withstand the terrifying power of these thunders, once he stepped into the thunder pool, he could refine the thunder liquid, thereby tempering his body and even enhancing his lightning attribute talent. Crack! Crack! As Chu Mo got closer, the thunder became more and more terrifying. Above the dark clouds seemed to exist a thunder domain, with heavenly winds howling, distorting the void. And the moment he stepped into the pool, the previously calm surface of the lake instantly became turbulent. At the same time, in the sky, purple lightning flashed and appeared out of nowhere, carrying an immense force that struck down fiercely towards Chu Mo's head. "Open up!" Chu Montauk shouted angrily. The blood and energy within him surged wildly, and his yuan power stirred violently, preparing to resist and refine the lightning. Boom! Finally, the lightning fell, striking down on his head. In that moment, Chu Mo felt countless destructive forces of thunder filling his entire body, as if it were about to tear him apart and turn him into dust. Chu Mo was instantly severely injured. Fortunately, the energy contained within this thunder pool was incredibly abundant, and Chu Mo's body was refining it furiously, allowing him to be continuously battered, yet also continuously recover. This cycle of destruction and rebirth brought him immense pain, as if it were originating from the depths of his soul. But Chu Mo gritted his teeth and endured. This opportunity was rare. If he gave up on this thunder tempering out of fear of pain today, where would he find such a shocking opportunity again in the future? Chapter 57. Thunder Dragon Shakes the Mountains and Rivers. Purple Chi 3000 Zhang. In the sky, lightning flashed, and purple arcs crisscrossed through the clouds. Chu Mo still sat in the thunder pool, contending with the thunder while frantically absorbing the thunder liquid in the pool. This thunder liquid contained profound essences that not only repaired his body, but also continuously transformed his flesh. Moreover, during the cycle of his body being constantly damaged and repaired, he could feel his control over the thunder attribute growing stronger. His thunder attribute talent was strengthening. Boom, boom, boom. Strikes of calamity, thunder fell. The entire desolate thunder pool transformed into a sea of thunder, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. Chu Mo sat cross-legged within, enduring extraordinary pain while comprehending the rapidly rising talent and strength. 3 days passed. Under the tempering of the thunder liquid, Chu Mo's physical strength increased by 50,000 pounds, reaching a total of 150,000 pounds of strength. Another 3 days passed. Again, it increased by 50,000 pounds. At this point, Chu Mo's body possessed 200,000 pounds of strength. He had reached the limit of strength that a martial artist could contain. At this moment, the thunder liquid in the thunder pool had only shed a thin layer, with his physical strength already at its limit. It was the perfect opportunity to swallow the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow and break through the physical limits of a martial artist. Chu Mo opened his eyes and took the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow from his spatial storage. Its surface was pure and flawless, shining with a rainbow of light under the illumination of the thunder, exuding a mysterious aura that was clearly not an ordinary product. Chu Mo glanced at it and then directly swallowed it. Boom! As soon as it entered his mouth, the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow transformed into an incredibly pure, mysterious energy that spread throughout his limbs and bones, slowly transforming his body. He could feel that every inch of his skin and flesh was eagerly absorbing the mysterious energy of the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow. According to Miss Mo, this process was very gentle and was expected to finish in about 15 minutes. Chu Mo murmured to himself, patiently waiting. However, just as Chu Mo was methodically tempering his body, the energy of the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow suddenly became violent upon contact with the thunder liquid energy that was still unrefined within Chu Mo's body. Subsequently, the two began to intertwine with each other and eventually fused into a new form of energy. As soon as this energy appeared, Chu Mo noticed that the cells all over his body seemed to come alive. He could feel that these cells were frantically activating, quickly metabolizing after absorbing the new energy, causing the original cells to die and new cells to thrive. Moreover, with each metabolism, Chu Mo could feel his body strengthening. What is happening? Chu Mo's expression changed slightly, but he did not panic. Although he still didn't know what was going on, it seemed to be a good thing. The fusion of the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow and the thunder liquid from the thunder pool was sublimating into a brand new substance, allowing Chu Mo's flesh to undergo transformation. It was like being reborn, shedding his mortal body. Why hasn't Chu Mo returned yet? Could something have gone wrong? Inside the secret realm, Mo Shanshan was filled with worry as she stood in the mountains where the golden-winged Rock King and others had gathered. The reason she came here was due to a beast message stating that Chu Mo had subdued the golden-winged Rock King. Mo Shanshan found it hard to believe. After repeated confirmations, and noticing that the beast delivering the message was exceptionally obedient, she hesitantly brought the remaining warriors under her command to this place. However, she did not see Chu Mo. After inquiring, she learned that Chu Mo had gone out with the golden-winged Rock King, seemingly to a treasure location. Mo Shanshan began to cultivate and wait here. But as several days passed, Chu Mo still hadn't returned, which made Mo Shanshan feel a bit anxious. She wanted to search for Chu Mo, but she had no idea where he had gone, and she found it difficult to deal with the beasts in the mountains. Therefore, she could only worry alone here. I hope nothing goes wrong, she thought to herself. Outside the thunder pool, the golden-winged rock king observed the situation inside, silently clicking its tongue in amazement. The dense lightning made it impossible to see the situation inside clearly, but just looking at the massive columns of thunder surging in the sky made its heart race. Even though it was more than 10 miles away from the thunder pool, it could still feel a breath of destruction. It remembered that when it first discovered this thunder pool, it wanted to enter to temper its own body. At that time, it had just awakened its talent and was full of confidence. However, the thunder pool gave it a rude awakening. After entering, it couldn't even last a few breaths before being severely injured. If it weren't for its speed, it would have likely died inside. And now, its master could endure for such a long time. Such talent and strength were truly terrifying. A look of respect appeared on the golden-winged rock's face. It did not suspect that something had happened to Chu Mo. After all, its soul was already under Chu Mo's control. If Chu Mo died, it would surely perish as well. Now that it was clear that he was still alive, it meant that Chu Mo was still within the thunder pool, absorbing the thunder liquid. 6 days. A full 6 days had passed, and he still hadn't come out. What terrifying talent and strength this was. And when its master finally emerged after experiencing the tempering of the thunder pool, how terrifying would his strength have grown? Thinking of this, the golden-winged rock felt increasingly shocked. At the same time, it held great expectations for Chu Mo's strength increase. Now that it had become Chu Mo's beast pet, it naturally hoped for Chu Mo to grow stronger, as it would benefit from that rise as well. Inside the thunder pool, Chu Mo sat cross-legged in the thunder liquid. Above his head and around him, countless terrifying thunders surged, continuously striking down upon Chu Mo's body, damaging his flesh, while the thunder liquid beneath him flowed through his pores, constantly replenishing his body. The terrifyingly pure energy surged into him like a raging river, causing his pores to emit divine light. This was a transformation. Once this step was completed, Chu Mo would undergo a complete rebirth. Soon, accompanied by a sudden series of crackling sounds from within his body, Chu Mo abruptly opened his eyes. In an instant, a purple dragon shadow forged from thunder surged forth from his head, soaring into the clouds and instantly dispersing the dark clouds above. The thunder dragon roared, its divine might astonishing, shaking the mountains and rivers. Unparalleled force twisted the mountains and rivers, causing a faint celestial sound to resonate through the secret realm. The stars of the heavens, one by one, fell and began to rumble above his head. The surrounding thunder became docile in an instant, as if expressing submission to a supreme thunder master. At the same time, the purple aura of thunder spread out from the sky, covering 3,000 jom. The ancient thunder dragon stabilized the mountains and rivers, and the purple aura spread 3,000 jom. Such a terrifying phenomenon, accompanied by the celestial sounds of the universe, was born around Chu Mo. At this moment, Chu Mo's body was also vibrating continuously, revealing strands of purple patterns all over. Each thread was incredibly profound, resonating with the world. Chapter 58. Extraordinary Indestructible Thunder Body. After an unknown period, these phenomena slowly dissipated. Chu Mo stood in the thunder pool, opened his eyes, and his gaze shone with purple thunder. He seemed like a peerless thunder god, exuding a powerful and destructive aura that instilled fear in others. The mysterious substance formed by the fusion of thunder liquid and Xian Yuan jade marrow had transformed his flesh, causing it to undergo a metamorphosis. Thinking this, Chu Mo looked at his information. Target, Chu Mo. Physique, extraordinary indestructible thunder body. Talent, advanced swordsmanship training talent, medium wind attribute talent, low space talent, as expected. Chu Mo discovered that his physique had transformed into the extraordinary indestructible thunder body. Originally, he only had an advanced training physique, but now, by integrating his talents into his physique and with the tempering of the thunder pool, he had skipped the top-tier training physique and entered the extraordinary level. He even awakened an extremely powerful divine body. The so-called divine body is exceedingly rare. If we say that the chance of a martial artist awakening a talent is only 1 in 100 among all martial artists, then the divine body is 1 in a billion. What is a divine body? It is innate, born to be divine. Any martial artist who awakens a divine body possesses a supreme demeanor and is destined to reach heights unimaginable by predecessors. At this moment, Chu Mo had awakened such a divine body, causing a phenomenon in the world. The ancient thunder dragon roared, stabilizing the mountains and rivers, with purple aura spreading eastward for 3,000 jong. This was the heavens responding to congratulate him. Of course, as a divine body, it could not be merely extraordinary. The reason for this was that the indestructible thunder body he possessed was only in its initial awakening. If he could fully awaken it, the level of his physique would surely rise again. Even so, Chu Mo could still feel that the limit of his flesh had been broken, and the upper limit had been raised to 1,000,000 jin of strength. Martial artist realm, the limit of physical strength could reach 1,000,000 jin. This was almost shocking. Chu Mo had never heard of anyone in the martial artist realm achieving such physical strength in the base. Even when he chatted with Mo Shanshan back then, based on her background, her understanding of the limits of the martial artist realm was only at the highest 40,000 jin. There was no doubt that if this news were spread, it would shock the world. Even Chu Mo, feeling the surging blood energy within him, couldn't help but be secretly astonished. But besides that, there was more vigor and ambition. With an extraordinary indestructible thunder body and a physical limit of 1,000,000 jin in the martial artist realm, if he were to break through to the martial master realm, who in the entire Liang base would be his opponent? Training. There were less than 20 days left until the secret realm ended. Taking this opportunity, he aimed to reach 1,000,000 jin of strength before the end of the secret realm, and then break through to the martial master realm after leaving the secret realm. With this thought in mind, Chu Mo directly stood in the thunder pool, beginning to absorb and refine the thunder liquid within. The thunder from above continued to strike down. But at this moment, with the indestructible thunder body, Chu Mo had developed considerable immunity to these thunders. The damage caused by the thunder striking his body was already minimal. In fact, the energy contained within it could be absorbed by him, transforming into nutrients to enhance his strength. Operating the unknowingly body refining method, he absorbed and refined the energy from the thunder pool. Strands of purple thunder power emerged, flowing through the pores of Chu Mo's body and filling him with electric light. Crackling, countless flashes of lightning dazzled, carrying the power of destruction. But Chu Mo could only feel a tingling sensation. Under such absorption, every inch of his skin, flesh, bones, blood energy, and even cells became stronger. His physical strength was also surging. 210,000 jin, 220,000 jin, 300,000 jin, 310,000 jin. As Chu Mo absorbed and refined, the thunder liquid in the thunder pool rapidly decreased. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, over 10 days had gone by. Today was the last day of the secret realm's closure. At this time, the thunder liquid in the pool was nearly absorbed, and the pool that was originally filled with purple thunder liquid now had only a thin layer left. If one did not look closely, it would be difficult to notice. And Chu Mo finally opened his eyes. 18 days of hard cultivation had brought his physical strength to 99,000 jin. He whispered. A flash of purple lightning flickered in his eyes before disappearing. What replaced it was a slight sense of regret. The remaining energy in the thunder pool was enough for Chu Mo to elevate his physical strength to 1,000,000 jin. But he could not do that. It was not that he was unwilling, but that he could not. This secret realm had its restrictions. The realm could not exceed that of a martial artist. Once Chu Mo's physical strength exceeded 1,000,000 jin, his realm would consequently reach the martial master realm, leading to the shattering of the space of the secret realm, resulting in chaotic space currents that would obliterate him. To ensure safety, he could only remain at 99,000 jin. However, today was the day to leave the secret realm. Once outside, with his current talents, reaching a mere 1,000,000 jin of strength could be achieved in 3 days. With this in mind, a smile appeared on Chu Mo's face. Let's go back. Join up with Mo Shanshan and leave here. Then step into the martial master realm. With this thought, Chu Mo took a step forward, instantly crossing the thunder pool and arriving beside the golden-winged rock. The rock was originally resting, but suddenly sensed a domineering aura rapidly approaching, startling it and causing it to instinctively open its eyes. It immediately saw Chu Mo standing before it. "Master, you have come out." It greeted, then it felt the surging, terrifying aura emanating from Chu Mo, which moved its heart. "Master, you have. The thunder liquid in the thunder pool has been completely refined, and my strength has advanced further," Chu Mo said calmly. His voice was calm, but to the rock, it sounded like a thunderclap on flat ground. That thunder pool had existed here for countless years, containing an immense amount of pure energy. The ferocious beasts in the secret realm, including the rock itself, had all had thoughts about it, but without exception, they had all fallen under the terrifying thunder. But the master not only endured in the thunder pool for so long, but also refined all the thunder liquid. This was simply unimaginable. Thinking of this, the rock felt a storm rising in its heart. However, it quickly regained its composure and respectfully said, "Congratulations, master. Your strength has greatly advanced." Upon hearing this, "Zu Montag smiedet. Let us go back. We are leaving here." The rock naturally agreed, and then carried Chu Mo towards the mountains. Chapter 59. Returning to the base in the sky above, the golden-winged rock flapped its wings high, its voice echoing through the heavens, transmitted far away. The rock's wings spread wide, measuring several zhang in length, with fierce claws, sharp eyes, and a beak that gleamed. Its feathers shone with brilliant colors, dazzling under the sunlight. The golden-winged rock soared proudly, its wings flapping with a resonant sound. Wherever it passed, all the birds and even the beasts on the ground fled in panic, revealing their fear. The rock, however, looked down upon the beasts and weaker birds with disdain. Its speed was astonishing, akin to flowing light. In the blink of an eye, it could fly a great distance. Such a golden-winged rock, merely by its appearance, was known to be extraordinary, and the aura it exuded was incredibly intimidating. However, atop this formidable beast stood a man dressed in black, his gaze calm, as if he were indifferent to all worldly matters. His appearance was remarkable, and his demeanor transcendent, standing out like a celestial being. This person was, of course, Chu Mo. Soon, they arrived at the mountains, and the rock descended. "Chu Mo, you've finally returned." At that moment, Mo Shanshan hurried over and said, "There's less than an hour left until the secret realm closes. I thought you wouldn't make it back, and was about to look for you. Luckily, you returned early. Otherwise, we would be trapped. I found an excellent place to cultivate, so I lost track of time," Chu Mo said apologetically. Upon hearing this, Mo Shanshan looked Chu Mo up and down and smiled. "It seems you've gained quite a bit. Congratulations." "Just a little," Chu Mo chuckled, not elaborating further. Mo Shanshan, being quite perceptive, didn't press for more details. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she said, "It's getting late. Let us leave." Chu Mo naturally had no objections. Mo Shanshan then took out the Wanhua pan, infused it with yuan power, and projected a dazzling light into the air before them. Buzz! Just like when they entered, a sharp sound echoed in the air, and cracks formed. Shortly after, with a sound like tearing silk, a pitch-black entrance appeared. "Let us go," Mo Shanshan said, leading the few warriors beside her into the entrance. Chu Mo followed closely behind with the golden-winged rock. In the wilderness, a desolate area suddenly split open, revealing a dark crack. Immediately, a colorful vortex formed, and figures began to emerge. It was indeed Mo Shanshan and Chu Mo's group. Finally out, we can return to the base. The warriors behind Mo Shanshan let out long sighs of relief, their faces showing signs of relaxation. Inside the secret realm, dangers lurked everywhere. They originally had 40 peak warriors enter, but only a handful remained upon exiting. If one said their mood wasn't suppressed, that would be a lie. Fortunately, they had survived. The thought of returning to the base to relax brought smiles to everyone's faces. Even Chu Mo felt much lighter in spirit. "Chu Mo, what do you plan to do next?" Mo Shanshan asked. "Cultivate and reach the martial master realm as quickly as possible," Chu Mo replied. then looked at Mo Shanshan and asked, "What about you?" "Me too, but..." At this point, she looked at Chu Mo, her mood suddenly turning somber. "Once I reach the Martial Master realm, I might have to return to the Jinling base. That's a good thing. I wish you a safe journey," Chu Mo said. "But once I return to the Jinling base, who knows when we will meet again?" A hint of sadness appeared on her face. Seeing this, Chu Mo understood what she was feeling. After pondering, he said, "That is not necessarily true. Maybe I'll go to the Jinling base soon." "Really?" Upon hearing this, "Surprise soudain il y a mon chanson es face." Of course, Chu Mo smiled and said, "The Liang base is ultimately too small. I can't stay here forever. Perhaps before long, I'll go to the Jinling base, and when I get there, I'll need you to help me familiarize myself with the environment. Count on me." Mo Shanshan's mood brightened instantly. The two then chatted casually as they headed towards the base. Once inside the base, they parted ways and returned home. This exploration of the secret realm had brought great benefits to both of them. After parting, they both thought about returning quickly to consolidate the resources they had gathered to enhance their strength. However, as Chu Mo hurried towards his home, just as he reached the door, he suddenly sensed several terrifying auras rising from the inner city and quickly flying out of the base. Stepping through the void, "Those are martial masters. Look, it's Master Jiang Hao and Master Wei Hua. Oh my, 4 of the masters stationed in the base have actually mobilized. What on earth is going on? Does anyone know what happened?" Within the base, many warriors noticed these streaks of light and began to discuss among themselves. Martial masters are the backbone of the Luyang base, usually stationed within and rarely venturing out. In ordinary times, even if one master were to move, it would indicate a significant event. However, today 4 out of 5 martial masters have been dispatched, marking a rare occurrence. This surely indicated something extraordinary had happened. While everyone discussed, they felt a sense of unease. As for Chu Mo, his brows furrowed. Could something serious have occurred? Watching the direction, the 4 martial masters departed. It seemed they were heading towards the Changfeng base. Chu Mo suddenly recalled what he had seen and heard of the Changfeng base. Could something have gone awry there? He thought to himself. However, he currently had no reliable channels for information, so he dared not confirm anything. Still, he couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency rising within him. Strength. One must possess strength. As long as one has sufficient power, they can face any situation with composure. He decided to go back and enter seclusion, not emerging until he reached the Martial Master realm. With this thought, Chu Mo quickly walked toward his home. Upon returning, he found the house still empty. Shen Shiwei had not yet returned. Since she had joined Shun Jin's faction, she had been following him in cultivation. The absence of Shun Jin among the masters dispatched from the base indicated that Chen Shiwei and Shun Jin were likely still out in training. I wonder how she is doing now? Chu Mo thought to himself. Chapter 60, Promotion to Martial Master. After returning home, Chu Mo began to cultivate. As for the rock, due to its large size, there was no place for it in the house, and being in the base would easily cause panic among the residents. Therefore, Chu Mo let the rock cultivate in the wild to regain its strength. After leaving the secret realm, the restrictions on his realm were lifted, allowing him to quickly recover his power. In fact, the moment he exited the secret realm, he had already broken through, reaching the level of a 3rd-tier ferocious beast. In the wild, with so many ferocious beasts around, he could hunt freely to quickly elevate his realm of 4th, or even 5th tier. The talent of the golden-winged rock was exceptionally strong. If it could become a 4th or even 5th-tier ferocious beast, it would become a very powerful ally in the future. Chu Mo looked forward to this. The next day after Chu Mo returned home, Chen Shiwei also came back. Having not seen her for so long, Chu Mo was surprised to find that Chen Shiwei had already reached the late stage of martial artist realm, and her aura was quite formidable. It seemed she had gained much from training in the wild with Din Shinjin. In addition, Chen Shiwei brought back an astonishing piece of news for Chu Mo. Something happened at the Changfeng base. A month ago, after continuous probing at the Changfeng base, they finally learned the reason behind the unusual activity of the ferocious beast. It turned out that a ferocious beast at the peak of the 4th level nearby was preparing to break through. Upon learning this, the higher-ups of Changfeng base were greatly shocked. If it successfully breaks through to the 5th level, which is beyond the realm of a master. It will undoubtedly lead to significant changes in the situation within a 100,000 miles radius. As the closest human base, Changfeng Base is bound to face devastating attacks. Therefore, to cope with this situation, all masters from Changfeng Base were dispatched, and they even requested reinforcements from Liang Base. This is why yesterday, four masters from the base set out together, intending to join forces with several masters from Changfeng Base to kill the ferocious beast before it successfully breaks through. In order to contain this disaster, Changfeng Base is several thousand miles away from Liang Base, and for now, it is still safe, but caution is still advisable. In the end, Chen Shiwei reminded, recently, there is a high possibility of turmoil at Liang Base, so you should stay at home during this time and avoid going out unnecessarily to prevent any accidents. What about you? Chu Mo asked. I am a warrior. In this time of crisis, I naturally have to step up, Chen Shiwei said. Although nearly 10 masters are going to surround and kill that ferocious beast, the situation should still be within controllable limits, but we must also prepare for the worst. Currently, Liang Base only has Din Shun as the remaining master. He will organize the warriors in the base to remain vigilant and guard against the arrival of the ferocious beast. So, during this time, I may not be at home. You must remember to protect yourself. Chen Shiwei was unaware that Chu Mo had become a warrior, hence her advice. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo thought for a moment, intending to confess and tell Chen Shiwei that he had already become a warrior. After all, he was about to advance to a martial master, and his real combat power was no weaker than that of master. He was no longer afraid of outsiders' jealousy in Liang Base and could freely display his strength. But just as he was about to bring it up, he suddenly heard Chen Shiwei say, by the way, during my outing with Din Shun, we discovered a place that might have spirit herbs that can grant people talent. We plan to explore it, but upon learning about this situation, we could only rush back. However, you don't have to worry. Once this matter passes, I will ask Din Shun to explore it and find this item for you. At this point, Chen Shiwei looked at Chu Mo, her delicate face filled with determination, and said earnestly, so you must not give up and must live well. Chu Mo took a deep breath. Even now, she still remembers helping him look for treasures that could grant him cultivation qualities. Such actions moved Chu Mo deeply. Shiwei, actually, I have already started cultivating. Chu Mo opened his mouth, intending to tell Chen Shiwei the truth. But before he could finish, he saw Chen Shiwei turn around and head out, saying, all right, take good care of yourself at home. I'll be leaving now. After speaking, she gently closed the door and left. Seeing this, Chu Mo could only shake his head helplessly. She's just a silly girl. I'll talk to her when she comes back. With that in mind, Chu Mo also left the room and headed to the martial arts building. He now possessed a strength of over 990,000 pounds. And with his talent, he would need no more than 2 days to reach 1,000,000 pounds. 2 days later, Chu Mo practiced the Yuan force body refining technique, refining the blood of a third-level ferocious beast that he had just absorbed. His strength was rapidly increasing. Suddenly, his body and bones creaked, producing a series of cracking sounds. 1,000,000 pounds of strength achieved, breaking through the limits of the physical body. He now possessed 1,000,000 pounds of power. This gave Chu Mo an incredibly solid foundation. Once he reached this point, advancing to a martial master became as natural as flowing water. Buzz! The blood and energy within Chu Mo surged wildly, circulating violently through his meridians, and a massive amount of Yuan Qi formed a funnel, rushing in from all directions, pouring into him through the pores of his skin. Boom! Accompanied by a crisp sound from the void, as if some kind of barrier had been broken, a more powerful and heavy aura suddenly spread out, rushing directly into his dantian through Chu Mo's meridians. In that instant, a layer of brilliant sheen emerged on Chu Mo's skin, although it was somewhat dim. It exuded a strong sense of pressure. The Yuan force surged forth. This was the realm of a martial master. The martial apprentice and warrior realms are all about tempering the foundation, nurturing blood and physical body. Once in the martial master realm, one can initially control Yuan force, allowing the Yuan Qi within to be released, spreading over the surface of the body. With the internal blood circulating endlessly, and after striking, one can enhance their power as if aided by heaven and earth. At this stage, a martial artist can be said to truly possess the ability to move mountains and fill seas. Moreover, on the path of martial arts, they also gain the qualification to establish forces and teach the new generation. Hence, this realm is called the martial master, the master of martial arts. It can be said that the transition from warrior to martial master is a significant leap and a qualitative transformation. Not only does one's strength experience earth-shattering growth, but one can even develop spiritual power, allowing them to perceive their surroundings without using their eyes. At this moment, as Chu Mo expanded his spiritual power, he found that he seemed to be able to see the situation within a radius of 500 meters. It is said that when a martial master first breaks through, their spiritual power can only extend about 10 meters. Only the exceptional can reach dozens of meters, covering 500 meters, which is something that can only be achieved in the later stages of the martial master realm. Looking at it this way, my foundation must be extremely solid. Otherwise, it will be impossible to reach this level right after ascending. Chu Mo thought to himself, a smile appearing on his face. Chapter 61, Strength Surge, Terrifying Might. In a martial arts building, in a high-level testing room, Chu Mo stood in front of a top-tier strength testing machine. This kind of state-of-the-art strength testing machine can measure up to 10 million pounds of strength. It is expensive and extremely rare, even within the martial arts building, specifically reserved for high-ranking personnel within the base. If Chu Mo hadn't utilized his identity as a guest elder of the Jade Tower, he probably wouldn't have been able to use it. After breaking through to martial master, my strength has increased again. This is the perfect opportunity to see just how much my strength has grown. With this thought in mind, the next moment, Chu Mo's body suddenly moved. He raised his fist, mobilizing his entire blood and energy, channeling all his strength, and with a thunderous punch, he struck the machine. In an instant, the machine shook violently, and then a line of numbers appeared at the top, rapidly fluctuating. 1, 210, 876. Originally possessing 1 million pounds of strength, after breaking through the realm, due to the breaking of shackles, it suddenly increased by 200,000 pounds, allowing Chu Mo to now unleash 1,210,000 pounds of strength with just his physical body. Next, let us see how powerful my full strength strike is. Just as the words fell, every bone in Chu Mo's body creaked. His blood and energy were wildly mobilized. The Yuan force in his dantian surged instantly, and a layer of purple electric arcs surrounded his entire being, transforming him into an ancient thunder god. The mighty force erupted from his body, pouring into his spine, driving his entire being forward, crashing towards his right hand like a tidal wave against the shore. Boom! With a punch thrown, the shadow of the fist tore through the void, trailing a series of purple lightning, producing a violent sonic boom, and struck out in an instant. The unimaginable speed, carrying the overwhelming force of mountains and seas, brought forth an explosive power that was beyond imagination. Bang! Chu Mo's fist flickered with electric light and struck the top-tier power testing machine with a tremendous force. Instantly, the entire quiet room shook, and an indescribably powerful force erupted. The top-tier power testing machine, capable of withstanding 10 million pounds of force and impervious to alloy weapons, could not handle such strength and exploded on the spot. Fragments flew out like sharp blades, clanging as they embedded into the surrounding walls. With one punch, he shattered the top-tier power testing machine. Such terrifying power would undoubtedly leave anyone present in shock and speechless. Now, my physical strength has reached 120,000 pounds. With the enhancement of elemental energy, I can unleash 240,000 pounds. The indestructible thunder body, an extraordinary physique, grants me a 20-fold increase in strength. This means that with all my might, I can exert a force of 48 million pounds. This is already the level of a martial arts master. Even those who have just stepped in the master level cannot achieve such power. There is no doubt that if someone witnessed this scene, they would be utterly astonished. A martial artist in the early stages of mastery, solely based on talent and physical enhancement, could deliver a punch exceeding 48 million pounds. This is simply unbelievable. And this is only a fraction of Chu Mo's strength. His medium-level wind attribute talent provides him with a 15-fold speed increase. His inferior space talent has also allowed him, as his realm improves, to vastly enhance his spatial perception and the size of the personal space he can create. Moreover, due to absorbing an excessive amount of thunder liquid, his thunder attribute talent has mutated and fully rooted itself in his body, causing the genes contained within his cells to possess thunder attributes, awakening the indestructible thunder body. The enhancement from the indestructible thunder body is secondary for Chu Mo. It merely provides a 20-fold increase. The true boost to Chu Mo's power comes from the ability to control thunder. With a thought, purple arcs of electricity burst forth from his body. These arcs danced around Chu Mo like swimming dragons, gathering destructive power and spreading around him. Chu Mo could not fathom the horrifying power he could unleash by wielding thunder, but he felt that if he wanted to, the martial arts building he was in could be turned to dust in an instant. Ordinary martial arts masters would no longer pose a threat to him. Thinking this, Chu Mo retracted the thunder back into his body and let out a long breath. Looking at the surrounding chaos, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He had been so focused on testing his full strength that he forgot the testing machine could only withstand 10 million pounds of force, resulting in its destruction. Now, he would have to pay for the damages. Fortunately, after exiting the secret realm, he had acquired a wealth of resources and elemental stones, so he was financially secure. Otherwise, he might not have been able to afford the high-end power testing machine he just broke. Shaking his head, Chu Mo walked toward the door. Outside the quiet room, many martial artists from the building looked at the closed door with uncertainty. The explosion caused by Chu Mo's punch had made the entire martial arts building shake violently, prompting the martial artists responsible for maintaining order to come and investigate. Just then, the heavy door burst open, and Chu Mo stepped out. "We have seen Chu Mo." The martial artists greeted him as they recognized him, as he often visited and was a guest elder of the Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance. "Don't be polite. Why are you all gathered here?" Chu Mo asked. One of the martial artists explained their confusion. Chu Mo immediately understood that his earlier commotion had drawn their attention. He said, "Don't worry, I was training inside. I got too into it and accidentally lost control of my strength. By the way, the power testing machine inside was broken by me. Please calculate how much I need to compensate, and I'll pay when I go to the Emerald Jade building. It's just a power testing machine. If it breaks, it breaks." "Chu Mo, you don't need to be so formal," one martial artist replied. "Yeah, no need to pay. Maybe the testing machine was faulty to begin with. It's not your fault." Several others chimed in, eager to flatter Chu Mo. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Chu Mo hesitated. "A top-tier power testing machine costs quite a bit." "No worries. Chu Mo is one of us. It doesn't matter," another martial artist said. "It's just a power testing machine. Don't they break a few every year? Just go. We'll take care of the rest." They insisted. "Then thank you." Chu Mo thought for a moment and nodded, accepting their kindness. He pondered that the Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance truly had deep pockets. They didn't even bat an eye at the expensive top-tier power testing machine. It was no wonder they were a powerful force within the large base. After chatting for a bit, Chu Mo left the area. The martial artists watched him leave until he disappeared from sight before they turned their attention back. "Chu Mo is really down to earth," one commented. "Yeah, he seems very easy to talk to. Heroes emerge from youth." They all sighed, then stepped into the quiet room to check the damaged power testing machine. However, upon entering, they were all stunned. The shattered fragments of the power testing machine, and the walls covered in scattered parts. It was a complete mess. This is a top-tier power testing machine? It was actually destroyed. They gasped, shocked and incredulous. Chapter 62, Mastery Strength, selecting the next collection target. This is a top-tier power testing machine, capable of withstanding 10 million pounds of force. Even a master-level expert could not easily break it. But now, what have I just seen? How could a top-tier power testing machine be shattered? How can we afford to compensate for this? Heaven, if I had known that it was a top-tier power testing machine inside, I would never have said what I did earlier. One martial artist looked despairing. He had initially thought that Chu Mo had only damaged a high-level power testing machine. Although it was expensive, they broke a few of those every year in the martial arts building, so it wasn't a significant issue, just a matter of replacing it. It would have been just right to befriend Chu Mo, but now his heart was bleeding. Are you still worried about that? Hearing the lament of this martial artist, another one said solemnly, "Don't you realize what this means? The top-tier power testing machine can withstand 10 million pounds of force. Even masters cannot easily damage it. It was shattered here by Chu Mo. What does that imply?" With this reminder, the other martial artist finally reacted and instinctively said, "Are you saying that Chu Mo has become a master?" Exactly. The emergence of a master within the base is a significant matter that we cannot handle. We need to report it to the Emerald Jade building immediately and inform them that Chu Mo has become a master. Yes, we will report it right away. The martial artist hurriedly left the scene. After Chu Mo left the Shouwu building, he headed towards the warrior supply hall. On the way, he noticed that the pedestrians on the street all had serious expressions and hurried steps. During the 2 days that Chu Mo was in seclusion, news of the situation at Changfeng Base had reached Liang Base, causing many civilians to feel anxious. They rushed to buy food and stayed home, not daring to go out. The warriors within the base had also been organized to patrol daily, ensuring the safety of the base. As a result, the once bustling street had suddenly become much quieter. Unless absolutely necessary, very few people ventured outside. This is the survival rule of this world. Strength determines everything. Chu Mo thought to himself. If Liang Base possessed powerful strength, a level 5 ferocious beast would not pose any threat and could be easily slain. But Liang Base did not have that strength. Therefore, faced with a ferocious beast that could potentially reach level 5, both bases had to treat it with caution. Together, more than 10 masters joined forces to deal with it. Meanwhile, the civilians of the two bases, totaling over 1 million, could only wait anxiously within the base for news from the masters. If they won, the crisis would naturally be resolved, and everyone would be happy. But if they lost, what awaited them would be a devastating blow. Therefore, to ensure his survival, one must master power. Otherwise, one could only passively accept others' protection and might even become a pawn, with life and death no longer in their control. Now that Chu Mo had reached the warrior realm, his strength was sufficient to slay a master. In Liang Base, he could be considered a strong individual. However, in a large base, his level of cultivation was insignificant, although he did not know what lay beyond the master realm. Chu Mo was certain that there were definitely stronger individuals above the martial arts master level. Since the great change in the world nearly 200 years ago, there have been numerous records of powerful martial artists in the Blue Star in books. Real powerhouses capable of moving mountains and filling seas, their fists shaking rivers and mountains. A single sword could carve out a canyon thousands of miles long, and a single punch could sink continents. The textbooks recorded that as humans cultivated and grew stronger, they engaged in fierce battles with ferocious beasts for survival. Almost every battle shook the heavens and the earth, toppling mountains and rivers. Therefore, with his current strength, there is truly nothing to boast about. As the saying goes, maintain a cautious heart and strive bravely and diligently. Chu Mo silently reminded himself. While his thoughts were turning, he had already arrived at his destination. Upon entering, perhaps due to the incident at Changfeng Base, Liang Base being nearby also faced certain risks, so the warriors within the base were reluctant to venture out. Thus, the warrior supply hall had significantly fewer people. He could only occasionally see a few warriors entering and exiting the shops to purchase supplies. After scanning the area, Chu Mo withdrew his gaze. It came his time to buy some information on ferocious beasts preparing to go out and hunt. Chu Mo's gathering talent had refreshed a long time ago, and he wanted to hunt down a powerful ferocious beast to obtain its talent. As for which talent to gather, Chu Mo had his own target, Earth Attribute Talent. The reason for this choice was based on Chu Mo's own considerations. Now he possessed the extraordinary indestructible thunder body and had a high-level blade technique cultivation talent. He was not lacking in killing and combat skills. Moreover, his medium-level wind attribute talent and low-level space talent provided him with great agility. However, he lacked in defense. Although with Chu Mo's speed, even warriors of the same realm or one realm higher found it difficult to match him, making it hard for others to hit him. There were no absolutes. If someone possessed a certain treasure that could restrict his movement or confine space, his speed advantage would be rendered useless. For this reason, Chu Mo hoped to gather an Earth attribute talent to make up for his defensive and survival shortcomings. The Intelligence Pavilion. This was a place dedicated to the buying and selling of information. As soon as Chu Mo entered, a staff member approached him. "Respected warrior, how may I assist you? I would like to know all the information on level 3 and 4 Earth attribute ferocious beasts near Luoyang base." Chu Mo stated his purpose directly. "Please wait a moment." Upon hearing Chu Mo's words, the female staff member's eyes lit up, and she immediately retrieved the information for him. Soon, she returned with a dozen reports. "Respected warrior, here is the information on all level 3 and 4 Earth attribute ferocious beasts within 2,000 miles of Luoyang base. There are a total of 12 reports, detailing the areas where these beasts appear, their weaknesses, strength, etc. Each report costs 8,000 stone coins. Which one would you like?" Chu Mo did not hesitate at all and directly said, "I'll take them all." A total of less than 100,000 stone coins was nothing to him. Buying them all would allow him to carefully compare and find a target. In the respectful gaze of the female staff member, Chu Mo purchased all the information and then exited the shop. Once back home, he began to review it. Soon, he selected a target: the 8-banded armadillo. This was a level 4 ferocious beast with strength comparable to a human master. However, according to the information, this 8-banded armadillo had only recently become level 4 within the last 3 years, and its strength was not particularly strong among level 4 ferocious beasts. Nevertheless, this 8-banded armadillo spent most of its time underground and only came out when hunting, and its shell was quite hard, making it rather troublesome to deal with. Harder to kill than many powerful level 4 ferocious beasts. Upon seeing the data on this beast, Chu Mo immediately decided it would be his target. 1,300 miles east of Luoyang base was not far at all. After making his decision, Chu Mo glanced at the location and memorized it, planning to set off the next day. Chapter 63. Encountering an old friend and taking action the next morning, Chu Mo walked towards the base's exit. At the city gate, a warrior was on guard. Seeing Chu Mo approach, a stationed warrior reminded him in surprise, "Brother, with the current situation, you still dare to go out? Are you not afraid for your life?" Due to the changes at Changfeng base, the situation at Luoyang base had also become tense. Although the base had not been sealed off, very few people were going out, all fearing that once they left, they might not return. However, this was not a problem for Chu Mo, so he just smiled and did not respond, walking straight out of the base. I give a kind reminder, and he doesn't even appreciate it. The warrior shook his head as he watched Chu Mo's departing figure. In my opinion, he's definitely another warrior who wants to take risks, thinking his luck is better than others. Clearly, he took Chu Mo for one of those self-proclaimed clever individuals. After the news from Changfeng base arrived, many warriors and ordinary people at Luoyang base believed that if ferocious beasts came, they would surely make the base their primary target. At this time, the wilderness might be a safer place, so they arrogantly left the base to find a hidden spot to hide, waiting for the beast tide to pass before returning. It cannot be denied that such lucky individuals do exist, but they are extremely rare exceptions. More people, however, quietly died in the wilderness. Just an ordinary person, yet he dreams of getting the protagonist's script. I can guarantee this kid won't survive 3 days out there, the warrior said quietly. Chu Mo was unaware of what the guarding warrior was saying behind his back. Even if he knew, he would just smile it off and not take it to heart. The location of the 8-banded armadillo was 1,300 miles from a base. According to the information, it was originally a park with vast grasslands. After the great change in the world, what was once a relatively small grassland had turned into a large pasture of fertile land. The 8-banded armadillo was lurking in this grassland. 2 hours later, Chu Mo arrived here, riding the golden-winged rock. Since he had entered the activity range of a level 4 fierce beast, Chu Mo slowed down and began to carefully search for traces of the 8-banded armadillo, while also having the golden-winged rock help search from the sky. However, this fierce beast was indeed, as the intelligence reported, its movement traces were very concealed. For several days in a row, Chu Mo had not found any traces of the armadillo, but instead had hunted quite a few level 3 fierce beasts. One day, Chu Mo looked at the massive burrowing lizard in front of him. This was a level 3 fierce beast that Chu Mo had accidentally discovered and killed. He had been out for 7 days and still hadn't found the 8-banded armadillo. Today would be the last day of searching. If he couldn't find it, he would collect this burrowing lizard and return to the base. Chu Mo thought to himself. With determination, he continued to search in the grassland. After a moment, he heard his companion say, "Master, I see someone in the distance fighting a fierce beast." Upon hearing this, Chu Mo's heart stirred. This place was over 1,000 miles from a base, which was quite far away. Moreover, the situation at the base was severe, and almost no martial artists ventured into the wild anymore. How could there be traces of martial artists here? Let us go take a look. Chu Mo instructed the golden-winged rock to lead the way, quickly heading toward the direction of the battle. The distance was considerable, but Chu Mo was fast, and in a short while, he could hear the sounds of battle faintly coming through, even feeling the ground trembling slightly. Soon, Chu Mo arrived nearby and saw the situation in the field. A group of people was fighting against a terrifying, fierce beast. The beast was about 7 meters long, extremely powerful, and had a very hard shell. Although there were many martial artists around, they were unable to inflict any damage on it. Instead, whenever a martial artist was caught off guard and grabbed by the beast, they would be injured immediately. Chu Mo glanced over and was astonished. The two sides fighting were actually not strangers. The group of human martial artists was the Wind Chaser Hunter Squad. The medium cultivation body he had collected at the base was obtained from a ground dragon beast killed by the Wind Chaser Hunter Squad. Strictly speaking, he owed them a favor. On the other side, the fierce beast was indeed the 8-banded armadillo that Chu Mo was searching for. While Chu Mo was watching, the Wind Chaser Hunter Squad was already in a precarious situation under the armadillo's attack, with many members severely injured. Chu Mo did not continue watching, but chose to reveal himself. Since he owed a favor to the Wind Chaser Hunter Squad, saving their lives now could be considered repayment. Moreover, he had his eyes set on the armadillo's potential. With a flash, Chu Mo's figure darted forward like lightning. In the fray, a martial artist wielding a sword was struck by the armadillo and flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood mid-air. Nearby, a martial artist holding a large shield was not the primary target of the armadillo, but was still shaken by the collision, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Captain, I can't hold on much longer. I'll block it. You all run." The metallic shield in his hands had developed cracks, but he did not retreat, standing his ground and shouting loudly. "You go first. I'll hold it off." The Wind Chaser gritted his teeth and said, "It's too late. Captain, you hurry and go." The shield-wielding martial artist urged anxiously. Suddenly, a martial artist was struck by the armadillo, falling to the ground with a scream. But the sound was abruptly cut off as the armadillo curled up into a ball and rolled over the fallen martial artist, crushing him into a pulp. Watching as one teammate after another was severely injured or even killed, the Wind Chaser ground his teeth, blood appearing on his lips. At that moment, he was filled with regret. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have insisted on taking the team out. They had originally taken a task to earn some money, but who knew they would accidentally stumble into the lair of a level 4 fierce beast. Originally, with more than a dozen teammates, they had lost over half in such a short time. "It's all my fault. It's all because of me that you all are dying." The Wind Chaser was filled with remorse. He knew he had to make a decision and could not delay any longer. Thinking this, he planned to let everyone leave first. But just then, whoosh, a figure suddenly leapt over the crowd, accompanied by a bright flash of blade light. As if splitting the heavens and the earth, it struck directly at the armadillo. Clang! With the sound of metal clashing, fire burst forth. "Brothers, run! This fierce beast is level 4. Its body is as hard as metal. Blades can't inflict any wounds." The Wind Chaser did not expect someone would come to help, and he shouted loudly. He didn't want to implicate outsiders any further. The one who rushed in was, of course, Chu Mo. Feeling the immense force transmitted through his hands, Chu Mo frowned slightly. His blade had not even managed to break through the armadillo's shell. This was the first time his battle blade had not shown effectiveness since he comprehended the blade intent. At this moment, Chu Mo heard the Wind Chaser shout and looked again at the armadillo's hard shell, gleaming like metal. Since the battle blade was ineffective against it, Then let us try my lightning power. Chu Mo sheathed his battle blade. The next moment, purple lightning erupted from his body. Chapter 64. Slaying the Armadillo Boom. Like thunder cracking in spring, the roar of thunder suddenly sounded. Terrifying lightning surged from Chu Mo's body, surrounding him, turning the area within dozens of meters into a sea of thunder. Purple arcs danced like dragons, wreaking havoc. Bolstered by the thunder, Chu Mo's eyes instantly filled with lightning, and he appeared like an ancient deity, exuding a terrifying and sacred aura that was hard to look at directly. Whoosh! After Chu Mo unleashed his thunder power, everyone was stunned, including the Wind Chaser. The martial artists were all frozen in place, their faces displaying disbelief. What a powerful, destructive force. He can actually control the thunder. The Wind Chaser's pupils constricted in shock. Roar! At this moment, the armadillo also sensed the terrifying threat emanating from Chu Mo. However, it believed its defense was solid and was not afraid. So, instead of retreating, it curled its body into a ball and charged at Chu Mo. As it charged, it created a whistling sound through the air, causing ripples to form as the air struggled to withstand the force. There was no doubt that if it hit, even a grandmaster would be turned into pulp. However, at that moment, Chu Mo did not dodge or evade. It was not that he didn't want to, but rather it was unnecessary. Seeing the 8-banded armadillo rushing towards him, Chu Mo waved his hand, and boundless thunder surged forth, sweeping like a raging river, crashing violently against the armadillo. An astonishing scene unfolded. As the purple lightning enveloped the armadillo, the overwhelming and terrifying thunder power instantly penetrated through its shell and into its flesh. The organs were destroyed in an instant, causing the armadillo to let out a mournful cry. Its forward momentum halted, and its body suddenly erupted in a dazzling burst of electric light. When the thunder dissipated and one looked again, they found that the once imposing and invulnerable shell had now turned charred black, revealing the flesh inside, which was also scorched and emitted a meaty aroma. Not only that, but the ground around them was pockmarked as if struck by a meteor shower, with numerous deep pits, the largest of which had a diameter of 3 meters. What? At this moment, the surviving members of the Wind Chaser Hunter Squad were all stunned. With just one strike, they had severely injured a level 4 ferocious beast. If such power were to strike them, wouldn't they all be left with nothing? Thinking of this, the reverence and awe in their gazes towards Chu Mo grew immensely. Thunder, indeed, one of the most terrifying means of killing. Looking at the damage caused by his manipulation of thunder, Chu Mo was equally amazed. He withdrew his thunder power and turned his gaze towards the armadillo. At this time, it was already severely injured, but he could see that its wounds were healing at a visibly rapid pace. Chu Mo walked over and directly delivered a fatal blow. The long knife pierced into the armadillo's heart, and with a forceful twist, the knife energy burst forth, completely extinguishing the armadillo's life force. Thus, the level 4 ferocious beast, the armadillo, fell. Thank you, my lord, for your rescue. Once everything settled, the Wind Chaser stepped forward respectfully to express his gratitude. No need to be polite. Captain Wind Chaser, I just happened to be passing by and lent a hand, Chu Mo said with a smile. My lord, actually know me? Hearing Chu Mo's words, Wind Chaser showed a hint of surprise and excitement. The ability to instantly kill a level 4 ferocious beast, a power that rivals that of a master, could actually call out his name, which left him somewhat flattered and astonished. However, he soon felt a bit puzzled. He did not recall knowing such a powerful martial artist. It was normal for Wind Chaser not to recognize Chu Mo. Back then, Chu Mo was just an unknown martial apprentice, while Wind Chaser's hunting squad was already a major force within a base. The only connection was that Chu Mo had collected the Earth Dragon beast that their squad had slain, but at that time, Chu Mo was just one of the crowd, quickly leaving after obtaining the cultivation physique. Therefore, while Chu Mo recognized Wind Chaser, he did not know Chu Mo. However, there was no need to mention this. So Chu Mo casually fabricated a reason. The Wind Chaser Hunter Squad is well known within the base, so I naturally have heard of your name. Upon hearing Chu Mo's praise, Wind Chaser felt somewhat embarrassed. It's just a small reputation I didn't expect it to be remembered by you, my lord. I truly feel ashamed and must thank you again for saving my life." Chu Mo smiled again. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Wind Chaser and the others, he finally said, "I still have use for this level 4 ferocious beast, so I'll be taking it." Upon hearing this, Wind Chaser quickly replied, "This was personally slain by you, my lord, so it naturally belongs to you." "That's good then. I'll take my leave. You all should head back early as well. Things are getting increasingly chaotic outside the base. If there are no urgent matters, don't go out," Chu Mo advised, then stored the armadillo's corpse in his storage bag. After completing all this, he bid them farewell and quickly left the area. Wind Chaser and the other surviving martial artists watched as Chu Mo departed, eventually disappearing from their sight. This was a suspected master of martial arts. One team member looked in the direction Chu Mo had left and couldn't help but exclaim, "I wish I could become a master too. Indeed, I'm so envious. This master is so young, yet possesses such terrifying strength. He must have remarkable talent." Other members also chimed in, filled with envy. As the captain, Wind Chaser, remained silent, he stood in place, his mind echoing with the terrifying power Chu Mo wielded while manipulating thunder, which greatly shocked him. He was already at the mid-level of a martial artist, and with his talent, he might reach the late-stage martial artist realm in this life. However, stepping into the master realm was exceedingly difficult. "Stop looking, let's head back quickly. After this loss, our squad may not recover its strength for a long time." With a silent sigh in his heart, Wind Chaser collected himself, supporting the injured team members, and walked in the direction of the base. On the other side, in a temporary hideout that had been dug out, Chu Mo sat cross-legged in front of the armadillo's corpse. As expected of an earth attribute ferocious beast, its defense is indeed formidable. It could even withstand my knife. Reflecting on the hard shell on the opponent's body, Chu Mo felt quite excited. Had it not been for his mastery of thunder power today, directly damaging the armadillo's internal organs, it would have been quite challenging to slay it with just the battle knife. However, fortunately, it ultimately died. As long as he could extract the earth attribute talent, his defense would also enhance. Time to start collecting. Chu Mo took a deep breath, extended his hand, and silently recited in his heart. Chapter 65. Intermediate Earth Attribute Talent. Terrifying Defensive Power. Collection successful. Obtained Intermediate Earth Attribute Talent. Collection successful. Obtained Intermediate Cultivation Physique. Collection successful. Obtained 8-banded armadillo ferocious beast blood. After collecting 3 times in succession, Chu Mo directly obtained 3 items from the 8-banded armadillo, completing the collection. Fusion. Without any hesitation, Chu Mo chose to fuse immediately. First was the Intermediate Earth Attribute Talent. Since Chu Mo had already fused quite a few talents, the pain from fusing an intermediate talent was no longer so intense, and he could ignore it. Moments later, the fusion was complete. Then he began to fuse the Intermediate Cultivation Physique, which also finished quickly. Chu Mo checked his information at the first opportunity. Target: Chu Mo. Physique: Extraordinary Indestructible Thunder Body. Talent: Advanced Blade Technique Cultivation Talent. Intermediate Wind Attribute Talent. Intermediate Earth Attribute Talent. Low-Level Space Talent. Looking at the newly appeared Intermediate Earth Attribute Talent, a smile appeared on Chu Mo's face. After the talent fusion was complete, the abilities of this talent also emerged in his mind. Defense Amplification. Originally, after his physique had been tempered by blood and elemental energy, it was already quite hard, possessing a certain level of defensive capability, even capable of resisting bullets. The Intermediate Earth Attribute Talent could provide a 15-fold amplification of defense, with a 15-fold increase. Even if I stand still, ordinary martial artists would be unable to inflict any harm on me. Moreover, if I operate my elemental energy for protection, even peak martial artists and masters would find it difficult to hurt me. Chu Mo was astonished and appeared very excited. With the Earth Attribute Talent, his survival ability had greatly increased. I can head back to the base now. Having been away from the base for 7 or 8 days, and having completed his objectives, Chu Mo planned to return. 2 hours later, Chu Mo arrived at a place still more than 10 miles away from base. However, just then, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, sensing some danger. But Chu Mo did not dodge. Instead, he stood still. Whoosh! An arrow suddenly shot through the air, instantly slicing through space and accurately hitting Chu Mo's chest. It hit. It hit. The arrow struck this martial artist. He is definitely dead. Quick! Let us go see if he has anything good on him. When the arrow hit Chu Mo, a cheer erupted from not far away. Soon after, four martial artists dashed excitedly through the dense forest towards him. This was not their first time doing such a thing. Although the strongest among the four was only at the peak martial artist realm, they relied on one companion's exceptional archery skills and a low-level metal attribute talent, making each of their arrows extremely powerful. Almost every martial artist they targeted met a deadly fate. In fact, there was even a martial master they had ambushed and shot dead. Chu Mo was just a young man who could at most cultivate to the martial artist realm. Following the principle that even a fly, no matter how small, is still meat, they decided to launch a surprise attack with their bows, and they indeed hit the target. In their minds, this time, just like before, it was a sure thing. However, when they came over, they were shocked to find that the young warrior struck by the arrow was not dead or severely injured. Instead, he was standing there perfectly fine. The arrow seemed to have encountered something hard. Its tip had shattered, leaving only the shaft lying on the ground. This is not right. I clearly saw the arrow hit. One warrior was dumbfounded, his face filled with disbelief. It was probably a miss, but it didn't matter. Another warrior waved his hand and then walked straight up to Chu Mo, shouting, "Hurry, hand over everything you have on you. Otherwise, as you can see, we have 4 warriors, and you're just one person. If you don't cooperate, we'll kill you." His words were full of threats. Yes, hurry up and give us your things. If you dare to hide anything, watch out for your life. The other 3 warriors also spoke up. Chu Mo ignored them and looked down at the spot where the arrow had hit, which showed no signs of damage. The 15-fold defensive boost from his earth attribute talent was indeed impressive. This arrow was imbued with metal attribute power, extremely sharp, and could rival a casual strike from beginner martial master. Yet it left no wounds on me. He stood still, intending to test his defensive capabilities. The result made Chu Mo very satisfied. "Kid, you dare to ignore me? You're looking for death." Seeing Chu Mo directly ignore them, the warriors were enraged. They immediately drew their weapons, intending to kill. Chu Mo, shut up. Chu Mo snorted coldly. His figure suddenly flashed, and in an instant, he appeared in front of one warrior, gripping his neck with his hand and applying slight pressure. Crack! The warrior didn't even have time to scream before he died. Following that, Chu Mo struck again, and 2 more warriors died. In the blink of an eye, 3 out of the 4 warriors were dead. Ever since Chu Mo advanced to the martial master level, ordinary warriors posed no threat to him at all. What? At this moment, the last warrior fell silent, his teeth chattering. By now, he understood that he had clearly kicked a hardboard. "No, don't kill me. Spare me. Please don't kill me." As Chu Mo's gaze turned toward him, fear gripped him, and he fell to his knees, pleading. "Tell me, what is the situation at the Liang base now?" Chu Mo asked softly. When he left, the Liang base was still under martial law, and the 10 masters from the 2 major bases had yet to return with news. Now that so many days had passed, he had no idea what the situation was. Upon hearing Chu Mo's inquiry, the warrior hurriedly spilled everything he knew like beans from a bamboo tube. The 10 masters from the 2 major bases had found the lair of the ferocious beast, and a fierce battle broke out. The beast was already at a disadvantage, but unexpectedly, at the last moment, it managed to break through and become a level 5 ferocious beast. The 10 masters suffered heavy casualties, with 4 dying on the spot, and the remaining 6 managed to escape, but were all severely injured. The level 5 ferocious beast had initiated a beast tide, invading the Chongfeng base. Due to the heavy losses among the masters, the remaining masters were also severely injured and could not hold on. They only managed to hold off for 2 days before the base was overrun. Now, the area within 100,000 miles is on the brink of danger, and the beast tide could approach the Liang base at any time, causing many warriors to flee for their lives. What? Hearing this information, Chu Mo's heart trembled violently. It had only been less than 10 days since he left, and the situation had changed so drastically. "Sir, I've told you everything I know. Please spare me. The warrior still wanted to plead for mercy. But before he could finish, Chu Mo struck him down with a palm, killing him instantly. With Changfeng fallen and Liang so close, it would be hard to escape unscathed. Chu Mo understood the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. It seemed that a great battle was inevitable. With this in mind, Chu Mo quickened his pace toward the base. Chapter 66. The Beast Tide Approaches. When Chu Mo returned to the base, he found that the atmosphere had become even more tense. The news of the 10 masters from the 2 major bases returning in defeat had already spread. 4 masters had died on the spot, and the other 6 were severely injured. The recently upgraded level 5 ferocious beast was aggressive, having directly broken through the Changfeng base. And the Liang base was not far away, likely also facing an attack from the ferocious beast. Now, there was only 1 master, Shunjin, left in the base, along with 6 severely injured masters who had returned. How could they possibly defend against this? Everyone believed disaster was imminent, and panic spread quickly. Chu Mo went straight home. As expected, he still did not see Chen Shiwei's figure. However, he found a note on the table. Chu Mo, I didn't see you when I returned, and I couldn't find you. The situation in the base has been getting worse. If you see this note after returning, please don't go out again. However, even staying indoors may not guarantee safety. The Changfeng base has fallen, and hundreds of thousands of civilians have died. If I'm not mistaken, the Liang base will also face the beast tide attack, and the ferocious beasts are formidable. It will be hard to preserve the base. But Liang base is my hometown, and as a warrior, I can't just leave. I will share the fate of the base, but you cannot cultivate right now. If things look bad, leave the base as soon as possible. Remember, you must live well, no matter what. You must survive. The handwriting was elegant, but from the strokes, Chu Mo could see Chen Shiwei's resolute heart. He sighed inwardly. This time he returned. He indeed intended to confess everything to Chen Shiwei and then take her away from here. It was clear that the Liang base was no longer safe. A level 5 ferocious beast was beyond Chu Mo's understanding. Even though he had greatly increased his strength and considered himself stronger than ordinary masters, he still wouldn't dare to say he could handle a level 5 ferocious beast. Therefore, leaving Liang was the best choice. This was not because Chu Mo was heartless, but because he had been cultivating to survive since he arrived in this world. The Liang base held no special meaning for him. Only Chen Shiwei was a connection. But now Chen Shiwei was unwilling to leave. From what Chu Mo knew of her, even if he confessed his strength, she was unlikely to leave. Forget it. Since she was unwilling to leave, they would stay in the base together and resist the ferocious beasts. If it truly came to a point where they couldn't hold on any longer, he would take Chen Shiwei away then. Chu Mo thought to himself. After that, he went to the martial arts building, preparing to enter seclusion for cultivation. The beast tide could strike at any time, so he needed to take this opportunity to improve his strength as much as possible to cope with the impending crisis. Moreover, he had just advanced to the martial master realm, and there would be a period of rapid strength enhancement, which he certainly couldn't miss. Inside a high-level quiet room in the martial arts building, Chu Mo was in there, taking out the level 4 ferocious beast blood he obtained from the armadillo and swallowing it down, slowly refining it. Time flew by, while Chu Mo was cultivating. Another 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, the situation continued to worsen. The Liang base had received confirmed news that the Changfeng base had indeed fallen, with nearly 1 million residents dying in the beast tide's assault. The level 5 ferocious beast showed no signs of stopping and was heading straight for the Liang base. After receiving this news, panic erupted again in the Liang base. Fortunately, Master Xinjin stepped forward and stated that he had requested reinforcements from the nearest Jinling base. However, how long it would take for the reinforcements to arrive was still uncertain. In the meantime, everyone at the Liang base had to be ready for deployment. The elderly weak, women, and children had to stay at home and were not allowed to go out. The young and strong were to man the walls and operate firearms. The martial artists were also forcibly conscripted to form a line to prevent fierce beasts from charging in. In addition, Shunjin and 6 other injured masters who had retreated were stationed at the base, ready to strike at any moment. Under such mobilization, The panic within the base was somewhat contained. Everyone was at their posts, holding their ground in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away from the Liang base, a giant fierce beast was now walking through the air. Behind and beneath it was a dense horde of fierce beasts, their numbers exceedingly vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. Together, they surged like a massive flood, carrying the momentum of a landslide and tsunami, sweeping towards the base. The earth trembled. Wherever the fierce beasts passed, countless grasses and trees were trampled, and even some soil and stones were reduced to powder in the tide of beasts. Seeing this, the surrounding fierce beasts roared in response and joined the horde. In midair, the beast walking through the air was a white ape exuding flames, its appearance fierce, with a massive wound on its chest, a scar left from when it was ambushed by a group of human martial artists just as it was about to enter seclusion to break through. Had it not been for its critical breakthrough at that moment, this strike could have cost its life. Although it successfully broke through and survived, the wound remained unhealed, and even now it was still in a state of injury. This fatal wound had even affected its breakthrough, preventing its strength from reaching the normal standard of a level 5 fierce beast. Thinking of this, its heart surged with fury. Damnumans, if it weren't for those humans, how could I have ended up like this? It looked ahead, its eyes revealing a fierce expression. It could feel that place was a gathering spot for humans, and it was the destination of its journey. Roar! The fiery white ape raised its head and beat its chest, letting out an earth-shattering roar. This roar meant kill. After hearing this sound, countless fierce beasts in the horde responded with their own roars, the killing intent filling the air, even scattering the clouds in the sky. In the early morning, a small team of martial artists was patrolling. Suddenly, a distant rumbling sound of the earth shaking faintly reached their ears. A suffocating aura also approached from afar. On the ground, some soil and stones began to tremble, as if something terrifying was rapidly approaching. "Captain, did you hear something?" A martial artist said with a pale face. The captain did not speak, only raised his head, staring blankly into the distance. The other team members, seeing this, instinctively turned their gazes in that direction. Upon looking, they were all stunned. In the distance, a massive black cloud was roaring towards them, blotting out the sky and the sun. It was as if night had fallen, swallowing up the light. The earth shook and mountains trembled, dust billowed. The beast tide was coming. Chapter 67, Bombardment and Bloodshed Outside the Liang base. A massive black cloud swept in, extending as far as the eye could see, directly spreading to the distant horizon. This was undoubtedly a tide of fierce beasts. Their numbers were impossible to estimate. At this moment, they surged like a rolling torrent, carrying an unstoppable force, crashing towards the base. Fire! A martial artist commanding from the top of the several-meter-high walls of the Liang base shouted angrily. With a command, all the large-caliber machine guns extended from the hidden slots in the walls, and under human control, they fired almost simultaneously. In an instant, a sky full of sparks erupted, and a dense storm of bullets poured down on the beast tide. After the great change in the world, although all electronic devices had failed due to the influence of primal energy, firearms that did not require electronic components could still function effectively. Moreover, due to the need to combat fierce beasts, and considering that becoming a martial artist required talent and physique, many ordinary people had to possess self-defense capabilities to survive in such an era. Therefore, the development of firearms had reached its peak. Various large-caliber machine guns and cannons were developed, allowing ordinary people armed with guns to rival martial apprentices. The walls of the base, serving as a defensive measure to protect ordinary people within the city, had passages where cannons were placed. At this moment, the power unleashed was undoubtedly terrifying. Although the number of fierce beasts was vast, the vast majority were ordinary low-level fierce beasts, some of which are not even classified as level 1 fierce beasts, and they naturally could not withstand the firepower of bullets. In an instant, facing such a storm of bullets, blood spurted wildly, and severed limbs flew everywhere. The intense smell of blood instantly spread across the entire wilderness. Despite suffering such a terrifying blow, the beast tide showed no signs of fear. Instead, the scent of blood stimulated their primal instincts, causing them to roar in anger and charge forward. "Quick, Move faster. Inside the base, on a flat area, hundreds of cannons were pushed out. Many young and strong individuals were transporting shells and loading them into the barrels, then firing in unison. In an instant, hundreds of shells, trailing light, streaked across the sky, dropping into the beast's tide. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of explosions erupted instantly. The ground trembled as fiery explosions erupted, with nearly every shell detonating covering a radius of hundreds of meters. The fierce beasts hit had no time to scream before their bodies were blown to pieces or turned into powder. Such a terrifying barrage of cannon fire caused immense destruction. After the explosions, numerous deep craters were left on the ground. Severed limbs and smoke filled the air, a shocking sight. However, the fierce beasts showed no signs of stopping. The gaps cleared by the cannon fire were quickly filled by the following fierce beasts, which then charged in with roars. From above, looking down, the vast Liang base had now transformed into a war fortress. Using the walls as defensive positions, countless large-caliber machine guns and anti-aircraft cannons spat fire, creating a dense metal barrage that poured down upon the beast's tide. In various artillery positions established within the base, streams of light occasionally shot up, trailing long tails, piercing through the air and exploding in the beast horde. The ground continued to tremble, the sounds of cannon fire deafening. Countless fierce beasts lost their lives under such onslaught. However, there were too many fierce beasts. They were so densely packed that it seemed endless. Standing on the several-meter-high walls, one could see the dark mass of beasts stretching for miles, with no end in sight, instilling fear. The ordinary people operating the machine guns had fierce expressions, drenched in sweat. The martial artists were poised and ready, each alert and vigilant. They all understood that while the machine guns and cannons seemed capable of halting the advance of the fierce beasts, it was only temporary. As soon as the firepower waned or a powerful fierce beast made a move, the firearms would become ineffective. At that time, it would be the martial artist's turn to act. And once the martial artists took action, the most brutal slaughter would begin. The battle continued. Moments later, not good. A powerful, fierce beast has appeared, and the machine guns are ineffective against it. A cry of alarm rang out from the city walls. Suddenly, under the wall, among the herd of beasts, over 100 gigantic and terrifying creatures appeared. They moved like lightning, darting back and forth among the herd, swiftly heading towards the wall. At least half of the machine guns were aimed at them. But shockingly, the powerful bullets, which could severely injure or even kill a martial artist upon impact, bounced off these beasts. Even more astonishingly, some shells directly hit them, and after the explosion, they were merely covered in dust and grime, suffering no injuries at all. These were third-tier and even fourth-tier beasts. They must not be allowed to approach. Quickly stop them. Urgent shouts echoed on the wall. The gunners were all ordinary people, lacking any combat power. Once these terrifying beasts charged in, they would undoubtedly face death. At that time, the firepower net would also collapse. Without him shouting, as soon as these beasts appeared, the martial artists who had been waiting on the wall rushed down to engage in battle with them. Kill. Protect our home. Slay the beasts. The martial artists roared as they charged down. They were all born in the Luoyang base, and their families were here. If they failed to defend, their families would end up like those at the Changfeng base, all slaughtered by the beasts. Thus, they had no choice but to fight desperately against the beasts. A third-tier flying beast broke through the defense line and reached the wall. With a flap of its wings, a powerful gust of wind surged towards them, causing many ordinary people to lose their footing and be blown off the wall. By the time they hit the ground, they were already dead. Soon after, the beasts swarmed over, devouring them. Help! The beasts are coming up. Cries of panic rang out. Seeing this, Chun Shiwei, who was on the wall, suddenly felt a sharp light radiate from her sword as she charged towards the flying beast. At this moment, Chun Shiwei was only at the later stage of a martial artist, not deemed worthy of attention by the flying beast. Seeing Chun Shiwei rush over, it looked down on her with contempt and prepared to knock her away with a flap of its wings. However, at that moment, Chun Shiwei's body suddenly flashed. Her speed increased dramatically, and she appeared right in front of the flying beast, her whole body filled with energy, blood boiling, as she thrust her sword towards it. The sword carried a chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing the soul. The third-tier flying beast clearly did not expect Chen Shiwei to be so formidable. Caught off guard, it momentarily faltered and was frozen. Though it was just a brief moment, it gave Chen Shiwei the opportunity. With a thrust, her sword pierced straight into the beast's neck, instantly snuffing out its life. Chapter 68. Desperate situation. Chen Shiwei's doubts boom. 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 The sound of gunfire roared incessantly, deafening and relentless. Countless people were engaged in fierce battles against the beasts. A large number of beasts were caught in the dense firepower net, their bodies shattered, limbs scattered all over the ground. Yet, some beasts had breached the blockade, climbed up the wall, and began slaughtering humans. These young adults had undergone training, capable of skillfully handling machine guns and cannons, inflicting significant damage on the beasts. But once the beasts broke in, their frail bodies posed no threat to the beasts at all. They could only passively await death. Fortunately, the martial artists were always there to protect them. Whenever a beast entered, they quickly cleared it out. But they could not hold out for much longer. The battle had just begun for less than an hour, and over 100 third-tier and fourth-tier beasts had already emerged. Among them, there were more than 10 fourth-tier beasts. Each one possessed terrifying destructive power, often capable of quickly breaking through defenses and entering the base, resulting in massive casualties. Ordinary people died upon contact, and even martial artists could not inflict damage. Only human masters could withstand them. However, the Liang base currently had only 7 masters. Aside from Master Shinjin, the remaining 6 were all injured. At this moment, they had all mobilized, each seeking to battle the beasts, but in terms of both quantity and quality, they were at a disadvantage. Defeat was already evident. Inside the martial arts building, Chu Mo, who had been in seclusion, finally opened his eyes. After 6 days of effort, he had completely refined the blood essence of a fourth-tier beast. The 8-banded armadillo truly lived up to its status as a fourth-tier beast. Chu Mo not only acquired its talents and physique, but also obtained a portion of its blood essence. As a condensation of the beast's essence, the energy contained within was naturally terrifying. Even for Chu Mo, refining it took a full 6 days. However, the growth he experienced during these 6 days was extremely impressive. An increase in strength of over 500,000 gene. Almost a daily increase of 100,000 gene. The effect was comparable to Chu Mo's speed of absorbing thunder liquid in the secret realm. The rapid growth was due to 2 factors. Chu Mo's extraordinary indestructible thunder body, which allowed for an exceptional absorption of the world's energy, and the astonishing effects of the fourth-tier beast's blood essence. A single portion of fourth-tier beast blood was already so terrifying. If he could obtain more, or even fifth-tier beast blood, Chu Mo felt a sense of anticipation. However, he also knew that such beast blood would undoubtedly be extremely expensive and could not possibly exist in a place like the Liang base. Therefore, he held no grand expectations. Having finished his cultivation, Chu Mo was about to return home when he suddenly heard deafening explosions from outside, almost incessantly ringing in his ears. His expression changed dramatically. Could it be that the beasts have already attacked? Chu Mo instantly dashed out of the martial arts building and saw a scene of fire and chaos in the sky, with the roars of beasts and the sounds of explosions echoing, deafening. Tian Peng, what is happening outside the base? Chu Mo telepathically connected with the golden-winged rock. After forming a soul contract, he gained the ability to communicate mentally with it. There are countless beasts outside the base attacking human cities, and it seems they can no longer hold. Soon, Tian Peng sent back a message. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo's heart trembled, and he scolded. Such a huge event has occurred. Why didn't you tell me? Master, you said you wanted to go into seclusion and told me not to disturb you unless it was urgent, Tian Peng replied, feeling wronged. Chu Mo knew this was not Tian Peng's fault. After all, it had intelligence, but it was still not a true human. He had no idea how the front line was doing. And Shiwei, please don't get into trouble. Thinking of this, Chu Mo's heart tightened, and he immediately rushed towards the city gate. As he went, he reminded Tian Peng, search for a young girl who looks very good. She is a martial artist. Keep an eye on her, and if you find any danger, help her. Chu Mo described Chen Shiwei's appearance. Yes, master, Tian Peng replied. It had been wandering outside the base. Since the beast tide appeared, Tian Peng had been soaring through the clouds without landing. Now that it received Chu Mo's order, it began searching for Chen Shiwei's figure. With a slash, Chen Shiwei killed a beast in front of her. Looking around, she saw that while this wave of beasts had been cleared, her teammates were heavily injured, and the remaining ones were also wounded. Gazing into the distance, countless beasts were still rushing over like a tidal wave. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, Chen Shiwei still felt her breath catch. Not daring to look any longer, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and took out a pill from her pocket to recover her energy. Until now, she was almost at her limit. Taking advantage of the moment when the fierce beast had just been repelled and a new wave had not yet surged in, she hurried to recover her vitality. However, at that moment, she suddenly heard a cry of alarm from afar. Another wave of level 4 fierce beasts was charging in. The voice was filled with despair. Chen Shiwei turned her gaze and saw that among the beast tide, dozens of large fierce beasts were quickly rushing over. Each one exuded a powerful aura that made one feel hopeless at first glance. 35 level 4 fierce beasts on par with master-level strength. That level 5 fierce beast had already mobilized its entire nest, planning to take us down in one go. Chen Shiwei felt a twinge of despair in her heart. Currently, all the masters in the city had already been restrained by the previously charging level 4 fierce beasts, and they were at a disadvantage. Defeat was almost evident. Now, with so many level 4 fierce beasts rushing in, they would fight. They would fight the fierce beasts. Even if they died, they would take one down with them. Suddenly, someone shouted. Such a tragic voice stirred the emotions of others. In an instant, everyone echoed, all filled with the resolve to die, and began to fight the fierce beasts. Chen Shiwei said nothing, only gripped her sword tightly. She took another pill and began to battle the fierce beasts. However, it wasn't too long before she was targeted by a terrifying level 4 fierce beast. Although Chen Shiwei could kill level 3 fierce beasts, she was ultimately just a martial artist, and at this moment, she had reached her limit. Faced with a level 4 fierce beast comparable to a master, she had no power to resist at all. Feeling the terrifying aura of the beast charging at her, Chen Shiwei couldn't help but close her eyes, silently awaiting the arrival of death. Unfortunately, I still haven't fulfilled my promise. The image of Chu Mo flashed through her mind, and she sighed inwardly. Suddenly, a sharp and clear cry rang out beside her ear, accompanied by a fierce wind rushing toward her. Chen Shiwei instinctively opened her eyes. To her surprise, the giant wolf that was originally pouncing on her had been stopped by a golden feathered rock radiating golden light. The sharp claws directly tore through the giant wolf's skull, causing it to crash to the ground. After killing the giant wolf, the golden-winged rock glanced at Chen Shiwei and let out another clear cry, soaring straight up into the clouds. What is going on? Chen Shiwei wondered. Why did this golden-winged rock fierce beast help her? Chapter 69. It's actually Chu Mo. The battle among ordinary martial artists was brutal, and the fighting at the master level was equally fierce. 7 masters, including Shunjin, had already been surrounded by dozens of level 4 fierce beasts. Even if they charged left and right, they could not escape the encirclement of the fierce beasts. Clearly, these fierce beasts aimed to surround and kill all the masters, ensuring none would escape. I'll fight you all. Boom. An injured master had reached the end of his rope. He looked at the surrounding level 4 fierce beasts with despair on his face and directly gathered his remaining vitality and energy to charge into the beast horde and self-destruct. The explosion was terrifying, killing one level 4 fierce beast and injuring another. This momentarily halted the advance of the surrounding fierce beasts. But that was all. Dozens of level 4 fierce beasts continued to attack the remaining masters. Including Shunjin, they were fighting and retreating, covered in blood. Old friends, I cough. I can't hold on anymore. Cough, I'm going ahead. At this moment, another middle-aged master said, coughing up blood while forcing a smile. Don't rush. My old friend, you go ahead and I'll follow soon. Another older master, with one arm already broken, also laughed heartily, preparing to charge forward for self-destruction. Hearing this, the middle-aged master laughed and said, Jiang Hao, old rascal, I didn't think much of you before, but today you showed such courage. From now on, I, Wei Hua, respect you as a man. Do you want me to respect you?" The old master named Jiang Hao snorted coldly. Although they were talking, they did not slow down their movements, both unleashing their strongest skills and charging into the beast horde. With 2 consecutive explosions, strong shockwaves swept out, marking the fall of 2 more masters. They paid for their lives to kill 3 level 4 fierce beasts, with several others also injured. In a short time, 3 masters had fallen. At this moment, the remaining martial arts masters, including Shunjin, numbered 4. On the fierce beast side, there were still dozens left. "Old friends, it seems we must fight with everything today." Shunjin looked around, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, "Shunjin, the fierce beast's momentum is too great. The Liang base can no longer protect us. We are all seriously injured and cannot survive, but you are different. You still have a chance to live. We will help you fight your way out. Live well. Yes, you are seriously injured and have a high chance of surviving." The other 3 masters spoke one after another. "You all fight to the death here. How can I, Shunjin, live alone?" Shunjin huffed and glared, saying solemnly, "If we are die, let us all die here together." He did not want to survive alone. However, the other 3 masters ignored him, exchanged glances, and prepared to self-destruct, sacrificing their lives to help Shunjin escape. Just then, within the base, a stunning blade energy suddenly appeared, sweeping over with unstoppable power, crossing the void toward them. Poof! A level 4 flying fierce beast that tried to block the blade energy was caught off guard, and when the blade energy passed, its body stiffened. The next moment, it was abruptly split in half and fell from the sky. Bang! The massive body crashed heavily to the ground, crushing dozens of unfortunate fierce beasts. Is this blade energy capable of killing a level 4 fierce beast with one slash? Could there be a master-level expert in the city? The 3 masters who were originally prepared to self-destruct were all momentarily stunned. Not just an ordinary master. Shunjin's gaze was fixed on the source of the blade energy, his face revealing a look of astonishment. To be able to unleash blade energy that could slay level 4 fierce beasts comparable to master strength, this power was definitely not just that of an ordinary master. And such a powerful being had been lurking within the Liang base all along, and he didn't even know it. Who exactly is this person? Shunjin felt puzzled in his heart. The answer would soon be revealed. Thunder rumbled suddenly in the sky. At first, it was still relatively weak, but it quickly grew stronger and louder. In the end, it sounded like a thunderclap on a clear day, suddenly exploding. Crack! A bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel roared and echoed in all directions. This seemed to be a signal. In an instant, wind and rain erupted. Heavy rain poured down, lightning flashed, and the sky was dark as if it were about to split. It was as if an ancient thunder god was about to emerge, shaking the entire earth, with terrifying lightning striking down, carrying a sense of destruction, threatening to bury this place. Amidst this torrential rain, a figure shot out from the city in an instant, its speed so fast that the sound of the sonic boom had not yet arrived before it reached the city gate. Then the entire city gate, centered around the newcomer, transformed into a sea of thunder within 100 feet. Endless thunder entwined around the figure, exuding a terrifying majesty. Besides that, the terrifying thunder spread everywhere, turning any fierce beast that came into contact with it into ashes. Even a level 4 fierce beast, upon touching such thunder, seemed to suffer a heavenly tribulation, with some turning to ashes and others severely injured. In a short time, a vast area was cleared. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The world fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief, their hearts pounding so loudly that it seemed they could hear their own heartbeat. On the city wall, Chun Shui also looked up at the figure standing at the city gate. The figure stood like a spear, towering against the sky. His long black hair danced wildly in the storm, exuding an imposing presence like mountains and seas, fierce and unrestrained. He resembled a god capable of controlling thunder. However, for some reason, Chun Shui felt that this tall figure looked so familiar. Memories surged in her mind. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind, the one who had saved her when she encountered Su Guang's attack during the academy trial, believing she was about to die. The figure she saw before fainting bore an uncanny resemblance to the person before her now. Who is he? Chen Shiwei's heart was in turmoil. Due to the raging thunder around her, her vision was obscured, making it hard to see clearly. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the figure seemed to notice her gaze and turned his face, revealing a clear face. Chu Mo. Chen Shiwei's face showed shock. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she instinctively covered her mouth, staring at the person she knew so well. She could hardly believe her eyes. It was him. At that moment, waves of shock surged in her heart. Chapter 70. Sprouting. Seeing Chen Shiwei's astonished expression, Chu Mo couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. He knew that once Chen Shiwei discovered the truth, it would be hard for her to accept. However, at least it was finally out in the open, and he wouldn't have to hide it anymore. He sighed in relief. Because there were still fierce beasts around, Chu Mo did not go down to talk to Chen Shiwei. He just nodded at her, and then focused his attention on the fierce beasts in front of him. His gaze became sharp at that moment. Thank you for saving us, Senior. At this time, several surviving masters, including Shen Jin, came over and respectfully saluted, their eyes filled with respect as they looked at Chu Mo. When Chu Mo appeared, the thunder raged around him, and many fierce beasts were turned to ashes. Even level 4 fierce beasts could not escape. Such power truly shocked them. No need to be so polite. Chu Mo waved his hand, signaling them not to be so formal. Then he said, "This is not the time for conversation. You all hold the line for me first. Let me drive back the fierce beasts, and then we can talk in detail." This statement, said so casually, would have been disregarded by Shen Jin and the others if it had come from someone else, considering the number of fierce beasts attacking. How could it be easy to drive them back? Even a peak master would struggle. However, since it came from Chu Mo, Shen Jin and the others dared not question it. Yes, the 4 complied. They then flew onto the city wall, each taking healing pills while recovering from their injuries and maintaining the line for Chu Mo. As for Chu Mo, after giving instructions, he directly manipulated the boundless thunder and charged into the group of fierce beasts outside the base. There were hundreds of thousands, even millions of fierce beasts here. It was impossible for him alone to slay them all. That was unrealistic. However, he could achieve his goal through decapitation. Whenever a beast tide appeared, it was usually because a powerful fierce beast was organizing the beasts. Typically, as long as the leading fierce beast was killed, the beast tide would collapse. Chu Mo just needed to find that level 5 fierce beast and slay it to disperse the beast tide. However, the opponent had not yet revealed itself and was instead driving its subordinates to exhaust human strength, clearly hoping to reap the benefits of the chaos. Since you don't want to show yourself, then I'll force you out, Chu Mo resolved. His body was enveloped in raging thunder, within a radius of several dozen meters. Purple arcs of electricity fell like a rain of thunder. Wherever they passed, any fierce beast that came into contact immediately turned to dust. In addition to the thunder, Chu Mo also drew out his battle knife, unleashing waves of blade energy. In the air, countless blade shadows wreaked havoc. And no matter the level of the fierce beast blocking his path, they were no match for him. The sky was filled with dark clouds, thunder rumbled, and rain poured. Chu Mo continued to charge, blood and rain mingling, forming a stream of blood around him. It was a blood-red scene. On the city wall, many martial artists, witnessing Chu Mo's imposing presence, were left speechless, their eyes wide with shock. They saw him wielding a knife, lightning flashing, moving back and forth, leaving no trace of life in his wake. For a moment, everyone was mesmerized. After a while, one master came to his senses and said, "Shun, this young master's strength is truly terrifying." Shen Jin nodded in agreement, but then said, "Although we are not as strong as the senior, we cannot fall behind. Let's go down together and support him." Saying this, he jumped directly from the city wall into the midst of the fierce beasts. Kill. The others exchanged glances, and each used their abilities to engage in battle with the fierce beasts. Thunder flashed, and rain poured. Chu Mo fought among the fierce beasts, his long knife slicing through the air. With each sweep, fierce beasts fell dead. No matter where they were struck, a strand of his domineering blade energy would invade. destroying their internal organs and brain nerves. This blade energy had already been cultivated when Chu Mo's knife technique reached great heights, and now that he had stepped into the martial master realm, his vitality and elemental power were even more terrifying, circulating endlessly within him, making his power even more fearsome. Often, with a flash of the blade, a fierce beast would scream and die, some even being severed in half. Within 10 steps, it was a lethal zone. Such knife techniques were truly terrifying, leaving onlookers in awe. But that wasn't all. For Chu Mo, the most terrifying aspect of his killing power was the thunder he controlled. Countless bolts of lightning surrounded him, making Chu Mo resemble a moving thunder zone. Wherever he passed, any fierce beast that failed to dodge was turned to ashes. In a short time, a vast area was cleared. Chu Mo's terrifying slaughter also invigorated the human martial artists, boosting their morale, and they fought even more fiercely against the fierce beasts. Puff, puff, puff. Chu Mo moved like lightning, weaving through the group of fierce beasts. This exhilarating slaughter completely immersed him. Unknowingly, he felt as if his spirit had entered a mysterious state. The knife in his hand seemed to come alive, pulling him into a wonderful world. Pop! In the midst of it all, he seemed to hear a crisp sound. It was like a chick breaking out of its shell, a silkworm hatching from its cocoon, or a lotus blooming in spring and summer. Everything seemed to freeze for that moment, but the next second, it flowed swiftly, as if something was about to burst forth from within him. Although Chu Mo was still in the midst of slaughter, his mood suddenly calmed down. He focused his mind and spirit, comprehending the power within him that was about to be born and break through everything. At this moment, in the midst of the battle, whether human or ferocious beast, everyone seemed to sense something at that moment, their hearts filled with surprise. At the same time, the howling gale suddenly slowed, and the pouring rain abruptly thinned. Roar! In the distance, the fifth-level ferocious beast seemed to have sensed something as well, letting out a deafening roar. Immediately after, 7 massive ferocious beasts, each exuding a powerful aura, charged toward Chu Mo from the ground and sky. 7 fourth-level superior ferocious beasts. Be careful. Senior, get out of the way. At this moment, Shun Jin and several other masters sensed the presence of these 7 ferocious beasts, their faces instantly changing as they shouted loudly at Chu Mo. The 7 ferocious beasts attacked Chu Mo from different directions. Before their bodies even arrived, a terrifying gust of wind rushed toward him. Each beast had a fierce expression on their face, wanting to strike Chu Mo down with a single blow. However, facing the 7 fourth-level superior ferocious beasts, Chu Mo remained completely still, as if he were frightened. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. When these 7 beasts entered within 10 meters of Chu Mo, the originally motionless Chu Mo suddenly moved. Clang! The sound of a blade being drawn from its sheath suddenly resonated, not particularly loud, but to the ears of outsiders, it was like the first thunder of spring, the first lightning before the rain, like the opening of heaven and earth, as if evolving mountains and rivers. Suddenly, it exploded in the ears. Chapter 71. 5th Level Ferocious Beast. Flame White Ape. In that instant, a cold light appeared in Chu Mo's right hand, then traced a bright arc in front of him. This arc, like a galloping horse, seemed to burst forth like a ray of heavenly light. It was so brilliant, so bright. In that fleeting moment, it occupied everyone's vision. The bright moon dimmed without anyone noticing. The stars also vanished without a trace. When this blade was struck, all the martial artists present, regardless of the blades they held, released a humming sound at that instant. This is when Shun Jin and the other masters saw this blade light that seemed capable of seizing the brightness of the moon and the radiance of the stars. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Swish! The arc of light flashed by and instantly vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the 7 fourth-level superior ferocious beasts that had lunged toward Chu Mo froze mid-air. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. It was unclear whether it was an instant or an eternity that passed. A faint breeze blew by. A powerful 4th-level ferocious beast suddenly trembled. In the next moment, with a loud explosion, its body instantly shattered, blood rained flying, turning into a pile of minced meat. And this was just the beginning. As the first fourth-level ferocious beast exploded, the remaining 6 beasts followed suit, one after another. The sound of their bodies exploding was not loud. But at this moment, as they echoed successively, it pierced everyone's eardrums like thunder. Everyone's faces turned pale, their bodies swayed. With one strike, 7 ferocious beasts were slain. 7 fourth-level superior ferocious beasts equivalent to late-stage human masters. Such a mysterious and unbelievable scene left everyone feeling as if they were in a dream. Although Chu Mo had previously killed many fourth-level ferocious beasts with thunder when he first appeared, most of those were lower or mid-level fourth-level beasts. The impact they brought was ultimately not as shocking as what was happening before them. Moreover, Chu Mo, who had slain 7 fourth-level superior beasts, appeared so relaxed and at ease. It was as if he were sailing on a lake, flowing like clouds and water. The world fell into silence. Everyone was so shocked that they could not speak. As for Chu Mo, after delivering that strike, he did not make any other moves. He wore a contemplative expression on his face, as if he were pondering something. That last strike seemed casual, but in reality, it was not as simple as it appeared. When he made the move, it felt as though he grasped something in the dark, but upon reflection, it seemed he hadn't captured anything at all. Chu Mo could only furrow his brows, repeatedly recalling the effortless and natural essence of that previous blade, trying to fully comprehend it. Humans, you seek death. Just as Chu Mo was deeply contemplating his experience, suddenly, in the very distant horizon, a deafening sound erupted. The magnitude of this sound even overshadowed the thunder in the sky. Following the sound, they saw in the distance a giant ape covered in white fur emanating flames, charging toward them. As it drew closer, its body grew larger. It swelled rapidly as if being inflated. The white fur grew wildly, surrounded by red flames. A sense of destruction and heat permeating the earth. Whoosh! A violent hurricane swept the ground, lifting massive stones hundreds of meters high. And even ordinary people and martial artists who could not stand steady on the walls were swept up and thrown into the air. This was caused by the aura emitted from this white ape. Crack! Crack! The earth was cracking. As the flaming white ape ran, its body rapidly swelled, transforming from merely a robust figure into a gigantic one, becoming ferocious. Initially, its running only trembled the ground. Later, the earth could no longer bear it and began to crack. Each time the white ape's foot landed, a massive pit appeared. In a short time, this white ape had expanded to a height of 150 meters. At this moment, it was almost at the base, and as it approached, people felt its immense size and terror even more. Standing before the white ape felt like staring at a deity, instilling fear in their hearts. What kind of monster is this? Countless people on the walls exclaimed in shock. They looked at this terrifying giant beast, their hearts racing, feeling as if their hearts would leap out. A giant ape standing 150 meters tall, controlling raging flames, exuding a terrifying aura, seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Ordinary martial artists standing before it, let alone fighting, couldn't even ensure they could steady their weapons. Is this really an existence that humans can defeat? Countless martial artists had this thought in their minds at this moment. And at this moment, Chu Mo looked at the white giant ape before him, his expression turning serious. He understood. This should be the leader of this beast tide, and also the 5th-level ferocious beast that had just successfully broken through. Although he knew that 5th-level beasts were quite terrifying, facing it directly now, Chu Mo realized he had still underestimated the horror of 5th-level ferocious beasts. Humans, you have killed so many of my subordinates. You will die no matter what. The flaming giant ape stopped its steps, looking at the small human before it, letting out an angry roar. Who dies, it's still uncertain. Chu Mo took a deep breath, gripping the long knife in his hand tightly. Undeniably, the terrifying flaming white ape before him was indeed powerful. It was on an entirely different level than the Master Realm, but he was not without the strength to fight it, since he embarked on the path of martial arts. Although he had experienced countless battles with ferocious beasts, it had always been smooth sailing, and he had never truly engaged in a thrilling life-and-death struggle. Only this flaming white ape before him brought him an extreme sense of danger. But this did not frighten him. Instead, it made the blood within him gradually boil. The path of martial arts is like rowing upstream. Only in the true life and death struggle can one attain enlightenment, improve, and sing boldly. Moreover, the previous strike had given him a faint sense of enlightenment, but he couldn't quite grasp the inspiration at that moment. It was just right to use this white ape as a sharpening stone, allowing him to fully integrate this mysterious feeling and understanding. He had a feeling that if he could comprehend it, his blade would become even more terrifying. With this thought in mind, Chu Mo took a step forward, his entire body surging with blood and energy, a terrifying aura rising from him, soaring into the sky. "Come on!" Chu Mo's battle knife was held at an angle as he shouted, "Today, either you die or I live." Chapter 72. Capture that glimmer of inspiration human. You're seeking death. Seeing Chu Mo's actions, the fiery white ape was completely enraged. In its view, this tiny human had already committed a capital offense by killing so many of its subordinates, and now he was provoking it so recklessly. It was simply outrageous. Roar. With a deafening roar, a terrifying gust of wind surged toward Chu Mo. Boom. 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 This roar contained a violent force, shaking the surrounding earth to pieces. Countless stones and wooden blocks crumbling into dust. However, Chu Mo remained unmoved, his legs firmly planted on the ground. A crimson flash gleamed in the white ape's eyes as it suddenly lifted a massive arm, wielding terrifying power, and slammed it down toward Chu Mo. This arm was incredibly thick, even larger than the trunk of an ancient tree. The immense force caused the surrounding air to crackle and distort. Its speed was terrifying, creating explosive shockwaves. Even before it landed, the oppressive force had already caused the ground below to crack and sink. Boom! In the terrified gazes of everyone, the arm crashed down, shaking an area of several dozen miles, with many people feeling as if they were thrown into the air. Cracks spread from the area where the arm struck, covering a radius of several hundred meters. Chu Mo, on the wall. Chun Shiwei's heart suddenly tightened with worry for Chu Mo. Could he really handle such a terrifying beast? At this moment, the fearsome fiery white ape furrowed its brows slightly. It could sense that its strike had not hit the human. It searched around, trying to find Chu Mo, but the thick dust and smoke made it difficult to locate him. As for Chu Mo, he had already used the smoke step to retreat several dozen meters away the moment the white ape strike came down, avoiding the blow. Then, thunderstorm blade. Chu Mo's blood and energy surged, the long knife in his hand shining with a sharp light. Combining the power of his physical body with the enhancement from his elemental energy and the 20-fold boost from the indestructible thunder body. Along with the bonus from his knife techniques, he unleashed a terrifying strike. In the heavens and earth, an endless blade aura howled, forming a blade momentum that spread around. Slash! Accompanied by a loud shout, the massive blade aura surged forth like a white ribbon, slashing toward the white ape's head and body. This strike contained terrifying killing intent, carrying an unstoppable sharpness. It seemed capable of cleaving the heavens and tearing the earth apart, annihilating the firmament. With a blade passed, even the void twisted, and due to its speed, it emitted a shrill sonic boom. Finally, the knife struck accurately at the white ape's head. However, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Chu Mo's strike, although it hit accurately, only created a wound less than a meter wide on the white ape's head. Moreover, the wound was not deep, merely oozing a bit of blood before it slowly healed, disappearing in no time. "And you have successfully enraged me." The white ape's roar echoed across the land. Although Chu Mo's strike did not inflict substantial harm, as a level 5 fierce beast, its life level was already different. Being wounded by a mere ant was an incredible humiliation. It raised its arms, and the flames that had been swirling around its body suddenly surged, quickly spreading to a radius of 100 meters. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying flames seemed to burn the air itself, carrying a scorching and deadly aura. Not good. A sense of alarm surged in Chu Mo's heart. Without any hesitation, he activated his spatial talent and instantly entered the void, reappearing 100 meters away. Not daring to linger, he activated his spatial talent again, moving another 100 meters away before finally stopping. Looking at the sea of flames covering a 100-meter radius, Chu Mo's expression turned serious. Terrifying. He had almost been contaminated just now. If he touched those flames, he would likely be severely injured or even die. Chu Mo felt a sense of relief. At this moment, the white ape saw that Chu Mo had not been burned to death by its flames, and the killing intent in its eyes became even more violent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the flames were pulled back into its body, then condensed into fiery whips or fiery arrows, sweeping toward Chu Mo like a torrential storm. Each one was as fast as lightning. Each one contained terrifying power. Even a martial master would die if hit. He must avoid them. Chu Mo's eyes narrowed, activating his wind, a tribute talent, channeling his blood and energy to the utmost. With a 15-fold speed boost, he had already reached 10 times the speed of sound as a martial artist. In this moment, he continuously executed his movement technique, dodging one deadly threat after another. The fire chains or arrows that he evaded struck the ground, burning it to cracks and leaving hundreds of meters-long pits. Watching such terrifying power, all the onlooking martial artists, even masters, felt their scalps go numb and their backs break out in cold sweat. Such a terrifying beast was simply not something humans could defeat. Many were shaken to the core. Chun Shi-wei, with her pretty face pale, gripped her sword tightly, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Chun Shi-wei, despite being a so-called genius, at this moment, couldn't even help him. She felt guilty, but more so, she was worried about Chu Mo. This can't go on. After dodging for a while, Chu Mo noticed that his blood and energy were depleting too much. If this continued, he would be defeated. He needed to counterattack. He kept striking, trying to grasp the glimmer of inspiration he had previously captured. If he could comprehend it, perhaps he could pose a threat to this fierce beast. With this in mind, Chu Mo gave up on dodging and began to use his spatial talent. Charging toward the white ape, he continuously struck at the white ape. "You little insect, you can't hurt me at all." Seeing Chu Mo daring to attack it without even dodging, the white ape thought he was merely struggling before death. It kept swinging its fiery whips toward Chu Mo, and while it hadn't hit yet, it believed this insect couldn't hold on much longer. Chu Mo certainly knew the white ape's thoughts. However, he didn't care. At this moment, he relied on his spatial talent to dodge while continuously attacking the white ape. His mind raced, consciously mimicking that glimmer of inspiration with each strike. In the life and death battle, Chu Mo's brain became rapidly active. The originally weak glimmer of inspiration gradually expanded. In the end, Chu Mo was even able to grasp it and, imperceptibly, integrate it into his knife. As the white ape continued to attack Chu Mo, it suddenly felt a unique aura emanating from this tiny human. For some reason, this aura made it feel a hint of unease. Kill this detestable insect quickly. It thought to itself and planned to fully control the flames to burn it to death. However, just as this thought arose, suddenly, a faint sound of a knife ringing echoed unexpectedly in the arena. Chapter 73. Comprehending the intent of the blade. Slaying the white ape. This knife sound was very weak. Initially, it wasn't very clear, but in the next moment, it suddenly rose sharply. After a few breaths, it converged like a howling wind and crashing waves, deafening, with an indescribable sharpness that pierced everyone's eardrums painfully. This sound, as a fifth-level fierce beast, the flame white ape, with awakened intelligence, felt something was off the moment it heard the sound. It wasn't just because of the unease in its heart. More importantly, the sound of the knife ringing did not come from Chu Mo's knife, but from within its own body. It was as if, at that moment, its body was a divine knife, slowly being drawn out of its sheath. Such a phenomenon exceeded the flame white ape's understanding. It didn't know what was happening, but it clearly saw that every time the battle knife in Chu Mo's hand swung, the sharpness emanating from his eyes intensified. The knife-ringing sound from within its body also grew sharper and more piercing, and the fierce and terrifying aura brought by that knife became denser with each passing moment. This humble ant was actually comprehending the path at such a time. This was impossible. An unprecedented chill surged in its heart. Clearly, The human in front of it was just as small, and it didn't take seriously, yet time and again, he surprised it. More importantly, at this moment, the white ape's heart suddenly gave birth to a feeling, an unprecedented feeling. If this knife ringing continued, today it would surely become the soul under this person's blade. D. With this thought, its pupils widened in fury, its arms raised high, engulfed in terrifying flames, crashing down. Due to the immense speed and power, the sound explosion that just occurred was quickly consumed by the flames. The air let out a sharp whistle, and the void slightly twisted. Chu Mo remained in this posture, unmoving, because at this moment his consciousness entered a wondrous world. To be precise, it was the world of the blade. In this world, there is an endless stream of knife energy, as if it could tear apart everything, continuously converging towards his consciousness. In an instant, Chu Mo felt his soul tremble violently, blood and chi instinctively circulating, his essence and spirit gathering as one, with his primal force surging within, as if an infinite power was brewing. In a flash, he awakened. The previous comprehension of the path had only lasted a moment. At this moment, the white ape's arms were still in the midst of crashing down. The terrifying power, even before it struck, had already begun to crack and sink the ground beneath him. But Chu Mo seemed oblivious. He merely extended his finger and gently flicked the blade of the battle knife in his hand. Clang! A clear knife ringing echoed. The next moment, within a radius of several hundred feet, whether on the base's walls or inside the base, all the warriors wielding knives felt their blades tremble slightly in their hands. It was as if they were in awe, or perhaps in worship. This left many puzzled. What were these knives worshipping? Their doubts were soon answered. Hum, hum, hum. Within a radius of several hundred feet, all the knives in people's hands began to tremble and ring. First slowly, then violently. First a low murmur, then a high pitch. When these knife sounds trembled violently enough, and the sound became high enough, they gradually converged, finally transforming into a thunderous knife, ringing that shook heaven and earth. At that moment, the white ape's arms finally crashed down. Clang! Like the sound of spring thunder, or the collapse of Mount Tai. A deafening knife ringing suddenly resonated from Chu Mo's body. The next moment, his slightly bent body sprang up like a spring, unleashing a teleportation, suddenly traversing into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the giant ape's head. Suddenly, a flash of knife energy appeared, stirring the winds and clouds, howling out. Whoosh! The surrounding raindrops that were falling and the soft breeze were all dispersed at that moment by the knife energy. The rainwater within 100 feet was lifted, and mud soared into the sky, blocking the vision of everyone around. At this moment, everyone lost their focus. Just then, a flash of knife light abruptly surged into everyone's view, like a ray of light splitting the heavens, bursting forth. This knife energy seemed to steal the brilliance of heaven and earth. At its appearance, the entire world dimmed in that instant, leaving only this flash of knife light bright. The dark clouds began to disperse. The wind and rain gradually diminished. Under this knife energy that stole the brilliance of heaven and earth, even the flame-white ape revealed a look of shock, even unable to help but cry out in alarm. This is impossible. The roar echoed through heaven and earth. Anyone could hear the fear, dread, shock, disbelief, and incredulity in that roar. It was actually terrified. It was actually terrified. A fierce beast with such terrifying ferocity was actually afraid of the knife that Chu Mo had struck. This thought emerged in the hearts of all the onlooking humans. They had never faced the sharpness of this knife energy, so they naturally didn't know what kind of threat the white ape was facing at that moment. Facing this strike containing the intent of the blade, the previously full confidence had now completely vanished. What replaced it was infinite terror and unwillingness. No! The flame-white ape looked at this knife so close, its eyes widened in horror, letting out a terrified roar. But what use was that? It simply couldn't dodge, only able to watch as the knife fell. Thud! The knife finally landed on the flame-white ape's neck. The defense that had previously been impenetrable to Chu Mo was now torn apart like a withered tree, the terrifying knife energy instantly driving straight in, directly cutting through the throat bone, with a large amount of blood pouring out. Roar. Such a terrifying blow made the flame white ape's body tremble violently, the intense pain in its neck causing it to let out a wretched scream. Hiss. This senior actually hurt the flame white ape. This was a 5th-level fierce beast, an existence comparable to the guardians of the Four Corners. Shunjin and several other masters were shocked to the extreme, their eyes wide with horror. A cut to the neck is a fatal injury for other fierce beasts and warriors. But for a 5th-level fierce beast, it was merely a serious injury, not necessarily fatal. But it was enough to threaten the flame white ape and make it feel the breath of death. Human, you shall die. You shall die. The flame white ape roared, completely going berserk. In its words, besides anger, there was also a trace of barely detectable fear. At this moment, infinite flames erupted from within it, crashing down like a rain of meteors, enveloping a radius of over 1,000 meters, crazily attacking everything around. Anyone hit would be turned to ashes. But Chu Mo did not dodge. He held the battle knife and directly circled around the white ape's neck. Slash! The sharp and fierce knife energy completely severed the terrifying white ape's neck, extinguishing all life. The white ape's roar abruptly stopped. The flames surrounding it were also extinguished in an instant. In the eyes of all who found it hard to believe, a massive circular wound appeared on the flame white ape's neck, an endless stream of blood gushing out, and then its body and head slowly separated. Finally, boom! Accompanied by a dull sound, the enormous head fell to the ground. The headless body crashed down with a loud thud, shattering the ground. A 5th-level ferocious beast. The flame white ape. Just like that, it died completely in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 74. I am your fiancé. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent. A deathly stillness. Whether human or beast, everyone stared at the fallen corpse, completely stunned. Especially the ferocious beasts. For them, the flame white ape, as a 5th-level ferocious beast, instilled a fear that came from the depths of their souls due to its bloodline suppression. And now, their seemingly invincible leader had died. Died right in front of them. Roar. A surviving 4th-level ferocious beast suddenly let out a mournful cry, then turned and ran in the opposite direction of the base without looking back. The other ferocious beasts also awakened and frantically turned to flee. What started as a localized panic gradually spread to all, until finally, all the ferocious beasts began a full-scale rout. Did we win? Standing on the wall, watching the ferocious beasts scatter and flee, everyone felt an unreal sensation in their hearts. They won. They truly won. After repeatedly confirming the reality before their eyes, joy surged within them, and the exhilaration of surviving made them cheer from the depths of their hearts. We won. We won. The ferocious beasts were driven back by us. We defended the base. Everyone cried tears of joy. But amidst the cheers, they did not forget the man who stepped up in the moment of crisis and saved them all. The God of War. Someone suddenly shouted passionately. The next moment, God of War, God of War, God of War. More and more people joined in unison, initially with a small and somewhat chaotic voice. As the shouting continued, the voices became more organized and louder. In the end, it merged into one, soaring straight to the sky. It was now morning. The sky brightened, and the dawn glow rose in the distance from the east, casting countless rays of light down, enveloping the Luyang base that had just experienced a fierce battle, as if draping it with a veil. Dim and tranquil, Chu Mo stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the dawn glow in the east, his black hair fluttering in the wind. Before him was the massive body of the flame white ape. Countless people, amidst their loud cheers, turned their gaze to Chu Mo, their eyes filled with reverence. Listening to the deafening shouts around him, Chu Mo couldn't help but smile. Turning his head, he searched through the crowd. Soon, he spotted a tall and graceful young girl. She stood on the crumbling wall, holding a sword in her hand, her face smeared with the blood of battle, yet could not conceal her clear and ethereal beauty. The rising sunlight enveloped her, as if covered with a beautiful filter. At this moment, their eyes met. The girl suddenly smiled, like 100 flowers blooming, as if the world brightened a little in that instant. It had been a day since the beast tide was defeated. After the rain, the sky cleared. The residents and warriors in the base were engaged in post-disaster rebuilding work. This beast tide had nearly destroyed the Luyang base, causing heavy losses. But fortunately, the base still stood and people were alive. As long as people were alive, all losses could be slowly recovered. Now, the entire base was bustling with activity. Ordinary people collected corpses, repaired houses, and mended the city walls. Warriors treated the injured, collected the corpses of ferocious beasts, and wrapped things up. In short, there were countless matters to attend to. However, these did not concern Chu Mo. After slaying the flame white ape, Chu Mo returned to his home to enter seclusion and recuperate. The battle with the flame white ape had exhausted him completely, depleting all his vitality and energy, nearly causing him to faint. He slept for several days before finally waking up. After practicing a set of body strengthening techniques, Chu Mo felt that his vitality and energy had returned to peak condition, with an unprecedented strength within him. Indeed, life and death battles can indeed lead to rapid progress for warriors. Originally, he was only at the level of comprehending the knife's momentum, but in the midst of the battle, he touched the threshold of the knife's intent, and ultimately, through the fight with the flame white ape, he truly stepped into the realm of knife intent. It was truly a great harvest. Knife intent is the will of the knife. Only by refining the knife's momentum to the extreme can one form knife intent. According to Mo Shanshan, once one comprehends knife intent, the knife can unleash an intent that envelopes, making it impossible for opponents to avoid, to the point where ordinary swordsmen might not even be able to draw their swords. Its terrifying power is self-evident. For many swordsmen who have comprehended knife momentum, knife intent is almost an insurmountable chasm. Some people spend their entire lives exploring, yet cannot grasp even a hint. Yet Chu Mo had already comprehended a trace of knife intent. Even if it was still very weak, at least he had successfully crossed over. For those who can never cross over in their lifetime, this is already a future filled with countless brightness. With such thoughts, a smile unconsciously appeared on Chu Mo's face. Just as he was thinking this, the door suddenly creaked open. A graceful figure walked in. "You're awake?" Chen Shiwei brought in a bowl of meat soup, softly saying, "Shiwei, I." Seeing Chen Shiwei enter, Chu Mo wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to explain. "You don't need to explain to me. Everyone has their own secrets." Chen Shiwei smiled, handing the meat soup to Chu Mo, saying, "Eat it while it's hot." Such an attitude left Chu Mo momentarily stunned. He had thought Chen Shiwei would question him, but who would have thought she would say such words, catching him off guard? He couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you angry? Aren't you curious why I hid this from you?" "I don't need to be angry about such things." Chen Shiwei shook her head. "It's just that when I saw you fighting with a 5th-level ferocious beast, I was really worried. After all, you are my fiancé, and I am your fiancée." At this point, a rare blush appeared on her cool face. "In the future, if anything happens, you can tell me. Although my strength is not as good as yours, we will become a family." As she said this, although her face was flushed, she stubbornly raised her head, her gaze fixed on Chu Mo's eyes. Hearing this, Chu Mo was silent for a moment. Then, he looked into Chen Shiwei's eyes and solemnly said, "Don't worry, I won't do this again." Upon hearing this, a serene smile appeared on Chen Shiwei's face. Under such a smile, the world seemed to lose its color. "I still need to cultivate, so I'll head out first. Remember to finish the meat soup." After chatting for a while, Chen Shiwei was about to go out to cultivate. Chu Mo naturally did not refuse. However, just before Chen Shiwei left, he called out, "Wait." Chu Mo took out 2 jade bottles and handed them to Chen Shiwei. "These are," she showed a puzzled expression, 10,000-year spiritual marrow and mysterious element jade marrow, a gift for you. Chu Mo said, "This?" Chen Shiwei's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She had certainly heard of the names of 10,000-year spiritual marrow and mysterious element jade marrow. Both were extremely precious. The former is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, capable of washing the marrow and enhancing a warrior's innate physique. At one point, she wanted to find a way to help Chu Mo reconstruct his innate physique and had even considered the idea of using 10,000-year spiritual marrow. However, this item was too rare and she could never obtain it. Therefore, she had never dared to dream of getting this thing. The latter, even more so, could break the physical limits of warriors, being an extremely rare treasure. These two items, if they were to be spread, would drive anyone crazy. But now, Chu Mo took them out and placed them in front of him. Looking at these two rare treasures, Chen Shiwei showed a touched expression. After a moment, she silently picked them up and nodded at Chu Mo before turning to leave. There were no words of thanks or anything else. However, after seeing this, Chu Mo revealed a smile. Chapter 75, A New Round of Gathering. Back in her room, Chen Shiwei looked at the eternal spirit essence and the mysterious origin jade essence in her hands, her mind filled with chaotic thoughts. She recalled a long time ago when she was still a little girl with pigtails, very shy, and always hiding behind her parents when she saw strangers. Too afraid to say hello. Perhaps because of her personality, she had no friends growing up. Until one day, she followed her parents to visit Chu Mo's house. The boy appeared in front of her. "What's your name?" he asked. At that time, she was quite shy and stepped back a little. Sensing her fear, Chen Shiwei remembered clearly that Chu Mo offered her a fruit in his hand. "This is an apple. I'm giving it to you. Can you say something to me?" Chen Shiwei actually didn't like apples. But looking at Chu Mo, trying so hard to please her, she unexpectedly took the apple without hesitation and took a bite. The apple tasted delicious, better than any apple she had eaten before. So she nodded and said, "The apple is very sweet. Thank you. My name is Chen Shiwei." "Oh, so you are Chen Shiwei." The little boy Chu Mo was very happy and said with anticipation, "My name is Chu Mo. My mom said you will marry me in the future." "Chen Shiwei, since you ate my apple and told me your name, will you marry me in the future?" As children, they had no idea what marriage meant. They just thought that since their parents said so, it meant they would become good friends. Therefore, Chen Shiwei hesitated for a moment and extended her hand, nodding seriously, "Okay, but you have to promise me that when we grow up, you can only marry me. And also, you have to protect me and become the strongest person in the world. Only then will I be willing to marry you." This was the story of their first encounter. It wasn't overly dramatic, nor was it complicated, even slightly plain. But Chen Shiwei remembered it vividly and had not forgotten it to this day. However, after so much time, some details were no longer clear to her. For example, that apple. It wasn't actually sweet, nor was it crunchy. It was even a bit sour. But to this day, whenever Chen Shiwei thinks of it, she believes that the apple must have been sweet. She thought for a moment and then understood that it wasn't the apple that was sweet, but that boy. Because of this, after their parents both passed away, even when faced with Chu Mo's unreasonable behavior over the years, Chen Shiwei, though heartbroken, still stayed by Chu Mo's side. It was simply because she had never forgotten that childhood promise. Past events came rushing back to her, and the various emotions surged in her heart before receding like a tide. Chu Mo's endless misunderstandings had exhausted Chen Shiwei. Fortunately, he finally changed his temperament, and he became a powerful warrior. Young girls often have crushes. Who doesn't admire heroes? Chen Shiwei didn't know if Chu Mo still remembered their childhood promise. But recalling Chu Mo's towering figure facing a level 5 beast, her eyes gradually blurred, and she murmured, "Chu Mo, you are still protecting me after all." The beast tide situation gradually calmed down, and the residents' lives returned to normal. However, for many major forces in the Luoyang base, although the beast tide had passed, there was still a significant matter before them that they had to address. Visiting Chu Mo. During the beast tide, Chu Mo single-handedly killed countless level 4 beasts, and then turned the tide by publicly defeating a level 5 beast, making him virtually invincible in the Luoyang base. Such a powerful warrior naturally needed to be befriended. Many major forces brought heavy gifts, hoping to meet Chu Mo. It wasn't about coercion. No force in the entire base had the qualifications to coerce Chu Mo. It was mainly about building good relations. After all, the beast tide had caused many forces to suffer setbacks, and the high-ranking officials of the Luoyang base were bound to experience a significant reshuffle. Who could occupy greater power, and who would completely fall to the second tier, all needed Chu Mo's approval. Therefore, these forces naturally hoped to win some favor from Chu Mo and gain his support. However, what no one expected was that Chu Mo actually shut the door on them. Even Master Shinjin, as Chu Mo's fiancée's teacher, was met with a closed door. Just when everyone was anxious, Chun Shiwei came out to announce a piece of news. Chu Mo would not interfere in the operation of the Luoyang base and only wanted to focus on his training, unwilling to be disturbed by outsiders. This news surprised all the forces, but upon reflection, it seemed very reasonable. Up to now, Chu Mo was only a martial master, and several masters realized this afterward. But a martial master possessing the strength to kill level 5 beasts was enough to demonstrate Chu Mo's extraordinary talent and qualifications. Such a prodigy would undoubtedly aim for the peak of martial arts. How could he be entangled in worldly interests? After realizing this, many forces held Chu Mo in even higher regard. At the same time, they secretly conveyed orders that their family warriors must not provoke Chu Mo, especially those with spoiled sons, who were all sternly warned. As Chu Mo's fiancée, she naturally became one of the most untouchable people in the base. Even masters, when meeting her, were very respectful. Under such circumstances, Chu Mo continued to train in the base as he had before the beast tide. The only difference was that previously only a few people knew him, but now, wherever he went, everyone would respectfully call out, "Master Chu." Chu Mo didn't care much. Every day, he traveled between home and the martial arts building, improving his skills. Occasionally, when Chun Shiwei returned, they would talk, chat, and discuss their insights into martial arts training. In this environment, their relationship progressed rapidly and became increasingly close. As the days went by, more than 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. One day, it was the day for Chu Mo's gathering skill to refresh. He could start another gathering. Inside the martial arts building, Chu Mo took out the corpse of the flame white ape from his spatial storage. After its death, the beast's body continued to shrink, eventually down to 10 meters, and was stored in his spatial storage. In a vast, quiet room, the corpse of the flame white ape lay on the floor. Although it had been dead for many days, it still exuded a heavy pressure. If an ordinary person or even a martial apprentice were to stand before it, they would likely be too intimidated to rise. This was the terror of a level 5 beast, and compared to level 4 beasts, it was a complete transformation. No longer a mundane wild animal. Shaking his head, Chu Mo dispelled these thoughts from his mind. He extended his hand and silently chanted, "Gather." Chapter 76, Fusion of Top Fire Attribute Talent. 5 Elements Power. Gathering successful. Acquired Top Fire Attribute Talent. Gathering successful. Acquired Flame White Ape's Innate Divine Ability. Swift Fire Shocking Mountain Fist. Gathering successful. Obtain the blood of the Flame White Ape Beast. After 3 consecutive collections, all the resources from the Flame White Ape were gathered. Fusion. Without any hesitation, Chu Mo silently recited in his heart. First was the top-tier fire tribute talent, and the fusion brought some pain to Chu Mo, but he was more than willing to endure this pain, because with each fusion, his strength would increase. Soon, the fusion was complete. He immediately checked his information. Target, Chu Mo, physique, extraordinary indestructible thunder body, talent, top-tier fire, attribute talent. Advanced swordsmanship training talent, medium wind attribute talent, medium earth attribute talent, low-level space talent. Looking at these talents and physique, Chu Mo smiled. Then he immediately took the skill book transformed from the Swift Fire Mountain shaking fist and slapped it onto his head. In the next moment, the whole book shattered with a loud bang, turning into dots of light that entered Chu Mo's mind. All the techniques of this set of fist techniques were thus learned by him. The Swift Fire Mountain shaking fist is comparable to silver-level martial skills. As long as one can master it, it can triple one's power. The specific power depends on the martial artist's strength and fire attribute talent. The greater the strength and fire attribute talent, the greater the power displayed. The mysteries of this set of fist techniques flowed through his mind, and Chu Mo softly said. He had a deep impression of this fist technique. When the flame white ape used it, its arms smashed down, wrapped in terrifying flames that could burn even the air to ashes. After smashing down, it cracked and dented the ground for hundreds of meters around. The power was extremely terrifying. Let us see what kind of power I can unleash. Chu Mo was quite looking forward to it. Since he couldn't unleash it in the quiet room, he went directly outside the base, in front of an open space. This is it. Chu Mo stood firm. mobilizing the blood and energy in his body while activating his fire attribute talent to execute the swift fire mountain shaking fist. In an instant, a ball of flame surrounded Chu Mo, and a scorching aura spread within a 100-meter radius. Nearby trees, being in such a fiery environment, had their moisture rapidly evaporating, and soon they withered. Even the soil and rocks beneath him couldn't withstand such scorching heat, crumbling into powder. This was just the momentum. What would happen when the fist technique was unleashed? Thinking this, Chu Mo suddenly opened his eyes wide, raised his right arm violently, and then struck out fiercely. Boom! A punch was thrown, accompanied by a violent sonic boom. The air let out a sharp whistle, and then landed on a patch of ground dozens of meters away. In an instant, the ground cracked, ancient trees shattered, and countless flying dust filled the sky. Boom! 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 The terrifying force generated a violent shockwave that swept out. In the gale, Chu Mo's robe fluttered wildly. Moments later, as the dust settled, he looked up to see that the place where his punch landed had created a huge pit in a radius of dozens of meters. With the ground cracked and all the trees and rocks turned to ash. Terrifying. No wonder it is the innate divine ability of a level 5 fierce beast. It is truly frightening. Looking at such destructive power, Chu Mo couldn't help but feel secretly amazed. Although the power of the punch he threw was still not as great as that of the flame-white ape, it was already quite formidable. Chu Mo was very satisfied. Now, I have talents in earth, wind, and fire attributes. Plus, I have comprehended the sword intent. My strength is already not weak. The only thing lacking is the foundational realm. Therefore, the next step is to cultivate crazily and strive to quickly elevate my realm. Chu Mo planned to devote himself to closed-door cultivation. Of course, before closing the door, he didn't forget to have the golden-winged rock wander outside the base to help him keep an eye out for water, wood, and metal attribute fierce beasts. He wanted to gather all 5 elemental attribute talents to see if it would bring about a deeper transformation in his strength. In the quiet room of the martial arts building, Chu Mo practiced the energy refining method, beginning to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to temper his body. Previously, when discussing martial arts insights with Shi Wei, she had heard from Din Shen that martial artists above the master level generally measure strength in terms of elephants. This elephant is not an ordinary elephant, but a kind of ancient giant elephant, said to have a physical strength of 1,000,000 pounds. Therefore, martial artists above the master level use the elephant as a unit of strength. One elephant of strength represents 1,000,000 pounds. After all, as cultivation deepens, if they still use pounds, it would sound quite bizarre when it reached tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of pounds. The elephant strength is a much simpler way to express it. At this moment, Chu Mo thought to himself, an ordinary martial artist can reach the limit with 2 elephants of strength and can attempt to break through to the master realm. I broke the physical limit when I was a martial artist, entering the martial artist realm with 1 elephant of strength. To reach the martial master limit, I need at least 10 elephants of strength. Currently, I already possess nearly 2 elephants of strength, and according to my talent, it will take at least a year and a half to reach the martial master limit and enter the master realm. This speed, if applied to others, would be considered astonishingly fast. But Chu Mo was still not satisfied. Thinking this, he took out a vial of fierce beast blood from his spatial storage. This vial of fierce beast blood was different from ordinary fierce beast blood. It emitted a golden sheen and felt incredibly heavy. It was the essence blood from the level 5 fierce beast, flame white ape. When a fierce beast reaches level 5, its life level undergoes a transformation, and its blood begins to show a golden color, being extremely heavy. It is said that top-tier fierce beasts can have a single drop of blood weighing 1,000 pounds. Although this vial of level 5 fierce beast essence blood in Chu Mo's hand was not that terrifying, it was still nearly 100 pounds. Previously, a vial of level 4 fierce beast essence blood took me 6 days to refine completely, increasing my strength by 500,000 pounds. What kind of increase can this level 5 fierce beast essence blood provide me? Chu Mo was quite looking forward to it. He took a gulp. In an instant, terrifying and violent energy surged into his body, spreading through his limbs and bones as if it would burst his body apart. Chu Mo dared not be negligent and quickly practiced the body refining method to start absorbing it. Time flowed swiftly. Each day, Chu Mo could feel his strength rapidly increasing. Before long, 20 days had passed. This day, Chu Mo slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint suddenly flashing in his gaze. The essence blood of the level 5 fierce beast indeed had extraordinary effects. Standing up, he clenched his fists, feeling the multiplied strength within him. A satisfied smile appeared on Chu Mo's face. After 20 days in close cultivation, under the enhancement of the level 5 fierce beast essence blood, his vitality had increased by a full 3 elephants of strength. In other words, Chu Mo now possessed 5 elephants of strength, and only 5 more were needed to reach the Master Realm. But at this moment, Chu Mo had already run out of fierce beast blood. With his current strength, fierce beasts below level 3 were ineffective against him. Only blood from level 4 or above fierce beasts could significantly enhance his strength. Previously, obtaining level 4 fierce beast blood in the Luoyang base was somewhat difficult. However, fortunately, during the previous beast tide, Chu Mo killed quite a few level 4 fierce beasts, and their corpses were stored in the Jade Tower, waiting for him to claim. Thinking this, Chu Mo left the martial arts building, preparing to head to the Jade Tower to collect fierce beast blood. But at that moment, he suddenly received a message from the Tianpeng. Master, I have discovered a level 4 superior wood attribute fierce beast. Chapter 77. The treasure-hunting bird acknowledges its master after receiving the news. Chu Mo immediately went outside the base and had Tianpeng take him to the location where the 4th level wood attribute beast was discovered. The wood attribute beast resided deep within a vast primitive forest, rarely showing itself. If it weren't for my keen eyesight, it would have been difficult to find. On the way, Tianpeng was still trying to take credit. I know your contribution is great. Once we successfully kill this beast, I'll give you its corpse so you can enhance your strength. Chu Mo smiled and replied, Thank you, Master. Tianpeng was thrilled to hear this. Ever since the beast tide passed, many beasts had died, allowing Tianpeng to eat a lot of beast corpses. His strength had rapidly recovered to the peak of the 3rd level, and he was not far from the 4th level. If he could consume the flesh and blood of this 4th level beast, he might even reach the 4th level. Thinking of this, Tianpeng flapped his wings with even more effort, heading toward the target. The wood attribute beast was called the Qingmu pig, and the primitive forest where it lived was over 10,000 miles away from the Luoyang base, quite far. However, with the speed of the golden-winged roc, they reached their destination quickly. Half an hour later, Chu Mo and Tianpeng arrived in the primitive forest. Towering trees stood all around, robust and thick, with diameters reaching over 10 meters and heights soaring to hundreds of meters, creating a canopy that blocked out the sun. Chu Mo instructed Tianpeng to fly above and help search, while he entered the dense forest, spreading his mental power and spatial perception to search carefully. However, after several days of searching, he still had not found any trace of the beast. Chu Mo was not anxious. The Qingmu pig was not very aggressive. It was somewhat lazy, preferring to sleep whenever it found a new nest. It would only come out to hunt if it was extremely hungry. Therefore, Chu Mo had long prepared himself for a lengthy search. Just then, his mental power suddenly sensed that not far ahead, 2 beasts were fighting. Additionally, he could faintly hear some bird calls and pig grunts. Could it be? Chu Mo's heart stirred, and he quickly moved toward the direction of the fight. Before long, he saw a massive green hedgehog, about 3 meters in size, lying at the entrance of a hidden cave, while a small purple bird, no more than a foot long, was pecking at the Qingmu pig with its sharp beak. Although this little bird was small, its beak was quite sharp. Each time it pecked, it left a deep wound on the Qingmu pig, causing it to grunt in pain. However, to Chu Mo's surprise, after grunting, the Qingmu pig completely ignored the little bird, rolled over, and continued to sleep, while its wounds rapidly healed. With such terrifying recovery power, there was no doubt that this Qingmu pig was indeed his target. At that moment, however, Chu Mo's attention was fully on the little bird. The bird was entirely purple, with a tuft of black hair on its forehead, looking quite silly. It was actually a treasure-hunting bird. As the name suggests, The treasure-hunting bird can search for treasures. Despite its ordinary name, this beast is extremely sensitive to treasures. As long as there are valuable items within a certain range, it can sense them, and it can detect the most valuable treasures first. Treasure-hunting birds are rare, and many people go their whole lives without even seeing one. Chu Mo had only seen some records about them in the Academy's records of rare beasts, and it was said that since records began, they had appeared no more than 10 times. I never expected to encounter such a beast. Even Chu Mo couldn't help but show a hint of excitement on his face. If he could capture this treasure-hunting bird, he would be able to quickly find treasures when exploring secret realms and forbidden places in the future. Thinking of this, Chu Mo immediately instructed Tian Peng, deal with the Qingmu pig. If you can kill it, go ahead. If not, just hold it off while I capture this treasure-hunting bird. Then I'll come to help you. Rest assured, master, a mere Qingmu pig is no match for me, Tian Peng said confidently. This was not arrogance. Although Tian Peng was only a peak third-level beast, he had cultivated for over 1,000 years in the secret realm and possessed the bloodline of the golden-winged rock, giving him a solid foundation. Even a fourth-level beast would not be his opponent. As for the clumsy and weak Qingmu pig, it was not even worth his attention. With that, Tian Peng let out a proud cry and dove from the sky, aiming for the Qingmu pig. At the same time, Chu Mo activated his wind attribute talent and approached the treasure-hunting bird. The two beasts, one playing and the other sleeping, suddenly sensed danger. The Qingmu pig stood up with a grunt, while the treasure-hunting bird flapped its wings, trying to escape. However, a hand suddenly reached out, so fast that the treasure-hunting bird had no time to react. By the time it realized what was happening, it found itself firmly grasped, unable to move. Chirp! The treasure-hunting bird struggled, but it was completely still. It then pecked at Chu Mo's wrist with its sharp beak, trying to make him loosen his grip. The treasure-hunting bird was only a second-level beast, with low strength, and its beak was the only part with the power to break stone. But when its beak struck Chu Mo's hand, it did not create a large hole. Instead, it made a dull sound, as if it had pecked something hard, and the strong recoil made it feel like its beak was about to break. Its little head became dizzy from the impact. Chu Mo had the Earth attribute talent, granting him a 15-fold defense enhancement. Even a fourth-level beast would find it hard to break through his defenses, let alone a second-level treasure-hunting bird. Little fellow, are you willing to submit to me? Seeing the silly appearance of the treasure-hunting bird, Chu Mo chuckled inwardly, maintaining a calm expression as he spoke. Chirp! The treasure-hunting bird chirped, flapping its wings as if it would rather die than submit. But Chu Mo was unhesitant, tightening his grip as if he intended to crush it. According to the records, the treasure-hunting bird was fearful of death, and as long as its life was threatened, it would immediately obey, making it one of the easiest beasts to become a pet. At this moment, the powerful force made the treasure-hunting bird feel its body creaking, as if it might be crushed. Under the threat of death, the treasure-hunting bird finally softened. Without a second thought, a faint bird-shaped shadow appeared above its head. This was a fragment of its soul. Chu Mo absorbed this fragment of soul directly, then felt a connection formed between him and the treasure-hunting bird. This meant the soul contract was complete. From now on, this treasure-hunting bird would be under his control, just like Tian Peng. Chapter 78. Two beasts compete for affection. The purple-gold sacred lotus master. At the moment the contract was signed, a clear and melodious girl's voice echoed in Chu Mo's mind, very pleasant to hear. However, the tone was obviously low. Clearly, the treasure-hunting bird felt some resentment about being forcibly acknowledged by Chu Mo. Chu Mo paid no mind to its tone and smiled, saying, I didn't expect you to be a female. Of course, in our treasure-hunting bird clan, only females possess the treasure-hunting talent. The treasure-hunting bird replied proudly. Since you have become my beast pet, let me give you a name, Chu Mo said. Sure. The treasure-hunting bird was very eager. Chu Mo looked at the treasure-seeking bird and pondered for a moment before saying, You have purple feathers all over your body, with only a strand of black fluff on your forehead. Since that's the case, I'll call you A-Dai. What do you think? That's too ugly. No. The treasure-seeking bird shouted in Chu Mo's mind. Thus, it was happily decided that it would be called A-Dai from now on. Chu Mo ignored the treasure-seeking bird's protests and made his decision. He then shifted his gaze to the green wood pig nearby. At this moment, the fierce beast was covered in wounds from Tianpeng's attacks. However, due to its wood attribute talent, its injuries would quickly heal, though it appeared quite battered on the outside. Truly worthy of its wood attribute talent, it was indeed formidable. Chu Mo secretly admired. Although Tianpeng was currently only a third-tier superior fierce beast, its foundation was incredibly solid, and it possessed the bloodline of the golden winged Dapeng, making its actual combat power definitely stronger than that of an ordinary fourth-tier fierce beast. If it were another fourth-tier fierce beast, it would have been slain by Tianpeng by now. Yet the greenwood pig still hadn't sustained significant injuries, which further demonstrated the strength of the wood attribute talent. Let me finish this quickly. Seeing the situation, Chu Mo realized that it would be difficult for Tianpeng to take it down in a short time, so he directly grabbed his battle knife and charged forward. As the energy and blood within him surged, he suddenly appeared in front of the green wood pig. Then, with a clang, accompanied by a sharp flash of the knife, it descended like a bolt from the blue. With a plop, the green wood pig, which was still grunting and resisting Tianpeng's attack, froze for a moment before crashing to the ground. A blood mark appeared on its neck, separating its head from its body. Due to the speed being too fast, not even blood flowed out. By the time the body separated, the knife aura quickly solidified the blood, so that until the greenwood pig died, no blood spurted out. This showcased Chu Mo's extraordinary knife skills. Master, you really didn't need help. I could have defeated it soon. Tianpeng couldn't help but say. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo hadn't spoken yet, but the treasure-seeking bird beside him began to chatter, and a voice appeared in Chu Mo's mind, bragging. If it weren't for the master, you wouldn't be able to kill this stupid pig in 3 days. The treasure-seeking bird couldn't speak yet, but since both beast pets had signed a soul contract with Chu Mo, they could hear each other's voices through him. It was akin to a soul communication. After hearing the treasure-seeking bird's mocking words, Tianpeng was very angry. Who are you to butt in? I'm the new beast pet of the master. The treasure-seeking bird flapped its wings and boasted. I'm a treasure-seeking bird, capable of helping the master find treasures. What can you do? I'm the master's assistant, able to help the master in battle. Tianpeng spread its wings, its golden feathers glinting coldly, quite intimidating. But the treasure-seeking bird merely scoffed. You can't even defeat a stupid pig, yet you say you can help the master. How embarrassing for such a big body. This statement made Tianpeng very angry, but the facts were laid out before him, leaving him at a loss for how to retort. Feeling stifled, he could only let out a cry to vent his frustration. See, this is the impotent rage of the weak. The treasure-seeking bird lifted its head, speaking smugly. Tianpeng turned its head away, ignoring her. However, deep down, it gritted its teeth, wishing it could tear this sharp-tongued little bird apart. All right, stop quarreling. Chu Mo intervened to mediate. From now on, you're both my beast pets, and you need to learn to unite and help each other. Yes, master. Yes, master. The two beast pets bowed their heads in compliance. But then they exchanged glances, each seeing in the other's eyes the implication that cooperating was simply impossible. Chu Mo didn't pay any more attention to the bickering between the two beasts. He directly approached the greenwood pig and stored it in his spatial storage. Since his collection talent would refresh in a few days, he planned to return to the base and collect later. Just as he was about to signal the two beasts to leave, the treasure-seeking bird flew onto Chu Mo's shoulder, chattering. Master, master, are you leaving here? Yes. We're going back to the base, Chu Mo replied. Master, I know there are some good treasures nearby. Do you want me to take you there? Treasures? Chu Mo's heart stirred. The treasure-seeking bird was precious precisely because of its special constitution, which made it naturally sensitive to treasures, allowing it to easily find many valuable items. Do you know where they are? Chu Mo asked, thinking of this. Of course I know, master. Let me take you there, the treasure-seeking bird said. Chu Mo naturally wouldn't refuse, so he said, all right, let us go take a look. Upon hearing this, the treasure-seeking bird gave a smug glance at the golden-winged Dapeng before flapping its wings to lead the way. Behind them, Tianpeng couldn't help but feel a sense of vigilance. This little brat bird, not only is it sharp-tongued, but it also has malicious intent. trying to use such means to win the master's favor. No way. I need to train harder. I can't let this brat bird surpass me. Otherwise, will it stand over me and pee in the future? Thinking of this, Tian Peng felt a tightness in its heart. Such a thing must never happen. It made up its mind that when the master returned to train, it could no longer slack off. It had to hunt continuously to quickly recover to a 4th tier or even 5th tier fierce beast. Under the guidance of the treasure-seeking bird-A-Die, Chu Mo sprinted all the way and soon arrived at a small valley. The valley was not large, but was very concealed. If it weren't for A-Die guiding the way, Chu Mo might have found it difficult to locate the entrance for a while. Once inside, he felt as if the view suddenly opened up, and a rich aura of vitality rushed toward him. "Master, it's right here." A-Dai's voice appeared in his mind. Without A-Dai having to say anything, Chu Mo knew he had arrived at his destination. After all, the vitality of heaven and earth was so dense that it easily gave rise to rare treasures. He began to search in the valley. Soon, he discovered a small pond before him. In the center of the pond, there was a lotus flower growing, surrounded by a golden mist that emitted a rich fragrance. "Is this the purple gold sacred lotus?" Upon seeing this lotus flower, Chu Mo immediately exclaimed. Chapter 79. Terrifying with attribute talent. Unity of spirit and flesh. The purple gold sacred lotus is a type of rare treasure. If a martial artist swallows it, it can lead to a transformation of the flesh. This transformation does not merely increase strength, but improves the genes of the muscles, making the martial artist's body and soul more harmonious. Its value is extremely high. Previously, when Chu Mo chatted with Mo Shanshan, he had heard her mention that in the Jinling Great Base, a lucky martial artist obtained a purple gold sacred lotus. And after bringing it back to the base for auction, it caused many major forces to rush to snatch it up, selling at a terrifying high price. Thinking of this, Chu Mo planned to pick it. However, he did not act immediately, but instead cautiously looked around. Generally, places where rare treasures are found are guarded by fierce beasts. Sure enough, just as Chu Mo pretended to walk to the edge of the pond, the originally calm water suddenly rippled, and in the next moment, a slender snake shot out, charging straight toward Chu Mo's face. Its speed was extremely swift, glowing with a golden light. A 4th tier fierce beast, the golden line snake. Chu Mo's eyes narrowed as he recognized the fierce beast. The golden line snake is not like other fierce beasts. As its level increases, its body does not grow larger, but rather smaller, making it more stealthy in its movements. Once it hits the enemy, it will quickly penetrate through the nostrils and ears into the opponent's body, draining all the energy and muscles in an extremely short time, leaving only an empty shell. The golden-striped snake in front of him was so swift that Chu Mo did not let his guard down. He directly used his spatial talent and suddenly appeared behind the golden-striped snake. The snake missed its attack and wanted to turn around to continue its assault, but there was no chance left. Wind attribute talent. Gale Thunderblade. He quickly unleashed it. With a sound of drawing the sword, a cold light cut through the sky, accurately slicing the golden-striped snake in half. But that was not the end. A terrifying blade intent erupted, and chaotic blade energy rampaged, shredding the golden-striped snake's body into countless pieces, which fell to the ground. After killing the golden-striped snake, Chu Mo let out a long breath. He sheathed his sword and flashed to the center of the pond. Looking at the purple gold holy lotus, he discovered that the lotus seeds in the pod were not yet ripe. The sign of maturity for the purple gold holy lotus is the emergence of a lotus seed that presents a purple gold color. However, the lotus seed in front of him was not yet fully ripe, still showing some white. However, according to Chu Mo's estimation, it shouldn't take long, at most 10 days, to fully mature. Then let us wait. This pond, which can nurture the purple gold holy lotus, also contains a type of natural essence, a great supplement that can refine the body while also gathering the Qingmu pig. Chu Mo thought to himself, the so-called natural essence is actually the result of energy condensing to the extreme and transforming into liquid. The vitality contained within is extremely rich. Otherwise, it would not be able to nurture a heavenly treasure like the purple gold holy lotus. Determined, Chu Mo jumped directly into the pond. opening every pore to absorb the energy from the pond and gradually increase his strength. 5 days later, the collection skills cooled down refreshed, and Chu Mo took out the Qingmu pig to begin gathering. Collection successful. Gained high-level wood attribute talent. Do you want to fuse? Fuse. Chu Mo did not hesitate for a moment and immediately began the fusion. Boom! This green light orb fused into Chu Mo's mind, and suddenly, a wave of pain surged as a mysterious substance transformed his body. Moments later, the sensation of pain washed over him like a tide. Standing up, Chu Mo immediately checked his information. Target: Chu Mo. Physique: extraordinary indestructible thunder body. Talent: top-tier fire attribute talent, high-level swordsmanship talent, high-level wood attribute talent, medium wind attribute talent, medium earth attribute talent, low-level space talent. After the fusion of the wood attribute talent, Chu Mo already understood the new ability he had gained. Active healing. Passive recovery. Once injured, he can consume energy to accelerate wound healing. At the same time, recovery is passive, but due to the wood attribute talent, it is also faster than ordinary martial artists. Let us test the effect. Chu Mo took out his battle knife, intending to make a small cut on his arm. However, due to his extremely strong physique, the battle knife couldn't cut through. In the end, Chu Mo had to use blade energy to achieve his goal. But then, Chu Mo noticed that the cut was healing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had completely returned to normal. What a terrifying effect. Zu Montag was deeply shocked. With such a wood attribute talent, in future battles with enemies, as long as he does not suffer fatal injuries, it would be almost impossible to harm him. However, to facilitate such rapid healing, energy support is required. Once the energy is exhausted, healing will cease to function. He would have to rely on the passive recovery effect of the wood attribute talent for gradual recovery. Even so, Chu Mo was very satisfied. The earth attribute's defensive enhancement, combined with the wood attribute's healing and recovery enhancement, greatly increased his survival capability. Of course, the most reliable approach is still to improve his strength. That is the most important thing. Closing the information, Chu Mo jumped back into the pond to increase his strength while waiting for the holy lotus to mature. Another 5 days passed. One day, while Chu Mo was absorbing the energy from the pond water, he suddenly felt a violent fluctuation of energy in the world, with countless energies sweeping towards him, infusing into the holy lotus. Under such terrifying energy nourishment, the last bit of white on the lotus seed in the pod disappeared. In its place was a complete purple-gold color. This meant that the lotus seed had finally matured. After waiting for so long, Chu Mo wasted no time and directly picked the lotus seed, then swallowed it whole. As soon as it entered his mouth, it transformed into a pure energy that spread throughout his limbs and bones. Immediately, Chu Mo felt a tingling sensation in his body. He could sense that the cells in his muscles were excitedly absorbing this energy and continuously metabolizing it. His skin and muscles were becoming flawless in this state. After an hour, the nourishing effect of the purple-gold lotus seed faded. Chu Mo also felt that his body had undergone some transformation. Although his defensive power did not increase, the essence of his body was improving, which felt like a transcendent transformation. It was as if his previous body was burdened by a heavy stone. But now that stone had been removed, and his body was completely free of all burdens, he felt incredibly light. His spirit, energy, and mind were also rounded and full. Could it be that this is the legendary unity of spirit and flesh? Chu Mo thought to himself. Chapter 80. Martial Artist from the Jinling Base. The so-called unity of spirit and flesh is the perfect integration of the body and soul. In the world, the soul is flawless. However, the body accumulates impurities due to the filth of the mortal world. After Chu Mo swallowed the purple-gold holy lotus, he refined all the muscles in his body, making his body incredibly light, as if he had unloaded a heavy stone. In fact, this is somewhat similar to the cleansing of marrow that martial disciples undergo when breaking through to the martial artist realm. However, this type of cleansing only roughly combs through the impurities in the body to reach a level where it is easier to absorb the world's energy. In contrast, The unity of spirit and flesh allows for internal observation. It enables martial artists to observe changes in their bodies and repair any damage, resulting in a clear mind and a body as perfect as white jade. Using the terminology of Buddhism and Taoism, it is a pure and flawless body. Thinking of this possibility, Chu Mo immediately began to circulate his energy, feeling that every muscle and cell was under his control, and the soul had a perfect grasp over the flesh. Indeed, it was the unity of spirit and flesh. Chu Mo clenched his fist, his face showing excitement. In addition, Chu Mo also felt that his strength had significantly increased. At least, he had gained the strength of an elephant. After estimating in his mind, Chu Mo reached this conclusion. He was very happy. A purple gold holy lotus not only allowed him to achieve the unity of spirit and flesh, but also enhanced his cultivation, saving him from several months of arduous training without consuming beast blood. It was truly a great opportunity. Good job, Adui. In his excitement, Chu Mo praised the treasure-hunting bird, Adui, and even took out a handful of spiritual rice from his spatial storage to throw to Adui. This was a treasure he obtained in the secret realm, which could help beasts increase their cultivation and also assist in awakening their intelligence. Cheap. Upon seeing the handful of spiritual rice, Adui's eyes lit up, jumping onto Chu Mo's hand and happily munching away. While eating, she couldn't help but glance smugly at Tianpeng, as if to say, "Big guy, what do you have to compare with me?" Tianpeng ignored her and only cast a resentful glance at Chu Mo. If it remembered correctly, this spirit rice was originally its collection, which was later given to the master. Thinking of this, Tianpeng felt it was a sad story. The most valuable part of the purple gold sacred lotus was its lotus seeds. Now that it had been picked by Chu Mo, although the lotus flower also had some value, Chu Mo did not take action, leaving a line for everything. Since he had already obtained the best thing, there was no need to be ruthless. He could keep the lotus flower and wait for its next fated person. In the following days, under the guidance of the treasure bird Adai, Chu Mo found several more treasures. However, these treasures were all ordinary materials, much less precious than the purple gold sacred lotus. One day, following Adai's guidance, Chu Mo arrived at a valley. This place was far from the Liang base, at least tens of thousands of kilometers away. Chu Mo planned to explore here before returning to the Liang base to cultivate. "Master, this is the place. I can sense that there are very precious treasures inside," Adai chirped, standing on Chu Mo's shoulder. Chu Mo nodded and walked in with some anticipation. As soon as he entered, he found the valley quite desolate, with a huge building inside. Although somewhat dilapidated, its shape could still be vaguely seen. This surprised Chu Mo. Since the great change of the world, apart from many survival bases built by humans on the ruins, the cities built by humans before the change had gradually been destroyed due to the rampant growth of plants, leaving no trace behind. The building in front of him was obviously constructed before the Great Change. This meant it was at least 200 years old and had not been destroyed. Stop! Just as Chu Mo was secretly astonished, a loud voice suddenly rang in his ears. Chu Mo turned to see an old man with a deep aura, exuding an intimidating presence. A martial artist at the late stage of the Master Realm, or even at the peak Master Realm. Chu Mo's gaze sharpened as he assessed the old man's strength. "Kid, this is not a place for you. Hurry and leave." The master coldly snorted. Hearing this, Chu Mo was just about to speak when suddenly a voice came from within the building in the valley. "Su Pu, since this young brother has inadvertently come here, it can be considered fate. Why not invite him in?" "Yes, young master." The old man respectfully nodded, then stepped aside and said, "My young master invites you in. Remember to speak well and don't be rude." Chu Mo pondered for a moment, then strode into the valley. Soon, he entered the building. Inside, a young man dressed in luxurious clothing stood with his hands behind his back, admiring the murals on the walls. A faint pressure emanated from him. Although he appeared to be at the early stage of the Master Realm, the pressure he exuded was even more dangerous than that of the old man, who seemed to be at the peak of the Master Realm. Behind him stood two young maidens with bright eyes and white teeth, standing by his side. Judging by their cultivation, there were also martial artists at the early stage of the Master Realm. This startled Chu Mo. in the entire Liang base. There had only been 5 masters before the beast tide, and they were all at the early and mid stages. Yet this young man had reached the master realm at such a young age, accompanied by 2 master maidens and a peak master servant. The power behind him was simply shocking. Could he be from a prominent family in a large base? Chu Mo thought to himself, feeling that he might have run into trouble today and would find it difficult to escape unscathed. You're a guest from afar. I don't know where this young brother is from or what your name is. At that moment, the young man turned around to look at Chu Mo, a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he spoke in a calm voice. His tone was very plain, but it carried an undeniable authority. Clearly someone used to being in a position of power. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo slightly cupped his hands and said, I am Chu Mo, just an ordinary martial artist. An ordinary martial artist? The young man looked at Chu Mo with a half smile, and then said, if you were truly an ordinary martial artist, how could you, with just your martial master cultivation, face my servant, who is at the peak master realm, without being humble or submissive, and even dare to come here? It seems you either have a deep background or remarkable strength. Since you claim to be an ordinary martial artist, it means you have no background. So the only explanation is that your talent is extraordinary, and your strength must far exceed your peers. Am I right? He said with a smile. Your insight is remarkable. I admire it. Chu Mo replied with a smile. Hearing this, the young man smiled slightly and then said, to be honest, I find you quite pleasing to the eye. Would you be willing to join me and become my family's offering? As long as you agree, I will ensure a generous supply of cultivation resources that will surely satisfy you. Thank you for your kindness, young master. However, I am just a leisurely martial artist, used to a free and easy life, so I fear I cannot bear such treatment. Chu Mo directly refused. Ridiculous. Not to mention that these people are of unknown origin and their identities are a mystery. Even if they were truly from a powerful force, Chu Mo would never join them. He had too many secrets. Once exposed, it would immediately lead to his demise. However, just after he said this, the old master standing at the door suddenly flashed a fierce look in his eyes. My young master is from the Jinling large base and is the Qilin son of the Su family, possessing top-notch talent. Among the younger generation of the entire Jinling large base, he is second to none. No one has ever dared to defy my young master's wishes. To make you an offering is already a recognition of your worth, so do not be ungrateful. Chapter 81. Killing the Qilin son of the Su family. As the old master spoke threateningly, the young master remained silent, just standing with a smile, evidently waiting for Chu Mo's response. Seeing this attitude, Chu Mo felt a surge of anger and coldly said, so what if you're the Qilin son of the Su family? Today I will not give you face. What can you do about it? As soon as these words were spoken, the young master's expression changed. He was from the Su family, a major power in the Jinling large base. And with such a noble background combined with his top-notch talent, he was a well-known figure in the entire Jinling large base. Who would dare to go against his wishes? Yet now, in this wilderness, he was being looked down upon by a mere martial master loose cultivator. This was a slap in the face. Presumptuous. The young master's status is so noble. How can you, someone of lowly origin, show such disrespect? You are courting death. At that moment, the old master and the 2 maidens' expressions changed, and they shouted sternly. After saying this, one of the maidens suddenly flashed and transformed into a residual shadow, her sword stabbing out with a fierce sword aura that seemed to envelop Chu Mo. This sword was incredibly powerful, making it difficult for an ordinary master to withstand. However, what no one expected was that in an instant, Chu Mo's figure suddenly vanished, and he reappeared more than 10 meters away, causing the sword to miss and strike the ground, creating a massive crack dozens of meters long and sending up a cloud of dirt and rubble. Such speed, the young master's eyes narrowed. At this moment, the other maiden also joined the fray, attacking Chu Mo with her sword, coupled with the old master standing aside. Releasing his full aura and emanating a powerful pressure, it made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. Young master, this kid comes from an unknown background and has now turned against us. To avoid future troubles, it will be better to kill him directly. The old master spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, the young gentleman slightly nodded and said softly, Let's resolve this quickly. Yes. After speaking, the old man flashed his figure and joined the battle. Then, with a slap of his palm, a fierce palm force surged forward. The three of them worked together to seal off all of Chu Mo's escape routes, clearly intending to kill him on the spot. Seeing this, Chu Mo hesitated not at all. His internal energy surged violently, and the yuan force in his meridians boiled like a volcano erupting. The rapid-fire, shaking mountain fist was activated. He raised his hand and struck towards one of the maidens. Boom! As the punch was thrown, the sound of breaking air suddenly exploded. It was as if thunder erupted from the ground, akin to a giant wave crashing. A strong wave of energy swept through a radius of 100 meters. The maiden at the forefront, upon facing this punch, only had time for her expression to change. Yet she had not reacted before being struck. With a loud bang, the longsword in her hand shattered on the spot. Chu Mo's punch continued without diminishing its momentum, striking her body. In the next moment, she was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood mid-air. With a thud, she fell to the ground like a broken sack, no longer moving. With one punch, he had killed this early-stage master maiden. What? Watching Chu Mo's overwhelming power, the others widened their eyes, almost unable to believe what they were seeing. The shock within them left them momentarily stunned. But in that instant, Chu Mo seized the opportunity. The spatial talent activated, and his figure instantly shifted dozens of meters away, dodging their attacks. Then, with a punch like a dragon, the fire attribute talent suddenly activated, and the rapid-fire shaking mountain fist was fully unleashed. As the punch was thrown, a violent sonic boom erupted in the air, and the surrounding air let out a sharp screech. Boom! In everyone's sight, Chu Mo's punch landed directly on the old master's body. Not good. The expression of the old master changed as he sensed the terrifying power and dared not take it head-on. Thus, he unleashed his yuan force to form a protective shield, simultaneously retreating rapidly to evade. His speed was quick, almost in the blink of an eye. He had retreated dozens of meters. But Chu Mo was faster. Teleportation. His figure flashed again, arriving right in front of the old master, delivering another punch. Boom! The yuan force shield on the old master shattered instantly, and his entire body was sent flying. When he landed on the ground, his chest was sunken, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, clearly wounded severely. Master-level speed. Master-level power. The young gentleman was already scared at this moment. After witnessing Chu Mo's strength, he was filled with shock. Su Gongzi, come forward to die. At this time, Chu Mo looked at the young master of the Su family with a cold voice. Damn, this kid is clearly only at the martial artist realm. Yet his strength is so terrifying. If I had known this, I wouldn't have made an enemy of him. The young gentleman felt deep regret in his heart. Seeing Chu Mo's power made him a bit fearful. So he said, Sir, I hail from a Su family, a noble lineage. Why must it be a fight to the death? My maiden servants have already been injured by you. Why not let this matter end here? What do you think? Rest assured, I will not seek revenge afterward. Chu Mo said nothing, his figure flashing as he charged at the young gentleman. Midway, he unleashed his fist technique again, clearly intending to kill this young master on the spot. Since the mask of civility had already been torn, there must be no mercy. As for the grievances the young master of the Su family spoke of, only a fool would believe it. If Chu Mo truly let him go today, he would undoubtedly be the first to summon experts from his family to hunt Chu Mo down. Since that is the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing that Chu Mo wanted to kill him completely, the young gentleman's face showed a fierce expression as he drew a sword from his storage bag and charged at Chu Mo. The moment he drew his weapon, a sword aura surged around him, creating countless sword shadows, making it feel like there was no place to hide. A mere trick. Chu Mo scoffed at him. Hearing Chu Mo's words, the young gentleman sneered. This is sword intent. Those who can comprehend it are 1 in 10,000. Once you die under my sword, you will know. Before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly stopped. At that moment, he suddenly saw the battle knife hanging from Chu Mo's waist, unsheathing half an inch on its own. Immediately, a powerful blade aura surged towards him, causing pain all over his body. He heard the sound of his clothes being cut as numerous slashes appeared all over him, turning him into a bloody mess in an instant. This is blade intent. You actually cultivated blade intent. This is impossible. His complexion changed drastically as he shouted loudly. While speaking, he quickly retreated, trying to distance himself from Chu Mo. Swords have sword intent, and blades have blade intent. Although he comprehended sword momentum, he was utterly unable to resist before the blade intent. Even before it was drawn, the blade intent was already upon him. If it was fully drawn, he would surely die under the blade. At this moment, he was extremely terrified, having lost all initial calmness, and was desperate to escape. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Chu Mo's eyes flashed with brilliance as his right hand grasped the unsheathed battle knife. Then clang. A sharp knife cry abruptly resonated throughout the valley. At the same time, an overwhelming and unparalleled invisible blade aura stirred the winds and clouds, howling outward. Countless blade auras descended upon the young gentleman like a volcanic eruption. He had no ability to evade and was directly struck by the blade aura. His body suddenly stiffened, and despair appeared on his face. In the next moment, Russell, endless blade aura erupted from within him, completely extinguishing his life force. The proud young master of the Sioux family from the Grand Base met his end in the wilderness. Chapter 82. Stone Tablet of Enlightenment, Comprehending Blade Intent. Young master. The last maiden, witnessing her master die like this, turned pale instantly. You are finished. You dare to kill the young master of the Sioux family, and they will never let you go. Even if you go to heaven or earth, you cannot escape death. The maiden screamed and then turned to flee. Chu Mo paid her no mind and directly walked towards the young master of the Sioux family. As for the maiden, seeing that Chu Mo did not pursue her, she felt a moment of joy. But before joy could appear on her face, a loud cry rang out. A giant bird radiating golden light swooped down like a sharp sword, rushing towards the maiden. With its claws extended, it struck the maiden's head without her having any chance to react. Thus, only the severely wounded old master remained. Chu Mo approached and, under the pleading gaze of the old man, delivered a fatal blow. At this point, all four of them had been killed. After finishing all this, Chu Mo took a short rest. Although the time spent killing these four was brief, it had exhausted quite a bit of his energy and yuan force. After a moment, his strength returned to its peak state, and only then did Chu Mo begin to collect the spoils. These four truly lived up to their background from the Grand Base, each carrying storage bags, and their levels were not low. Even the storage bags of the two maidens had a space of 10 cubic meters. As for the young master, whose name Chu Mo did not know until his death, the storage bag on him had a full 50 cubic meters. Upon opening it, he found it densely packed with numerous treasures and yuan stones. Even Chu Mo saw 2 vials of 5th-level beast blood. The resources of the descendants from powerful factions are indeed abundant. Zumontak was secretly astonishit. He had only acquired a significant number of treasures by following Mo Shanshan to a secret realm, and he was secretly pleased with his own worth. However, the resources this young noble carried were even slightly superior to his, which showed just how terrifying the foundation of powerful factions was. Chu Mo stored all the treasures from the 4 storage bags into his personal space and organized them meticulously. Only then did he feel satisfied. By the way, this place is a remote wilderness. Why would this young noble from the Jinling base bring servants and maids here? Could it be that there are treasures hidden in this place? Chu Mo suddenly thought of this. Moreover, recalling that Adai had also sensed the presence of treasure here, Chu Mo couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. But where were the treasures? Chu Mo surveyed his surroundings and eventually fixed his gaze on the only dilapidated building in the valley. Earlier, their battle had been so intense that the area within hundreds of feet was in ruins. Yet, this crumbling building had not been damaged at all. Where there is an anomaly, there must be a demon. Chu Mo stepped forward. Once inside, he carefully searched the room. After a short while, he suddenly froze, standing in front of a stone pillar that supported the building beside the hall. It looked ordinary on the outside. However, when Chu Mo placed his hand on it, he suddenly felt as if his hand had entered another world. Clearly, his palm was still in front of the stone pillar, and his mental perception confirmed this as well. But at this moment, with his spirit and flesh united, his soul keenly sensed a subtle touch transmitted from his palm. Chu Mo was taken aback. Then, he instinctively focused his mind on it, and suddenly, everything before him appeared completely different. Streams of profound breaths surged towards him. This was actually a Tao enlightenment stone tablet. Chu Mo could no longer suppress the shock in his heart and exclaimed in surprise. The Tao enlightenment stone tablet is a concrete manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. Its appearance is never fixed. It may be here today, but disappear tomorrow. Go to another unknown place. Only those with fate can encounter it. Furthermore, because Tao enlightenment stone tablets are often engraved on stone tablets or stone walls, they're also referred to as Tao enlightenment walls. The so-called Tao enlightenment stone tablet appears quite ordinary and unremarkable. However, if one pours their mind into it, they can perceive a profoundly mysterious manifestation of the principles of heaven and earth. It feels as if they can intuitively grasp the source of the Tao, vast and profound. It is mesmerizing and hard to extricate oneself from. This is, of course, an illusion. While the Tao enlightenment stone tablet is indeed mysterious and allows martial artists to observe the operation of the laws of heaven and earth with their minds, not just anyone can comprehend it. To gain something from it, one must possess a certain degree of talent and insight. After all, the Tao is not ordinary. Those who can comprehend the principles of the Tao are certainly not ordinary individuals. Each Tao enlightenment stone tablet that appears in the world is unique, and the laws contained within them are different. Some embody fire attribute laws, allowing martial artists to experience the essence of fire attribute laws. Others embody water or even wood attribute laws, as well as thunder attribute laws. In the Tao enlightenment stone tablet before him is a sword attribute, Tao enlightenment stone tablet. Feeling the aura emanating from the stone tablet, Chu Mo couldn't help but show a hint of excitement on his face. Strictly speaking, this stone tablet could also be considered a knife attribute, Tao enlightenment stone tablet, because knives and swords are closely related. The momentum of a knife, the momentum of a sword, and the intent of a knife, the intent of a sword actually lead to the same destination. It's just the difference in weapons and methods of use. But in the end, both knives and swords are weapons of slaughter. Therefore, this kind of Tao enlightenment stone tablet can be comprehended by anyone with a cultivation talent for either knives or swords. No wonder this young noble from the Jinling base came to such a remote place. It turns out he had discovered that there was a Tao enlightenment stone tablet here. Chu Mo suddenly understood, but then he was even more delighted. Now that this young noble had been killed by him, he was the only one left in this place. Perfect for him to carefully comprehend it. Previously, due to his high-level knife technique talent, he had gained a glimmer of knife intent, but that was already his limit, and it was difficult to improve. Now, with this Tao enlightenment stone tablet, perhaps he could enter the threshold of knife intent or even reach the small success stage. Thinking of this, Chu Mo was filled with anticipation. Knife energy, knife momentum, knife intent. These are the three realms of the knife. Upon reaching knife intent, because it has already reached the extreme of the knife, it is further subdivided. They are a glimmer of knife intent, a portion of knife intent, then into the entry level of knife intent at 3 portions, small success at 7 portions, great success at 10 portions, and perfection at full portions. Let Tian Peng help guard outside to prevent any fierce beasts or people from coming in. Then Chu Mo sat down in front of the stone tablet. He began to comprehend. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mo extended his palm and slowly placed it on the Tao enlightenment stone tablet. The moment his palm touched the stone tablet, a hazy glow suddenly emerged from it. It rippled like water waves. Immediately afterward, an extremely mysterious aura circulated, rising into a mass of auspicious light, enveloping Chu Mo. In an instant, Chu Mo felt his vision blur. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a strange world. This was the world of knives. Infinite mysteries of knife intent poured into his heart and mind. Chapter 83. 3 portions of knife intent, forming knife orifices. What he saw before him was a vast expanse. A terrifying aura of murderous knife energy filled the air, howling and intertwining. A dreadful aura rampant. Endless mysteries of knife intent surged into Chu Mo's heart like the Milky Way rolling back. Chu Mo quickly immersed himself in it, eagerly absorbing the essence and principles of knife intent. As time flowed swiftly, his understanding of knife intent also increased day by day. What Chu Mo did not know was that when his mind was immersed in the Tao Enlightenment Stone Tablet, comprehending the mysteries of knife intent, as his knife intent realm continuously rose, his body also began to emit faint sounds of knife ringing. Moreover, this knife ringing grew increasingly high-pitched over time. It was as if an unparalleled divine knife was slowly being drawn from its sheath. After an unknown period, it seemed as though this knife had been completely drawn out. A wild, domineering knife intent, capable of shredding everything, surged from Chu Mo's body, rolling like a torrent toward his limbs and bones. Everywhere it passed, every muscle and every bone in his body erupted with a crackling sound. Under the onslaught of this fierce knife intent, within the 365 orifices of Chu Mo's body, tiny knife-shaped whirlpools began to form. Though they were so minute they were impossible to describe and even invisible to the naked eye, he could feel these tiny knife-shaped vortices sharpening, refining, and expanding the orifices, making them increasingly solid and powerful. This was the knife orifice. When knife intent reaches a certain realm, it condenses into orifices. It is attached to the body, birthed from knife intent. Just like flowers blooming and bearing fruit, it comes naturally. Buzz. The moment all the knife orifices opened, Chu Mo felt his soul tremble violently, and the blood and essence within him suddenly became extraordinarily sharp. As if imbued with attributes, the chi and blood essence within instinctively circulated, concentrating like one, swirling with the knife energy, stirring within, as if boundless power was brewing. In an instant, he awakened. Opening his eyes, he could still see boundless knife energy interweaving and extinguishing. Brilliant, resplendent, dazzling to the extreme. After a long while, he gradually immersed himself and disappeared. The knife intent was fully opened, reaching 30 mastery. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mo murmured to himself, "A sword has sword intent, and a knife has knife intent." The so-called knife aperture is to comprehend the knife intent to 30, which allows one to condense 365 knife apertures throughout the body. When a knife is drawn, the primal energy transforms into refined knife chi, and once unleashed, its power will double. Truly worth the trip. Feeling the mighty knife chi within him, a smile involuntarily appeared on Chu Mo's face. With 30 mastery of knife intent and a body that condenses knife apertures, he could be said to have undergone a transformation. At this moment, if he were to face his pre-enlightenment self in terms of knife technique alone, he could completely crush him. It was time to return. Such gains made Chu Mo very satisfied. Looking again at the stone pillar in front of him, he found that the original Enlightenment Stone Tablet had disappeared at some point. No matter how he sensed it with his mind, there was no movement. This meant that the Enlightenment Stone Tablet, which had originally manifested from the laws of heaven and earth, had unknowingly vanished. The stone pillar before him was just an ordinary stone pillar, nothing special. After a glance, Chu Mo exited the building. At this time, it was early morning, and the golden sun was just rising in the distance. Looking out from the valley, he could see thin mist enveloping the mountains. In a small stream flowing down from the distant mountains, sunlight reflecting off it, sparkling like a jade belt. A gentle breeze blew in, bringing fresh air. Taking a deep breath, he felt his chest and abdomen clear, and his mood brightened. Above the clouds, a dapeng flapped its wings, golden light shining brilliantly, while a young bird pecked at its feathers, its purple feathers shimmering. The clouds and mist rose and swirled, floating like an opened umbrella. Hanging down, it seemed like it was riding the mist to fly into the sky. Looking up, one could see countless rays of light hidden within the bright blue sky. And in the of the mountains, fierce beasts roared to the sky, howling through the mountains and forests, with light and shadows flickering among the treetops. What a beautiful scene! Watching such scenery, Chu Mo smiled broadly. He then called for the dapeng to come down. Moments later, a loud dapeng cry suddenly echoed through the valley, and then a golden-winged dapeng, with its wings spread over 10 meters, soared up, carrying Chu Mo into the clouds, disappearing from sight. After Chu Mo left, the building that had stood in the valley for less than 200 years suddenly emitted a muffled sound. Following that, there was a loud rumble. The beams and columns of the dilapidated building abruptly broke, and the walls collapsed, with powerful knife, chi intertwining and cutting through, turning the entire house into ruins in an instant. On the other side, at a vast human base far away from the Liang base, there was a large estate in the core area, with a plaque at the entrance bearing the word Su House. Deep within the estate, in a heavily guarded room, there were dozens of jade orbs. At this moment, crack! One jade orb suddenly shattered, turning into powder that fell to the ground. A martial artist who had been guarding in the corner of the room, initially listless, suddenly jolted awake upon hearing the sound. When he saw the shattered jade orb, his expression changed immediately. The young master's life, jade orb shattered. A disaster. A great disaster. His heart filled with dread. He hurriedly ran outside to report this news. Before long, the higher-ups of the Su house had learned of this news. In a large hall, there stood more than 10 people, each exuding a powerful aura. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in splendid clothing, his demeanor extraordinary. Since my Su family established itself in this great base of Jinling, how many years has it been? No one has dared to disrespect a member of the Su family, let alone kill a core descendant of the Su family. But just now, my son Su Feng's life jade orb shattered. Su Feng is the Qilin child of my Su family, destined for greatness. Now, as my Su Lang son, he has died silently. If this matter is not pursued, once outsiders learn of it, how can my Su family maintain its face in the Jinling base? At this point, his aura erupted, and a terrifying presence swept through the room, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. This is the scene that appeared when my son's life orb shattered. With a wave of his hand, a phantom image appeared before him, clearly showing Chu Mo's appearance. This is a function that comes with a life orb. Whenever someone with a strand of soul hidden in the life orb dies, the orb shatters, but in the process, it retains the last seen by the owner before death. Many major forces reserve life orbs for their core members to prevent hidden harm. Remember this person's appearance. Su Lang said solemnly, I have only one request. Find a murderer who killed my son. No matter who he is, no matter what his identity, he must be found. Skin him alive and pull out his tendons to offer to my son's spirit in heaven. His tone was chilling, and his gaze was like a knife, with a murderous intent in his words. Upon hearing this, the more than 10 people in the room felt a chill in their hearts and responded in unison, yes. Subsequently, countless Su family members began to trace the murderer's whereabouts within the Jinling base, causing a great uproar. Chapter 84. Peak Martial Master, Gathering Water. Metal attribute talent Chu Mo was unaware of what was happening with the Su family. At this moment, he had already returned to the Liang base. This time, he had gained a lot from his outing, obtaining 2 portions of 5th-level beast blood, along with a large amount of 4th-level beast blood. So he was temporarily not lacking in training resources. Therefore, as soon as Chu Mo returned, he entered a state of seclusion. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, over 2 months had gone by. One day, Chu Mo was practicing body tempering techniques, absorbing the energy of the beast blood to refine his body and enhance his strength. As he trained, he felt his meridians tremble, as if piano strings were being plucked, and it seemed that melodies were emanating from within him. After a moment, the energy of the beast blood was completely absorbed, and Chu Mo slowly opened his eyes. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, waved his fist, and felt the powerful energy within him, much stronger than before his seclusion. However, he did not show joy on his face. Instead, he frowned slightly. After more than 2 months of hard training, Chu Mo's strength had increased to the limit of the 9-symbol power, just 1 step away from the great perfection of the 10 symbols. But for some reason, he could not seem to take that last step, no matter what. During this seclusion, due to the ample beast blood, Chu Mo's strength had risen quickly, reaching the pinnacle of the 9 symbols in just 2 months, and he was only a maximum of 10,000 pounds of strength away from entering the Master Realm. In normal circumstances, a mere 10,000 pounds of strength would be insignificant. Even without the aid of beast blood, relying solely on his innate talent. He could achieve it quickly. But now, that mere 10,000 pounds of strength seemed like an insurmountable barrier. No matter how Chu Mo trained, he struggled to cross it. As a result, he had been stuck for a full half-month, with no increase in his cultivation at all. What on earth is going on? Chu Mo furrowed his brow. If it were a limitation of talent, that would be impossible. His current physique had already reached a transcendent level, and his talent was mostly top-tier or superior. If someone with his talent and physique could not enter the master realm, there would be very few martial artists in the world who could reach that level. I should ask other masters in the base if they encountered similar situations when breaking through to the master realm. Chu Mo thought to himself. The stones of other mountains can be used to polish jade. Although these masters within the base are not as strong as him, they have much richer cultivation experience. With a thought, a ball of water appeared around him, washing away all the dust accumulated on his body due to his closed-door cultivation. This is a water manipulation ability that Chu Mo flexibly utilized based on his mastery of water attribute talent. During these 2 months, Chu Mo was not always in closed-door cultivation. Whenever his gathering technique refreshed, he would come out from seclusion to hunt fierce beasts. After 2 months of closed-door cultivation, the gathering technique had refreshed twice, allowing Chu Mo to obtain the desired water and metal attribute talents by collecting fierce beasts. Target: Chu Mo. Physique: extraordinary indestructible thunder body talents, top-tier fire attribute talent, advanced blade technique talent, advanced wood attribute talent, advanced water attribute talent, intermediate metal attribute talent, intermediate wind attribute talent, intermediate earth attribute talent, low-tier space talent. Firstly, the advanced water attribute talent granted Chu Mo the ability to control water. Not only could he breathe underwater, but he also possessed certain characteristics of the water attribute. For example, he could manipulate the surrounding water essence to increase the resistance in a certain area, slowing down his opponent's movements. At the same time, it made Chu Mo's elemental energy operation more refined and prolonged, enhancing his sustained combat ability. Compared to talents like thunder and fire, the water attribute feels more like an auxiliary enhancement talent. Although it did not provide a direct increase in his strength, it made his combat ability more flexible. Secondly, the metal attribute talent is of a lower level, only intermediate. However, it also brought Chu Mo the sharp characteristics of the metal attribute, making his strikes more terrifying, especially enhancing his blade technique significantly. After multiple experiments, Chu Mo discovered that the intermediate metal attribute talent could increase the power of his blade technique by at least 3 times. Overall, Chu Mo was very satisfied with these 2 newly acquired talents. After leaving the martial arts building, Chu Mo was about to head to the first academy to find Dean Shinjin. Just at that moment, he suddenly saw a rainbow light flying towards him, and upon arriving in front of him, revealed the figure of a person. It was indeed Shinjin. This surprised Chu Mo. He had just wanted to find Shinjin, but unexpectedly the other party had come to him. Master Chu, you have finally come out of seclusion. A major event has occurred in the base, and I asked Master Chu to come discuss it. Shinjin said solemnly upon seeing Chu Mo. What happened? Chu Mo inquired. Shinjin looked around at the martial artists who were gradually gathering due to his arrival and said, "This is not a place to talk. Please follow me." "All right." Chu Mo nodded. "You lead the way, and I'll follow you." In the urban area of Luoyang Base, in a heavily guarded hall, Chu Mo followed Shinjin here. At this moment, there were already more than 10 people standing inside. Besides Shinjin, there were 3 other masters, and the rest were high-ranking officials of Luoyang Base or peak martial artists. When they saw Chu Mo, they all respectfully bowed. "We pay our respects to Master Chu." Although Chu Mo had not truly stepped into the master realm yet, his actual combat power had already surpassed that of ordinary masters, and he even possessed the ability to slay level 5 fierce beasts, earning everyone's recognition and respect. There's no need for such formality. Chu Mo waved his hand and then looked at Shinjin, asking Dean Shun what exactly happened. Only then did Shinjin speak. "Master Chu, the reason we have gathered so many people here, and even invited you, is because a spatial rift has been discovered outside the Luoyang base." A spatial rift. Chu Mo exclaimed in disbelief. Are you sure? Absolutely. Master Shi and I personally checked it. Although it is still very small, there is no doubt that it is a spatial rift, Shinjin said with a serious expression. Hearing this, Chu Mo's expression also became serious. It is well known that the drastic changes in Blue Star's world were due to the emergence of spatial rifts around the globe, with countless fierce beasts pouring in, combined with the revival of elemental energy, leading to Blue Star expanding hundreds of times and becoming such a barbaric world. The emergence of any spatial rift would bring forth terrifying fierce beasts. Usually, only large or super bases have the strength to suppress and seal such rifts. And now, a spatial rift has appeared near their Liang base. Once the fierce beasts inside escape, Liang base will be instantly destroyed. There will be no chance for resistance. However, this is not necessarily a death sentence. Just as Chu Mo's heart was heavy, he heard Shinjin continue, Master Wei and I have looked at it. And this spatial rift has just appeared. It is still very small. Although it is continuously expanding, it will take at least a month before any fierce beasts can emerge from it. Additionally, I have already contacted the Jinling Superbase and reported the situation here. Jinling Superbase is taking this seriously and said they would send personnel to provide support. It shouldn't be long before they arrive to deal with this spatial rift. Hearing Shinjin's words, Chu Mo let out a sigh of relief. However, he then said, since that's the case, the crisis for Liang base should be alleviated. Why do all you look so serious? As soon as he said this, Shinjin sighed. The others present exchanged glances, all showing expressions of difficulty. The thing is, Master Shi, who was beside them, said, although Jinling Superbase is willing to send people for support, the condition is that we from Liang base must first send someone to enter the rift to investigate and determine the strength of the fierce beast inside. Chu Mo immediately understood. This was Jinling Superbase's way of avoiding unexpected situations and losing personnel. Hence, they wanted someone from Liang base to scout the path. Such a rift is fraught with dangers, and at least a master-level strength is required to enter and investigate and determine the strength of the fierce beasts. However, among us 4 masters, except for Brother Shun, we have all been severely injured in the battle against that level 5 fierce beast. Our foundations greatly damaged, and our strengths are at the bottom among masters. If we enter there, encountering fierce beasts would mean certain death. At this point, Master Shi sighed and looked at Chu Mo, saying, therefore, we would like to ask Master Chu to help lead us into the rift to investigate. After saying this, everyone, including Shinjin, looked at Chu Mo with hopeful expressions. I can help. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Mo pondered for a moment and nodded. The reason he agreed was not because he was selfless, but because he had his own considerations. First, Shinjin is his dean and also Chen Shiwei's teacher. If he didn't go, the 4 of them entering the rift would be too dangerous, and they might fall. After all, Shinjin is Chen Shiwei's teacher and has helped her a lot. If he were to fall, Chen Shiwei would surely be very sad. Secondly, Chu Mo also wanted to inquire about their methods for breaking through to the Master Realm. If he refused this matter, although they wouldn't say anything, they might withhold some key information from him. For these reasons, he agreed. Hearing Chu Mo's words, Shinjin and the others all showed joy on their faces. Thank you, Master Chu, for your assistance. With Master Chu accompanying us, our safety will greatly increase. They all expressed their gratitude. The previously tense atmosphere in the hall also gradually eased. There is no need to be so polite. After all, I'm also a member of Liang base and don't want to see the base destroyed because of the spatial rift, Chu Mo said with a smile. After saying this, he paused and added, moreover, I also have something I want to ask several masters. The 4 masters patted their chests and said, it's no trouble at all. As long as we know, we will certainly speak without reservation. Chu Mo briefly described his situation, saying, recently, I have reached the peak of the martial master realm, but for some reason, I cannot complete the final step, making it impossible to touch the threshold of the master realm. I wonder if any of you experienced a similar situation when you broke through your realms? After hearing this, the masters looked puzzled. It's impossible to have a blockage when breaking through from martial master to master. I remember that after I reached the limit of the martial master realm with the power of the 2 symbols, I smoothly entered the master realm. One of them exclaimed. Me too. My breakthrough was very smooth. I encountered no obstacles at all. Another added, could it be that Master Chu's cultivation has advanced too much, leading to a mishap? The master speculated. Chu Mo furrowed his brows. The other masters had not encountered this situation, but he alone did. Could it be that something had indeed gone wrong with his cultivation? Just as he was pondering this, Master Xing seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, Master Chu, did you break through your physical limits when you were at the martial artist realm? Yes, Chu Mo nodded. I entered the martial master realm with the strength of 1,000,000 pounds. Upon hearing this, the masters gasped in shock. Chu Mo already possessed combat power exceeding that of master while still in the martial master realm, leading them to privately speculate that his talent must be extraordinary. However, no one expected Chu Mo's talent to be this monstrous. Generally, a martial artist would need around 100,000 pounds of strength to break through to the martial master realm. And those who could reach the limit of 200,000 pounds were already considered geniuses. But a physical strength of 1,000,000 pounds? That was simply astonishing, almost unbelievable. Xing was also shaken. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, when I broke through to the master realm in my youth, I was proud and unwilling to stay in such a small place as the Liang base. Therefore, after my breakthrough, I wanted to venture into a larger base and later went to the Jinling base. By chance, I once heard a talented master who had broken through his physical limits mention that he encountered obstacles during his breakthrough. If I'm not mistaken, you are likely facing the same issue. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo was overjoyed and couldn't help but ask, do you know how that master eventually broke through? I'm not sure of the specifics. Xing frowned in thought. I only remember that the young master said he used a method called foundation establishment during his breakthrough. It was said that martial artists who broke through their physical limits had such a strong foundation that ordinary methods were difficult for them to use. Hence, they needed to use some kind of heavenly materials and treasures as foundational items, using a technique called spiritual guidance to absorb them into their bodies to help establish their foundational path. Foundation establishment? Spiritual guidance? Chu Mo inquired. Is there spiritual guidance technique in the Liang base? Xing shook his head. These spiritual guidance techniques are things that only the talented can use. They are generally in the hands of large families. Our Liang base is just a small base. How can we possibly have such rare books? Chu Mo's expression turned disappointed. He could now confirm that his inability to break through to the master realm was indeed due to his excessively strong foundation. This meant he had to learn the spiritual guidance technique to successfully establish his foundational path and enter the master realm. It seems that once this matter is resolved, I will need to take a trip to the Jinling base. Chu Mo thought to himself. After that, he chatted with the masters for a bit, arranged a time to visit the rift, and then took his leave. Chapter 86. Investigating the spatial rift. When Chu Mo returned home, he saw Chen Shiwei cooking, with delicious dishes being served on the table, making one's mouth water. You're back. Sit down, dinner's ready. Chen Shiwei called out when she saw Chu Mo. Soon, after she brought out the last dish, they sat across from each other, eating and chatting. Since the beast tied, their relationship had rapidly warmed, and now they were quite familiar, like a couple that had lived together for a long time. They were just short of being a married couple. Today, Director Shun contacted me and asked me to investigate the spatial rift that has appeared near the base with them. I agreed, and we set off 3 days later. While I'm away, you need to take care of yourself, Chu Mo said. You're going to the spatial rift? Chen Shiwei frowned. The spatial rift is extremely dangerous, and the environment behind each rift is different. Some are very perilous, and even a strong town guard could perish instantly upon entering. Although Chu Mo was powerful, Chen Shiwei still felt worried. It's too dangerous in there. I don't recommend you go, she advised. Chu Mo smiled and said, don't worry about me. I'm just going to take a look with Director Shun. I'll come out immediately after gathering information. If I encounter danger, I will definitely escape at the first opportunity. With my speed, even a level 5 ferocious beast couldn't catch up. Chu Mo was not exaggerating. With his current strength and intermediate wind attribute talent, he had reached 30 times the speed of sound, and even a level 5 ferocious beast would likely be unable to catch him. Moreover, he had a spatial talent. If absolutely necessary, he could teleport. As long as he wanted to escape, unless he was caught off guard, no one could trap him. It was precisely because he had these trump cards that Chu Mo agreed to enter with Sun Jin. Otherwise, he wouldn't risk his life. Chen Shiwei also knew Chu Mo's character. Once he made a decision, it was hard to change. So she stopped persuading him and simply reminded him, "You must remember to protect yourself. If you encounter an insurmountable danger, retreat immediately. Remember, I'm still here waiting for you." As she said the last sentence, she lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper, and her cheeks turned a bit red. "I know." Chu Mo took Chen Shiwei's delicate hand, his expression serious, as he said. 3 days later, Chu Mo arrived at the agreed location to meet with the masters. "Greetings, Master Chu." The masters all bowed. Chu Mo returned the gesture. Sun Jin walked over, his expression serious as he said, "Master Chu, this exploration in the spatial rift will rely entirely on you. Rest assured." Chu Mo nodded, indicating he understood. "Everyone, now that we are all here, let us set off." With Sun Jin's command, Chu Mo and the others headed outside the base. On the way, in order to prepare for the potential crises that might arise in the secret realm, Sun Jin and the others explained their strengths and realms to Chu Mo. All 4 of these masters were at the early master realm, and besides Sun Jin, the other 3 were named Xiying, Lu Shi, and Yuan Dongfei. Notably, apart from Sun Jin, who had a medium-level fire attribute talent, the other 3 surprisingly had no talents at all. No wonder their strengths were weak. They had purely relied on their training and good physiques to elevate their realms. But when it came to compatibility, they were basically at the bottom among masters. The journey was uneventful. After a while, they arrived near the spatial rift. It was an open plain, with no trees around, only some lush weeds. Originally, there were some ferocious beasts in this area, but with the arrival of the 5 of them, all emanating powerful auras, many ferocious beasts fled in panic. "This is it." Sun Jin landed and pointed ahead. Chu Mo also dismounted from the Tianpeng. The golden-winged roc settled on a large rock, preening its feathers alone. The masters all looked over with a hint of envy in their eyes. As masters, they naturally had discerning eyes. As soon as one sees this golden-winged roc, it is clear that it is extraordinary, especially since it is already a peak-level Tier 3 beast. It won't be long before it advances to Tier 4. By then, it will be equivalent to having a pet beast by Chu Mo's side that rivals a master-level expert. How could they not feel envious? Chu Mo was unaware of their thoughts. At this moment, he looked up and saw a spatial rift about 2 meters wide appearing in the air not far ahead, resembling an entrance to a secret realm. A chilling aura emanated from the rift. "We're about to enter the rift. Let me remind everyone that our responsibility this time is only to investigate the situation of the beasts within the secret realm. So everyone must be cautious and try to avoid attracting the attention of the beasts. We aim to return safely." Before entering the secret realm, Sun Jin reminded everyone. The group nodded, indicating their understanding. A master-level expert might be considered a powerful figure outside, but within the spatial rift, even a strong person at the level of a regional commander could easily fall. Therefore, they had no choice but to be careful. It is worth mentioning that Sun Jin, due to his rich experience, was elected as the temporary captain to lead everyone. Chu Mo had no objections. Afterward, they devised a simple plan. Once everything was ready, they prepared to enter the rift one by one. It wasn't that they didn't want to establish a detailed plan. The situation inside the spatial rift was complex and ever-changing, and plans could never keep up with changes, so they didn't discuss it too much. The first person to enter was very dangerous. After some discussion, Xing volunteered to go first. Moments later, Xing sent back a message indicating safety. Only then did the others feel relieved and enter one after another. When Chu Mo stepped into the spatial rift, he felt as if he had passed through a thin membrane. When he looked up again, he found that the scene had changed dramatically. Looking around, he discovered that the others were also nearby, all vigilantly observing their surroundings. "We've entered. Be careful and do not expose ourselves," Sun Jin said sternly. Chu Mo and the others nodded. Then, under Sun Jin's leadership, they cautiously selected a direction and moved forward slowly. As they walked, Shunjin took out a map and began to sketch the terrain, recording the beast groups they encountered along the way. No detail was overlooked. Master Shi, what is Director Shin doing? Chu Mo asked Xiying in a low voice, curious. Brother Shun is mapping the terrain for humanity's counterattack. Xiying replied, the appearance of any spatial rift represents a surge of countless beasts, which is a disaster for humanity. But as long as there is enough strength to slay the beasts in the rift, what awaits is the vast land behind this rift. Just think about it. With so many beasts occupying this area, what terrifying cultivation resources must be here? At this point, he glanced around and continued in a low voice. I can guarantee that if the beasts in this rift are not too strong, once the reinforcements from the Jinling base arrive, they will slay all the beasts here, completely control this rift, and then proceed with development. By that time, perhaps the Liang base can take advantage of the situation and grow into a medium-sized base. As he said this, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. I see, Chu Mo nodded. Chapter 87, The Battle of Tier 6 Beasts. For several days, under Shun Jin's leadership, they explored a radius of 100,000 miles within this rift, mapping detailed intelligence on beast gatherings and the terrain. These rifts truly lived up to their reputation as nests for beasts. Inside, there were almost countless beasts, with numerous Tier 4 beasts. Additionally, they could sense a dozen extremely terrifying beast auras, each comparable to the previous flame-white ape, or even stronger. Upon sensing these auras, they kept their distance, thus avoiding any trouble. One day, they were walking through a vast primitive forest, which was the last area they were investigating. Once they finished exploring this area, they would have completed their search of this spatial rift and could leave. Perhaps feeling that their task was nearing completion, the group's mindset relaxed a bit. However, at that moment, Chu Mo suddenly felt a shift in his expression and looked into the distance. Soon, Shun Jin and the others also sensed something and looked up. They saw a fierce battle occurring far away. Both sides were beasts. One side featured a massive fire-red bird, soaring in the air. It had several feathers pointing skyward, its wings shimmering with colors, exuding an aura of dominance, surrounded by a fiery glow, showcasing its majesty as the king of birds. With each flap of its wings, countless terrifying flames erupted, falling like heavy rain, seemingly capable of incinerating the heavens and the earth, possessing unfathomable power. Opposing this fire phoenix was a giant serpent measuring several 100 feet long. Its body shone brightly. Its size was fearsome, with golden pupils gleaming, displaying wildness and a fierce aura, as if it had descended from the heavens. Each roar echoed across the land, creating shockwaves that obliterated countless mountain peaks. The two giant beasts were battling fiercely, their fight affecting a radius of over 100 miles, destroying vast primitive forests and mountains with their terrifying power, causing countless beasts to flee in panic, fearing for their lives. Watching such a terrifying battle between beasts, Shinjin and the other masters were profoundly shocked. Even Chu Mo was taken aback. This was the first time he had witnessed a battle between beasts of Tier 5 and above. The power was terrifying, akin to the wrath of the heavens. At this moment, the battle between the two beasts had reached a fever pitch. The giant serpent was charred in many places from the flames, and a tantalizing scent faintly wafted through the air. Meanwhile, the fire phoenix was covered in numerous wounds, with drops of golden blood continuously dripping down. Each drop that landed on the ground ignited terrifying flames, creating massive craters. Suddenly, the giant serpent seized on a flaw of the fire phoenix, raised a claw, and directly tore off the colorful feathers from the phoenix's tail, causing the fire phoenix to cry out in pain, its aura rapidly declining. For the fire phoenix, although the broken feathers were not a fatal wound, they were indeed a serious injury. A significant portion of the phoenix's abilities were linked to the colorful feathers on its tail, and once broken, its strength would be diminished considerably. At this moment, the fire phoenix began to feel the urge to retreat. It let out a high-pitched cry, and then boundless flames erupted from thin air, spreading out for dozens of miles, before raining down like a meteor shower. Each flame that fell created massive craters. The giant serpent, caught off guard, was hit by several flames, immediately roaring in pain and hurriedly fleeing the area of the firestorm. Seizing the opportunity, the fire phoenix flapped its wings and flew awkwardly into the distance. Clearly, after losing its colorful feathers, using this move came at a significant cost to the fire phoenix. The giant serpent understood this as well. Watching the direction in which the fire phoenix fled, a look of unwillingness appeared on its face. However, he looked at the fiery rain still falling from the sky, thinking about the pain staining his body, and ultimately dared not pursue it. He could only let out a roar and leave helplessly. Terrifying, truly terrifying. At least a peak level 5 beast, perhaps even a level 6 one. With every movement, they possessed the power to turn the tides, simply not something that human strength could contend with. Watching the battle between the two beasts, Shunjin and the others were all frightened. The clash between the fire phoenix and the giant serpent spanned hundreds of miles, with each strike capable of causing mountains to collapse, forests to be overturned, and the earth to shake. Even from dozens of miles away, they felt their hearts tremble with fear. "It's too dangerous. Let us hurry and leave," Master Lu said, trembling with fear. Yes, since the reconnaissance mission is complete, let us leave quickly. I don't want to stay in this cursed place for even a moment," Xiying and Yuan Dongfei both hurriedly said. Shinjin thought the same and planned to lead the team away. But at that moment, he suddenly heard Chu Mo say, "Dean Shun, I plan to go take a look. You guys go ahead, I'll catch up soon." After speaking, without waiting for them to respond, Chu Mo swiftly left the area. Master Chu, watching the direction Chu Mo left, Shun Jin and the others were stunned. They certainly knew what Chu Mo was thinking. He just wanted to see if there was any opportunity to seize. But those were two peak level 5 beasts and very likely level 6 ones. Even if they were injured, they were not something they could covet. "Master Chu, is he seeking death? What should we do now?" Xing asked, somewhat at a loss. "Since Master Chu said to let us go first, then let us leave here and wait for him. He should be able to catch up quickly." Shinjin thought for a moment and said. The other three could only agree. Then the four of them cautiously left the area. "The fire phoenix is heavily injured. I might have a chance." Chu Mo, like a streak of light, quickly followed the path taken by the fire phoenix. There were many large pits on the ground caused by corrosion, all due to the blood dripping from the fire phoenix. This showed that the fire phoenix was indeed severely injured, and the wounds could no longer be contained, which was good news for Chu Mo. After a moment, Chu Mo followed the fire phoenix to a volcano. The fire phoenix did not hesitate at all and flew in with great difficulty. Chu Mo hesitated for a moment and followed it in. Given the fire phoenix's current injuries, even if it noticed him, it would be hard for it to pose a deadly threat to Chu Mo. If discovered, he could always activate his spatial talent to escape. This volcano was enormous. As soon as he entered, he felt the scorching heat hitting him. He didn't know how long he had walked. But Chu Mo finally arrived in front of a lava lake, where he saw the heavily injured fire phoenix had fallen to the ground, its breath intermittent, trying to crawl toward the lake. "Oh no, the fire phoenix intends to hide in the lava. I must stop it." The fire phoenix has the bloodline of a phoenix and can be reborn from flames, while the lava lake poses a deadly threat to other beasts. It is a top-notch healing sanctuary for the fire phoenix. Once it hides in the lava, it would be nearly impossible for Chu Mo to strike again. Furthermore, a fire phoenix healed by the lava might turn around and threaten Chu Mo. Therefore, upon seeing this scene, Chu Mo immediately activated his wind attribute talent and charged toward the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix noticed someone attacking and immediately turned alert. When it saw that the attacker was a weak human, its cold eyes flashed with hostility, and it opened its mouth to unleash a terrifying flame towards Chu Mo. As soon as the flame appeared, the surrounding air became even hotter, making Chu Mo feel as though his skin and blood were about to ignite. Truly, this beast is suspected to be level 6. So powerful. Zu Montak was shocked. The meteor fire rain earlier was indeed more terrifying, but it was hundreds of miles away. Now, even though it was just a flame, facing it directly allowed him to immediately feel its horror. Chu Mo had no doubt. If he were to be touched by this flame, he would undoubtedly die. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his spatial talent. Instantaneous movement. His body vanished in an instant. And the next moment, he appeared behind the fire phoenix. D. With a roar, he unsheathed his sword with a clang. All 365 sword points on his body trembled violently, with terrifying sword energy surging wildly within him, eventually flowing through his arm and into his battle blade. Gold attribute talent enhancement. Indestructible thunder body, strength amplification. The wind and thunderblade was unleashed. The sword intent was released without reservation. In an instant, an extremely domineering and sharp sword energy swept out, seemingly capable of cutting through the sky, and suddenly slashed down towards the fire phoenix's head. Splat! The sharpness of his sword intent, combined with the lethal enhancement from the gold attribute talent, made Chu Mo's battle blade strike down on the fire phoenix's head like thunder. There was a loud clang, first producing a violent sound of metal clashing. The next moment, the sound of the blade entering flesh rang out. Chu Mo felt as if his long sword first met resistance, but then smoothly cut in, as if he were slicing through a piece of fine steel. Blood splattering from the fire phoenix's neck. In pain, the fire phoenix let out a piercing shriek. But at that moment, without hesitation, Chu Mo struck down again. The battle blade, bearing a terrifying sharpness, suddenly slashed down again at the original wound. Splat! At that moment, the fire phoenix's head could no longer withstand the blow, and its head was severed, rolling to the ground. Its two large eyes widened, seemingly unable to understand until death might have been killed by a weak ant. Huh! Chu Mo took a deep breath, trying to calm his wildly beating heart. Stealthily killing a beast suspected to be level 6, even though the opponent was already severely injured, was still an extremely risky endeavor. A slight misstep could lead to death. Therefore, Chu Mo dared not be careless and unleashed his strongest moves. The result was gratifying. He won, collecting the spoils. Without caring about his fatigue, Chu Mo immediately began to act, preparing to gather the talents of this beast. This was the fire phoenix's nest, and he did not dare to let other beasts intrude. Thus, Chu Mo directly began to collect. Placing his palm on the fire phoenix's corpse, he silently recited in his heart. The next moment, a golden hand appeared before him, reaching out towards the corpse. Collection successful. Acquired extraordinary fire attribute talent. Would you like to fuse? Extraordinary fire attribute talent. Chu Mo's eyes narrowed, feeling very pleased. Indeed, he had already anticipated this when he saw the fire phoenix, and the result was just as he expected. Fuse. Without hesitation, Chu Mo directly integrated the fire attribute talent into his body. In an instant, a sharp pain surged from the depths of his soul. This made Chu Mo feel as if he had returned to the scene of his first talent fusion. The extraordinary fire attribute talent brought him immense suffering during the fusion, as if the muscles, bones, and meridians inside his body had endured countless tears. If it were an ordinary person, they would have fainted long ago, but Chu Mo had undergone so many fusions that he had grown accustomed to it, allowing him to grit his teeth and endure. He didn't know how long it had passed. The pain finally dissipated like a tide, and a warm sensation rose in his heart, flowing through his limbs and bones. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mo came back to his senses and subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, he realized that he was completely drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. Instead of cleaning himself, he immediately checked his information. Target, Chu Mo. Constitution, Extraordinary Indestructible Thunder Body. Talent, Extraordinary Fire Attribute Talent. Advanced Swordsmanship Training Talent. Advanced Wood Attribute Talent. Advanced Water Attribute Talent. Intermediate Metal Attribute Talent. Intermediate Wind Attribute Talent. Intermediate Earth Attribute Talent. Low-Level Space Talent. Looking at his first extraordinary talent, Chu Mo felt very excited. Now, in addition to the extraordinary indestructible thunder body, he also possessed an extraordinary fire attribute talent. With 2 extraordinary talents, my strength and foundation will be elevated to another level. Thinking this, Chu Mo turned his gaze to the corpse of the fire phoenix, which looked like a treasure mountain to him. Continue collecting. Collection successful. Obtain a trace of Sun, True, Phoenix bloodline. Collection successful. Obtain level 6 Beast Fire Phoenix Essence Blood. After 2 consecutive successful collections, Having gathered all the treasures from the Fire Phoenix, Chu Mo finally stopped. A trace of Sun True Phoenix bloodline and level 6 Beast Essence blood were indeed a great harvest. Chu Mo was overjoyed. However, he didn't use them immediately. Instead, he stood up and planned to leave. Having delayed for so long, they would start to worry if he didn't return soon. After getting back, he would thoroughly study the uses of the bloodline. With that thought, Chu Mo placed these 2 treasures into his spatial storage, then pushed the Fire Phoenix's corpse into the magma lake, watching as the magma engulfed the Fire Phoenix before he finally let out a long breath and left the place. Half an hour later, Chu Mo caught up with the 4 who had left earlier, Shun Jin and the others. Master Chu, you finally returned. Shun Jin greeted him with concern. Did nothing unexpected happen? Thank you for your concern, Dean Shun. I'm fine, Chu Mo replied. Upon hearing this, Shun Jin and the others completely relaxed. The 5 of them then returned along the original path together. They wisely did not inquire about what Chu Mo had done after he left, and naturally, Chu Mo would not elaborate either. Cautiously making their way back 2 hours later, they finally returned safely to the exit of the rift and walked out one by one. Finally out, we have finally left this hellish place. Those 2 terrifying giant beasts fighting scared me to death. I probably won't dare to go back in my lifetime. Once back in the wild, the several masters couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Although they hadn't encountered any danger in the rift, they had been on edge, hiding their presence, fearing that the beasts would discover their tracks. Additionally, witnessing the fight between the 2 level 6 beasts had left a deep shadow in their hearts. Now that they had finally come out, they felt much more relaxed. Thank you, Master Chu, for your protection all the way. We are very grateful. At this moment, Shun Jin approached Chu Mo respectfully and said, Xiying, Lu Shi, and Yuan Dongfei also came over to express their gratitude to Chu Mo. You don't have to be so polite, Chu Mo waved his hand and said, After all, I didn't really help you much. That's not how it is. Xiying smiled and said, The rift is fraught with danger. Our strength is weak, and we would have been on edge after entering, but Master Chu, your strength is formidable, and being with us has already given us a lot of confidence and help. Moreover, not having to take action is the best outcome, right? At least it means we didn't encounter any danger. Hearing this, Chu Mo thought it made sense. The group chatted as they made their way towards the Luyang base. They arrived there quickly. As they prepared to part ways, Shun Jin said, Master Chu, I need to report the intelligence we discovered to the Jinling base immediately. I'm leaving now. Do you have any plans? I may need to go to the Jinling base in a while to find a way to break through to the master level. So Montauk replied thoughtfully. Then I wish Master Chu all the best in achieving your goals. When the day comes you leave, be sure to let us know so that we can send you off. Shun Jin said. Definitely. Chu Mo smiled and replied. Shun Jin nodded, then left with Xiying and the other 3 masters. Watching them leave, Chu Mo retracted his gaze only after they completely disappeared from sight and headed in the direction of his home. Chapter 89. Hatching the Great Sun Golden Crow, the 3rd beast pet. Upon returning home, Chu Mo found that Chen Shiwei was not there. However, there was a note on the table saying she had gone out to train and told him not to worry. But Chu Mo couldn't truly relax. The wild was dangerous, and Chen Shiwei was only a martial artist, so there might be unexpected incidents. After thinking for a moment, Chu Mo instructed Tian Peng to find Chen Shiwei's location and protect her in secret. Don't worry, Master. I will ensure nothing happens to the mistress. Tian Peng replied obediently. It knew Chen Shiwei's aura, and with its good vision, it could easily locate her from the sky. With Tian Peng as protection, Chen Shiwei would be much safer. Even if she encountered a level 4 beast, she wouldn't be in danger. With this thought, Chu Mo finally felt at ease. Sitting in the quiet room, Chu Mo opened his spatial storage, ready to study the Sun True Phoenix bloodline he had collected from the Fire Phoenix. This was the first time he had obtained such a treasure since acquiring the collection technique, so he naturally wanted to understand it. However, when Chu Mo tried to take it out from the spatial storage, he was shocked to find that it was missing. Impossible. I clearly placed it in the space. He remembered that he had put this treasure along with the level 6 Beast Essence blood in the spatial storage. Yet the level 6 Beast Essence blood was still there, but the bloodline was nowhere to be found. Chu Mo frowned and searched back and forth in the storage space, but still did not find any trace of his son, true Phoenix bloodline. Wait. Just then, Chu Mo's gaze fell on a light red pet egg in the corner. This was the pet egg he had received after completing Su Xiaoxiao's task at the martial artist supply hall. After getting it, he had studied it carefully, but no matter what he did, the pet egg had shown no reaction. Later, he had placed it at the bottom of his storage space and ignored it. But now, he suddenly noticed something unusual about this pet egg. Holding it in his hand, Chu Mo could clearly sense a rich vitality emanating from inside, and he could even faintly feel a vigorous heart beating. Not only that, he found that the pet egg in his hand was gradually becoming hot. The vitality of this pet egg had increased significantly. Could it be? Chu Mo suddenly thought of a possibility. That trace of Sun True Phoenix bloodline might have been absorbed by this pet egg. But this was truly too unbelievable. A pet egg that had not yet hatched could actively absorb bloodlines? It's hard to believe if I say it out loud. More importantly, this is the bloodline of the true Phoenix of the Sun. Although it is only a trace, it contains extremely terrifying energy. The Fire Phoenix has grown into a 6th-level fierce beast because it possesses this trace of bloodline, capable of shaking mountains and seas with boundless power. And this egg can absorb it. What exactly is its origin? Chu Mo's eyes were filled with curiosity. This egg seems to be on the verge of hatching. Chu Mo could clearly feel that the pet egg in his hand was becoming increasingly hot, as if the beast pet inside was about to emerge. He knew that some beast pets would treat the first creature they saw upon hatching as their kin, since he hadn't yet signed a soul contract with this beast pet. If he wasn't around when it hatched, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, in the following days, Chu Mo stayed in his room, not going anywhere, patiently waiting. As time passed, the vitality of the beast pet egg grew stronger, and the pressure it emitted became increasingly intense, even making Chu Mo feel a bit oppressed. However, the greater the pressure, the more it filled Chu Mo's heart with anticipation. However, as the pressure increased, Chu Mo began to worry that the emergence of this beast pet would cause too much commotion, attracting others' attention. Therefore, he spent a considerable amount of money to purchase a set of defensive formations and a set of aura-concealing formations from the Jade Pavilion, setting them up around the house. A few more days passed. One day, while Chu Mo was slowly regulating his breathing, he suddenly sensed a shift in the fierce beast egg before him. Chu Mo opened his eyes and immediately focused his gaze. He knew that the beast pet was about to come out. Sure enough, moments later, the fierce beast egg started to shake. First, it swayed slightly, then it became more vigorous. Suddenly, there was a crack. The sound of the shell breaking echoed. A crack suddenly appeared on the fierce beast egg, and as time passed, more and more cracks spread across the entire eggshell. What kind of fierce beast would it be? Seeing this scene, Chu Mo thought with great anticipation. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a cawing sound rang out unexpectedly in his ear. The sound was distant, as if it had traversed through time, coming from a distant wilderness. Immediately after, the eggshell shattered, and a head emerged. It resembled a crow, but was more like a fire phoenix, covered in black feathers, with only its eyes glowing red, as if flames were burning within. And its beak showed a metallic sheen, exuding an unparalleled majesty. Notably, it had 3 claws underneath. Seeing this scene, Chu Mo was instantly stunned, and an expression of disbelief flashed across his face. On the Tang Valley, there is a Fusong tree bathed by the sun for 10 days. In the waters of the Blacktooth North, there is a great wood with 9 suns dwelling on its lower branches and 1 sun on its upper branches. This is clearly the 3-legged golden crow. Chu Mo muttered to himself, his words filled with immense shock. 3 legs, black feathers, a head like a fire phoenix, and resembling a crow. This is unmistakably the appearance of the 3-legged golden crow. The so-called 3-legged golden crow is also known as the Great Sun Golden Crow. In myth and legend, it is the master of the Great Sun, the ancestor of the stars, and a renowned demon emperor. Although Chu Mo knew that this fierce beast might have a significant background since it swallowed the bloodline of the true Phoenix of the Sun while still in the egg, he never expected it to be a fierce beast like the Great Sun Golden Crow. This is not just a significant background. It is clearly monumental. Even Chu Mo couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. finding it hard to contain himself. He didn't know how much time passed. Only then did Chu Mo suppress the shock in his heart and gradually return to normal. At this moment, the newly hatched three-legged golden crow shook its head and ran towards Chu Mo. Having just been born, it naturally relied on Chu Mo after seeing him first, wrapping its wings around Chu Mo's arm and chirping away. Let's see if it can recognize its master. With this thought, Chu Mo squeezed out some of his blood. Upon seeing this, the three-legged golden crow's eyes lit up, and it swallowed Chu Mo's blood. Afterward, Chu Mo discovered that he had established a connection with the three-legged golden crow, and he could also understand the meaning behind its calls. Hungry, want to eat. The voice of the three-legged golden crow echoed in his mind. Chu Mo immediately took out a piece of meat from a fourth-level fierce beast from his storage bag and placed it in front of it. However, to Chu Mo's surprise, when it approached the fierce beast meat, it sniffed it and then tossed it aside with a claw. Was it being rejected? Chu Mo was somewhat amused and exasperated. At this time, the three-legged golden crow looked around and noticed that its eggshell was still nearby, so it walked over and began to eat it slowly. The eggshell contained immense energy, and as the three-legged golden crow consumed it, its aura rapidly grew stronger. Soon, the eggshell was entirely consumed, and it let out a satisfied burp. In the next moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from it. At the same time, a mass of black flames gathered behind it. As soon as this flame appeared, Chu Mo noticed that the air around him instantly became scorching hot, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. The defensive formations and aura-concealing formations set up in the room began to ripple, clearly unable to withstand such an aura and on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, this flame flickered and was quickly retracted back into its body. Otherwise, it seemed that Chu Mo's house would not survive. Nevertheless, even so, Chu Mo was still shaken. He sensed an extremely formidable aura emanating from the three-legged golden crow, an aura unique to fourth-level fierce beasts. It had just been born and had already become a fourth-level fierce beast. Truly, it lived up to the reputation of the great sun golden crow. Such talent is simply terrifying. Chu Mo could no longer count how many times he had been shocked. He was almost numb. At this moment, the well-fed, three-legged golden crow directly jumped onto Chu Mo's shoulder, first affectionately rubbing its head against Chu Mo's head, then contentedly preening its feathers. Seeing this, Chu Mo couldn't help but smile. Rubbing the head of the three-legged golden crow, Chu Mo said, "Since you have already recognized me as your master, I'll give you a name. From now on, you'll be called Little Crow. Caw-caw." The three-legged golden crow understood the meaning of Chu Mo's words and immediately chirped happily. In the following days, Chu Mo stayed in the house to develop a bond with Little Crow. Although it had an extraordinary background, it had just been born and its intelligence was still low. So Chu Mo often fed it spiritual rice and supplemented it with various heavenly materials and treasures he obtained from the secret realm. Notably, Little Crow did not drink fierce beast blood, nor would it eat even the meat of a fifth-level fierce beast. Only spiritual springs, spiritual liquids, or some heavenly materials and treasures could barely satisfy it. However, this way, the resources consumed daily became extremely terrifying. Fortunately, Chu Mo had initially obtained a large amount of resources from the Wanhua secret realm, and he also gained quite a few treasures from slaying that young master from the Jinling Great Base. Otherwise, he really couldn't afford to raise Little Crow. However, despite the enormous resource consumption, Chu Mo felt it was very worthwhile. Under the cultivation of various heavenly materials and treasures, Little Crow grew rapidly and had already reached the level of a fourth-level upper-tier fierce beast, not far from stepping into the fifth-level realm. Even more gratifyingly, Little Crow had also signed a soul contract with him. This meant that they had become master and servant, sharing honor and disgrace, and would never betray each other again. Chapter 90. People from the Jinling Great Base arrive, Little Crow's talent and abilities. Just as Chu Mo was still developing a bond with Little Crow at the same time. In the urban area of Luyang Base, four masters, including Shun Jin, stood respectfully in the square, welcoming dozens of martial artists who had just descended from a large flying vessel. These individuals were all dressed in luxurious attire, exuding a powerful aura, with the weakest among them being at the Master Realm. As soon as they stepped off the vessel, they all frowned. It was indeed a remote and impoverished place, with a terrifyingly low concentration of vital energy. It was hard to imagine that martial artists could even emerge from such a place. The development of the base was quite poor, resembling an uncivilized wilderness. The dozens of martial artists casually commented on the Luoyang base, their words filled with a sense of superiority. Meanwhile, Shun Jin and the other three who had come to greet them showed an awkward expression. Honorable sirs, you must have had a long and tiring journey, and we have prepared a banquet for you. Please join us. Xing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner anger, and said respectfully, "We don't need to dine." A young master glanced at Xing with indifference and said casually, "A small base like this surely has nothing worth seeing. Let's resolve the matter quickly, and then we can leave." "Exactly. We are extremely busy and have no time to eat with people like you. Hurry and report the information you have gathered. Once we deal with the beast in the spatial rift, we can leave as soon as possible. The concentration of vital energy here is so low that we can't even cultivate, and the surrounding area is filled with filthy air. We really don't want to stay here any longer." Others also expressed their disdain. "This is too much." Hearing their unabashed criticism, Shun Jin and the others felt very angry. However, the situation was beyond their control. They still had to rely on them to deal with the spatial rift, so they could only forcefully swallow their anger. "Since you all do not wish to linger, I will lead you to the spatial rift. But why do I not see the figures of several town commanders?" Xing asked in confusion. Ever since they reported the information regarding the beasts in the spatial rift, the Jianling base had replied that they would dispatch 5 town commander-level martial artists for support. However, he did not see any of them among the crowd, which left him puzzled. What kind of identity do the town commanders have? How could you easily see them? A master from the Jianling base said with a proud expression. Then he impatiently added, "Enough talk, just take us there. We'll handle the rest." Yes, I misspoke. Please do not be angry, honorable sirs." Xing quickly smiled and said. He then led them towards the spatial rift. On another side, under the relentless training of Chu Mo, the little crow finally succeeded in entering the ranks of 5th-level beasts. 5th-level beasts, also known as beast generals, represent a significant watershed for ferocious beasts. It is exceptionally difficult for other beasts to advance from level 4 to level 5, but for the little crow, it was a seamless transition, like water flowing smoothly, naturally advancing. Chu Mo understood that this was due to the little crow's formidable foundation. After entering the 5th level, the little crow awakened its own innate abilities, and it awakened 2 at once. One was the rainbow transformation technique. The golden crow raises its head, transforming into a rainbow, able to reach a distance of thousands of miles in an instant, comparable to the speed of light. The second was the golden crow fire feathers. The golden crow flaps its wings, and the sky is filled with fire feathers flying like swords, capable of slicing through the air. With these 2 innate abilities, although the 3-legged golden crow had just entered the 5th level, it was enough to rival ordinary 5th-level peak beasts. This shows the strength of the 3-legged golden crow's foundation. Seeing how powerful the little crow had become, Chu Mo felt very good, given that he had been in seclusion for such a long time. He decided to exit and see if the reinforcements had resolved the spatial rift. If it was resolved, the Luoyang base would be worry-free from then on. Once Qin Shiwei returned from her training, Chu Mo could take her away from here and head to the Jianling base. With this in mind, Chu Mo stepped out the door. Inside the base, he originally wanted to find Shun Jin and the others for news, but to his surprise, they were all absent. After inquiring, he learned that they had been taken by the people from the Jianling base to the rift, with familiar faces absent. Chu Mo was momentarily unsure whom to ask for news. However, at that moment, he suddenly saw a familiar figure staggering and seemingly lost nearby. Chasing Wind. Chu Mo recognized this person and quickly walked over. It turned out to be Master Chu. "I have seen you, sir." Chasing Wind was lost in thought when he suddenly heard a voice nearby, startling him. Upon seeing who it was, he quickly bowed. No need to be so polite. Chu Mo waved his hand, looking at Chasing Wind, who was limping and appeared somewhat dazed. He couldn't help but ask, "What happened to you?" He still remembered their first meeting when Chasing Wind led his hunting team, full of spirit. The last time they met in the wilderness. Although the other party was somewhat disheveled, he was not injured. But now, not only was he all alone, but he even had a broken leg. What had he experienced during this time? Hearing Chu Mo's question, Chasing Wind's face revealed a look of pain, and then he directly burst into tears. They all died. All of them died. All dead. Chu Mo was shocked and said, "Don't worry. Let's find a place to talk slowly." What exactly happened? In a small tea house. Chasing Wind sat across from Chu Mo, slowly recounting his experiences. It turned out that after their last separation, Chasing Wind had taken his team back to the base, preparing to enter seclusion to break through to the late stage of martial artist. Who would have thought that 5 days ago, the Jinling base sent 37 masters along with 5 town commander-level strongmen to clean up the spatial rift? Unfortunately, due to their arrogance, they suffered heavy losses. 13 master martial artists were lost, and 1 town commander-level strongman fell. Hearing this, Chu Mo couldn't help but gasp. Town commanders are strongmen above the master level. Each one has the power to move mountains and seas with a wave of their hand. It was unexpected that one would fall in the spatial rift. However, this was also normal. Chu Mo knew what the situation of the beasts in that rift was like. Not to mention that the giant serpent capable of battling the Fire Phoenix was a 6th-level beast. Although it was severely injured, it was not so easily killed. Besides, there were also many 5th-level beasts. If they did not prepare adequately and rashly entered, there would definitely be significant casualties. What happened next? Chu Mo asked. The fall of a town commander shocked the martial artists from the Jinling base. To avoid unnecessary losses, they actually shrank back and organized ordinary martial artists and apprentices from the Liang base to enter the rift for reconnaissance, using them as bait, completely disregarding us. Over these days, many martial artists have died in the rift. My team was forcibly conscripted, and we encountered a powerful 5th-level beast attack. All my team members perished, and I was the only one who survived by chance, but I have become a useless person. As he spoke, Chasing Wind couldn't help but burst into tears again. A dignified 7-foot man, a strong martial artist in the base, was now crying with tears and snot. Chu Mo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Condolences. He patted Chasing Wind's shoulder and comforted him. After thinking for a moment, he took out a spirit fruit from his storage space and placed it in front of Chasing Wind before walking out. After an unknown amount of time, Chasing Wind gradually recovered. At this moment, he realized Master Chu had unknowingly left. Before him, there was a small J-box. He gently opened it, and his pupils suddenly constricted sharply. The purple spirit fruit. Chasing Wind's breathing became rapid. The purple spirit fruit is a rare treasure that contains immense vitality, capable of regenerating severed limbs, and is incredibly valuable. More importantly, this purple spirit fruit could restore his legs and allow him to regain his strength. Thank you, Master Chu. This immense kindness, Chasing Wind will remember in his heart and never forget. He understood that this was specifically given to him by Master Chu, and he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. The reason Chu Mo was willing to offer a purple spirit fruit was simply because he found Chasing Wind to be quite compatible with his character. Thus he lent a helping hand. Anyway, the purple spirit fruit was not a precious treasure to him. He had plenty in his spatial storage. Therefore, Chu Mo did not take it to heart. He had returned home, planning to comprehend the intent of the sword while waiting for Chen Shiwei to come back. 3 days later, news arrived at the base. Several strong figures from the Four Directions town, leading the masters, successfully exterminated a large number of fierce beasts in the spatial rift. At the last moment, they encountered an injured 6th-level giant serpent. A fierce battle erupted between the two sides. The 4 town leaders worked together to trap the giant serpent with a formation and spent a day and night to kill it. Thus, the danger of this spatial rift was alleviated. Subsequently, the Jinling Great Base would send special personnel to enter the rift for development, and the nearby Luoyang Base would likely receive support from the Jinling Great Base, thus obtaining resources for construction. However, when this news returned, the base was not filled with celebration. Instead, most people wore sorrowful expressions. Because the reinforcements from the Jinling Great Base used the warriors of the Luoyang Base as cannon fodder. Beneath the news of victory were countless deaths of local warriors from Luoyang. Their sacrifices and contributions were forgotten. Naturally, The people of Luoyang Base could not feel happy. But those individuals ultimately came from the Great Base, with powerful forces that they could not contend against, so they could only harbor anger without the courage to speak out. A day later, the reinforcements from the Jinling Great Base returned victorious to the base. On the same day, Chu Mo suddenly woke from his secluded training, his eyes filled with a sharp killing intent. Just now, he received news from Tianpa. Chun Shiwei was in trouble. Chapter 91. 4 Directions Town Leaders. Inside the base, a group of warriors from the Jinling Great Base were leisurely strolling on the street. They had just returned victorious from the rift. At this moment, they were in a good mood and planned to find a place to enjoy a drink. However, at that moment, a young master suddenly brightened upon seeing someone ahead. A girl was slowly walking on the street from outside the base. She seemed to have just returned from the wild, still carrying some exhaustion from the hardships. But it could not conceal her exquisite features and cold temperament. Her beauty was stunning, like a fairy stepping out of a painting. Although this master was from the Jinling Great Base and prided himself on his broad perspective, he had never seen such a woman before and was instantly mesmerized. He murmured to himself. Then, a glimmer of desire appeared in his eyes, and he quickly walked over, blocking the girl's path. "Miss, may I ask your name?" This girl was, in fact, Chun Shiwei, who had just returned from her training. After battling in the wild, she was mentally and physically exhausted and had intended to go home to rest. But unexpectedly, she was stopped by a stranger on the road. Seeing the desire in the other person's eyes, Chun Shiwei frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Please step aside." As soon as she spoke, the young master had not finished his words when several people beside him immediately scolded. "You are bold. Do you know who stand before you?" This is Master Xiaoyu from the Jinling Great Base, a late-stage master at a young age, with limitless future prospects. Be sensible and apologize to Master Xia immediately. Otherwise, as they spoke, several masters snorted coldly, their threatening intentions evident. While they were speaking, Xiaoyu did not stop them. Instead, he stood to the side, raising his head proudly. After they finished speaking, Xiaoyu pretended to wave his hand dismissively, saying, "Don't be so rude to a beauty." He then turned to Chun Shiwei with a smile and said, "I am currently in need of a maid. If you are willing to follow me and even please me, it may not be long before you become a master yourself." He was confident that with these conditions, he could make the girl before him feel tempted. However, he did not expect that upon hearing these words, Chun Shiwei acted as if she had not heard him and walked straight past him. Slap! Such an obvious disregard immediately made Xiaoyu feel awkward, as if he had been slapped in the face, and it hurt. Refusing a toast and opting for punishment, his eyes flashed suddenly, and his expression darkened. "I initially wanted to discuss it nicely, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Today, I will forcefully take you as my own and see whether you will comply." As his voice fell, he directly made his move, his aura surging as if a raging river was crashing forward, intending to capture Chun Shiwei. Faced with such overwhelming force, Chun Shiwei did not retreat a single step. She merely pursed her lips and held her long sword in response. This training had allowed her to successfully break through the limits of a warrior and step into the realm of a master. However, compared to a master, she was still one large realm away. Under the pressure of the other party's might, she felt like a small boat amidst turbulent waves, at risk of capsizing at any moment. Just as it seemed Chun Shiwei was about to be captured, a resounding cry echoed through the sky. "Ka!" At the moment the sound rang out, a golden-winged rock swooped down like a golden sword. Then, an immense gust of wind swept in, carrying an overwhelming force. This was Master Xiaoyu instinctively turned around, but what greeted him was a pair of claws gleaming with cold, eerie light. Puffed! With a dull sound, it was as if a watermelon had burst, and Master Xiaoyu's head exploded with a bang, his body collapsing to the ground, completely motionless. After killing this master, the golden-winged rock flapped its wings, protecting Chun Shiwei behind it. It looked at the masters before it with a fierce gaze. Silence. A dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scene before them, as if they had been struck dumb. After an unknown amount of time passed, someone finally came back to their senses. "Master Xie is dead?" As this voice rang out, The other masters finally regained their wits, their faces filled with shock and fear. This is bad. Something big has happened. Master Xie is dead. Hurry and report to town leader Xie. They exclaimed in panic, shouting loudly. Xie held a very high status among them, not only because he possessed late-stage master strength and a bright future, but also because his father was a town leader in the Jinling Great Base. For Direction's town leaders, it is well known that master warriors are powerful, capable of establishing sects, being the pillars of small bases, and guarding a territory. Yet little do they know. Above the masters are the warriors of the Four Directions town leader level. What are the Four Directions town leaders? They are beings capable of flying and traversing the earth, sealing borders and claiming territories. They are the absolute backbone of human warriors. If they are benevolent, the territory will be peaceful and the people will prosper. If they are evil, the world will tremble and the area within 100 miles will be overturned. If a grandmaster can still be surrounded and killed by dozens or even hundreds of martial artists, then in front of a Four Directions town general, even countless grandmasters working together would be unable to kill him. This is because each Four Directions town general can stir up the seas with just a gesture, transcending the realm of humans and stepping into the extraordinary level. Such existence is beyond the imagination of grandmasters. And now, such a terrifying powerhouse has had his only son die before them. Once this is known, what kind of fury will erupt? Hurry, kill this ferocious beast. To avenge Master Xie, someone finally came to their senses and shouted loudly. Want to slay the golden-winged roc to avoid being blamed by General Xie. With this reminder, several grandmasters quickly took action, trying to capture the golden-winged roc. However, the heavenly roc had already entered the ranks of level 4 ferocious beasts, and its realm was comparable to that of human grandmasters. Moreover, it possessed the bloodline of the golden-winged roc and had awakened its innate divine ability, making its strength even more formidable than an ordinary level 4 ferocious beast. How could these ordinary grandmasters be its opponents? Caw! The heavenly roc spread its wings, and its golden feathers shone with flowing light as it soared into the sky,